In another world, a short-haired guy was falling down at a very high speed like a meteor falling from the sky, and he never would have thought that he, a small-time editor for literary and historical magazines, would become a transmigrator. He fell from the sky towards an inhabited area that seemed like an ancient residence. As he transmigrated, his hair grew long, and he was now wearing traditional clothes. Not only did he become a transmigrator, but he even received an opus cheat to boot. He gained the skill Invincible after death, which meant that if he were killed, he would inherit all the powers stored within the system and instantly become an emperor of the upper realm. But self-harm or suicide doesn't count. He started to imagine himself sitting on the emperor's throne, where many people bow in front of him, and he drooled as he said that as long as he got himself killed, he would become a heavenly emperor. Suddenly, someone poked him on the shoulder to get his attention, which startled him. The person asked him why he was standing around because they had to get going. The person bowed to him and called him Lord Yi, reminding him about the extremely important imperial meeting. As the official seal bearer, he must not be late. He nonchalantly gave the person an affirmative response, but in his mind, he just remembered that in the world he transmigrated to, he was the official in charge of safekeeping the emperor's jade seal. He learned this after inheriting the memories of the body's original owner. The two of them arrived at the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, describing the image of what seemed to be high-ranking officials. He explained that the world he was currently in was similar to the Warring States era of the spring and autumn periods of his previous world, where the land was divided into 9 provinces ruled over by the emperor. To appease the dukes, 6 provinces were granted to them. It happened because several generations of incompetent emperors allowed the power to shift out of the royal family's hands. While portraying the image of a very young emperor, he said that at the present, the empire's destiny has already dissipated with no way of reclaiming it. While depicting the 6 dukes and the immortal sect in an evil manner, he said that while the imperial palace was declining, all the 6 dukes took the opportunity to increase their influence, and they were each backed by an immortal sect, further allowing them to disregard the emperor's power. As the emperor sat in front of his audience for the imperial meeting, he stated that according to the memories of the original owner of the body he inhabited, the Ascension sect planned to team up with the 6 dukes to force the emperor to abdicate another province. The representative of the Ascension sect, Perfected He bowed down before the emperor and introduced himself as a representative of the Ascension sect. He nominated the Lai family for dukedom and, in exchange, the Ascension sect would protect the Great Zhou dynasty for 10,000 years. In response, the Zhou emperor, Jai Minju, asked him what would happen if the court didn't agree. He glared at Jai Minju and asked if he was unwilling. Although sweat was running down Jai Minju's face, he toughened up and told He that while the Lai family had some achievements, they were not enough to warrant dukedom. If titles of duke were randomly conferred, the ministers and the people wouldn't agree. Still staring daggers at Jai Minju, He questioned him about the ministers and the people. Then he gestured with his hands and said that they, the immortal sects, represented the people and the ministers. The ministers bowed down in unison and told Jai Minju that the Lai family had achieved remarkable merit, so they had no objection and requested him to confer the title of duke upon them. Meanwhile, behind the ministers, Lord Yi observed from the sidelines. He internally sighed and thought that being the emperor was not an easy job. Then he wondered if there really was no one on the emperor's side in the court. His companion replied and informed him that the emperor had just one trusted aide, Liu Shen, but he called in sick when the emperor needed him the most. His companion even added a remark that he was a waste of the emperor's trust. Then his companion added more, saying that if it weren't for Liu Shen's bewitchment, the emperor wouldn't have spent most of his time playing around. Lord Yi agreed, and in his thoughts, he clicked his tongue and thought that if it were him, he wouldn't dare to be too good at his job because he would be the first to be eliminated by those rebels. Returning to the meeting, Jai Minju opened a scroll as he stated that since He claimed to represent the people, he confronted him about the reports from the civilians. Jai Minju was enraged and he slammed his hands on the table, along with the open scroll, and said that they were all records of the abuse and exploitation that the Lai family had committed. He questioned how such people could deserve to be conferred a dukedom. Lord Yi's companion commended Jai Minju's move, and he was immersed in the meeting, trying to see what the opposition had to say. But Lord Yi shook his head as he knew that reasoning with those in power was useless. Then, as he put his hands under his chin, Lord Yi had the realization that it was the perfect opportunity to die. And since he was dying anyway, he might as well play the role of a loyal minister and die with honor. The Duke of Wei, Cao Meng, stepped forward and drew his sword with an ominous aura. Fire emerged in the court as Cao Meng slashed the table with his fire-imbued sword in front of Jai Minju, which frightened him. With an evil grin, Cao Meng said that it was a shame, but it seemed like the reports were lost in an accident. Sweat ran down Jai Minju's face as he could not believe Cao Meng's audacity to destroy the reports. Cao Meng then put on a show and bowed at Jai Minju, politely requesting him to confer the title, to which the entire court followed. Jai Minju was extremely horrified when Cao Meng lowered his head and handed him a scroll, saying that they had already prepared the imperial decree. With a sinister smirk, he looked sideways and asked where the seal bearer was, questioning why he was not giving the seal to Jai Minju quickly so he could stamp the decree. Behind the ministers, Lord Yi called them rebels at the top of his lungs and declared that he would never hand the jade seal over to them. He was enraged and called them out for daring to rebel against Jai Minju. The ministers made way for him as he pointed at them and reprimanded them for daring to actually defy Jai Minju and force him to confer a title. He also questioned them about how they could dare to call themselves ministers of the Zhou dynasty. Jai Minju looked surprised as Lord Yi continued to point at the ministers and scold them to their faces, while his companion looked horrified and commented that Lord Yi was so fierce. Jai Minju looked at the scene with awe, and as he realized that it turned out his seat still had someone on its side, tears filled his eyes. Suddenly, an old man yelled and called him impudent, and he walked over to Lord Yi. It was the Minister of Finance, Zheng Heoran, and he called out Lord Yi for daring to spout nonsense in the imperial court when he was just a low-ranking official. Lord Yi asked him who he was, and he introduced himself as the Minister of Finance, Zheng Heoran. Lord Yi looked displeased as he pointed at Zheng Heoran, questioning what kind of finance minister he was. He said that he must be a well-raised scholar, but it was a shame that all those books he had read had gone to waste in his rotten dog brain. Zheng Heoran was so shocked by Lord Yi's direct insults that he could not say anything back immediately. And when he was about to retort, Lord Yi cut him off and became more aggressive, appearing like a raging giant shrouded with an ominous aura. He continued to point at him as he questioned what he was doing, joining hands with those traitorous scums to pressure Jai Minju when he was a minister of Great Zhou. Lord Yi said that he was just a parasitic dog, a brainless animal, and a piece of human trash. However, he took back his words and said that calling him trash was an insult to all garbage. He then continued to scold him and said that people like him weren't worth talking to, telling him to stay in a corner where he won't infect others with his idiocy. This made Zheng Heoran feel small and rendered him speechless. Zheng Heoran was hit so hard by Lord Yi's insults that he started to cough up blood, which surprised another member of the court. As two members of the court caught Zheng Heoran, who had lost consciousness while continuing to spurt out blood, Lord Yi let out a deep breath and bowed, declaring that he was done and calling for his next challenger. Suddenly, someone drew a sword beside him and called his attention. It was Cao Meng, and as he unsheathed his sword, with an evil grin and an ominous aura shrouding him, he asked Lord Yi if he really thought that he wouldn't dare to kill him in the imperial court. Unfazed and looking more ecstatic, Lord Yi clicked his tongue and questioned Cao Meng for actually bringing a sword into the imperial court, accusing him of wanting to kill Jai Minju and steal the throne. Lord Yi then stood in front of Jai Minju and challenged Cao Meng to come forward, which startled Jai Minju. Jai Minju looked up to Lord Yi with awe as he stood there, confidently pointing at himself with his thumb and declaring that if Cao Meng wanted to kill Jai Minju, he would have to step over his cold, dead body. Lord Yi stood near Jai Minju's throne and declared that if they wanted to harm him, then they must walk over his dead body first. Some members of the court were surprised as they didn't think there was such a virtuous person in their generation of scholars. They saw him as a role model of the scholars, which they couldn't compare with at all, and it made them ashamed of themselves. Jai Minju sat there, surprise written all over his face, as he could not believe that in the 1,000 years of history, his great Zhou finally had a loyal subject who was not afraid of dying. Jai Minju then looked dejected as he looked down and thought that although he had tried his best to keep a low profile since he took the throne, he must not let a loyal subject die because of him. He felt conflicted as he knew that he must protect Lord Yi, but he didn't know how he would do it without revealing all his cards. Cao Meng shrouded himself in an aura along with his sword, which he pointed at Lord Yi while asking him if he really thought that he wouldn't dare. With a confident smile on his face, Lord Yi stared directly at the blade that was right before his eyes and told Cao Meng to get on with it. Seeing Lord Yi's reaction, Cao Meng was now second-guessing. As he stood there, pointing his sword, engulfed in his aura, at Lord Yi, he wondered where he came from because there was no fear in his eyes at all. Cao Meng lowered his sword and came face to face with Lord Yi, asking him if he really was not afraid and telling him that if he was doing it for honor, he would guarantee that no one would remember his name after he died. But Lord Yi remained unfazed, staring eye to eye with Cao Meng. Lord Yi took a step forward, and Cao Meng stepped to the side as he extended his arms and said that he may be nameless, but with the mountains and rivers as his witnesses, he would leave a mark in history. In front of the court, his words echoed. It even reached the imperial court and the Great Zhou Palace, making its way to an old man's monument that shone the moment his words reached it. The people from the streets also heard his words and wondered what that voice was that they were hearing. Even a teacher who was teaching his class heard it and caught his attention. The students in the class started to glow like the monument did, and they looked at their arms, surprised that the voice was actually able to resonate with the sages of yore. Back at the imperial court, one of the ministers was talking about how the school of Confucianism had been suppressed by the immortal sects for so long that it had been ages since he last heard such virtuous words. Another minister exclaimed that it was a once-in-a-thousand-year occurrence, and another official added that back in the days of his ancestors, there were many great Confucian scholars, and they were almighty figures who were able to dictate the life and death of others using pen and paper alone. As Lord Yi stood proudly in front of them, they said that although he was just a low-ranking official, he had the courage and great value, and he would definitely accomplish great things in the future. This was rare for the school of Confucianism to produce such a talent. Meanwhile, sweat ran down Yuani's face as he anxiously looked back at the officials, and he cursed Lord Yi in his head, knowing that opening his mouth would reignite the scholarly key in the group of deadbeat officials. Meanwhile, Lord Yi stood in front of Cao Meng and looked at him in anticipation, while in his thoughts he told Cao Meng to not just stand there but to go ahead and kill him. But he got extremely confused and surprised when Cao Meng burst into laughter, praising him for his well-said words. He was even more surprised when Cao Meng put his sword back in its sheath and said that his sword did not kill heroes. But the surprise did not end there, as Lord Yi was yet again startled when Cao Meng cupped his fist and told him that the great Zhu's decline was irreversible, so Lord Yi shouldn't go down with it. Cao Meng then proceeded to offer that if he came with him to the kingdom of Y, he would grant him a position as one of his highest officials. Seeing what Cao Meng did, Jai Minju gritted his teeth and sweat ran down his face as he anxiously stared at them, cursing in his head. He thought that Cao Meng was really not regarding him highly at all, as he dared to poach his people right in front of him. However, he admitted that it was also true that with the current situation of Great Zhu, he couldn't give Lord Yi anything at all. While Jai Minju looked at Lord Yi longingly, pleading for him not to delve into his thoughts, Lord Yi looked at Cao Meng repulsively. He spurted out blood and cursed, wondering if Cao Meng was sick in the head because he expected that it was the part where he would get angrier and kill him, but he stopped. Continuing his act, Lord Yi pointed at Cao Meng, who was surprised, and said that he would rather die than betray the great Zhu dynasty. With a confident grin on his face, Cao Meng gestured with his hand towards Jai Minju, who was surprised and asked Lord Yi why he would do such a thing and wondered if an emperor's cowardly and incompetent puppet would be better than him. In response, Lord Yi bowed down to Jai Minju and said that he was born poor and could only enter the court because of the emperor's grace. He closed his eyes and solemnly said that it was a debt of gratitude that he would repay, even at the cost of his life. Jai Minju couldn't contain his delight as he stood up from his throne and praised Lord Yi for his well-spoken words. While thinking that Qing, Lord Yi's full name, was willing to die for him, even though he had never even heard of his name before that day. But as he looked at Qing, who was surrounded by the opposition, Jai Minju's expression quickly turned to worry, and he thought that since Qing was ready to die for him, he wouldn't let him get hurt even if he had to reveal his trump cards that day. However, Qing was surprised when Cao Meng turned his back on him with his arms crossed, and while praising his well-said words, announced that he was a little tired at the moment and would no longer participate in the day's affairs. As Cao Meng walked away, Qing looked at him baffled, and in his head, he questioned why Cao Meng was running away and thought that he really had a problem with his head, as he was already acting arrogant, yet he was praising him instead of beating him up. While Yuani then approached Qing and wondered how a mere ant like him could run his mouth at the imperial court, he told him that he was courting death. Qing said nothing, but he agreed with him in his mind, and as he contemplated his next move, he urged him to go ahead and kill him. Yuani lashed his fuchin and warned Qing that he would only give him 3 seconds to hand over the jade seal, otherwise he would leave him without an intact corpse. Qing's eyes widened in surprise as the fuchin grazed his cheeks and injured them, causing blood to flow. Meanwhile, Qing's companion looked at him worriedly and thought that it was over because Qing couldn't possibly fight with a cultivator from the immortal sect. Jai Minju stepped forward and warned Yuani not to dare hurt Qing. But despite the blood dripping down his cheek, Qing was unfazed, and he laughed, mocking Yuani for threatening him. Yuani was startled when Qing took a step forward, leaned in, and closed the gap between them while glaring at him. He told him that the immortal sect was heartless because they treated mortal lives as nothing but grass to step on. Yuani was taken aback when Qing was able to impose himself and tower over him. Qing declared that if the immortals didn't die, the entire continent would perish. He proclaimed that the immortal sects were the plague of their world. The officials started to discuss among themselves, and they agreed that Qing was right. They pointed out that he was not only righteous and loyal but also had a sharp tongue, which opened their eyes that day. They even added that if it were in the days of their ancestors, Yi King would have become another great Confucian scholar. It was just a shame that he was born in the wrong era. Yuani's eyes glimmered, appearing menacing as he called Yi King impudent. He clenched his fist halfway, his fingers forming a claw-like shape, releasing a green, lightning-like aura. He charged at Yi King, his eyes still glowing menacingly, and told him to die as he prepared to strike him with his aura-infused hand. Yi King stared expectantly at Yuani, who was charging at him, and he was glad that it had finally come. He was finally going to die. Yuani's aura was all over the place, and as his hands were about to reach Yi King's face, Yi King just stood there, unfazed, ready to take Yuani's attack head-on. Yuani's attack made a buzzing noise as it collided with a golden aura that seemed to be protecting Yi King. The golden sphere that was protecting Yi King deflected all of Yuani's aura, creating a huge surge of aura towards the officials, overwhelming them. Both Yi King and Yuani were surprised to see the golden aura that was protecting Yi King. Holding a golden chalice in his hand with an orb of golden aura glowing inside it, Jai Minju interjected and called Yuani impudent for daring to try to harm his subject in his presence. The officials were shocked to see that Jai Minju was holding the imperial artifact that the great Zhu ancestor left behind. As the golden aura inside the chalice crumbled and was blown by the wind, Jai Minju thought that it was a pity that the key left behind by the ancestor had already dissipated over thousands of years. Meanwhile, Yi King's eyes were still fixated on Yuani's point of attack while the officials commented behind him on how Jai Minju had actually used a one-time life-saving artifact on him, someone who was a no-name. Jai Minju quickly ran down the stairs as soon as the golden orb dissolved into thin air, which startled Yuani. Baffled frustration was evident on Yi King's face when Jai Minju suddenly stood in front of him and declared that from that day forward, he and Yi King were one, and if Yuani wanted to kill Yi King, he must kill him first. Yi King's companion was crying, and he was so touched that he was shaking while he wiped his tears away, and said that the scene of Jai Minju living and dying with his subject was so touching. Yi King's mouth was wide open in surprise as he cursed in his head and thought that even the emperor was sick in the head, imagining the scene of himself taunting Yuani to kill him while Jai Minju stood behind him to sabotage him, made Yi King's head throb, causing him to place his hands on his head and think about how he was there trying to help, but Jai Minju ruined his plans instead. Yi King tried to reason with Jai Minju, but he couldn't get a word in as Jai Minju stood in front of him, extending both his arms, adamant to protect him, and told him not to worry as he wouldn't let anyone hurt him. Upon hearing Jai Minju's words, Yi King couldn't help but spurt out blood, and his face contorted in pain. With Jai Minju still standing in front of him, Yi King's soul left his body, as his plans were already ruined when Yuani said that he could spare his life because of Jai Minju, but on the condition that Jai Minju would confer the title of Duke on the Lai family and have Yi King kneel in front of their sect for 7 days. Yuani turned his back on them and walked away, threatening Jai Minju that if he didn't comply with their conditions and insisted on protecting Yi King, then it would be a shame if something happened. This enraged Jai Minju and made him go after Yuani. But Jai Minju was so clumsy that he missed a step. Jai Minju panicked as he lost his balance, while Yi King, who was behind him, did not know what was going on, so he called out to him out of concern. Jai Minju closed his eyes, and he was ready to fall to the floor, but he fell into Yi King's arms. Jai Minju looked so delicate as he blushed and looked up at Yi King. And while Yi King asked him if he was alright, he was thinking that Jai Minju was a little too cute, but he was not able to finish his thoughts. Yi King's mind went blank, and he blushed while their surroundings sparkled, while Jai Minju was also blushing as he held his hands up to his chest and leaned against Yi King's arms. The sudden realization hit Yi King, and he quickly backed away from Jai Minju with a shocked expression, while Jai Minju just stood there clueless. Snot ran down Yi King's nose, and his face filled with terror as he thought that Jai Minju was a nuisance, but it was a good thing that what he blurted was that he was a nuisance. While Jai Minju worriedly looked over his shoulders, Yi King looked at his half-clenched hands, and his expression was filled with disgust as he wondered if it was the secret hobby of the body's original owner. Yi King's face twisted in anxiousness, and he was sweating profusely as he looked behind him and wondered if his preference was now men. But after looking at the faces of his companions, who questioned him about his look, and the other officials, including Cao Meng, he said that after looking at those ugly mugs of faces, he was sure that he still liked women. As Yi King cursed in his mind when he realized that he had almost been distracted from his primary objective by Jai Minju, he reminded himself to focus on courting death first. This made him quickly turn towards Yuani and laugh as he told Jai Minju that he did not have to worry about him because he, a humble official, had long since decided to put his life on the line for him. Without any fear or doubt in his eyes, he pointed aggressively at Yuani and told him that once Jai Minju conferred the title of Duke, Great Zhu would lose its foundation. So, even if he died, he would not let Jai Minju agree to it. Yi King opened his eyes wide, his gaze unflinching and showing no signs of backing down. He continued to aggressively point at He Yuan's face and told him that a river of blood was needed for the people to open their eyes, so he should allow him to pave the way. The king proudly preached that since ancient times, no man had escaped death, but he wondered how many dared to say that they died with a clear heart. Suddenly, his body started to glow and was enveloped in a golden aura. While He Yuan couldn't react due to surprise, Yi King was so astonished that his eyes bulged out so much that they were about to fall out of their sockets. The roof of the imperial court was tranquil, surrounded by fog. But suddenly 2 pillars of golden light appeared, immediately clearing out the fog. The teacher from afar saw the 2 pillars of light and quickly recognized them as a sage's visage. One of his students heard and exclaimed that the ancient sages had finally returned. An old man looked up at the pillars of light, filled with anticipation, as he exclaimed that a great Confucian sage was about to appear. He wondered if it was the start of another era of Confucian scholars. The people from the streets were surprised and exclaimed that they had read in the history books about these 2 visages, which were the images of the left and right prime ministers from the time of the great Zhou ancestor. They wondered who actually had been able to attract not one, but 2 of the visages at the same time. As Yi King's words echoed, 2 figures descended from each of the 2 pillars of light. The men who looked like scholars heard the echo of Yi King's words, and as they recited it themselves, they acknowledged that it was a good poem, one worth passing down for thousands of years. Back at the imperial court, He Yuan and Jai Minju both covered their eyes as they were blinded by the pillar of light that descended upon Yi King, who stood between them. With Jai Minju still able to open only one of his eyes in the background, Yi King looked at the palm of his hands, and his face filled with terror as he cursed internally and wondered why it felt like he had gotten stronger instead. Yi King quickly leaned in towards He Yuan and grabbed his arms, ordering him to go ahead and kill him at that moment. But instead of attacking him, He Yuan jerked his arms away while backing off, his face filled with horror as he looked up at Yi King. In He Yuan's perspective, Yi King was menacingly towering over him with virtuous ki oozing out of him. He Yuan then regained his composure when he realized that if he allowed Yi King's virtuous ki to draw out the scholarly spirit of the people, the immortal sect would be in trouble. So, despite sweat running down his face, he began accumulating a ball of aura at his fingertips. As he fired the accumulated aura at Yi King, He Yuan thought that he must cut the problem off at its roots. Yi King stood there, looking surprised as he saw the ray of aura coming right in front of him. The entire court was also blinded by the scholarly ki empowerment, and they couldn't believe that Yi King was able to trigger it. Meanwhile, Jai Minju called out to Yi King, his expression filled with worry. A huge explosion occurred, but instead of Yi King getting hurt, it was He Yuan who was blown away from where he was standing. He hit his back on one of the pillars of the imperial court. He Yuan was in disarray as he slumped down on the ground, unconscious, and missing a tooth. The officials felt a wave of disgust intertwined with fear as they looked down at He Yuan, who made a hissing sound as steam started to rise from him. On the other hand, both Jai Minju and Cao Meng were startled by the scene they had just witnessed. Yi King was still enveloped by the golden aura as he stood in front of He Yuan, who was still slumped on the ground, and he was completely confused. He was in a state of panic as he tried to wake He Yuan up and reminded him that he still hadn't killed him yet. He Yuan seemed to still be conscious, but he looked extremely terrified. His face turned pale, and he trembled in fear as he saw Yi King standing in front of him. When He Yuan tried to talk, he spurted out blood from his mouth, and Yi King looked horrified at what he saw. He Yuan slumped lifeless on the ground, and as Yi King declared his death, the court was in commotion as they exclaimed how it was over for them and how there was going to be big trouble because the Ascension sect would definitely not leave the matter at that. As Yi King looked mortified because of the turn of events, Cao Meng approached him and cupped his fist, expressing that he was amazed. Cao Meng then looked apprehensively at the group of men standing behind him, and as he passed by Yi King, he made a sound with his closed mouth, indicating annoyance. As he saw Cao Meng and the other men walk out of the imperial court, Jai Minju was filled with disbelief, and in his thoughts, he didn't know how in the hell things turned out that way. He then quickly turned to look at Yi King, and when he saw that Yi King looked disheartened with his shoulders slumped, Jai Minju reassured him that with his seat, the Ascension sect would not be able to harm him. Yi King bowed down to Jai Minju and told him that he didn't actually have to worry about him, while in his mind, he sighed and thought about how things got complicated because Jai Minju meddled with his plan. A few moments later, after the court session was dismissed, the officials were scattered outside the building, some were making their way out, and some of them were talking to each other. Meanwhile, Yi King was walking with his shoulders slumped when his companion called out to him. Excitement was evident in his tone. He quickly approached Yi King and gave him a thumbs up, complimenting him on how amazing he was. But Yi King was not in a good mood, and he looked unamused. Not being able to read the room, his companion continued to shower him with praise and reminded him about the saying regarding how a real pearl would always shine, which made Yi King more annoyed, and he gave him a side eye. Yi King quickly walked ahead of his companion while he ordered him to stop talking and to find him a quiet place as he wanted to be alone, which disappointed his companion, but he still complied. After a while, in the side halls, Yi King was sitting down with his hands on his head as he leaned on the table in front of him for support as he thought that he finally understood what the scholarly key empowerment was. He stared at the palms of his hands intently as he thought that it was a passive aura that protected him, and he could feel it in his body, but he could neither use it nor get rid of it. Yi King stood up and started to walk outside, but he was still disheartened because it became even harder for him to die. His companion quickly greeted him at the door. Yi King was surprised to see him, and he was concerned if he had been standing there the whole time, asking him if it wasn't hot out there. But instead of answering his question, his companion slapped his own chest with a bright, proud smile on his face and declared that it was his greatest pleasure to guard the door for heroes like Yi King. Yi King's expression changed, and he gave him a side eye when he heard the word hero. While his companion was smiling brightly behind him and bowing at him, he started to walk ahead with a frown on his face and an apology in his head. As they approached a huge door at the end of a tunnel, he thought that he would be disappointing his companion. As he pushed the door open, he realized that he had never once thought about becoming a hero. But what greeted him beyond that door that he had just opened completely caught him off guard, and he looked at it with awe. A huge crowd had gathered, and they seemed to be waiting for him as they quickly greeted him with smiles on their faces as soon as they saw him. With his companion behind him, the crowd quickly gathered in front of him and exclaimed that he was their role model. Yi King's spirits seemed to have lifted as he was touched by the crowd's words and actions. On the other hand, in a side hall somewhere else, someone was talking to Jai Minju, and they told him that Yi King's name would spread throughout the lands after the battle that day, and it would be a good thing for them. Jai Minju was sitting down when he looked at the person he was talking with beside him and expressed his concern that the reason why Yi King became famous would definitely incur the hatred of the Ascension Sect, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to protect Yi King. The person reached out for the cup of tea on the table as he told Jai Minju that although they had been keeping a low profile, while slowly accumulating for a chance to strike back, it was not easy to catch up after the Great Jew had already been declining for so many years. And as he brought the cup up to his mouth to take a sip, he continued to say that Yi King's appearance was a chance for their Great Jew to revive itself and show the people that the Great Jew dynasty had not yet lost its power. The man who was talking to Jai Minju was the chancellor of the Great Jew dynasty, Liu Shen, and he concluded that they must keep Yi King alive. Liu Shen told Jai Minju that there were two methods to keep Yi King safe. The first was to have him ruin his reputation, pretend to apologize, and seek favor with the immortal Sect so that they would no longer see him as a threat. Jai Minju sighed and shook his head, saying that with Yi King's personality, there was no way that he would do that. With a smile on his face, Liu Shen told Jai Minju that they would have to use the second method and make Yi King so strong that even the immortal sects would hesitate to attack him, which startled Jai Minju. He then asked how they could make Yi King that strong. With a serious look on his face, Liu Shen glanced at Jai Minju and asked him if he had forgotten about that certain place. Liu Shen smiled as Jai Minju stood up when the sudden realization hit him, and his face lit up as he exclaimed that Liu Shen must have meant the Sage's Garden. While pouring more tea into his cup, Liu Shen confirmed that Jai Minju's answer was correct and told him that although the Sage's Garden has been sealed by the immortal sects, he must not forget what the last director of the Sage's Garden said with his dying breath. Portraying the last director's image, Jai Minju's eyes widened as he recited what the last director said, that as long as the righteous exist, so will the Sage Garden. So it was just waiting for a successor to lead the school of Confucianism, a successor who was compassionate, selfless, and not afraid of death. Simultaneously reciting the last line of the last director's statement, Liu Shen and Jai Minju's eyes were filled with excitement as they said that should the successor appear, the Sage's Garden would unseal itself. But Jai Minju's expression quickly changed to worry as he placed his hands under his chin and thought that even if Yi King had the potential, he wondered if the Sage's Garden was still too dangerous for him at the moment. Liu Shen stood up from his seat and told Jai Minju that it was true that the trials in the Sage's Garden were a double-edged sword. But he only finished 3 stages back then and could still harvest plenty of benefits. So as long as Yi King could finish 7 stages, it should be enough to make the immortal sects think twice about attacking him. Jai Minju looked down, and his face was filled with worry while sweat ran down his face. However, Liu Shen told him not to worry because the tests at the Sage's Garden were meant to assess a person's nature. So even if someone failed, the side effects were negligible as long as they had a righteous heart. Upon hearing what Liu Shen said, Jai Minju was suddenly filled with determination and ready to proceed. But Liu Shen put his hands under his chin and told Jai Minju that there was no rush. The Ascension Sect would be mourning the death of their patriarch, so they wouldn't cause trouble for Yi King until the rituals and formalities were over. Liu Shen stroked his beard as he faced Jai Minju and suggested that they put Yi King through a few tests of their own. Jai Minju responded by asking if Liu Shen thought that Yi King was not trustworthy. While Yi King slept soundly, sprawled in his bed, Liu Shen said that it was not that Yi King was untrustworthy, it was because he was too young. Yi King turned to his side and sneezed as Liu Shen explained that young people were always hot-blooded and seeking to correct the world's injustices. In their youth, many people were as righteous as Yi King. As Yi King curled up on his side and wrapped himself in his blanket, Liu Shen continued to explain that those righteous youths would ultimately succumb to the temptations of the real world and become blinded by worldly wealth and pleasure. While the sky lanterns dazzled the sky like stars in the night sky, Liu Shen said that he didn't blame them because, after all, human life is short, meant to be lived colorfully and excitingly. After explaining, Liu Shen told Jai Minju that he wanted to have the mist from the Spring Breeze Tower test Yi King. Jai Minju confirmed if he was talking about the world's most outstanding beauty, Xiao Qianqian. The meeting between Liu Shen and Jai Minju ended. In the imperial sleeping chambers, Jai Minju, who had his back turned towards his servants, told them that they could all leave. The servants bowed down and gave him affirmation. Jai Minju removed his robe, stood in front of the mirror, and stared at himself. Suddenly, a masked woman appeared in his room and called out to him. While saying that Jai Minju had said something wrong earlier, she approached him and took off a necklace with a green, oval-shaped pendant. As the woman told him that Xiao Qianqian was not the world's most outstanding beauty, a surge of golden, lightning-like powerful aura surged out of Jai Minju's body. From behind, his hair was elegantly blown by the gust of wind caused by the powerful aura, and his body shone. Revealing that Jai Minju's body changed from that of a boy to that of a woman with a voluptuous figure, the masked woman leaned in and told her that the title of the world's most outstanding beauty belonged to her as she was so pretty. But no one could appreciate it, and she wondered if another person would ever be lucky enough to see her beauty. The night passed, and morning came. At the Yi residence, Yi King lounged on a bench swing as he collected his thoughts and came to the conclusion that perhaps he had oversimplified the people of the world he was currently in. He admitted that the laws of the cultivation world he was in were much more complicated than he had imagined. He had tried to follow the cliché and get himself killed. But instead of achieving his goal, he had only created one misunderstanding after another. At the Great Zhu Palace, Jai Minju looked worried as Yi King's companion bowed at her with a smile. Yi King realized that the people in that world were not NPCs or side characters in a novel, they were individuals with real emotions. Jai Minju stood there and looked ahead while being surrounded by officials. Yi King thought that the people there were just like the people back on Earth, they all had hopes and dreams that were unfortunately crushed by the corruption of the real world. Yi King looked troubled as he placed his palms on his face and said that it was a pity he was just a passerby and not their savior. He quickly sat up and reminded himself that he must not get attached to the people in that world. Strengthening his resolve, Yi King clenched his fists and said that he must harden his heart and find ways to get himself killed. But, of course, he had to achieve that without committing any crimes. As he said that, as long as he tried hard enough, he could definitely die. He opened the gates of his residence to leave, but he was surprised to see a lot of people waiting for him outside, and they exclaimed in excitement as soon as they saw him come out, asking him if he could guide them. Yi King quickly turned away from the people and started to walk away, which puzzled the crowd. Yi King immediately closed the door and leaned on it, and panic and confusion were evident in his actions, which his servant noticed. The servant told him that those people had been out there since the morning, clueless about what Yi King had done the other day. The servant pointed out the basket that was full of letters and told him that he must have completed something great because they had been receiving so many letters from people asking if they could pay a visit. Meanwhile, outside the Yi residence, some people were telling the others to move aside in order to make way for their family's young master. A man with long black hair who was wearing green clothes stood in front of the Yi residence entrance, and upon knowing that Yi King lived in such a place, he quickly acknowledged that the residence's atmosphere was indeed worthy of a virtuous scholar. Yi King leaned in and placed his ear on the door, trying to listen to what the commotion was outside as someone announced that the son of the left chancellor and general outer official, Liu Sanyuan, wished to meet with him. Yi King looked uninterested as he scratched his ear and said that he didn't give a damn if he was the left or right chancellor's son because he didn't want to meet him and he wasn't afraid of offending people. His servant quickly leaned into him and whispered into his ear that he was making a good call because the rumors said that the left chancellor was evil and corrupt, and anyone who tried to side with him died a horrible death. In the blink of an eye, Yi King was already opening the door, which startled the man in green clothes, and then Yi King talked to him, confirming if he was Liu Sanyuan. With a bright and welcoming smile on his face, Yi King told Liu Sanyuan to quickly come in as they had so much to talk about. Yi King sat down with Liu Sanyuan, and he called him young master, asking what had brought him to his residence that day while he poured him a drink. As Liu Sanyuan took the tea in his hands, he noticed that the tea was ordinary, and the tea set was also simple, which was what he expected from a frugal person. Still holding the cup of tea in his hands, Liu Sanyuan informed Yi King that his life was in danger at that moment. Liu Sanyuan spurted out the tea that he was drinking when, instead of being alarmed and scared, Qing stood up and pumped his fist into the air while his eyes were twinkling as he rejoiced that his life was in danger. Realizing his mistake, Qing scratched the back of his head, and he awkwardly smiled as he told Liu Sanyuan, who was busy wiping the spilled tea off his face, that what he meant was that he would like to bother him to elaborate further on what he had just said. Half an hour later, Qing continued to pour tea into the teacup as he confirmed with Liu Sanyuan if what he understood was correct, that the Ascension sect would definitely come and kill him. Qing rubbed his palms together, his eyes twinkled, and he had this creepy smile on his face while he thought about how a good man he was because even though he was no longer alive, he still continued to help him. Liu Sanyuan looked at Qing with a questioning gaze as he thought that Qing truly lived up to his reputation, that he was really not afraid of death, a real hero. Liu Sanyuan smiled at Qing and told him not to worry too much as the Ascension sect was getting ready for their patriarch's birthday celebration, so they would not attack soon. Qing slumped in his seat as he confirmed that he understood what Liu Sanyuan meant, and that he thought that relying on oneself was better than depending on others, so it seemed like he needed to take the initiative. Qing leaned towards Liu Sanyuan and said that aside from the Ascension sect, there must be a few bigwigs they couldn't offend, and then he asked if he could introduce him to some. Liu Sanyuan smiled and proudly agreed to the request, saying that since Qing wanted to know, he was more than willing to introduce him to some. Standing up from his seat, Liu Sanyuan gestured with his hands and told Qing that if he wanted to make friends with the powerful, there was one place he must visit, and he would take him there at that moment. A few moments later, they found themselves in a lively, crowded place. At the Spring Breeze house, many beautiful women were being courted by men. Liu Sanyuan proudly declared that the ladies there were all beautiful, especially the 8 Warrens, who were incredibly talented. He told Qing that it was the best place to make friends. However, Qing looked up and seemed disappointed when he realized that Liu Sanyuan had brought him into a brothel. As they stood in front of the Spring Breeze house, Qing thought that he wanted to die rather than make friends with others, so he wondered how he was supposed to find enemies to kill him there. While he was thinking, Liu Sanyuan leaned into Qing's ear and whispered, reminding him that there was one person he couldn't offend in the Spring Breeze house. Qing looked at Liu Sanyuan, surprised that there was actually something like that. A few moments later, Qing and Liu Sanyuan entered the Spring Breeze house, where they were greeted by a staircase and a balcony filled with pairs of men and women. A woman noticed Liu Sanyuan and approached him, greeting him and mentioning that he hadn't been there in a long time. Liu Sanyuan responded by saying that he had a special guest that day, so he requested that she prepare a private room and serve all their unique dishes. A group of women performed on a stage, showcasing beautiful, smooth, shiny bare skin while being surrounded by men. One of the men exclaimed that their dance belonged only to heaven, while another praised Lady Yinger as the best. As the group of beautiful, voluptuous women continued to perform, the men exclaimed that Lady Yinger was the prettiest. Meanwhile, Qing and Liu Sanyuan were already in their private room, watching the performance through the window by their table. Liu Sanyuan told Qing that the women performing were the 8 Warrens and mentioned that countless men in the capital had their eyes on them. Qing thought that he had really underestimated the ancient people, as they really knew how to enjoy life. Qing noticed that the room in front of them was the 8 Warrens' room and wondered about the room at the top and why it was closed. Liu Sanyuan sounded excited when he found out that Qing had noticed that room too, and he looked at him expectantly, saying that it was the one he had told him about, the one he couldn't afford to offend. Liu Sanyuan told Qing that Xiao Qianqian of the House of Spring Breeze held a relatively high position compared to the other Warrens, and she didn't dance or sell her body, which intrigued Qing. Liu Sanyuan said that only a few talented people could catch Xiao Qianqian's attention, but those who had seen her were captivated by her beauty. As he said that, Liu Sanyuan's eyes twinkled, an intense light radiated from his body, and he drooled, which made Qing aware of Xiao Qianqian's beauty from Liu Sanyuan's perverted face. As Qing picked up his drink, he realized that Xiao Qianqian was in a brothel, and he wondered how she preserved her purity without performing or selling her body. Liu Sanyuan's expression quickly changed into a frowning one as he told Qing that it was the root of the issue because although many people had chased after Xiao Qianqian, they had all died tragic deaths. Liu Sanyuan then added that there was also a myth that Xiao Qianqian had long been the exclusive property of some big shot from the imperial palace, and the only way to meet her was to use one's talent, which Qing found interesting. Liu Sanyuan looked surprised as Qing had this mischievous smile while he thought that if he came into contact with such a woman, he would surely die. Meanwhile, someone who was covering their mouth with a fan said that it seemed like they had achieved their goal. The person whose shoulder was exposed seemed to be Xiao Qianqian, and a woman bowed at her from behind and told her that Jai Minju must have valued Qing highly because she allowed her, the owner of the Spring Breeze house and the secretary of the Secret Service, to personally test him. Xiao Kangqian was a beautiful, voluptuous, black-haired lady, and as she sat down with her legs crossed, exposing her smooth, silky, white thighs, she covered her face with a fan and requested that the woman send Yi King a letter on her behalf first. Meanwhile, at the stage where the 8 warrens were performing, men were still surrounding the stage, and as one of them called out to Lady Chunner and told her that he had written a poem for her, another one called Lady Yuer's attention and told her that he sincerely liked her. Liu Sanyuan was giving Yi King a tour of the place and told him that they would be hosting the talent show next because at the Spring Breeze house, having money and power alone would not be enough for one to get the attention of the 8 warrens. This made Yi King think and wonder why it was so hard to be a fanboy in that world. Suddenly, a woman came up on stage and caught the attention of the men, telling them to calm down as her master had sent an invitation. The men immediately recognized the woman as Lu Zhu. They couldn't believe what she said and wondered who the lucky person was to be invited. Lu Zhu read from a paper and asked the crowd which one of them was Yi King. The crowd recognized Yi King's name. They wondered if he was the same person who had summoned Sage's visage. While Yi King was extremely surprised by the announcement, the crowd felt discouraged when they realized that someone at Yi King's level was the only one worthy of receiving an invitation. After recovering from the shock, Yi King smiled, and in his thoughts, he was thrilled with his luck because he was thinking about how to approach Xiao Kangqian. But she approached him first. Someone in a white robe stood out amongst the crowd and said that Yi King was very strong and he was impressed, but he doubted that his talent might not be as great as they claimed. Yi King looked at the person seriously, but there was no hostility in his stare. The person in the white robe was Kai Xiangao, the first-place winner in the Imperial exam poetry expert, and he announced that he wondered if Yi King would be willing to have a match with him. As Kai Xiangao stood there, the crowd quickly recognized him as the young master who had achieved first place in the Imperial exam, and was known as the poetry expert. They speculated that if it was him, he might really be able to challenge Yi King. Kai Xiangao walked towards where Liu Sanyuan and Yi King were standing. As soon as they stood face to face, Yi King suggested to Kai Xiangao that they should compete since he showed interest. Kai Xiangao thanked him for entertaining his request. However, unbeknownst to him, Yi King was thinking that he had messed with the wrong person. Yi King wondered if he really wanted to compete in poetry with a transmigrator like himself. The competing men each had their own table, paper, and writing tools. As they began to write down their poems, several men who seemed like proctors walked around and monitored the contestants. Meanwhile, both Kai Xiangao and Yi King were sitting down with empty papers in front of them, deep in thought. On the other hand, Liu Sanyuan stood behind one contestant, Sir Huang, and told him that his poem was a little bland, so it was a pity. He then moved on to the next contestant, Sir Zhang, and informed him that his poem was not bad but a little too repetitive. Liu Sanyuan seemed to be enjoying his role as he proceeded to the next contestant, Sir Wang, and praised his poem, remarking that it seemed unique and fresh. Meanwhile, as Kai Xiangao looked at Yi King, who lazily rested his head against his hands, he declared that he would show the world that he was better. Kai Xiangao picked up the writing brush from his table, and someone from the observing crowd exclaimed and announced that he was about to write his poem. However, another person reprimanded them and told them to shut up, emphasizing that they shouldn't disturb Kai Xiangao while he worked. Kai Xiangao quickly and elegantly wrote on the paper, and the characters glowed, leaving the crowd in admiration of his beautiful calligraphy. As Kai Xiangao finished writing, his paper continued to glow with a golden color. The crowd noticed scholarly ki emanating from it, which made them realize that he had reached the Athenaeum level. The crowd looked at Kai Xiangao's work with awe, and one of them said that it was expected of him, that the first half of the poem was enough to reach the Athenaeum level, while another commented that he didn't think it was Kai Xiangao's limit because, with his scholarly talent, he thought that he could even reach the provincial eminence level. The realms of poetry, from lowest to highest, were Athenaeum, provincial eminence, kingdom shaking, and exalted under heaven, and Liu Sanyuan, who was intently looking at the competition, was impressed by Kai Xiangao's literary talent. As Kai Xiangao raised his brush pen, he looked disappointed as sweat ran down his face. He put the brush pen back down and said that it was a pity because he was almost there, but a provincial eminence level poem was still too hard for him. Kai Xiangao leaned on the table, and he let out a deep sigh as he thought that his writing seemed like it was not enough to reach the provincial eminence level. Upon seeing that Yi King was just having a drink and hadn't written anything, Kai Xiangao confidently asked him why he hadn't begun writing and suspected that he had run out of ideas and couldn't write anything. Yi King laughed as he placed his cup on the table and apologized for the delay. The crowd started to gather around him as he stretched his shoulders and requested that they allow him to show them his humble skills. Xiao Kangqian was also watching from her window, and she requested Yi King to not let her down. An intense golden light came out of the tip of Yi King's brush pen as he started to write. With a single stroke of his brush pen, the crowd was in awe of his wonderful composition, and they noticed that the brushwork and style were both unique, so they wondered if it was Yi Qing's original piece. Kai Xiangao was sweating profusely as he realized what monstrous talent Yi Qing had for being able to create his own writing style at such a young age. He gritted his teeth and admitted that his calligraphy was not up to par, but he still hadn't lost hope as they were not having a calligraphy competition. But Yi Qing emitted an intense golden light as soon as he finished the first stanza of the poem. Kai Xiangao could not believe his eyes when he saw that Yi Qing was able to use one stanza to reach the Athenaeum level. And as Yi Qing began to write his second stanza, Xiao Qianqian was surprised. Yi Qing continued to emit that golden aura as he elegantly finished his second stanza. The Spring Breeze house was so bright from the inside that it caught the attention of the passers-by, especially when the crowd cheered because Yi Qing's poem had reached the provincial eminence level. Two men from the crowd cried, and they embraced each other because they were so touched that they were able to witness a provincial eminence level work with their own eyes. They declared that they could die in peace at that moment. The women who worked at the brothel also looked at the lines of the poem with awe. Some of them started to cry because they discovered that there were still people in their world who understood them. Still covering her face with her fan, Xiao Qianqian watched Yi Qing with anticipation. There was only one more stanza left, and the poem's ability to reach the kingdom-shaking level would depend on that last stanza. Yi Qing continued to emit the golden aura, and it became much more intense. He then closed his eyes as he gracefully raised his brush pen into the air, indicating that he had finished writing his poem. His poem achieved the kingdom-shaking level, and Yi Qing stared at it with such satisfaction in his eyes. Then he smiled awkwardly as he wiped the sweat from his face, and he apologized to Liu Yong, a famous poet who lived around 1000 AD during the Song dynasty, because he had borrowed his poem to show off. The crowd was frozen where they stood, and none of them were moving or uttering a single word, which made Yi Qing wonder if he had made a mistake. Suddenly, hearts flew into the air as everyone from the brothel looked at him with extreme admiration. Yi Qing was alarmed, and he appeared to be in a fight or flight mode when he realized that everyone was coming for his body. A few moments later, Yi Qing found himself in a room with Liu Sanyuan and Kai Xiangao. While he was catching his breath and leaning towards the table, Liu Sanyuan closed the door behind him and leaned on it to keep it closed as if his life depended on it because the people outside were all calling out for Yi Qing, asking him to look at them again, and some were asking if he was taking an apprentice. Kai Xiangao, who was standing beside Yi Qing, bowed to him and admitted that he was impressed by Yi Qing's talent while thinking that the difference between the two of them was comparable to that between a firefly and the moon. As Yi Qing grabbed him by the arms, sincerely smiled at him, and told him that he actually also really admired his literary talent too, Kai Xiangao was ashamed of how he had acted so arrogantly and rudely earlier when he saw how humble Yi Qing was. Liu Sanyuan seemed to have successfully secured the door, and he approached Yi Qing, saying that he needed a favor from him, to which Yi Qing requested that he tell him what the favor was. Liu Sanyuan bowed down to Yi Qing and asked him if he could give him the poem, and when Yi Qing willingly agreed without a fuss, Kai Xiangao's mouth was wide open in surprise, and he called Liu Sanyuan a shameless bastard in his mind because he wanted the poem too. Someone opened the other door behind Yi Qing, and he glanced at it with anticipation as he knew someone was coming. Lu Zhu entered the room, and she bowed down to Yi Qing as she handed him a red envelope, saying that Xiao Qianqian was inviting him to meet her. Yi Qing was following Lu Zhu, who was leading the way, and they were walking on a higher floor than everyone else. As they continued to walk forward, one of the men below cupped his fist and congratulated him, while another one announced that his poem that day had achieved the kingdom-shaking realm, and he had even received requests from the beauties, so his deed would definitely become a much-shared legend. Yi Qing cupped his fist and thanked them while, in his mind, he was laughing because, contrary to what the men were thinking, he was not there to enjoy himself but to get killed. As Lu Zhu opened the door to another room, Yi Qing felt nervous, and in his mind, he hoped that Xiao Qianqian would appreciate his kindness because she must kill him. Lu Zhu led Yi Qing into a room, and in that room, there was a curtain hindering him from seeing Xiao Qianqian, who was on the other side and greeted him, saying that it was nice to meet him. Lu Zhu ushered Yi Qing in and requested that he take a seat in the chair they had prepared for him. Afterward, Xiao Qianqian, who was still behind the curtain, asked Yi Qing if she could ask him to listen to the melody that she was about to play. Yi Qing sat on the chair and looked in the direction of where Xiao Qianqian was with awe as he thought that her voice sounded pretty nice. On the other hand, Liu Sanyuan hugged the roll of poetry that he had asked from Yi Qing while men flocked around him, asking him where he was headed in such a hurry and why he didn't stay for a few more drinks. Liu Sanyuan was so anxious that he stuttered, saying that there was a family emergency, but the men did not believe him and told him that he was so selfish, trying to sneak off after obtaining Yi Qing's treasured calligraphy scroll. Liu Sanyuan finally managed to slip out. As he was already outside the Spring Breeze house, he let out a sigh of relief, but then someone called him out and told him that their master would like to have the poem that he was holding. Liu Sanyuan was surprised to see Lu Zhu, and he questioned her about whether what she was doing was appropriate. Lu Zhu looked amused at Liu Sanyuan's response and welcomed him to speak to her master, Xiao Qianqian, about it. Liu Sanyuan froze, and he was both horrified and anxious as he held the scroll tightly while Lu Zhu told him that they should see if Xiao Qianqian would also find it inappropriate. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian was playing the guzheng with her long-nailed, delicate hands. Music filled the room as Xiao Qianqian continued to play the instrument behind the curtain, while Yi King sat down on the chair and calmly listened to the music. But as Lu Zhu entered the room, carrying the scroll of poetry that he got from Liu Sanyuan, it became clear that Yi King was not satisfied with Xiao Qianqian's performance. He raised his brows, and disappointment was evident on his face as he looked in the direction from which the music was coming. Lu Zhu approached Yi King with a smile and asked him what his thoughts were on the flowing water piece that Xiao Qianqian played. Without beating around the bush, Yi King asked Lu Zhu what kind of garbage that music was, and disappointment was very evident on his face. Lu Zhu was taken aback by Yi King's response, and she was so surprised that she couldn't respond to him immediately. Xiao Qianqian was also surprised to hear what Yi King said. Lu Zhu got angry and pointed at Yi King, calling him impudent for daring to speak of Xiao Qianqian's music in such a way. She questioned him if he even knew about temperament, a system of tuning that slightly compromises the pure intervals of intonation to meet other system requirements. Yi King stood up and confronted Lu Zhu, asking what she thought he should have said. Lu Zhu twinkled as she pumped her left fist into the air while holding the poem scroll in the other hand. She proudly said that Yi King should have praised Xiao Qianqian for playing well. Yi King turned his back on Lu Zhu, put his hands under his chin, and admitted that Xiao Qianqian indeed played decently. Upon hearing what Yi King said, Lu Zhu got so annoyed that steam erupted from her head as she said that Yi King should have said that from the beginning. But Yi King added, shaking his head and extending his arms, that it was a shame that the music was soulless, which made Lu Zhu erupt in rage. Xiao Qianqian stopped playing the guzheng, and while still sitting behind the curtain, she asked Yi King what soul he was referring to. Yi King did not hesitate, and he proudly responded that the temperament itself contained life, and in fact, half of its life came from the player's performance, while the other half was left to the piece. When Yi King continued to explain that Xiao Qianqian's performance skills were not bad and it was just a shame that the piece itself was a little lacking, it struck a nerve with Xiao Qianqian, causing her to flinch involuntarily. Xiao Qianqian was sweating as she tried to maintain her composure, asking Yi King if what he meant was that her piece was not up to standard. Yi King was startled when Lu Zhu quickly confronted him and told him that all he knew was how to spout nonsense without fundamental knowledge, and she wanted him to know that the composer of the piece was the Imperial Palace's chief master musician, Mo Lao, who was also the master Xiao Qianqian was indebted to. Steam began to erupt from Lu Zhu's head as she continued to say that the piece Flowing Water was presented from Mo Lao to Xiao Qianqian, and Yi King cut her off, saying that if it wasn't up to standard, then the piece wasn't up to standard. He even criticized what kind of present it was when it was so meaningless. Xiao Qianqian got fed up with Yi King's words, and she told him that since he was showing such disdain towards Mo Lao, she was assuming that he was skilled at playing musical instruments. Then she asked him to expand her knowledge and show her what music with a soul should sound like. Yi King smiled as he pointed his finger at Xiao Qianqian, and in his thoughts, he was excited that she was angry because that was how it should be. While still pointing at Xiao Qianqian, Yi King said that he usually never does anything that is not beneficial to him, but if his piece was better, he demanded Xiao Qianqian to eliminate her plaything. His impudence angered Lu Zhu even more. Xiao Qianqian looked confident and determined when she agreed to Yi King's condition. A few moments later, the guzheng was now placed in front of Yi King as he sat down and announced that he would be showing them his humble skills, but he honestly told them that his skills were really just average. Yi King looked down and stared intently at the instrument, thinking that he used to love the gyukan and was confident that he would be able to play Flowing Water with the classical music he had learned. As soon as Yi King started to play the instrument, Xiao Qianqian mockingly smirked and said that his music did indeed contain soul. Yi King ignored her remarks and concentrated on his performance, as he noticed that he had already gotten the hang of playing the instrument. Glowing music notes started to emanate from Yi King as he continued to play the instrument. As soon as the notes reached her, Xiao Qianqian was surprised because, although Yi King's skills were rusty, she felt something in the piece. She was taken to the riverside, deep within a forest that was teeming with life, and she thought that the music really filled her with a strong sense of life. She was then transported to a scene where the sea lay beneath her feet and clashed with the towering rocks behind her, while flowers bloomed on the side. She thought that it was not just a sense of life that she felt but multiple variations being integrated into one piece of music. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she covered her mouth with her hands as she could not believe that such beautiful music actually existed in their world. Yi King was still playing the instrument when he suddenly pressed on its string, stopping it from producing any more music. Xiao Qianqian was so surprised by what he did that she couldn't help but ask him why he had stopped. Yi King smirked knowingly as he looked in the direction of Xiao Qianqian, who was still sitting behind the curtains. Xiao Qianqian was surprised when she realized what she had just done, and with a heavy heart, she bowed down and admitted her defeat. Calmly, Yi King stood up and cupped his fist, stating that he would like her to honor her words and lift the curtains. He thought to himself that even if his skills weren't up to par, his piece, Lofty Mountains and Flowing Water, was a legendary composition, so there was no way Xiao Qianqian wouldn't be moved by it. Xiao Qianqian complied, and as she stood there, Lu Zhu was fuming mad as she removed the curtains and tied them to their poles, preventing them from covering Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian looked embarrassed as she stood in front of Yi King, who was looking at her. Yi King was in awe and thought that Xiao Qianqian was so pretty. He felt lucky, as there would definitely be someone behind such beauty who shouldn't be offended. On the other hand, Xiao Qianqian blushed as she looked up at Yi King and thought that, along with being able to play a piece that was so extraordinary, he had a decent face as well. Staring at each other, Yi King thought that he should definitely start an affair with her. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian was thinking that she would definitely make Yi King hers. At the Spring Breeze house, it was already evening, and the house was beautifully lit. Yi King and Xiao Qianqian were having a drink and a meal when she asked him if the piece he had played earlier was composed by him. Yi King said that it was just an old score that he had obtained when he was young. Yi King felt awkward when Xiao Qianqian leaned into him and asked if he could let her look at the score. Yi King scratched the back of his head and looked away, saying that he had burned the score in an accident while playing with fire when he was young. Xiao Qianqian responded that it really was a shame, but in her mind, she was making a fuss, calling him a liar, and questioning him if he thought she was a 3-year-old that he could easily trick. Yi King was holding 2 cups. He smiled brightly as he handed one to Xiao Qianqian and told her that they should have another drink. This made Xiao Qianqian smile and think that since Jai Minju wanted her to test him, he shouldn't blame her for embarrassing him that night. Resting her head in the palm of her hands, Xiao Qianqian stood up, wobbling as she called out to Yi King. She acted as if she had lost her balance, and Yi King was startled when she fell towards him. The atmosphere was romantic. Sparkles, feathers, and flowers were depicted in the scene as Xiao Qianqian fell into Yi King's arms. They looked at each other, and Xiao Qianqian smiled slyly while she thought and asked herself who would be able to resist her. Yi King had a sleazy smile on his face as he thought that since he wanted to act, he should go all out. He pouted his lips and closed his eyes, but instead of meeting Xiao Qianqian's lips, his lips met her fingers. Yi King was surprised, and Xiao Qianqian asked him if he was really interested in her, a sickly willow. Yi King looked at her intently, and she looked mesmerized as he told her that if she was a sickly willow, then it would make all the other women in the world utterly rotten willow trees. But Xiao Qianqian looked confused when Yi King looked away, acting like he was in pain, saying that it was a shame as she was already the woman of a bigwig, so the two of them weren't destined to be. Xiao Qianqian looked confused, and she was slightly annoyed when she heard that she was a bigwig's woman. But then she smiled when she realized that Yi King must have heard the rumors floating around the streets, and she told him that those were just rumors spread to confuse others, which surprised Yi King. Xiao Qianqian smiled, saying that her body was still wholly pure, and upon realization, Yi King's face twisted with disgust. Xiao Qianqian waved her hand in front of Yi King, calling out to him with concern in her eyes. But Yi King cringed and his face twisted in disgust as he cursed and asked himself what he was doing wasting his time there when there was no bigwig that would kill him if he hooked up with Xiao Qianqian. Yi King pushed Xiao Qianqian by the shoulder. She fell and sat on the ground as Yi King bowed in front of her and told her that it was late, so he would be taking his leave first. While still sitting on the ground, Xiao Qianqian looked downhearted as she told Yi King that while she might not know any bigwigs, she could still bring many benefits to him, which made Yi King glance at her. Xiao Qianqian stood up and told Yi King that she was a spy from the kingdom of Qing and that she had infiltrated the capital to collect information on the Great Jew and recruit talents for Qing. She leaned into Yi King's chest and seductively traced her fingers on it as she told Yi King that there was currently unrest amongst the civilians of the Great Jew and the treacherous court officials held power. She said that he was a God-gifted genius and suggested that he stop wasting his time as a minor official and join her to serve Qing. But Yi King pushed her away, which surprised Xiao Qianqian greatly. Yi King looked down at her with disdain and told her to maintain her dignity, while in his mind, he was thinking what a waste of his time it was because Xiao Qianqian was another one who didn't want to kill him. Xiao Qianqian looked up at him in wonder as she asked herself if Yi King was really that resolute. As Xiao Qianqian wanted to see how Yi King would resist her next move, an ominous aura oozed out of Xiao Qianqian as she glared at Yi King, saying that he was filled with talent. Continuing to emit the dark aura, Xiao Qianqian stood up and told Yi King that it would be too much of a waste if he was annihilated along with the Great Jew. Yi King was sweating profusely while he grabbed his head in between his hands, and he looked like he was in pain while Xiao Qianqian continued to say that if he were to seek refuge in Qivan Ruse, the head of the state would definitely treat him as a treasured scholar of the country. Still grabbing his head with his hands, Yi King was already kneeling on the ground due to pain while Xiao Qianqian towered over him, oppressing him with her dark aura, and told him that when the time came, she would be with him for eternity. With a sinister look on her face, she leaned in at Yi King, who was still grabbing his head, and asked him if that wouldn't be wonderful. Yi King gritted his teeth and groaned in pain as he glared at Xiao Qianqian. With all his might, Yi King told Xiao Qianqian that he refused, and then he emitted a very strong golden aura that took Xiao Qianqian by surprise, pushing her backwards. Xiao Qianqian was now standing far away from Yi King while he struggled to stand up from the ground, and she could not believe that Yi King was able to resist her bewitching spell. Her eyes widened in awe as she realized that Jai Minju was correct about Yi King. But then she felt that what she did was not enough, and she refused to believe that Yi King would still be able to resist if it were a matter of life and death. Xiao Qianqian continued her act, and as she continued to release her dark aura, she asked Yi King if he seriously did not know how to appreciate the goodwill she was showing him. Yi King was still slouching, and he looked annoyed while he gritted his teeth. He rested his head in the palm of his hands and thought that Xiao Qianqian was really oppressive. Releasing an aura from her fingertips, Xiao Qianqian slashed it in front of her, and she quickly lunged towards the staggering Yi King with that. Yi King turned pale when he saw Xiao Qianqian's fingers, which were about to pierce him. Xiao Qianqian stopped her attack right before her fingers reached Yi King's throat. As Xiao Qianqian pointed her aura-infused fingers at his throat and told him that his uprightness meant nothing to her, Yi Ling figured out that she wanted to kill him. Yi King shuddered as he tried to hide his excitement. He thought that when one door closes, another one opens, and with such a good opportunity presenting itself, he should make his act as realistic as possible. He became a reincarnated drama queen. He placed his hands on his chest and called Xiao Qianqian a traitor, saying that she should kill him if she must and that there was no need for her to blabber. Xiao Qianqian was taken aback by his response. She tried to threaten him again, saying that she was giving him one last chance, and as she was about to ask him if he really treasured his talent, Yi King cut her off, telling her to shut up and kill him because a brilliant military general does not avoid war due to fear of death and a martyr does not go against their morals to beg for their lives. Xiao Qianqian gritted her teeth, and sweat ran down her face as she thought about how she had grown used to seeing many despicable cowards who would do anything to save their own skins after years of being in charge of spies. So she couldn't understand how Yi King could be so steadfast in his values that he was even willing to offer his life to remain faithful to them. Still raising her fingers up to Yi King's throat, Xiao Qianqian told him that he only has one life, so she couldn't understand why he insists on asking for death while the other scholars betray their motherland for the sake of wealth and glory. Unbothered by the threat, Yi King confidently told Xiao Qianqian that even if she sought refuge in Qivan Ruse, she couldn't change the fact that the blood of the Great Jew flows through her, and since that was the case, he would give her some advice. He told her that being despicable was a despicable person's warrant, and being noble was a noble's epitaph. He closed his eyes and spread his arms, portraying that he was ready to accept his fate, and said that although the Great Jew may seem hopeless in her eyes, he begs to differ. He told her to do it as he strongly believes that what doesn't kill him makes him stronger. Xiao Qianqian's eyes widened, and she was in awe. She then looked embarrassed as she furrowed her brows and said that everyone knew that he had entered her room. She put down her arms, turned away, and told Yi King that she wouldn't kill him there, which surprised him. Xiao Qianqian looked disheartened as she released some auras with her hand and told him that she had poisoned his wine, so without the antidote, he was doomed to die in 3 days. While Xiao Qianqian told him that he was free to come find her anytime if he changed his mind, Yi King protected himself with his arms as the auras that Xiao Qianqian released hit him and pushed him back. Yi King was thrown out of the room, and he was disappointed that she just kicked him out just like that. Yi King skeptically looked around as he wondered if Xiao Qianqian was not afraid that he would report her for revealing that she was a spy. But it was none of his concerns, so he shrugged and nonchalantly walked down the stairs while shaking his head, thinking that Xiao Qianqian should consider herself lucky that the person she met was him. As Xiao Qianqian arrived downstairs, men flocked over to him, and while they asked if he was done so quickly and were interested in why he was radiating happiness, he simply smiled at them and thought that he couldn't be bothered with their crap because he would be dead in 3 days anyway. Meanwhile, Xiao Qianqian sat down, trembling and gritting her teeth, as she opened the scroll that contained the poem Yi King had written earlier. As Yi King walked down the streets, it was already morning. He was in such a good mood that he greeted the people he came across. Xiao Kangqian thought they were all like-minded people, but he was destined to be in the spotlight and guide the masses forward, while she had already grown accustomed to the shadows. Yi King continued walking down the street, saying hello to the people he encountered, leaving them confused in return. On the other hand, Xiao Kangqian held the scroll containing Yi King's poem close to her chest, and expressed that, since it was the case, he should let her shield him from all the evil hiding in the darkness. After the events at the Great Zhu Imperial Palace, Xiao Kangqian reported to Jai Minju. She was reading the poem Yi King had written the other day, and Jai Minju praised it, saying it contained words of treasure and wisdom, full of meaning, which was to be expected of a kingdom-shaking poem. Xiao Kangqian smiled brightly as she told Jai Minju that she had seduced Yi King with her beauty, and invited him to join Qivan Ruse, but she was sternly rebuked by him. Xiao Kangqian gestured with her hand and continued to say that she threatened to kill Yi King if he continued being stubborn, but he did not waver at all. He even said that a brilliant military general does not avoid war due to fear of death, and a martyr does not go against their morals to beg for their life. Jai Minju exclaimed that she was right about Yi King after all. However, Jai Minju was surprised when Xiao Kangqian bowed to her and explained that, after getting to know Yi King on a deeper level, she felt that they shouldn't let him in on their plan. Jai Minju asked her why she thought that. Xiao Kangqian explained that Yi King was too strong-willed and couldn't stand injustice. If he knew what they were doing, she was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would expose himself by standing up for them. This made Jai Minju say that it wouldn't do because they had not accumulated enough. Xiao Kangqian continued, not only that, but the Great Zhu desperately needed someone to stand in the spotlight who could rouse the people's fighting spirit and inspire the court officials at the moment. Xiao Kangqian trailed off when she concluded that if that were the case, Yi King's life might be in danger. Jai Minju stood up and slammed her hands on the table, saying that she would kill whoever dared lay their hand on Yi King. On the other hand, at Yi's residence, Yi King was drinking and dancing happily, singing about how he was going to die and how he was coming for the celestial ruler. This made his servant wonder if he had lost his mind from drinking too much. 3 days had passed, and Yi King, who looked shaken and downhearted, stood in front of the Spring Breeze house. His eyes looked lifeless, and he seemed sorrowful as he wondered why there wasn't a single trace of the poison taking effect. He barged into a room and, at the top of his lungs, yelled, demanding an explanation. Xiao Kangqian was sitting down, playing with her gazheng, and she reminded him of his words where he said that even if she sought refuge in Qing Ruse, she couldn't change the fact that the blood of the Great Zhu flowed in her. She said that when she heard him say those words back then, she came to a realization. She lazily placed her chin on her palm as she leaned in on the table and told him that she voluntarily turned herself in and assisted the authorities in eradicating Qing Ruse's hideout. This made Jai Minju decide to drop the issue and pardon her for her crimes on the account that she repented and made up for her mistakes in time. Yi King stood there and asked Xiao Kangqian about the poison. She smiled brightly as she shrugged her shoulders and told Yi King that there was never any poison to begin with because that was just a joke she pulled on him. Yi King grabbed his head and he looked extremely devastated. In his mind, he was calling Xiao Kangqian a minx and requesting for her to stop being so cruel. Yi King walked down the street crestfallen, and he kept muttering that someone was a liar under his breath. As he arrived at his residence, one of the servants was surprised when he opened the door, still muttering the same words. Yi King looked so annoyed as he said that the lady was a liar. The servant asked Yi King what was up, but he just passed by him. As Yi King entered his room, he yelled that the lady was a liar after he slammed his door. The servant looked confused, and as he recalled that Yi King clearly said that someone was a liar lady, he asked himself if Yi King was beguiled by a vixen. Meanwhile, back at the house of Spring Breeze, Xiao Kangqian played on her gyukan, and Lu Zhu told her that she played the music exceptionally well, much better than the evil guy, Yi King. Xiao Kangqian told Lu Zhu that she was only better than Yi King in terms of playing skill. But when it came to writing a piece with such emotions, it was something she could not dream of even in a million years. Recalling how her master reacted as he saw the piece, saying that such a melody could only be heard in the heavens, and asking not to be bothered as he had to go and carefully examine the piece, Xiao Kangqian said that even the master was awestruck by the piece. Xiao Kangqian said that Yi King produced a legendary piece despite being inept at playing the gyukan. Yet from the past reports they received on Yi King, his results were always lackluster, and he seemed mediocre, but at the same time, that was his incredible ability, for which Lu Zhu asked why. Xiao Kangqian said that it was because all those poems, lyrics, melodies, and arts meant nothing to Yi King because he loved the country, and his resolve lay in serving the Great Zhu. She asked Lu Zhu if she had selected the person she asked for Yi King's protection a while back, and Lu Zhu reported that she had already finished the selection. Seeing the document, Xiao Qian confirmed with Lu Zhu if it was the person, and Lu Zhu confirmed, saying that currently she was the most suitable agent from the undercover division, and she asked her if she found her acceptable. Xiao Qian decided that they would go with the agent, and she reminded Lu Zhu to make sure that she remembered the regulations of the undercover division and kept her mouth shut when expected. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, a lot of people walked around the place. Qing was one of them, and he was unaware that someone was calling him because he was busy thinking about how despicable he really was, questioning himself about why he had nothing better to do but act all righteous, that he even ended up convincing a perfectly normal spy hard into owning up. The one who was calling him was his companion, and he finally noticed him as he waved at him while greeting him good morning. Qing was surprised when he saw old Liu, his companion, and as he greeted him back, he asked him if he had changed his clothes. Old Liu smiled as he told Qing that Jai Minju had ordered him to serve at the imperial study. Qing told old Liu that he was not bad because he hadn't seen him for the past few days, yet he had become so sick, and old Liu was confused when Qing called him sick. Qing did not explain what he meant as he told old Liu that he was just sick, and as he walked away, old Liu was thinking that he was indeed different from the others because he doesn't look down on him just because he is a eunuch. Old Liu thought that, although he was just a useless eunuch, there would always be information floating within the palace. From that day onwards, if anyone wanted to harm Qing, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. On the other hand, Qing shivered as he felt cold. Qing quickly looked behind him, wondering why he suddenly felt like something wrong was going to happen. He questioned himself if someone was planning to stab him in the back. Meanwhile, at the imperial court, Jai Minju was asking everyone to speak up if they had anything more to say because otherwise, the meeting would be adjourned. Someone immediately stood in front of Jai Minju and told him about the floods in Jiangnan. Without paying much attention, Jai Minju just said that there was no money. Another man came and said that the son of Marquis Wu of Wei rode through the busy streets with his horse, resulting in dozens of casualties, and Jai Minju was about to say something, but she stopped. She realized that the man was not asking for money. Jai Minju cleared her throat as she gave orders to send someone to tell Marquis Wu to control his son more strictly. Meanwhile, Qing, who was watching on the side, said that he never knew someone could be so muddle-headed, and old Liu warned him to mind his words. Jai Minju saw Qing, and she thought that he was probably highly disappointed in her at the moment. However, she thought that she had no choice but to pull off her grand scheme because if she didn't act muddled, she wouldn't be able to deceive those immortal sects. Suddenly, someone called Qing the official seal bearer and announced that he had received an imperial edict. Qing questioned if it was for him, and old Liu told him to go quickly. Everyone looked displeased as it was announced that Qing had unparalleled loyalty and bravery and served the country wholeheartedly. Thus, he would be conferred with the title of Imperial Censor of the Control Yuan and a member of the Hanlin Imperial Academy. As Qing received his new title, Jai Minju thought that, as of the moment, she had no choice but to subject him to the Control Yuan to prevent him from doing anything out of line. But he would reinstate him once all the things blew over. After the meeting was adjourned, everyone was looking at Qing with disdain, so he asked old Liu what was going on and why it suddenly seemed like he just killed their entire families. This made old Liu let out a sigh as he told Qing that it was because he had been conferred the title of Imperial Censor. Old Liu said that, come to think of it, back in the old days, the Control Yuan was a body that possessed the authority for all judicial and prison administration-related affairs, and even the name of it made corrupt officials tremble. He said that the hierarchy of the Control Yuan was Chief Officer, Chief Imperial Censor, and Magistrate. However, old Liu said that since the last Chief Officer went missing, the Control Yuan has long been forgotten by the people. Currently, it is just a shell of its former self. So he told Qing that he was already targeted by those wanting to curry favor with the immortal sects, but at that time, he had even assumed a position that had offended others, so it was practically rubbing salt on his wounds. Qing looked excited as he asked old Liu if it meant that those people were already starting to have the desire to kill him. He said that Control Yuan really was a great place. He looked so fired up as he thought it didn't matter if Control Yuan was forgotten because, as long as he could cause a major disaster, dying was just a matter of time. A few moments later, Qing arrived at the gates of Control Yuan and questioned if it was the place, as it looked completely deserted. Even so, he still went inside, and as he opened the door, he immediately announced that he was the newly appointed Control Yuan Imperial Censor, and that he had arrived to assume his post. But he got disappointed as there was no one inside, and he asked where everyone was. Qing stood in front of the gates, and while contemplating the degraded state of the Control Yuan, he was surprised to see an old man passing by. The old man told him to stop staring as no one would come there. Yi King asked the old man if he knew where those people went, and the old man informed him that there was no other place they would be. They frequented a tavern every day if they weren't at a brothel. Yi King looked appalled as he realized that the people there were lazing around, and he couldn't help but remark that they never did any proper work. A few moments later, Yi King walked down the street, thinking that the people of the Control Yuan were very willful in not coming to work whenever they wanted. He had to think of a way to gather them, or he wouldn't be able to die. Suddenly, Yi King noticed that it started snowing and questioned why he did not feel cold. He shook his head, attributing it to the annoying Kai, and clicked his tongue, remarking that it looked like he couldn't freeze to death in that life. Suddenly, Yi King looked surprised when he noticed something. A girl was on the side of the streets with Yi King's servants, and one of them announced Yi King's return when he saw him. Yi King asked them what was going on, and one of the servants sighed, saying that the girl fainted in front of his house just earlier, and that she would have frozen to death if they had discovered her any later. The servant questioned how such a girl from a poverty-stricken family could survive in this world, and the other servant suggested to Yi King that he take the girl as his maid so he would have a servant while she would have another chance at life. When Yi King heard about the suggestion of the girl being a maid, he confirmed with them if that meant that she had to be enslaved. Yi King looked displeased, as he thought that there would be no way, as he couldn't bear to order a living human around like a slave. He approached the girl and asked her where she was from, where her parents were, and if she had any relatives, but the girl just blabbered. Yi King was surprised that the girl was mute, and the servant told him that it was good because that way he wouldn't have to worry about his secrets being leaked. The girl looked like she was pleading as she continued to blabber. She kneeled on the snowy ground, and Yi King questioned her if she knew how to write. The girl had written on the snow, and she was pleading with Yi King to take her in, or else she would starve to death. Yi King asked her what her name was. The girl wrote in the snow again, and Yi King read that her name was Xuan. A few moments later, Xuan and Yi King were already inside, and Yi King was reading Xuan's writing, stating that she was born into a family of scholars. Unfortunately, her family lost its fortune, and during the famine, she escaped with other refugees and ended up there. Yi King said that the world was truly harsh since a girl like Xuan did not possess a roof over her head, and even survival had become a distant dream for ordinary people. He told Xuan that he could take her in, but he didn't need her to be a maid, much less a slave, and if she found her family in the future, she could return to them. Xuan was so thankful that she kept on bowing to Yi King, but Yi King told her that there was no need for that and instructed her to follow the kitchen maid to the back to wash and have some food. Evening came, and the snow fell heavily outside. Yi King was at his table, asking himself if he should report the Control Yuan's situation to the self-indulgent, foolish emperor when someone called for him. It was one of his servants, and he told him that he brought Xuan over. Xuan looked so pretty, and she was clean and sparkling. Yi King looked surprised as he compared Xuan's past and current state in his mind, wondering if they were the same person because the difference was too drastic. The servant told Yi King that he could finally rest easy since he had taken Xuan to take care of his daily needs, so he would go back to rest first, surprising Yi King. The servant, old Huang, immediately ran away, even though Yi King told him to wait. Yi King's entire being was shattered as he thought that he already said that he didn't want a maid, but the old fart didn't listen to a single word. Xuan looked up when Yi King called for her. He pointed at the bed and told her that it was late, so he could retire first. Xuan approached the bed. She nervously laid on it and covered herself with the blanket. She nervously closed her eyes when Yi King started to approach her. Yi King looked at Xuan, who was doing her best to close her eyes and gripping the blankets. Suddenly, Yi King picked up one of the pillows, and as he walked away, he told Xuan to get some rest and wished her good night. At the Yi residence, it was already late in the evening, and the snow was still falling heavily. Xuan was still wide awake, thinking that, at first, she thought that all those so-called gentlemen were hypocritical wolves in sheep's clothing. But Yi King was different from those two-faced people. She thought that Yi King chose to take her in when she was weak and helpless and didn't do anything disgusting to her, so such a person was worthy for her to give up everything to protect. Xuan remembered someone telling her that her role was to stay by Yi King's side to protect him and that, when necessary, she should use her life. She was surprised back when he was asked to use her life in exchange for Yi King's life. Morning came, and at Yi residence, Yi King slept peacefully on the bed. Suddenly, someone poked him to wake him up, and it was Xuan who approached him through the window. Yi King reminded Xuan that he said she didn't have to work as his maid, but Xuan still enthusiastically handed him a washcloth. Yi King decided to accept it and told Xuan that she won, which made Xuan smile brightly. A few moments later, Yi King was already dressed and was about to go out, and Xuan followed him, so he told her that he was going out to settle some things. Yi King told her that he was not going to abandon her, so she should just stay home and behave. That made Xuan sad. A few moments later, Yi King walked on the streets, and he said that it would probably be another wasted trip that day. Suddenly, he noticed something. Someone was walking towards the Control Yuan's gate, and Yi King exclaimed that someone had finally appeared. It was Kai Xiangao, and as he sighed, saying that it was expected, someone from behind called him Mr. First Place. Kai Xiangao turned to see that it was Yi King, and Yi King immediately wished him a good morning, still addressing him as Mr. First Place. Kai Xiangao requested that Yi King not mention the first place title anymore because, regardless of the honor it may represent, it could not compete with talent, and he told Yi King that his literary talent was something he truly admired. Yi King agreed, and he told Kai Xiangao that he would call him Brother Kai, and Kai Xiangao responded by calling him Brother Yi. Yi King asked Kai Xiangao if he ran into a problem and what brought him to the Control Yuan. Kai Xiangao said that Jai Minju had decreed that he be conferred the title of the Magistrate of Control Yuan, so he was there to assume his post, and Yi King was surprised that he was sent there as well, so he asked him if he had offended Jai Minju. Kai Xiangao immediately sulked as he said that he only ever met Jai Minju twice, so he couldn't figure out how exactly he ended up offending him. He was crying his heart out as he told Yi King that, to be honest, he was extremely depressed at the moment, and he wished he could resign and return to his hometown to be a professor instead. Yi King comforted Kai Xiangao by calling Jai Minju a self-indulgent foolish emperor, and he said that he had such a virtuous subject, but he refused to make proper use of them, wasting such an awe-inspiring first-placer in such a place. On the other hand, Jai Minju sneezed while she was reading some documents. She said that she wondered if Yi King and Kai Xiangao were getting along well because, after all, they were both geniuses, so they should speak the same language. Jai Minju said that with those two supporting each other, their will shouldn't wear down easily within the Control Yuan. Back at the Control Yuan, Kai Xiangao said that it was a shame that although both of them were overflowing with ambition, they weren't given a chance to do their part for the country. Yi King told Kai Xiangao to not be disheartened because even in the Control Yuan, they could still accomplish big things for the country because a wise man once said that a time will come to ride the seas and cleave the waves, and when the time comes, he shall set his sails and cross the seas and cleave through its waves. And Yi King was thinking that even if there was no way, he would create a way if that was what it takes for him to die. As Kai Xiangao recalled what Yi King said, he was in awe and mentioned that it was such a great poem. He was dumbfounded when he realized that although it was just a single line, it could make people feel such an overwhelming heroic spirit. He wondered if Yi King's talent reached the point where he could already produce an impromptu literary speech. Kai Xiangao bowed and told Yi King that one could only admire his will. So the next day, the Control Yuan opened its doors, and he witnessed him display his skills to the people. In his mind, he pledged his allegiance to Yi King. Yi King asked Kai Xiangao about what he said regarding the Control Yuan opening its doors the next day. Kai Xiangao told him that the next day would be Control Yuan's arbitration day. On that day, if commoners had any concerns about unjust treatment, they could come to the Control Yuan and sound the drum of complaint. Yi King told Kai Xiangao that he would be troubling him to help spread the news to the commoners. If they felt they had suffered injustice, they could look for him at the Control Yuan the next day. Meanwhile, someone slammed their drink on a table, complaining that the current imperial censor was really persistent because he came there every day. He asked the other men who were with him on the table if they didn't get emotional about the thought that the Lord might be capable of arousing their fighting spirit. The huge man said it was just a rumor, but he heard that the Lord they were talking about had an extremely good reputation. The man laughed and cursed as he questioned if having a good reputation mattered. He told the other men that it wasn't their first day in the officialdom either, so he asked which one of those pretentious trash officials didn't have a good reputation. He said that even if Yi King was someone capable of getting work done after joining the Control Yuan, he would just end up becoming the same as them. He looked downhearted as he admitted that they had become good-for-nothings. The other men were also downhearted when they were reminded of that fact. One of them suddenly grabbed the huge basin and chugged the alcohol in it. He laid on the ground and said that there was no hope left for their world. The forgotten good-for-nothings should just wait for their demise at the Control Yuan. While Yi King walked down a busy street, they said that they should forget Yi King, and even if the emperor's father came, they shouldn't count on him to get any work done either. A few moments later, Xuan was thinking that she was a member of the undercover department and had infiltrated the residence by acting as a mute under the alias of Xuan. She remembered that before arriving, the in-charge told her that Qing was different from others and advised her to take extra care when interacting with him. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it, but she sighed heavily as she realized that she was wrong because Qing was extremely weird. She watched him from behind and thought that she couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. Suddenly, Qing proudly raised a cup and declared that it was a success. He scooped the white substance from the cup with his finger, and with a bright smile on his face, he asked Xuan to try it. Xuan licked his finger, and she thought that it was sweet. Her eyes widened in surprise when she realized that it was sugar. Qing told Xuan that he made it for her, so he requested that she have some. While Xuan thought that it was sugar that looked like snow, and it was her first time seeing something like that, Qing told her to eat up as he would make more for her when she finished it. Qing looked back at Xuan, and he thought that she was a poor child because she had to go through so much at such a young age. But that was the only way he could think of to cheer her up. On the other hand, Xuan looked so baffled as she realized that Qing was working so hard all that time to make white sugar for her. She dipped her finger into the cup. As she took out the white sugar, some of them fell, which looked like a snowflake, and she thought that it was so sweet. At residence, the snow fell again. Inside, Xuan fixed Qing's garment, making Qing sigh. He told her that there was no need for her to wait upon him like that. Qing mentioned he might be dead in a few days. When that happened, he would leave the family assets to her and old Huang, surprising Xuan. She wondered what he meant. Xuan remembered being told that Qing abhorred evil, had unparalleled loyalty and righteousness, and might be prepared to give his life for his beliefs. She remembered the saying, "For death was inevitable, make a mark with loyalty." Xuan thought someone like Qing didn't deserve to die, so even if everyone in the world died, he should stay alive. As she watched Qing from behind, she thought she wouldn't let him die, no matter what. Qing was startled when Xuan suddenly grabbed his cloak. He saw that Xuan looked dejected as she looked up to him. Qing was about to remind Xuan that he already told her he was going to get killed. Still, he stopped himself in time and corrected that he meant he was going to work, so she should stay at home and behave. Xuan tried to reason with him by blabbering. As Qing turned his back to walk out again, Xuan suddenly jumped and hung onto his body. Qing gave up, telling Xuan that she won, so she should come along if she wanted to. She should act obediently, and Xuan replied by blabbering. A few moments later, Qing and Xuan arrived at the control yuan. They caught someone questioning the people inside if they were really all officials. It was Kai Xiangao, and he said that the control yuan was a sacred place, yet they were drinking and barbecuing lamb there. Xuan was worried, and Qing told her that he would go over quietly and take a look first. Kai Xiangao was telling the people inside that in the Great Zhu's Yamen, there was nobody like the bunch of them, and they were simply embarrassed. Qing and Xuan inconspicuously peeked. Qing thought it was no wonder that those idiots skipped work every day because they were living a good life. One of the men clicked his tongue and told Kai Xiangao not to be mad because he was just harming his health by getting mad. He added that besides, it was only right to have barbecued lamb when it was snowing so heavily. The other men agreed, even inviting Kai Xiangao to come and join them. Kai Xiangao simply sat on the ground and gave up, saying that it was hopeless and that there was no more hope for control yuan in such a state. Suddenly, Qing noticed an old man peeking through the entrance with them. They looked at each other, seeming to size up the situation. Qing smiled brightly at the old man and gestured for him to come in first. The old man meekly entered and told the people inside that he heard there was an honorable lord working for the good of the people there. The people inside looked menacing, and one of them called the man an old shit, asking him what he just said. The old man stuttered, intimidated, but he gathered his courage and said that he heard that there was an honorable lordship there, so he was lodging a complaint. The man told the old man that he came to the wrong place, as there was neither any honorable lord there nor anyone working for the good of the people. Still, someone questioned him about why there wasn't anyone working for the people's good. It was Kai Xiangao, and he approached the old man, telling him that if he had any grievances, they, the control yuan, would help him uphold justice. Qing continued to observe from behind, thinking that, as expected, Kai Xiangao was bursting with righteousness. On the other hand, the old man told Kai Xiangao that he was a woodsman from Nanshan. After days of hard work burning wood to produce a cart of charcoal, he wanted to bring it to the capital to sell. Still, someone stole it from him the moment he entered through the city gates. He said that his wife was sick and was waiting for him to earn money to buy her medicine. He initially went to the head of capital's Yemen, but they refused to entertain him at all. Kai Xiangao asked him if he tried for the Ministry of Justice when the head of capital refused to entertain him. The old man said that the lordships of the Ministry of Justice didn't let him in either. Kai Xiangao asked him to explain. It was evident that the old man had to gather so much courage as he said that the one who stole his charcoal was the supervising eunuch of Marquis Wu of Y. The king got curious when he heard about the Marquis Wu of Y, while Kai Xiangao recognized who he was. He recalled that Marquis Wu's daughter was also a key candidate to be nurtured and was sent to the Jade Chamber by the cultivation sect, so he was afraid that even the emperor would have to treat them politely in the capital. The old man begged Kai Xiangao to regain justice for him, who was a commoner. Kai Xiangao tried to calm the old man down and told him to stand up first. The old man just kept his head down while begging him. The man from earlier wielded a sword as he pushed Kai Xiangao and told him to move aside. He pointed his blade at the old man and told him to screw off, which made the old man stutter in fear. The man asked the old man if he was trying to die by staying there, but suddenly someone called him a bastard. It was Yi King, and he told the man to try laying a hand on the old man and see what would happen. Kai Xiangao seemed relieved as he told Yi King that he was finally there. The man acted like nothing happened, and he nonchalantly asked Yi King if he was the new censor. He acted tough when Yi King didn't answer him and was about to intimidate Yi King by approaching him. But suddenly, Yi King slapped him across the face. He got mad at Yi King for daring to hit him, but Yi King was unfazed, and he even slapped the man on the other side of his face while calling him a swine. The man screamed in pain as Yi King bombarded him with slaps and told him that he was dying to flay him to death. Looking so enraged, the man raised his sword, and he asked Yi King if he was done. But Yi King did not budge from where he was standing, so the man stopped his sword from hitting him instead. The man asked Yi King if he thought that he couldn't kill him right that second. Yi King told the man that he was convinced. Then, without any fear, he pointed at his neck and instructed the man to slash right there. The man was taken aback, and he couldn't help but wonder what exactly was up with Yi King. Seeing Yi King's fearless expression, the man wondered if Yi King was really not afraid of dying. A sword pierced into the concrete floor. The man told Yi King that if he weren't his superior, he would have certainly killed him that day. Yi King grabbed his cloak and tossed it up into the air. He said that he was no longer an official and told the man to slash away. Yi King taunted the man further by calling him trash and questioned him about why he didn't dare do it when he was acting so impetuously. The man said that they were both officials, and he questioned Yi King about why he was humiliating him for the sake of a mere peasant. Yi King seemed displeased when he heard the man call the old man a peasant, and a hand suddenly extended. He grabbed the man's collar, and he questioned him for daring to call commoners peasants when he was a magistrate of the control Yuan. Yi King dragged the man to bring him somewhere. He showed the man the words by the door, which said, "Bullying others is like bullying the heavens, and failing the people is like failing the country." And Yi King questioned the man how he was supposed to adjudicate and uphold justice if the people were already being discriminated against according to their status in his head. Yi King told the man that he would be gifting him another 20 words that day. He told the man that the wages he received, fruits of the people's labor they are, exploiting the people is easy, but the heavens always know. A golden aura started to gather up in the air as Yi King repeated his words. The golden aura started to gather, and it struck the man's chest, which made him cough up blood. The man trembled as he said that it was the word of God that could make the power stored in the control Yuan by Tezu resonate. The other 2 men that were with the man were startled. Kai Xiangao said that Yi King actually managed to gain Tezu's acknowledgement. The man told Yi King that he was a noble man with integrity, so he was indeed different from those incompetent officials. But he questioned him about what purpose such a thing would serve. He questioned Yi King as to why anyone would offend Marquis Wu of Y over a cart of charcoal for a person like the old man. The man told Yi King that even if it was them, they were mere peasants in the Marquis' eyes, so there was nothing they could do. Suddenly, someone picked up Yi King's coat. It was Xuan, and she gave it to Yi King. Yi King wore his coat, and instead of answering the man's questions, he just said that he was going to Marquis Wu of Y's residence to arrest him immediately and asked them if they dared to follow him. The 3 men were so surprised that they wondered if Yi King really dared to provoke Marquis Wu of Y. On the other hand, Kai Xiangao asked Yi King if he hadn't heard of the saying that even if one has to offend the emperor, one should never offend Marquis Wu of Y. Kai Xiangao said that once upon a time, an official of the highest rank got into a conflict with Marquis Wu of Y. Because of that, he was ambushed and beaten to death the same night. Cai Xiangao said that even Jai Minju did not dare dig into the matter and just said that the victim was buried with honor. But Yi King just told Cai Xiangao that he didn't care. One of the men told Yi King that he must know that he would most likely die if he went, and in his mind, Yi King smiled as he said that it was precisely why he was going. Yi King smiled and said that everyone dies, but one should die for the right reason, and fighting for the people was also the Control Yuan's responsibility. He said that on that day, he wanted to tell the world that there was still a place that was reasonable after all. Yi King glared at the man and told him that if he arrived any later that day, he would have completely destroyed his life with his own hands. The man looked at Yi King with remorseful eyes. Yi King told them to remember his words that the strong would fight the stronger and the weak would fight the weaker. The man was lost for words as he seemed to realize his mistakes. He slumped on the floor and admitted that the current him was trash. As Yi King walked away with Cai Xiangao and Xuan, the man followed him outside and called him. The man introduced himself as Wai Wentong, and as he declared that he would go with Yi King, the other man, who was already on the roof, said that they should count him in two. Their companion, who was left behind, called for Wai Wentong and the other man, whose name was Niu Jingxi, and he asked them if both of them were insane and if they really wanted to kill themselves. He let out a sigh and glanced at the box behind him. He decided to follow the other two, and as he brought the box, he called it his old partner. Meanwhile, upon hearing the names Niu Jingxi, Wai Wentong, and Wu Sanxi, Cai Xiangao asked himself why those few names sounded so familiar. A few moments later, as Yi King and the rest of the Control Yuan walked the streets, the people were surprised, and they were asking what happened for an entire department to be mobilized, and they said that they hadn't seen that department's uniform before. As one of the men recognized the Control Yuan, he questioned if they were actually resuming their duties, and as another man overheard him, asking if the Great Jew still had that department, the man said that he hadn't heard that name in a long time. A few moments later, Yi King and the others arrived in front of the residence of Marquis Wu of Y. Yi King told Xuan that later on, she should stand further away and not come near him, as he thought that he was going to die a grandiose death. As Xuan recalled what Yi King told him earlier about the possibility of him being dead in a few days, Xuan thought that she finally understood. She realized that Yi King wanted to use his life to demonstrate the true meaning of justice and equality to the world. Xuan thought that if someone had fought for her family when they met with a crisis back then, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. She looked so determined, as she thought that she wouldn't let Yi King die even if she had to trade her life for his. Meanwhile, outside the imperial study, a eunuch was reporting to Jai Minju that it seemed like the Control Yuan led by Yi King was about to do something. Jai Minju was startled when she heard that they were about to do something. She quickly used her magic and produced an orb. Jai Minju was startled when the orb showed her the residence of Marquis Wu of Y. She couldn't help but express her surprise as she saw Yi King and the rest of the Control Yuan enter the residence. On the other hand, Yi King was complaining that even the knockers of the residence were made of gold, and he questioned if the Marquis was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was rich. Cai Xiangao anxiously knocked on the door. A fierce man opened the door and asked Cai Xiangao who he was, so Cai Xiangao called the man a kind sir and asked him to inform the Marquis about something. He was about to introduce themselves when someone grabbed his shoulders. It was Yi King, and he asked Cai Xiangao if he was there to wish the Marquis Wu of Y a happy new year, and he asked him what the heck he was being respectful towards them for. Yi King quickly kicked the door, sending the man crashing to the ground, and he announced that the Control Yuan was there to make an arrest, telling the randoms to screw off. The people who watched were surprised that the Control Yuan came to Marquis Wu of Y's residence to conduct an arrest, and they even dared to kick the door, so they said they were finished and, without a doubt, Yi King would die that day. On the other hand, the man who just fell on the ground ran away, and he threatened Yi King that he should just wait. Suddenly, men holding crossbows started to line up in front of Yi King and the rest of the Control Yuan. As the men raised their crossbows to point at Yi King and the Control Yuan, someone recognized that it was a Daohong crossbow. It was Cai Xiangao, and he pointed out that it was a military weapon. Meanwhile, at the imperial study, Jai Minju slammed his hand on the table as she called those men traitors, and she questioned what exactly Marquis Wu of Y was trying to do. On the other hand, Yi King was smiling even though he had multiple crossbows pointed at him. Niu Jingxi looked excited, and he was on fire as he said that Yi King doesn't care for his life. Wai Wentong added that Yi King has such an indomitable spirit. Wu Sansi pointed out that Yi King really wanted to die. Meanwhile, Yi King was just standing there, and he was unfazed. Suddenly, someone asked the men to stop. The man introduced himself as the person in charge of Marquis Wu of Wai's residence, and as he told Yi King that he should at least introduce himself first since he decided to pay them a visit. Yi King wondered if that guy has some immortal sect supporting him, and he thought that he had to try and figure out more about it first. Yi King asked the man to confirm if he was the person in charge of Marquis Wu of Wai's residence, and the man confirmed that he was indeed. Yi King said that it was good, and he introduced himself as the imperial censor of the Control Yuan, telling the man that the reason he had come that day was him. He told the man that his deed had been exposed, so he asked him to follow them back, and upon hearing what Yi King said, the man wondered which deed had been exposed. The man thought to himself that there was no reason to panic, and he questioned what even the Control Yuan was. The man confidently slapped Yi King's hand away and questioned him about why a department that shut down a long time ago was concerning themselves with his affairs first thing in the morning. Yi King asked the man if he just said that the Control Yuan was shut down, and he reminded him that the Tezu has already decreed that as long as the Great Ju exists, the Control Yuan will stay and future generations will not dissolve it. A golden aura started to swirl in the air again as Yi King said that the Control Yuan had never shut down before. The people who watched chimed in, agreeing that the Control Yuan, which fights for the people, still exists and is back. Back at the Imperial study, Jai Minju was taken aback when she heard that the Control Yuan still existed. Through the orb, she watched Yi King's back, and she looked so worried. On the other hand, the man was mocking Yi King, and he told him that the Control Yuan was worthless. The man asked Yi King if he wanted to mess with him and said that they would see who was better while thinking that Yi King was just a piece of trash with no immortal sect backing him, so he would kill him that day. Yi King asked the man if he were trying to resist arrest, but the man denied, saying that it was not about whether he wanted to arrest him at that moment. He told Yi King that it was about whether he wanted to let him off. The man pointed the stick he was holding at Yi King and told his men to go, and Yi King was surprised when Xuan interfered and stood in front of him. The man paid no attention to Xuan, and he ordered his men to kill Yi King. Kai Xiangao immediately knew that the situation was bad and that those people didn't take the Control Yuan seriously at all. He looked at the three magistrates, and he thought that they seemed like they were inspired and had a change of heart, but it would be too late if they waited for them to steal their hearts and take action. Yi King quickly stood in front of Xuan as the man charged to attack him. Kai Xiangao interfered by yelling at them to stop, and he told the men that they had to know that the person they wanted to hit was Yi King, the Yi King who brought upon the sage's visage and wrote a kingdom-shaking poem. The people who heard Kai Xiangao were surprised that the person in front of them was actually Yi King. The people immediately stepped into the residence to defend Yi King, telling the men that if they wanted to kill Yi King, they had to get past them first as they would fight to death against them. Bastards. Kai Xiangao tried to approach Yi King, but he was already surrounded by people who were determined and were chanting to protect him. Kai Xiangao told Yi King not to worry as he wouldn't let him die, which annoyed Yi King, and he thought that Kai Xiangao was there to backstab him too. Suddenly, the men holding the crossbows fired their weapons, and the arrows came flying towards the men that were protecting Yi King. As the arrows hit the floor right before the men that were protecting Yi King, which startled and pushed them back, someone said that it was enough. The man asked everyone what they all thought the Marquis Wu of Wai's residence was. He was standing behind the armed men and threatened those who would take another step forward. He told them that they would be killed. Yi King and the men surrounding him were both baffled and anxious when they heard what the man said. But Yi King's expression suddenly turned into a confident smile. The man told the people that those who wanted to die were welcome to take another step forward, and he would grant their wish. The men who were protecting Yi King could feel the oppressive and domineering aura of the man, and they thought that it was expected. Suddenly, Yi King addressed everyone, and he told them that he appreciated their kind intentions. But he told them that he came there today on official business to enforce the law. So he requested that everyone return home and focus on studying because the future was in their hands. The men looked so worried as they tried to reason with Yi King that Marquis men would really kill him, and they couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Yi King told them that some people might die yet live forever. He started to glow as he said that others might live yet were already dead. Yi King realized that he was glowing, and in his mind, he clicked his tongue. In his mind, he beat up the Virtuous Kai, questioning it if it couldn't tell that he was acting, what it was getting worked up for, and why it got flushed so easily. On the other hand, Wai Wentong recited back his words that some might die yet live forever while others might live yet are already dead, and he looked so moved as he said that he completely understood. Meanwhile, Jai Minju also recited what Qing just said, but she said that what she needed was Qing alive because there were already enough dead sages. She said that, on the other hand, of the heroes who live, Qing was the only one. The man told Qing that he was taking responsibility for his actions, which was not bad and was as expected from him. Qing was thinking that he was feeling that something was not right, so he asked the man, who was Marquis Wu of Y, if he did not plan to kill him anymore. Marquis Wu of Y confirmed that, indeed, he does not want to kill Qing. The people said that it was great, but Qing was annoyed by it. Qing told Marquis Wu of Y that everyone says that he is a terrible person who has no regard for the law, is a self-indulgent glutton, and is a lunatic. Marquis Wu of Y just laughed, and Qing wondered if he had a loose screw and how he could still laugh after he insulted him. Marquis Wu of Y said that the rumors weren't false, as he was indeed such a person, but he also did not want Qing, and he asked Qing if he wanted to know the reason why. Qing calmly told him to go on, but in the back of his mind, he was telling Marquis Wu of Y to explain quickly because he would make sure to change after he did. Marquis Wu of Y started to explain that many years ago, he was still an ordinary noble, and was not considered anyone noteworthy in the capital. He reminisced about the day when someone congratulated him as the baby was born. Marquis Wu of Y looked so happy as he looked at the baby, and he was told that it was a girl. He held the baby in his arms, and he kept calling it his precious daughter. Marquis Wu of Y said that when his daughter was 5, because of her extraordinary talent, the Jade Chamber took an immediate liking to her, and immediately took her as a disciple. He said that the night the news was spread, he received 13 treasures, each worth as much as a city, and they even included a pair from the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Marquis Wu of Y said that an insignificant marquis like him couldn't be worthy of owning such a treasure, so he could only leave them untouched and return them. But that very night, those people immediately sent more treasures, which were worth even more than the ones before. He said that it was not long before that he thought that power and wealth needed to be obtained through hard work using an individual's own strength. But ever since that day, he realized something. Marquis Wu of Y was corrupted, and he said that as long as he leached onto the immortal sects, he would be successful. Back in the present, Marquis Wu of Y told Qing that it was not that he changed but that the world had changed. Thus, even if he did not wish for it, others would send it to him just because of his reputation. And that was the truth of the matter. But Qing told Marquis Wu of Y that it was bullshit because if he really did not wish for it, he could have very well continued to reject it because flies will not go after eggs with no cracks. He pointed at Marquis Wu of Y and told him that if he himself is greedy, he should not blame it on the world. Marquis Wu of Y said that perhaps what Qing was saying wasn't entirely false. He said that his ancestors actually also relied on military accomplishments to earn their titles, so he really respected heroes and talents. Thus, in a world filled with the corrupt, Qing was the only one he admired. Marquis Wu of Y told Qing that he was actually already on the must-kill list of the Ascension sect. So even if Qing were to be killed, he wouldn't have to be the one to do it. Marquis Wu of Y pointed at the person in charge of his residence, Lai San, and told him, to be honest, what a psychotic act he committed, that he actually made Yi Wing get so many people involved in conducting his arrest. Lai San told Marquis Wu of Y that he really did not know, and in his mind, he was wondering what exactly Qing was talking about because he really couldn't remember. Kai Xiangao questioned Lai San for not knowing, and he asked him if he still did not remember after looking at the old man. Lai San asked who the old man was. Kai Xiangao reprimanded Lai San for daring to lie at that point. Lai San immediately kneeled in front of Marquis Wu of Y and told him that he really didn't know. The old man told Lai San that he was the one who stole his cartload of charcoal the other day, yet he still dared to claim ignorance, and Lai San was baffled when he heard about the coal. Lai San asked them if that was it with a meek expression on his face, but in his mind, he looked so angry that that was it. He admitted that he did take the old man's charcoal that day but questioned them for coming to Marquis Wu of Y's mansion to make trouble just for that. Jai Minju, who was watching through the orb, also looked disappointed that he actually did all that just for that. The people were also disappointed that all that trouble was just for a single cartload of charcoal. Marquis Wu of Y was now mad and demanded that Qing explain himself to him. Upon hearing everyone say that it was just a cartload of charcoal, he asked them if that was, in their view, just a cartload of insignificant charcoal. Qing went to address the old charcoal seller. He said that he was cutting wood, making charcoal in the southern hills. Upon hearing what Qing said, the people wondered if it was Qing's new creation. Qing continued to say that the old charcoal seller had a soot-colored face, covered with dust and grime. The old man gazed at his hands as King said that they were grizzled with sideburns, with 10 black fingers. The people who were listening wondered if it was a poem because it felt too plain. But a golden aura has started to gather around King as he continues to say where the money from peddling charcoal goes, to clothes for the body and food for the mouth. In that golden aura, the depiction of the old man's experiences was shown, and King said how pitiful his body was, clad in a thin robe, as he worried about the earnings made by charcoal while praying in the cold weather and at night in the outside city with a foot-deep snow. At dawn, he set off crunching over frozen ruts, and an exhausted ox, hungry driver, with the sun high up, they rest in the mud by the market's south gate. The people watching said that they didn't know that the underclass citizens have such a difficult life, and perhaps the message conveyed by that poem was not as plain as they thought. Marquis Wu of Y said that it was pointless, no matter how good the poem is, because the hard lives of those underclass insects have nothing to do with his Marquis Wu of Y's mansion. But Marquis Wu of Y was surprised when King suddenly questioned who those 2 horsemen were, arrogantly galloping by and saying that it was Marquis Wu of Y with his white-shirted lackey. The scene was again depicted when King said that, with a hand waving a document, mouth barking out an order, he shouted at the ox, turned the cart around, and headed towards the north. The people listening were in awe as King said that a cartload of charcoal, a few thousand caddies, and what good were regrets when the palace attendants whisked it away. King looked so mad as he looked down on Lysan, and he thought that it was such a waste of the last line, tied on the ox's horn, half a roll of cheap silk, and a swatch of damask as the full payment for the charcoal, because the scumbag didn't even leave half a roll of cheap silk. Lysan continued to kneel on the ground. He trembled, wondering how King's aura was scarier than an immortal cultivator's. On the other hand, Kai Xiangao told King that it was an excellent poem. People told King that he started a new trend in poetry that day, realizing the suffering of poor citizens, and that those bunches of unscrupulous things didn't deserve to be called humans. Marquis Wu of Y looked extremely mad as he called for King, telling him that it was malicious to ruin his family's reputation for the sake of an outcast. King looked so pissed when he heard the Marquis call the old man an outcast. He told Marquis Wu of Y that without their so-called outcasts, all of them, oh so high and mighty nobles, would be nothing more than rootless duckweed. King's aura shone tremendously as he said that water might keep the boat afloat but may also sink it. So those who look down on common people will pay the price one day. Marquis Wu of Y raised his hand, telling King that he was not interested in engaging in a verbal brawl with him and that he was going to let him off the hook that day. But he failed to appreciate his favors. He asked King to allow him to take his life in place of the Ascension sect. Marquis Wu of Y ordered the arrows to be released, but instead of hitting King, they crashed into a golden orb of aura. King was enclosed inside the aura. He cursed in his mind, thinking that he knew that the Virtuous Kai was a scourge, but Marquis Wu of Y definitely still has a hidden trump card. King stood there proudly, taunting Marquis Wu of Y, asking him if it was all he had. Marquis Wu of Y looked so mad, and he was about to give out orders, but he was cut off when suddenly a eunuch arrived, announcing that Jai Minju had issued a decree, so the situation would come to an end. Back at the imperial study, Jai Minju saw that the eunuch had announced that the damage suffered by Marquis Wu of Y's mansion would be compensated by the palace, and she let out a sigh of relief as she thanked God that she made it in time. But Marquis Wu of Y refused to accept the compensation. He said that King deliberately humiliated his Marquis Wu of Y's mansion and ruined his reputation by using the investigation as a pretext. So he was not going to stop until the criminal was dead, and King told him that that was right. King said that he also refused to accept it. The eunuch informed King that Jai Minju issued a decree to put an end to the matter and questioned him about why he was still being so obstinate. King looked annoyed as he stated that Lysan committed a crime, so the matter would not be resolved until he was judged by the control yuan. Kai Xiangao was startled when King suddenly asked him what the Great Jew's first law was, established by the Great Ancestor. He recited that the control yuan has the authority to impose judgment on the guilty, so when the control yuan is enforcing judgment, no one is allowed to obstruct. King told the eunuch that he must have heard Kai Xiangao, so he would not return with him unless Jai Minju issues another decree that completely denies all of the Great Ancestor's law. He said that he knows that everyone must be thinking that he was making a big deal out of a minor issue, but he asked them if anyone remembered what the Great Ancestor's intentions were when they first created the control yuan. Marquis Wu of Y looked so pissed, while the old man was in awe when King said that to rule a country was to be fair, and square, so one shouldn't judge the seriousness of a crime based on the person's status. The king said that laws are enforced regardless of a person's status, so a capable decree will save the country, whereas a poorly enforced decree will cause chaos. The people agreed, saying that the king was correct that everyone's life should be treated equally, and a crime is a crime no matter how insignificant it is, so one must be punished by the law. The people started cheering for Yi King while Marquis Wu of Wei called his name with contempt. Yi King continued to say that he had a dream, and he hoped that all of Great Zhu's youngsters would have a life that shines brightly because a single person's light may be weak, but the light produced by millions of people is powerful enough to illuminate the entirety of Great Zhu. Back at the imperial study, Jai Minju was so moved when she realized that Yi King was using his life to awaken the Great Zhu. She called for someone and ordered them to use every undercover available in the capital because they had to save Yi King no matter what. A few moments later, at the house of Spring Breeze, Xiao Qianqian came out, and the lady who saw her was startled, questioning her where she was going. Xiao Qianqian did not answer the lady who asked her, Lu Zhu, as she was busy stomping her foot while she marched outside the house of Spring Breeze, and she was calling someone, who seemed to be Yi King, a selfish prick, questioning if he thought of himself as the Great Zhu's one and only light, and she said that he was going to beat him up until he wakes up. On the other hand, someone was watching Yi King in a mirror, and they were crying, asking their father to let him go and help Yi King. It was Liu Sanyuan, and his father, Liu Shen, told him that it was too late because he was not even an immortal cultivator, so he wouldn't be of any help even if he went. But Liu Sanyuan insisted, saying that he understood that he couldn't be of help, but if he just sat around doing nothing, he would be disgusted with himself. He begged Liu Shen to let him go because he didn't want to live his life regretting it, and Liu Shen called him a brat. Liu Shen gestured for the guards to let Liu Sanyuan go. Liu Sanyuan quickly ran away, and as Liu Shen watched him, he thought that he also hoped to save Yi King. But for the Great Zhu, he still had an important matter to attend to. Back at Marquis Wu of Wei's residence, Marquis Wu of Wei told the people that they were a bunch of vermin, and he told Yi King that it didn't matter if he had a lot of people on his side because the Jade Chamber was the one who was backing him up, so no one in their world would dare touch him. Marquis Wu of Wei said that that day he would let Yi King broaden his horizons and show him a true treasure of an immortal sect. And his own men also got scared when he clapped his hands while giving orders to go and kill Yi King. Someone recognized that Marquis Wu of Wei was commanding 4 iron corpses that were refined through the Jade Chamber's secret technique, and they warned Yi King to run away quickly because he wouldn't be able to defend himself against the iron corpses. As one of the iron corpses charged to punch Yi King excitedly thought that it was coming. He looked so confident, as he thought that he would see who else could save him at that time. Suddenly, Niu Jingxi blocked the Iron Corpse fist with his own fist, and he called it an impudent who dared to obstruct the Control Yuan from delivering judgment. As the Iron Corpse was about to deliver another punch, he recalled his past. He was able to dodge the Iron Corpse attack while he countered it, and he said that there was a time that he was in command of thousands of soldiers. Niu Jingxi reminisced about his past as he said that he broke through the wicked barbarians of Golden Horde with only 5,000 armored cavalry. He said that at that time, he thought that winning the war would be the beginning of his life, but someone told him that they had achieved victory in the battle with those barbarians, so he would be specially rewarded with the position of Control Yuan's magistrate, and Niu Jingxi said that he never imagined that that would be the end of his life. Back to the present, Niu Jingxi said that the Niu Jingxi from the past was dead. He bombarded the Iron Corpse with his punches, and he said that from that day onwards, the only person alive was the Control Yuan's magistrate Niu. Yi King could not believe what he was saying, and he thought that the dark fatty was not practicing martial virtues, so he didn't think that he would come and stab him in the back. He looked back, and he thought that there were still 3 iron corpses left, so there shouldn't be any more flaws. As the 3 iron corpses lunged towards Yi King was startled when Wei Wentong laughed and said that there was more than one magistrate in the Control Yuan, announcing that he was also there. The great ancestor of Great Zhu, with his peerless martial arts, created his own martial scripture. Wei Wentong was a practitioner of the martial scripture and surpassed other martial artists his age by the age of 15. At the age of 18, he devoted himself to the imperial courts of Great Zhu and became a constable. Wei Wentong was so formidable that he could defeat multiple enemies with his swift movements. In just 4 years, he handled numerous unsolved and major cases and became the infamous #1 divine constable. Back to the present, Wei Wentong stood in front of Yi King. He said that when the heart dies, the #1 divine constable ceases to exist, and he jumps off the ground. Wei Wentong charged forward to face the 3 iron corpses that were coming towards Yi King. He slashed his way through them as he said that when the courage to live was rediscovered, no enemies would be able to stand in the way. Marquis Wu of Wei was so surprised that his eyes were about to pop out of his sockets, and he was speechless. He called Yi King a shameless bastard for daring to play the pig to eat the tiger and destroy his treasures. Yi King advised Marquis Wu of Wei to stop underestimating his opponents and bring out everything he has. Otherwise, he might not get such an opportunity again. Marquis Wu of Wei grabbed a dagger, and he told Yi King that he was going to fucking kill him. He stabbed his own hand with the dagger. Suddenly, a dark aura started to shroud around Marquis Wu of Wei. Huge fangs and claws started to materialize. Marquis Wu of Wei laughed sinisterly as the huge monster roared loudly behind him. The huge monster loomed over Yi King. As he looked up at the monster, Yi King thought that it looked so scary that he should be able to get killed at that time. Niu Jingxi and Wei Wentong were both surprised and anxious that Marquis Wu of Wei dared to raise such a beast. Marquis Wu of Wei said that he would see what else they could do to save Yi King. He told the huge beast that if he killed Yi King, he would double his sacrifices that year. And the beast roared loudly in front of Yi King. Xuan was releasing her aura, and she was ready to fight when someone passed by her, saying that in the end, he still had to intervene. It was Wu Sanxi, and as he stood in front of Yi King, who was about to get eaten, he slammed his box on the ground and said that it was whatever. Golden smoke started to come out as Wu Sanxi opened the box that he was carrying. He directed it towards the huge monster. Out of the box came a sword, which was the source of the golden smoke. Wu Sanxi called the sword his old friend, and he told it to come out and get some fresh air. Yi King looked so appalled that even a flying sword had come out, and he cursed as he said that the guys were quite capable. Xuan was so surprised that she forgot that she was acting mute, and she said that it was a real flying sword, so she questioned who in the world Wu Sanxi was. Meanwhile, the huge monster looked so nervous when it saw the flying sword in front of it. It immediately turned back and ran away, but the flying sword chased after it. Wu Sanxi smiled inconspicuously. The sword came crashing from the skies to hit the huge beast. The people who watched were in awe as dust filled the area. On the other hand, Marquis Wu of Wei was so stunned that he turned into stone. A huge hole was created on the floor of Marquis Wu of Wei's residence. Wu Sanxi said that anyone who intervened with the control yuan would be killed. The people were all surprised that the control yuan was that strong. And with all those helpers by Yi King's side, he wouldn't have to hold back in the future. Meanwhile, in a carriage, someone asked a lady if she thought that Yi King knew about those magistrates. The one who asked was Lu Zhu, and Xiao Qianqian told her that Yi King obviously had no idea. And she agreed because even Xiao Qianqian and Jai Minju were unaware of those people. They saw how Niu Jingxi, Wei Wentong, and Wu Sanxi defeated the enemy. They said that maybe those people were blessings bestowed by heaven. The 3 of them immediately kneeled in front of Yi King and greeted him. Yi King was trembling in anger as he addressed all of them while he thought about the hulk of a man, a talented swordsman, and even a flying sword. He asked the 3 of them to give him an explanation. Yi King said that he thought that time was his best chance to become the heavenly emperor. He looked up at the heavens and asked them to tell him why, because all he wanted was to die. Yi King looked annoyed as he questioned why it was so hard, and he slapped his hand on his forehead when the 3 magistrates announced to everyone that anyone who wishes to harm him must first step over their corpses. Suddenly, Kai Xiangao told Yi King that he just remembered something. Yi King looked uninterested when Kai Xiangao told him that those 3 masters have quite formidable backgrounds. They were Divine Constable Wei Wentong, the very best in Jiangnan, Niu Jingxi, the Border Legion's famous general, and Wu Sanxi. Yi King looked pissed as he told Kai Xiangao to hold on because one of the instructions, which was for Wu Sanxi, seemed quite half-hearted. And Kai Xiangao told him that it was not important because the important thing was that he was also a formidable person. Kai Xiangao said that they had a genius martial artist and the Border Legion's general, and he had no idea that their control yuan had such hidden masters. Yi King looked downhearted as he thought that they were supposed to be a loser's alliance, and he questioned why they suddenly became the Avengers. Wu Sanxi glanced back as he heard Yi King choking up while asking all of them why they had saved him. Wei Wentong immediately told Yi King that he didn't have to be so touched because he deserved their help. He said that he felt hopeless about his career after being deployed to the control yuan because he thought that there was no saving grace left for the country, so he drowned himself in grief, and at that time, he was akin to a walking corpse. Wei Wentong said that it was all until the moment he showed up, saying that when the strong swung their swords at the weak, The weak would swing their swords at the weaker, and it jolted him awake and helped him remember the reason for his existence. He told Yi King that to him, he was someone who gave him a new life, and upon hearing that, Yi King couldn't help but wonder if he was really that great. New Jinxie also kneeled in front of Yi King, and while crying, he told him that the speech he gave also enlightened him. Yi King cried as he thought that it was his fault, it was him who backstabbed himself. While the three of them were crying, Kai Xiangao asked Wu Sanxi if he wasn't going to express his feelings. Wu Sanxi told Kai Xiangao that he was just a nobody, so he didn't have much of an opinion, and he intervened because he wanted to protect Yi King and ensure that nothing bad happened to him. On the other hand, Yi King was startled when New Jinxie said that from that day onwards, he would follow him unconditionally to reforge the Control Yuan's glory, and Wei Wentong chimed in that he too would do the same. Yi King asked the two of them to hold on and told them that they didn't have to do that because he didn't need anyone to follow him. Kai Xiangao immediately chimed in, and he told everyone that he understands Yi King's mindset as he is a lone wolf, so he always tries to use his own powers to awaken others, and in his mind, Yi King was asking Kai Xiangao what nonsense he was talking about. Wei Wentong reassured Yi King that they had been enlightened, so they would become his strongest comrades, and New Jinxie and Wu Sanxi agreed. Yi King let out a sigh of disappointment, and Kai Xiangao told the three magistrates to take a look because Yi King was so happy that he was speechless. Yi King looked sunken as he told Kai Xiangao to stop talking, as it was enough, and it left Kai Xiangao puzzled. Yi King pointed at Marquis Wu of Wei and said that there were still unsolved matters. Marquis Wu of Wei was mad at Yi King, and he told him to take a look at what he did to his mansion. Yi King simply gave him a thumbs down. Marquis Wu of Wei was mad, and he stomped his feet on the ground. But he was startled when New Jinxie and Wei Wentong loomed over him. Marquis Wu of Wei took a step back, and he was speechless. He walked away and threatened Yi King to just wait because the tables may have turned. But he shouldn't think that it was the end. Both New Jinxie and Wei Wentong spat together as they called Marquis Wu of Wei a scoundrel. Yi King thanked everyone for their help. A few days later, the people on the street started to talk about the Control Yuan, and as one of them asked another man if they heard that the Control Yuan had returned. The man told him that he had and that they dealt with Marquis Wu of Wei the moment they returned. The Control Yuan's gates were now lively and clean, and the people said that their great Zhu finally had a place that took the side of civilians. Meanwhile, inside the Control Yuan, Lai San knelt in front of Yi King, and Wei Wentong asked Yi King how they should deal with him. Lai San looked up at them with anxious and pitiful eyes. Yi King told Wei Wentong to deal with Lai San according to the law. Wei Wentong immediately smiled sinisterly as he agreed, and as he asked himself how many years it had been since he last interrogated a criminal, Lai San panikedly asked him what he was going to do. A few moments later, Wu Sanxi warned Yi King that he had to be more careful after that incident. Yi King asked Wu Sanxi what he should be careful of and if he should fear them just because they have an immortal sect backing them, while he thought that he hoped Marquis Wu of Wei would request his backup to come and kill him quickly. Wu Sanxi told Yi King that he was not talking about the immortal sect, and he said that according to rumors, Marquis Wu of Wei built vast networks over the years. He looked serious as he told Yi King that Marquis Wu of Wei and the Mist Rain House seemed to have a connection. Yi King was surprised when he heard about the Mist Rain House. Wu Sanxi explained that the Mist Rain House was a notorious assassin organization. He said that no one ever found out who their leader was, but if one paid the Mist Rain House enough, they would even kill immortals. Wu Sanxi gave a talisman seal to Yi King and told him that he must always carry it with him to defend against the assassin sent by the Mist Rain House. Yi King thanked Wu Sanxi, but he told him that he was protected by Virtuous Kai, so he wouldn't require it, and in the back of his mind, he asked Wu Sanxi if he was kidding him, as he would be delighted if the Mist Rain House came and killed him. But Wu Sanxi insisted that Yi King take it, and he told him that it would be easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to avoid a stab in the dark, which rendered Yi King speechless. Yi King looked so defeated as Wu Sanxi told him that in their world, there were numerous ways to harm someone, so although he had no intention of harming others, he must always remain vigilant. Upon hearing what he said, Yi King asked Wu Sanxi just who in the world he was. Wu Sanxi smiled at Yi King and told him that he was just a nobody. Yi King looked up at the skies, and he said that it appears that he still knows far too little about that world. A few moments later, someone said that the great ancestor of Great Zhu was a heaven-indulged genius and paved the way for the Great Zhu's 3,000 years of glorious and resplendent splendor. So it was a pity that he mysteriously went missing afterwards, and his fate remains unknown. The person realized that the immortal cultivators of that world could easily live for thousands of years. The person reading was Yi King, and he said that after the great ancestor went missing, none of the next 7 generations of emperors lived longer than 150 years. He said that it was weird no matter how he looked at it because their lifespans differed that much, and he questioned if someone secretly did something behind the scenes. The king said that a series of early deaths of emperors caused a rapid decline in the Great Jew's destiny. Right at that moment, the last pillar of the Great Jew appeared. The man said that a powerful figure like the great ancestor could never fade away so easily, and the only way to save the Great Jew was to find the great ancestor and revitalize the Great Jew's destiny. It was the chief officer, and he had assisted the great ancestor in cultivating the land, which is why he believed that the great ancestor would not fall without any news. So to stabilize the Great Jew, he went to search for the great ancestor by himself. The king said that, however, the chief officer never returned, so it was no wonder that Control Yuan's chief officer position has always been vacant. As he watched the 3 magistrates, Yi King said that he would never have known about it if he hadn't investigated. He said that the Control Yuan was actually full of hidden experts. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace's study room, someone was baffled, asking about all those talents. It was Jia Minju, and Xiao Qianqian told her that it was due to her negligence, and if she had only investigated the Control Yuan earlier, maybe all of those talents wouldn't have felt isolated for so long. Jia Minju firmly disagreed, and she told Xiao Qianqian that she couldn't blame that on her because, as the emperor, he didn't even realize that so many talents had been exiled. Xiao Qianqian told Jia Minju that, however, when viewed from another angle, her decision to send Yi King to the Control Yuan became a wise one. Jia Minju said that she hoped so. As she continued to read the documents, she found it weird that Wu Sanxi was an expert who could use the flying sword, but there was so little information on him. Xiao Qianqian agreed that it was bizarre because that individual appeared to have emerged out of nowhere, as he has no family or past, and they couldn't even find anything other than his name. She said that in their world, the only 2 places that the secret espionage department couldn't touch were the immortal sects and the Imperial Palace. Jia Minju said that they had to figure out Wu Sanxi's identity. Otherwise, having him stay by Yi King's side was too dangerous, and Xiao Qianqian said that she understood. On the other hand, at the Control Yuan, 2 pillars of light rose towards the sky. Kai Xiangao immediately came to tell Yi King that there was good news, as Wei Wentong and Niu Jingxi had succeeded in breaking through. Wei Wentong became a martial arts grandmaster, and he said that thanks to Yi King's encouragement, he could figure out many things and leap from a first-rate martial artist and formally advance to grandmaster. Kai Xiangao was amazed that Wei Wentong was a grandmaster, and he said that currently, he could even rival an expert, while Yi King cursed in his mind as he thought that he needed to get as far away from Wei Wentong as he could in the future. As Yi King took a step back, he bumped into Niu Jingxi. Niu Jingxi proudly told Yi King that he had also made a breakthrough. He cried as he told Yi King that they, the Niu clan, had always used fights to develop the strength of their clan's bloodline. However, the current purity of their clan's bloodline was not even 1/10 of what it used to be. Yi King nervously told Niu Jingxi that it was no problem as long as he worked hard, and in the back of his mind, he was thanking God because Niu Jingxi was not as threatening. Niu Jingxi told Yi King that he was correct, and it was all because of his words that sparked his competitive spirit and reawakened the true purity of the bloodline that had been dormant in his body, which rendered Yi King speechless. Yi King laughed as he said that he guessed that it was all good news for all of them. He quickly retreated and told everyone that he would return to continue his reading. Yi King looked so terrified as he wondered what was going on, as he was already in a difficult situation yet they wanted to add more trouble to it. And he could hear someone say behind him that since everyone had become stronger, his safety was ensured. Wei Wentong said that Marquis Wu of Wei was a vindictive person, so he would undoubtedly return to harm Yi King. He declared that from that day onwards, he would never leave Yi King's side. Niu Jingxi added that he too would do the same. Wu Sanxi confidently dared Marquis Wu of Wei to come. Yi King walked down the streets with Xuan. He looked so alert as he looked behind him. He was so wary about his surroundings, and Xuan thought that he must be worried about the enemies following him. Xuan smiled as she thought that Yi King shouldn't worry because she would never let anything happen to him. Meanwhile, Yi King was thanking God in his mind because the talisman seal that Wu Sanxi gave him temporarily convinced them not to follow him, and he said that he was really done with those talents from the Control Yuan. The 2 of them went to the Drunk Immortal house, and Yi King thought that the priority at the moment was to quickly find a location that the assassins could easily find and save everyone some trouble. As they entered the building, in his mind, he was requesting the assassins to take a look at that place as the target was there. Suddenly, he was startled when he noticed something. Everyone in the building went quiet, and they were all staring at him. They immediately went noisy, calling out Yi Qing's name. The people quickly huddled around Yi Qing, asking him to shake their hands and if they could have his autograph. Yi Qing nervously requested that everyone stop pushing and make room for people who needed it. But Yi Qing was alarmed when someone said that he was the person who needed to admire Yi Qing, and another person also asked the others to make way as he also wanted to do it. Xuan and Yi Qing were squished by the people, and Yi Qing thought that the place was so freaking cramped that even if there were assassins, they wouldn't be able to get near, so he realized that it wouldn't do and decided that he had to taunt the Marquis Wu of Y. Suddenly, someone handed Yi Qing a speaking device and asked him if he was going to fight till the end with Marquis Wu of Y. Yi Qing immediately grabbed the speaking device out of the man's hand, and he stood on a platform. He told everyone that it was not Marquis Wu of Y and him who would fight till the end. The people were listening attentively when Yi Qing said that it was the Control Yuan and all the evil forces who would fight till the end. Yi Qing addressed Marquis Wu of Y, and he told him to be prepared because it was just the beginning. The people cheered on Yi Qing, saying that they believed in him and that he would never live under the same sky with the wicked. A few moments later, someone smashed a vase. It was Marquis Wu of Y, and he was so mad at Yi Qing, saying that he would never live under the same sky as him either. He called for Sir Shen. Sir Shen nervously came over and asked Marquis Wu of Y how he could help him. Marquis Wu of Y stared Sir Shen dead in the eyes and asked him to go, and Sir Shen nervously asked him where. Marquis Wu of Y told Sir Shen to go find a certain person, and a few moments later, in the dead of the night, someone was roaming around in the dark in a cloak. It was Sir Shen, and he remembered Marquis Wu of Y's orders to tell the person that he wanted Yi Qing's head no matter what, and he must have it that night. Sir Shen was approaching a humble hut. He politely introduced himself as Shen Sanbian from Marquis Wu of Y's mansion, and he said that he wished to meet Sir Mu. Suddenly, in a terrifying voice, someone told Shen Sanbian that it was him again. Shen Sanbian told the voice that it was an order from his master, and he couldn't disobey him. The voice asked him to come in, and as Shen Sanbian entered the room, a person in a mysterious cloak was there with a small aura providing light inside. The person immediately asked Shen Sanbian whom he should kill at that time. Shen Sanbian told the person that it was the Control Yuan's imperial censor, Yi Qing, and the person was surprised when he heard Yi Qing's name. The person told Shen Sanbian that he would have to increase the money. On the other hand, at Yi Qing's residence, he was busy looking around, and old Huang told him that he had been restless since he came back, asking him just what he was searching for in the courtyard. Yi Qing told old Huang that it was nothing and he was just ensuring that the talents didn't follow him. He pushed old Huang inside and reminded him to keep in mind what he said, that regardless of what he would hear, he shouldn't come out. Yi Qing also told Xuan that she too should do the same. Xuan was startled when Yi Qing gave her something and told her to hold on properly to that thing and never lose it. She saw that it was the talisman seal, and she thought that it was for Yi Qing's protection, but he gave it to her. Xuan looked at Yi Qing with worry while Yi Qing confidently stood there, thinking that everything was prepared and that he believed in Marquis Wu of Y. Someone snored loudly in the depths of the night. It was Yi Qing, and he lay comfortably in his bed. While Yi Qing continued to snore, Xuan approached him with incense in her hand. It was a soul-calming incense that could make a person fall into a deep sleep for 6 hours, and she placed it beside Yi Qing. She tied up her hair as she conveyed that he had always been the one protecting them. Xuan completely transformed into a different person as she prepared for battle, and she asserted that at that time, it was her turn to protect Yi Qing. She placed something on Yi Qing's chest and requested that he have a good sleep because once he wakes up, it will be another brand new day. Xuan placed the talisman inside Yi Qing's clothes. As she walked out, she expressed that he must keep his hands clean to compose the world's most beautiful poem. She closed the door behind her, saying that he should just let her handle that kind of dirty work. As if right on cue, Xuan heard some rustling outside the courtyard. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the frame of the entrance. It was the hand of a puppet that peeked out of the entrance. Xuan summoned her weapon, and she remarked that the enemy was surely cautious because it was employing a paperman to test the waters. The paperman jumped in the air to attack Xuan, while Xuan prepared herself to attack as well. In one fluid motion, Xuan managed to create multiple slashes that hit the paperman. The paperman turned to shreds behind her as soon as she finished her moves. But suddenly, more papermen showed up at the residence, and she was a bit annoyed that it was them again. Xuan examined their weapons, and she asserted that there was no poison in them. She used her move, Small Raining Cloud Sword Formation. A huge, swirling aura appeared in front of her as the papermen jumped towards her to attack. She condensed the aura, and it turned into shards. Xuan broke the aura, and the shards flew in all directions, hitting the papermen that were about to attack her. Shredded papers were scattered on the ground. Suddenly, a person in a cloak appeared on the roof, and he stated that, given her age, her talent was quite impressive, so he offered her to join their Mist Rain house. Xuan inquired of the person whether he believed the notorious Mist Rain house deserved to recruit her, and she emanated her aura. She performed a slashing attack, and it reached the person who was standing on the roof. But Xuan exclaimed that it was despicable when she discovered that it was another paperman. The person had transformed into smoke, and while he was flying towards the open window, he was laughing as he conveyed that she was a young lass that was far too inexperienced because his target had never been her. The person managed to enter Yi Qing's room, and the smoke slowly transformed into his original body. He called Yi Qing an idiot because he was still unaware, even in the face of death. The person raised a sharp blade, and he was about to attack Yi Qing. But as he hit Yi Qing, he hit some kind of barrier. Xuan came into the room, and she remarked that he was an idiot. There was a huge explosion, and its impact sent the person flying. The person called Xuan despicable for daring to ambush him and destroy his inner shell with a sword talisman. While the person was still trying to stand up, Xuan immediately charged at him and asked him where he got the nerve to call someone else despicable. Suddenly, the person used a talisman, and he stated that it was not the end, as he wouldn't stop until Yi Qing was dead. As Xuan landed her sword on the person, he suddenly turned into smoke, and Xuan immediately realized that he used a small shifting talisman. With the information that the assassin used an inner shell and a small shifting talisman, Xuan started to speculate on what the assassin's identity might be. A few moments later, the assassin was transported to a different place. He broke something in the palm of his hand. The assassin gave instructions to relay his order, and he addressed all the assassins of the Mist Rain house with an iron plate and below. He gave orders to kill Yi Qing no matter what it took, and multiple people traveled towards the Yi residence immediately. Xuan was still on guard, and as she stood there, multiple assassins charged towards the place, saying that they would kill Yi Qing. With determination in her eyes, she declared that she wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Yi Qing. A fight ensued, and the attacks and slashes of both parties collided with each other. A few hours later, the sun started to rise. Xuan looked so exhausted, and with the bodies of the assassins lying on the ground, she asserted that it finally ended, and she managed to protect Yi Qing. On the other hand, someone raised their cup of tea and remarked that Xuan was quite skilled. It was Xiao Qianqian, and she was watching by the window as she noted that Xuan has more willpower compared to her dead father. Xiao Qianqian came inside, and she mentioned the Mist Rain house. She managed to slice her cup in half, and she stated that at that time, the Mist Rain house had touched someone they shouldn't have. Someone yawned. It was Yi Qing, and as he sat up on his bed, he was surprised that he remained alive. He guessed that Marquis Wu of Wei didn't send anyone to come and kill him. Yi Qing looked disappointed, and he called Marquis Wu of Wei a coward because he humiliated him to that point, yet he still did nothing. But suddenly, he was startled when he heard someone exclaim their surprise outside. Yi Qing recognized that it was old Huang, and he immediately burst out the door, asking him what happened. He was also surprised when he saw what was outside. Multiple dead bodies lay in the courtyard, and Yi Qing immediately realized that he had wronged Marquis Wu of Wei. Yi Qing knew that Marquis Wu of Wei sure put in a lot of effort because he could see dozens of people lying down, but he wondered which nosy person dealt with them. A few moments later, Yi Qing was already dressed up, and while he walked around, he was about to tell Xuan something, but he suddenly trailed off. He noticed that Xuan was not there, and he realized that she usually woke up by that time, so he pondered what happened that day. Yi Qing immediately barged in through Xuan's door and anxiously called for her. He saw Xuan sleeping face down on her bed, and she looked so exhausted that Yi Qing immediately lowered his voice while he called her a little mute. Yi Qing reached out to place Xuan properly on her bed. Suddenly, he noticed Xuan clutching the talisman with all her might in her hand. Tears welled up on the corner of Yi Qing's eyes as he apologized to Xuan, saying that it was his fault. But Xuan was unaware of it, as she snored peacefully. Suddenly, old Huang heard a loud bang from one of the rooms. He immediately came into the room to ask Yi Qing what happened, and Yi Qing explained that it was nothing as he just fell down. Old Huang was surprised when he noticed that Xuan was still sleeping, and he couldn't help but ask why. Yi Qing reassured him not to worry about it because, since Xuan was still a child, it would be good for her to sleep longer. Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief as he confirmed that no one around him got hurt. But then, as he watched the people clean up the corpses, he felt that it also upset him that he was also safe. Yi Qing approached Niu Jingxi, who immediately informed him that those men died from sword injuries, so the person they fought against must be an immortal cultivator specializing in the sword. When King heard that it was a sword user, his gaze immediately landed on Wu Sanxi, who noticed it. Wu Sanxi immediately asserted that it had nothing to do with him, and he inquired if he believed that the corpses of those men would be intact if he perpetrated it. King glanced around, observing traces of fighting everywhere. He surmised that with Wu Sanxi's strength, he could deal with those men in a single strike, so there was no way he would leave that many traces. As King glanced at the other two magistrates, he concluded that neither of those two was using a sword, and they had no reason to hide their fighting style if they wanted to save him. He looked so anxious when he realized that it meant that, other than those three talents, another expert was hiding by his side and protecting him. King immediately ordered everyone to investigate carefully, as they must find the person who protected him. He expressed that he had to properly reward the person, and in the back of his mind, he contemplated that for his plan to succeed, he must locate that person as soon as possible. Meanwhile, upon hearing King's words, Xuan perceived that there was no need to reward her. She smiled as she glanced through the window, reflecting that being able to protect King forever was her utmost desire. On the other hand, someone was destroying multiple pieces of furniture while denouncing them as trash, useless, and garbage. It was Marquis Wu of Wei, and he asserted that all of them were trash. Everything around him lay in tatters, so his servant nervously approached him to inform him of news regarding Jai Minju summoning King and the other magistrates to attend the imperial court the next morning. When Marquis Wu of Wei learned that King and the other magistrates were attending the imperial court, he looked menacingly as he remarked that it seemed that there was someone other than him hoping to kill them. The next day, at the imperial palace, the weather was so calm and the flowers were blooming prettily by the pond. Niu Jingxi couldn't help but express his delight as he praised the beautiful palace, and Wu Sanxi gave out a sigh, calling him a bumpkin. Wu Sanxi suddenly expressed that he didn't like places with too many people, so he decided to wait there, and King agreed. But in the back of his mind, he suspected something because he felt like Wu Sanxi had been colliding with that place since he walked into it. Suddenly, King's thinking was interrupted when a eunuch hailed him. He was out of breath when he approached King, and he relayed that he had received the news that the morning assembly of that day would be different from the usual. He cautioned King and asked him to be careful. The members of the Control Yuan were surprised when they realized that the reason Jai Minju summoned them was not to give them a reward. Kai Xiangao was about to say what Jai Minju intended to do since the Control Yuan instilled fear in the hearts of the entire court, but he was cut off. Niu Jingxi cut him off, saying that it was unfair because the Control Yuan finally managed to catch a glimpse of hope because of King. Suddenly, someone tapped Niu Jingxi's shoulders and inquired what there was to worry about. It was King, and he remarked that even if the imperial court desired to impeach them, it would be challenging. In the back of his mind, he was thinking about how the Control Yuan had become an obstacle to his plan to die because of those talented people. King was scheming as he pondered. However, it appeared that the Control Yuan had become a target for the entire court, so that would assist him a lot with his plan to die. He assured to trust him because the Control Yuan would never be defeated. Kai Xiangao was moved. Niu Jingxi also agreed that the Control Yuan would never be defeated. Wei Wentong added that they would mess up all those officials. Suddenly, the eunuch requested for King to hold on as Jai Minju also intended to remove the Control Yuan, and King remarked that it was to be expected because otherwise, Jai Minju wouldn't have summoned them. As King articulated that both the incapable ruler and the corrupt officers think the same way, the eunuch asked him to mind his words. On the other hand, someone suddenly sneezed. It was Jai Minju, and she was thinking of King. She was looking around as she wondered why he hadn't arrived yet. Jai Minju looked anxious, and in her mind, she hoped that King wouldn't blame her because he wanted to let himself conceal and bide his time. But the current situation has escalated, and he could only use one method to keep himself safe. Meanwhile, King was urging the other magistrates to go and was saying that they should follow him to the palace to meet the incapable emperor and those corrupt officials. As the Control Yuan members enthusiastically walked towards the imperial court, the eunuch was left behind, and he was calling King's name. He looked so worried as he let out a sigh, and he expressed that although he does not wish for King to confront those people, if King chose to back away at that moment, he would feel worse. He articulated that although he was only a eunuch and lacked the qualifications or courage to fight alongside King, he would wish him a long life, as someone like him is desperately needed in their world. A few moments later, King arrived at the imperial court, and he introduced himself as the imperial censor of Control Yuan. Kai Xiangao, Wei Wentong, and Niu Jingxi also introduced themselves as the magistrates. The officials around them who were watching them all gave meaningful smiles. They immediately called the Control Yuan a bunch of martial artists, saying that all they knew was fighting and killing, so they couldn't achieve anything, and that they even dared to prove the immortal sect, so they were really unable to do anything right. Jai Minju called for Yi King, but before Jai Minju could express anything, Yi King interrupted her by inquiring if he could address something to his colleagues, and Jai Minju hesitantly agreed that it was all right. Yi King expressed that he wanted to ask everyone if they had eaten that day, and the officials inquired him in return what he meant before responding that, of course, they did. Yi King asked them why their voices were so soft if they ate, and as he confirmed with them if all of them wished to impeach them, the Control Yuan, he asked them why they were whispering amongst themselves if they wished to curse them, and asked them what all of them could accomplish with that. Jai Minju was lost for words as she was surprised by what Yi King just did. Suddenly, one of the officials reprimanded Yi King for daring to shout at the imperial court. The other officials remarked that Yi King was too impudent for daring to do such a thing when he was just a fourth-rank officer, and they expressed their desire to impeach Yi King for the crime of shouting at the imperial court. Liu Shen was among those officials, and he was thinking that, given the situation, all he could do was play along. He stepped forward to tell Jai Minju that Yi King dared to shout at the imperial court, so he must receive severe punishment, and the other officials started chanting to punish Yi King. Suddenly, Yi King laughed hysterically, and Kai Xiangao asked what he was laughing about. Yi King expressed that he simply believed the performances of those brazen and useless clowns were even more impressive than those of a monkey. Wei Wentong remarked that it truly is astonishing, and as Niu Jingxi chuckled hysterically too, Kai Xiangao bashfully acknowledged that Yi King was correct. The official from earlier pointed at Yi King as he asked Jai Minju to take a look at how arrogant the Control Yuan officials were, and that even when they were in the Golden Hall, they were showing no regard. But suddenly, the official was interrupted when someone grabbed his finger and relayed that he seemed to be quite lovely. It was Yi King, and he looked so intimidating as he asked the official if he could ask who he was. The official immediately snatched his finger back and introduced himself as the Minister of the History Department. The Minister of the History Department became enraged when Yi King snickered and remarked he had been pondering whose eyesight was so poor, and it turned out to be the Minister of the History Department, so it was no surprise. Yi King reassured not to be too sad because he was not actually targeting him. He smiled brightly as he clarified that what he meant was that everyone who came to impeach the Control Yuan that day could all be called beasts. Yi King cited as an example because thousands of boats rebelled 3 months ago in response to the Yang province's embezzlement case, and 1 month ago, the prefectural magistrate of Jiang province imposed extortionate and illegal taxes and levies on the people, leaving them unable to earn a living. And Yi King continued to mention more cases. He stated that ultimately, all the statements he just made occurred due to the corruption in the History Department, so it would be hard for him, the Minister of the History Department, to escape the punishment. The Minister of the History Department coughed up blood and got knocked out as Yi King recounted that because of the corruption and abuse of the law and preying on the people, it would be an insult to the beast to even call him a beast. Seeing the minister fall to the ground, Yi King believed that the world was just a stepping stone for him to become a heavenly emperor, and he couldn't eradicate all the corrupt officers that were preying on the people. But he stood proudly as he considered that even though that was the case, at least on that day, he would use his insignificant speech to leave behind a trace of justice for that corrupted world and for the people who still harbor hope for the future. At the imperial court, another minister fought with Yi King in front of Jai Minju like a video game, and they both were at full lives. Yi King yelled at the minister, depleting the minister's health bar as he got knocked off by the attack. Another official tried to fight with Yi King, and his health bar also got depleted as a powerful wave came out of Yi King's mouth, completely obliterating him. Yi King held his head as he expressed his disgust. The 3 officers lay on the ground in front of him, and he remarked that there wasn't even a single worthy opponent. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and conveyed that it was authoritative of him. Yi King saw that the person was wearing the uniform of the Control Yuan, but he questioned why he had never seen him before. The people immediately stated that it was the chief imperial censor, Wu Zhengcheng. Remembering the pyramid of power, Yi King realized that Wu Zhengcheng was his superior. He approached Wu Zhengcheng, and as he leaned on him, he pointed out that he was breathing. Wu Zhengcheng asked Yi King what he meant by what he did. With a cunning smile, Yi King suggested not to be angry because he was just surprised. Wu Zhengcheng was enraged when Yi King blatantly expressed his surprise that the chief was actually still alive. He reprimanded Yi King for daring to curse at his superior, and he asked someone to come in there quickly. Wu Jingcheng gave out orders to drag Yi King out and beat him. But Yi King was puzzled, as no one executed Wu Jingcheng's order. Wu Jingcheng was also surprised, so he asked where the people of Control Yuan went, and as he reminded them that he was their superior, he asked them why no one was listening to his order. Yi King was repulsed by the audacity of Wu Jingcheng, so he emphasized to him that he was also an officer of the Control Yuan when he questioned him if he did not understand why the Control Yuan exists. And as he reminded him that they exist to help people seek justice, he questioned him what they had done wrong. Wu Jingcheng claimed that the Great Zhu's harmony had been disturbed by him. He circled around Yi King as he stated that all of them were so arrogant and brazen for just a cartload of coal, and they went around stirring up trouble and causing a commotion in the capital when the old man could just rent out his spare house or butcher the cow and sell off its meat to get through the winter. Upon hearing Wu Jingcheng's words, Yi King couldn't help but question Wu Jingcheng's brain and if he went nuts from studying too much. Yi King immediately suggested to stop it and to let him tell a story. He remarked that during ancient times, certain land was suffering from famine and there were people hungry all over, so someone reported the news to the officer at the imperial court. Melancholy filled Jai Minju and the magistrates of the Control Yuan as Yi King remarked that the officer got curious after hearing the news and asked why people don't eat minced meat instead if they have no grains. Wu Jingcheng inquired Yi King whether that was it, and he appeared so confused as he questioned him if the officer had spoken anything incorrectly. He looked so puzzled as he asked one of the ministers if the people couldn't just eat meat if they had no grains, and the minister was lost for words. Yi King furrowed his brow as he pondered that it appeared Wu Jingcheng was not evil but rather just an idiot. Suddenly, someone declared that it was enough. It was Jai Minju, pondering that if she were to remove the Control Yuan that day, the loyal officers would surely be disappointed in her. Yet if she refrained from doing so, she didn't know how she would confront the pressure from the 6 countries and immortal sects. She gritted her teeth as she announced her decision. The magistrates looked disappointed as Jai Minju announced that she agreed to regulate the Control Yuan so the officers from Control Yuan would be transferred to another courthouse to work. The other officers asserted that Jai Minju was brilliant, and in her mind, Jai Minju accepted that if the Control Yuan wanted to hate her, they could do so. But unexpectedly, Yi King declared that he refused, and he reiterated his refusal by spelling it out. The officers were alarmed when Yi King defied the imperial decree, and they suggested that he should be executed for such an act, urging Jai Minju to issue an imperial decree to that effect. Jai Minju was lost for words, and in her mind, she asked Yi King how he expected her to save him after what he did. Meanwhile, Yi King was thinking that he should be able to die for sure at that time. On the other hand, Wu Sanxi sat on the roof of a building, and he was drinking. He mentioned that it had been quite a while since the others went in, so he had a bad feeling. Looking at the box behind him, Wu Sanxi pondered for a moment and remarked that 60 years ago, the imperial officers almost buried him, and 60 years later, he questioned if the imperial officers were trying to bury Yi King. Wu Sanxi crushed the bottle in his hand, and as he asserted that there is no justice in heaven, he questioned why everyone who defends justice and upholds the rule of law has to die while those who are unreasonable get to live. He jumped off the roof and departed elsewhere when he was reminded of something by the word justice, and he remarked that if it were Yi King, he would undoubtedly be able to obtain its approval. Wu Sanxi arrived in the middle of a courtyard. He stood in front of the justice hall. The door was open, and Wu Sanxi introduced himself as a magistrate from the Control Yuan, expressing his hope that the heart mirror would come into being. In front of the justice hall, Wu Sanxi stated that the world became harsher, the order crumbled, the wicked were loose, and the people had no way of making a living, so the Control Yuan became a relic of the past that was neglected. Wu Sanxi mentioned that if it weren't for Yi King, the people wouldn't even remember the existence of the Control Yuan. He expressed that if Yi King died, the Control Yuan would follow him to the afterlife. Wu Sanxi informed the Lord's spiritual tool that it bore the Lord Chief Officer's mission, and he asked it if it was willing to let the Lord Chief Officer's blood and sweat go to waste. The sound of the wind was loud in the middle of the silence that Wu Sanxi received as a response. Wu Sanxi declared that he was willing to wager on his sword technique, which he spent his entire life honing, so if Yi King failed the trial, he would be willing to give up his cultivation and die alongside him. Suddenly, the mirror started to glow. It started to warp as if something was trying to emerge out of it. Wu Sanxi looked astonished as he saw a beam of light escape from the mirror and head outside. The light, which was the fragment of the mirror, hovered over the imperial court, and it conveyed to let it see if it could pass the trial. On the other hand, inside the imperial court, an officer pointed to Yi King as he brought up that he had claimed he would uphold justice. He suggested that if that were the case, Yi King should commit suicide, as he had committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. Yi King raised his brows as he stated that although he defied the imperial decree, he would not commit suicide, and the reason was that he was not ashamed of what he had done. The mirror fragment listened as Yi King mentioned that they could all kill him, but he would die with honor and glory, and that was something that none of them would ever understand. The mirror fragment showed that the first trial had been passed, and as it declared that Yi King didn't lie because he was really not afraid of death, it wondered if Yi King was able to transcend the boundary of life and death. Suddenly, the mirror fragment emitted a bright light. It enclosed the entire imperial court in its light. Inside, the officials were labeled as either greedy, cowardly, or shameless. Meanwhile, Wu Jingcheng was hunted by his conscience as he wondered what Yi King's reason was, and he questioned how he could act and talk with such righteousness and not be afraid of death and stealing everyone's attention. On the other hand, the magistrate of the control Yuan was filled with trust, and the mirror fragment believed that Yi King was a person who could make his enemies hate and envy him while his comrades trusted him. Yi King smiled confidently as he faced the officials, and he was unaware that he was undergoing the trial of the mirror fragment, and that he had already been labeled as having passed the second trial. The minister of the history department mentioned that the immortal sect and the 6 countries did not wish to see Yi King alive. He stated that the immortal sect would be furious if Jia Minju did not kill him that day and questioned how they would deal with them when the time comes. The officials all lined up and pleaded for Jia Minju to kill Yi King. Jia Minju was astonished by what she was witnessing, and as she was about to address them, she was cut off when someone offered to gift them a phrase. It was Yi King, and he suggested that if the sky were full of darkness, they should live in the dark, and if the sound they made was dangerous, they should remain silent, and if one was aware that they could not shine, they should curl up in the corner. However, he also emphasized that they should not defend the darkness just because they were used to it, not feel proud of their own desultory nature, and not mock those who had more courage and passion than themselves. The officials listened as Yi King remarked that they might be as petty and lowly as dust, but they should not be as twisted as a maggot. He confessed that he committed a crime and pleaded that she declare a decree to kill him. The magistrates of the control Yuan kneeled behind Yi King and paid their respects to him. Suddenly, a light shone upon Yi King, and he was startled. He stood there, bewildered at the light that had shone on him like a pillar of light. Suddenly, a voice made an announcement regarding the new chief officer of the control Yuan. The pillar of light pierced through the roof and soared up to the sky, and the other people outside the palace could see it while the voice was still making the announcement regarding the new chief officer of the control Yuan. Wu Sanxi was also able to hear the announcement, and he was startled when he heard it. Suddenly, the ground rumbled. Golden spirits filled the air, and they went in the same direction. Wu Sanxi was also in awe as he saw the mirror release more beams of light, and they were also going in the same direction. A loud clanking sound was heard as one of the light beams pierced through the roof of the Justice Hall. Wu Sanxi was startled when he saw that one last beam of light flew off in the distance. The light seemed to carry a sword, and Wu Sanxi recognized it. His eyes widened in surprise as he couldn't believe what he was thinking. Meanwhile, at the imperial court, the officials didn't know what was happening, and they questioned who dared to be so impudent in the Golden Palace. On the other hand, Yi King was thinking that something was super wrong, and he wondered why he got the feeling that he had been backstabbed again. Suddenly, one of the officials urged everyone to look while pointing at something that seemed like a magical treasure, and the other officials wondered if someone from the immortal sect had arrived. As the beam of light approached Yi King, the voice was still making an announcement regarding the new chief officer of the control Yuan. As the light turned to smoke, it began to enter Yi King's chest, and the voice announced that the new chief officer of the control Yuan was Yi King. As the smoke and light dissipated, Yi King inquired about the situation. He looked so astonished as he believed that the freaking mirror merged with the virtuous Kai inside his body. Yi King emitted a strong, blinding light, and he cursed in his mind as he seemed to have become stronger again. Although they were a bit intimidated, the officials still insisted that they didn't care if Yi King had already been the chief officer because he should still die for deceiving and disrespecting the emperor. So the control Yuan shouldn't have a chief officer. Suddenly, a sword appeared, and it shone so brightly. The officials were blinded by the light, and they complained about their eyes. The sword appeared right above Yi King, and as he realized that he couldn't move or speak, he felt that he had a bad feeling. As the sword lowered itself, Yi King extended his hand to accept it. The soul of the Lord Chief Officer within the Lord's spiritual tool spoke to Yi King, telling him that his body was full of virtuous Kai, so he was definitely qualified to be his successor. And in Yi Qing's mind, Yi Qing asked if he could refuse with tears in his eyes, but in reality, all he could do was stare at the sword in front of him. The officials recognized the founder's sword and conveyed that facing the founder's sword was akin to facing the great ancestor himself. The Lord Chief Officer emphasized that if he wanted to be his successor, having virtuous Kai alone would not suffice, as he still had much to learn. But Yi Qing protested to the Lord Chief Officer in his mind, believing that he never indicated his desire to learn such a thing, and that he shouldn't talk to himself while controlling another's body. Yi Qing's body raised the sword that was filled with a fierce golden aura, and the Lord Chief Officer instructed to take a good look. As he twirled the sword in Yi Qing's hands, the Lord Chief Officer declared that he would teach him a lesson. He stabbed the sword on the floor as he released a tremendous amount of aura, and he stated that the name of the lesson was Establishing Prestige. A wave of strong golden auras erupted through the entire court, and as he used Yi Qing's body, the Lord Chief Officer asserted that the bunch of wicked had defiled the Golden Palace. A series of loud banging sounds could be heard as the waves of aura surged through the floor. Suddenly, one of the officials trembled, and as he clutched his chest, he mentioned his scholarly courage. More officials complained that their scholarly courage was broken, and they remarked that he was too vicious. Kai Xiangao was surprised, and he expressed that having one's scholarly courage broken was akin to a cultivator having their dantian broken, implying that those individuals most likely would never regain entry into the scholar sect. The Lord Chief Officer inhabiting Yi Qing's body remarked that it was simply a test of the official's innermost being imposed by the founder's sword, suggesting that those corrupted individuals deserved to have their scholarly courage shattered. As the corrupt officials fell to the ground, Jai Minju reflected that she never imagined Yi Qing would assist her in achieving something she had always desired but could never do. She smiled brightly as she gazed intently at the court. Jai Minju pondered what she could accomplish with what had just happened. Meanwhile, Liu Shen, a veteran actor, slumped on the ground and pretended to be affected by the test. But in his mind, he acknowledged that Yi Qing had done a good job because the cleanup had helped Jai Minju in his plan to take a big step forward. On the other hand, Lord Chief Officer chuckled as he inquired of Yi Qing if he understood, and he declared that his reign could not last for long, so from that point onward, he would entrust the control yuan to him. The Lord Chief Officer was unaware that in Yi Qing's mind, he was imploring him to depart quickly. Meanwhile, the officials were complaining to Yi Qing that he tricked them, as he planned everything for that moment, and he sure made a great plan. Niu Jingxi remarked that Yi Qing's plan was so brilliant that he even managed to deceive them, and as Wei Wentong just grasped what everyone was discussing. Kai Xiangao commented that it was to be expected because there was no way Yi Qing could deceive the officials if he hadn't deceived them first. But Yi Qing looked at them cluelessly and inquired what plan he had plotted. Suddenly, someone knelt on the ground with a loud thud and acknowledged that they deserved what had happened. Tears fell to the floor as the person recounted that when they were younger, they had contemplated using what they had learned to aid the country. It was Wu Jingchen, and he sobbed his heart out as he lamented that the Holy Book had aided him in achieving success in his career, but he had let the Holy Book down. He rushed out of the imperial court and confessed that he was ashamed to face his ancestors. Wu Jingchen was crying out so loudly while he was running out of the imperial court that he startled a eunuch that he passed by. The eunuch looked so worried, and he wondered what happened and if something happened inside the palace. The eunuch saw that a lot of officials were running out of the court, saying that they had betrayed their ancestors and didn't deserve to become officials. They kept on repeating those words as they ran outside, and the eunuch was so surprised as those officials passed by him that he was rendered speechless. Jai Minju's eyes widened in surprise as she called for Yi Qing. The court looked so empty as the corrupt officials all ran away, and Jai Minju asked Yi Qing if he planned all of that. A few moments later, in a building, someone mentioned that at that time, Yi Qing had truly blessed Jai Minju with a gift. Jai Minju was having a meeting with Liu Shen and Xiao Qianqian, and she questioned how Yi Qing would deal with the consequences of everything he had done. Xiao Qianqian observed that Yi Qing and the control yuan had truly made their presence known to the entire world and completely opposed the immortal sect, so keeping him safe with just the secret espionage division might be challenging. Liu Shen remarked that, in his opinion, such a thing might not be a bad thing. As he opened his cup, he remarked that they were always thinking about how they would make Yi Qing hide his light under a bushel, but they never imagined that they would be unable to cover the light shining from his body. Liu Shen commented that Yi Qing, who was born during that time, was destined to become the person who shines the brightest. While Yi Qing awkwardly walked with the magistrates of the control yuan, Liu Shen noted that he was the type of person who had only two options. One was to end the world's chaos and become a sage, while the other was to die on the road while pursuing his dream and achieving eternal glory. Jia Minju, Xiao Qianqian, and Liu Shen continued their meeting. Liu Shen mentioned that he had actually considered it before and perhaps the path they had taken thus far was incorrect. Jia Minju appeared extremely guilty when Liu Shen suggested that Qing might be the individual who had come to aid them in compensating for their shortcomings. She looked determined when Liu Shen mentioned that they had always been under a tremendous amount of pressure, so they both played the roles of inept rulers and evil officials to amass power and never dared to reveal anything openly. However, if they continued in that manner, Liu Shen warned that a serious problem would arise. He recalled that he once planted a special fruit tree in his old house, and according to people, as that fruit tree needed to accumulate nutrients, it could only start bearing fruits after 3 years. Liu Shen stated that to bear the sweetest fruit, that fruit tree had to stop its growth for 3 years and not even grow a single leaf on itself. 3 years later, when he returned to see that fruit tree, he found out that the people at his old house had chopped down the fruit tree. Liu Shen remarked that in others' eyes, a tree that could not bear any fruit was a dead tree. Jia Minju pondered when Liu Shen made that statement. Similarly, in the eyes of people, the Great Zhu was that dead tree. She clenched her fist as Liu Shen mentioned that Qing was the only green leaf remaining on that seemingly dead tree. Jia Minju expressed that she finally understood, so she gave the orders to send out the message and spread the word about what happened that day. She declared that she wanted everyone under heaven to know that there was someone called Qing who continued to exist in the imperial court, and that there was still a government office called the Control Yuan, which continued to exist in the capital. The next day, the people started to talk about how Qing received the chief officer's approval, and not only that, he even set a trap and eliminated all the court's villains in one fell swoop. A lot of people gathered outside the Control Yuan, and they were chanting how formidable, mighty, and honorable Qing was. As the people continued to chant outside, Qing listened to them, and in his mind, he wondered if what they were doing was a bit much because he was actually not as great as they believed he was. Qing let out a defeated sigh as he reflected that he was destined to be a passerby, so he was not worthy of being treated that way by all of them. Suddenly, Qing noticed something that was coming his way at incredible speed. It was a jar of beverage that Wu Sanci threw at him, and as he managed to catch it, Wu Sanci asked him why he was sighing. Qing started to gulp the drink. He was out of breath when he finished, and he expressed fear of betraying those who had placed their faith in him. Wu Sanci laughed, and he inquired of Qing how a person like him could entertain such thoughts. Qing recounted that he used to get drunk and whip a famous horse for fear of dragging down its beauty, suggesting that he might not be the person they believe him to be, and the more they expect from him, the more they will be disappointed. Wu Sanci approached Qing and informed that at least he stopped them from living like the walking dead. He mentioned that it was also the reason why he asked the heart mirror to put him to the test because he believes that only one person could be the chief officer in that generation. Qing was startled when Wu Sanci revealed that the person was him. He expressed that there was no way because he was not really as great as he believed, but he trailed off. Qing suddenly realized something and asked Wu Sanci to wait a minute. He asked Wu Sanci if what he meant was that he was the person who invited the mirror. Wu Sanci smiled as he explained that he only awakened the heart mirror, and everything that happened after that was a result of his behavior, gaining the approval of the mirror, so he was the reason he succeeded. Qing looked astonished, as he believed that he was the reason. Depicting Wu Sanci as an evil being, Qing shriveled in tears, wondering why a mirror suddenly appeared and he suddenly became the chief officer, and it turned out that it was Wu Sanci who appeared to be honest but stabbed him in the back. Qing recollected Jia Minju and classified her as the first-class preparation. The 4 magistrates of the Control Yuan as the second-class preparation. And as he recalled that there was still the hidden one who aided him in repelling the assassins, he looked anxious as he realized he should make special arrangements for that person, and he designated him as the special class preparation. Suddenly, Qing's train of thought was interrupted when Kai Xiangao summoned him and informed him that their Control Yuan's Justice Hall had opened. Qing was confused when he heard about the Justice Hall, so he asked about it. Wu Sanci explained that the Justice Hall opens only when a new chief officer appears. A few moments later, a new part of the Control Yuan started to appear. There was a creaking sound as the doors opened, and a bright light shone through their gaps. Qing faced the new part of the Control Yuan, the Justice Hall. Wu Sanci ushered Qing and asked him to take a seat. As Qing passed by Wu Sanci, he was wondering why the old man seemed so knowledgeable about that place. Qing sat on the chair. Wu Sanci stood near him as Qing took a seat at his new office. Suddenly, papers that were filled with golden light appeared, and as they surrounded Qing, he realized that it was the information the previous chief officers left behind for the successor. Someone claimed that the Great Zhu's chief officer bore a huge responsibility only known to previous emperors and chief officers. In addition to upholding the law, disciplining the imperial court, and arbitrating the law, he was also the controller of the capital array. It was claimed that, to summarize, the Justice Hall was the capital array's core. Qing was so surprised by his discovery, and he believed that if he opened up the capital array right at that moment, the capital would be annihilated instantly. He slapped himself when his thoughts veered on a dark path, and in his mind, he labeled himself a scumbag and reprimanded himself not to drag others down just because he wanted to die. Wu Sanzi asked Qing if he received the message left behind by the first chief officer. Qing confirmed that he did. Qing confronted Wu Sanzi, saying that he seemed to be familiar with that place, but he had never seen any documents related to him at the Control Yuan. Wu Sanzi nervously answered that he was just a nobody. Qing asked Wu Sanzi how such a nobody could know that much information about the Control Yuan, and Wu Sanzi was lost for words. Wu Sanzi gave up, and he conveyed that since he wished to know, he would tell him. He revealed that his real name is actually Wu Zhan, and he was from the palace. Qing pondered whether he knew people from the palace with the surname Wu. His eyes widened in surprise when he recognized who Wu Zhan was. Qing recalled a certain record he came across while reading. It was on the 37th year of G1 of the 60-year cycle. In February, when chaos erupted and the sects revolted, they drew the monster's attention from outside the capital and charged in, which enraged the great ancestor and made him dispatch a sentry holding the flag of the heaven victorious army, and every enemy was defeated and crushed wherever the flag reached. Qing mentioned that back in that era, the heaven victorious army, which defeated the enemies with just a single sentry, was a name synonymous with death. Wu Zhan mentioned that the great ancestor bestowed the surname Wu on everyone in the army, and it was so they would keep the martial spirit in mind. He mentioned that he too wished to follow in the footsteps of the great ancestor in battle and expedition, but unfortunately, he was born too late, as the heaven victorious army has long since vanished and has become the imperial army that guards the inner courtyard of the imperial palace. Wu Zhan revealed that he used to be the leader of the imperial army that served the previous emperor and guarded the inner courtyard. He recalled a certain day in the past when he was patrolling the palace as usual when he suddenly heard someone asking for help. He rushed there and discovered that it was a celestial sect disciple. The disciple was lusting after and humiliating a lady, but the lady refused to obey him. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and killed the lady. Wu Zhan mentioned that it was the day the Great Zhu paid tribute to the various immortal sects. The celestial sect believed they had support, and no one in the Great Zhu would dare touch the disciple, even if he killed a lady. However, someone drew their sword. It turned out to be Wu Zhan, asserting that the others feared the disciple, but not him. As the leader of the imperial army, he insisted he was just fulfilling his duty. Wu Zhan noted that the celestial sect members revolted, and this infuriated the emperor. Consequently, the emperor destroyed his martial arts cultivation, expelled him from the imperial army, and ordered that he never set foot in the imperial palace again for his entire life. He mentioned that that was why he got transferred to the Control Yuan, and as he got bored, he started cultivating a sword technique because at least he could accomplish something. Qing was astonished when he learned that Wu Zhan's martial art cultivation got destroyed. Consequently, he switched to learning sword techniques, in which he became that strong in less than 6 years. Thus, he believed that Wu Zhan was a genius in sword techniques. He called Wu Zhan. Qing conveyed that one day he would help him get revenge for the humiliation he endured, and the Control Yuan would never be afraid of anyone again. Meanwhile, in a residence, a loud smacking sound could be heard, and someone was reprimanding somebody for acting rashly without thinking and wanting them to tidy up their mess. A mysterious person in a cloak was the one hitting a man with a whip, and he mentioned that, as he previously stated, their master would dispatch troops to the capital to investigate. However, the capital is currently under the command of the House of Spring Breeze, so they cannot act hastily. The man was the assassin who initially attacked Qing, and the person in the cloak hit him again, causing him to break his mask. He recounted that nonetheless, he dared to accept Marquis Wu of Wise order privately. Furthermore, after failing the assassination, he dared to overstep and gather the assassins, causing the Mist Rain House to lose half its forces. The man bowed to the ground as he admitted that he had understood his mistake and would never do it again. He reasoned out that he failed that time because he underestimated the girl who was always by Qing's side. The person in the cloak stated that because of Qing, the entire Great Zhu was currently boiling over, but he had killed so many of their men. Therefore, he must repay that debt. He asserted that the day their master reached the capital would be the day Yi King died. On the other hand, Yi King was politely refusing someone, reiterating that, as he had previously stated, they were only doing what they were supposed to be doing. Therefore, they didn't have to give them anything. It was the old man from before, and he mentioned that he had been seeking justice on his behalf. Thus, he must repay that favor. He reached out to his cart and stated that in it were some local specialties that he and his wife had prepared. Hence, he must receive them. When the old man opened the cart, Yi King was surprised when he saw what was inside. He looked appalled as he asked the old man if it was what he called a local specialty. In the cart, a voluptuous lady was sleeping alongside some crops, and Yi King remarked that their house's local specialty was indeed special. Some guys in a tavern were talking about how it was a blessing for their country that they were able to clear up so many corrupt officials in the imperial court simultaneously when one of them noticed the Minister of Finance walking down the street. The Minister of Finance looked so poor, and the people remarked that he was that cocky, arrogant, useless official who always rode around in a big sedan chair whenever he went out, and he was nothing but trash. The people asserted that, furthermore, they heard that Yi King did more than just get rid of those corrupt officials. They alleged that those good officials who were persecuted and removed from their positions because they enforced laws impartially were given the opportunity. Those people with potential who got imprisoned due to offending those corrupt officials were also given the opportunity. They asserted that those with ideals but nowhere to use them finally have the chance to exercise their aspirations and showcase their talents. It was all thanks to Confucianism's new leader, Yi King's effort. Meanwhile, at the control yuan, as the old man was rummaging through his cart, Yi King was about to comment about his specialty. But Yi King was not able to finish his sentence as the old man handed him a bag, saying that it was the specialty that he mentioned, and those were some herbs he gathered. The old man explained that the girl was someone he picked up the other day in the mountains, and he and his wife were worried because she was not waking up, so he brought her there to ask for his help. Niu Jingxi, Wei Wentong, and Xuan came to take a look at the girl as Yi King scanned her and remarked that, judging by her outfit, she didn't appear ordinary. Wei Wentong approached the girl, and he observed that her body continued to absorb spiritual Kai from heaven and earth, so she could be a cultivator, but unfortunately there was nothing on her that could help them identify her. Yi King suggested that they should just forget it because the elder has also brought some herbs, so they should just treat her injury and wait for her to awaken. And while he commented that, Xuan didn't look too happy as she continued to look at the girl. Suddenly, Wu Zhan interjected that they couldn't treat her because she was dangerous. He was watching them from a distance, and he pointed out that he could feel fiendish Kai on her, so the girl is a fiendish cultivator. Niu Jingxi, Wei Wentong, and Xuan all got anxious when they heard that the girl was a fiendish cultivator. Noticing their reaction, Yi King asked them if all of them were afraid of fiendish cultivators. Wei Wentong remarked that they were not afraid. But it was just that whenever a fiendish cultivator appeared, a big storm was bound to follow and bring big troubles. And Niu Jingxi added that when he was still in the army, they had to eliminate any fiendish cultivators they encountered. A clunking sound was produced when Wu Zhan opened his box and remarked that not only was that girl a fiendish cultivator, her cultivation level may also be quite high, and if it weren't for her injury, her fiendish Kai would never have leaked out. Wu Zhan stated that every fiendish and evil cultivator must be killed, so he asked him to let him eliminate the girl. He attacked the girl, but a dark barrier blocked Wu Zhan's attack. Suddenly, the girl's fingers began to twitch, and she regained consciousness upon sensing the killing intent. She pondered about the location, and sensing the presence of a martial artist, a sword cultivator, and a successor with the power of a special bloodline, she simply scoffed at them in her mind, believing them to be just a bunch of weaklings who dared to kill her. She believed that even if heavily injured at the moment, she could still easily dispatch all of them. Suddenly, Yi King stood in the way to block any more attacks and asked the others to wait a moment, questioning them as to why they should kill the girl. He inquired the others if any of them knew her. Wei Wentong mentioned that they had no idea who she was, but she was a fiendish cultivator. Before Wei Wentong could express what should be done to a fiendish cultivator, Yi King cut him off and articulated that they must judge things by fact, not by heart. He pointed out that they didn't even know what the girl did before or whether she was a good or bad person, yet they tried to kill her by taking advantage of her injuries. So, he asked them if that seemed humane to them. Wu Zhan protested, questioning Yi King about how there could be a good fiendish cultivator, and he contended that if he didn't kill the girl at that moment, she might kill him when she woke up. Yi King was stunned by what Wu Zhan just asserted, and his words echoed through him. As the words sank in, Yi King got fired up as he felt that it was awesome. Yi King politely disagreed with them and asked them who had been spreading those rumors about fiendish cultivators only bringing calamity all that time. Wei Wentong recalled that it was the immortal sect that has always been the enemy of the fiendish sect. Yi King conveyed that they should contemplate it because the immortal sect claimed that fiendish cultivators were merciless, cruel, and greedy, yet their behavior mirrored that of the immortal sect. He questioned how many individuals they believed perished in their world due to the actions of the immortal sect, asserting that people were mere livestock in the eyes of these immortal sects. Thus, in hindsight, their greed surpassed that of the fiendish cultivators. Yi King expressed his belief that the only disparity between immortal and fiendish cultivators lay in their cultivation methods, akin to a treasure sword. He remarked that some wield swords to inflict harm, while others wield swords to aid others. Hence, they should evaluate based on the individual, not the sword. As Yi King remarked that there should be no distinction between immortal and fiendish, and their abilities, the girl, who heard everything, smiled and realized that he was an interesting person. Yi King looked so determined as he asked the others if they understood him. Everyone confirmed, and in the back of his mind, Yi King chuckled, questioning them if they were speechless from his bluffing, and he believed that no one could stop him from dying. Yi King went to retrieve the girl from the cart. As they witnessed Yi King carrying the girl, Wei Wentong pondered whether Yi King was interested in her, and knew Jinxie was amused as he speculated that Yi King was interested in witches, while Xuan looked so irritated as she labeled the girl a witch in her mind. When he noticed their expressions, Yi King asked them what kind of expressions those were, and he clarified that all he wanted was to help the girl. In the residence of Marquis Wu of Wei, a lot of people gathered. Marquis Wu of Wei expressed that he was truly grateful for everyone's response to his invitation, and they responded warmly. Marquis Wu of Wei stated that since everyone had arrived, he would cut to the chase. He conveyed that he invited everyone to a meeting that day to discuss Yi King. One of the men immediately remarked that they should have dealt with Yi King earlier, and another one added that they were nothing more than just the control Yuan, but they still dared to act like that. The man who first spoke suggested that they go meet with Jai Minju and ask her to abolish the control Yuan, but the other man informed that it was useless. He asked everyone if they hadn't noticed that Jai Minju had repeatedly been protecting Yi King because such a big problem arose at the imperial court just a few days ago, but no action was taken, and another man commented that since he had mentioned it, that did seem to be the case. But that didn't feel like something Jai Minju would do. Marquis Wu of Wei clicked his tongue and remarked that it was maybe because Yi King helped Jai Minju back when the 6 kings threatened him. So it was only natural for Jai Minju to show favor towards Yi King, and they couldn't depend on her anymore. One of the men recalled that the founding minister had a magical treasure called the soul-absorbing lamp, and it could kill people without leaving any traces. The founding minister was startled when everyone turned to look at him. He let out a sigh and admitted that he does possess a malicious magical treasure called the soul-absorbing lamp, and his ancestors received it after the battle against the poisonous witch cult thousands of years ago. The founding minister declared that after the treasure is activated, all living things within a 5-mile radius will have their blood evaporated, leaving behind a dry corpse, and their souls would get consumed by the magical treasure and could never be reincarnated. Marquis Wu of Wei looked so surprised as the founding minister remarked that what makes that treasure extraordinary is that there will be no traces when it is activated. Marquis Wu of Wei remarked that it was good, so they would use that magical treasure. The founding minister pointed out that there was a requirement to activate the treasure. Everyone was surprised when the founding minister declared that they would need a lot of spirit stones, and the amount that he possesses is far from enough, so he would need everyone to contribute theirs generously. Meanwhile, at the control Yuan, a lot of people had gathered. Yi King was in the midst of that crowd, and Kai Xiangao was telling him that after going through the selection procedure, they had found that there were 572 people who fit the criteria. Everyone around was cheering for Yi King, calling him Lord Yi. Yi King summoned the heart mirror in the palm of his hand and emphasized that those who have joined the control Yuan must remember the word devotion. He stated that he would communicate something beforehand. As the heart mirror rose up and shone brightly, Yi King mentioned that those who were wavering and unsure could still leave. Some men looked happy while others looked skeptical as they gazed up at the light, but none budged from where they were standing. Observing that no one left, Yi King remarked that it was good, and as he announced that he would begin, he released his golden aura. His aura was absorbed by the heart mirror. The heart mirror asked the people below for what reason they decided to join the control Yuan. Honest answers were pulled out of the men by the heart mirror, and as one of them answered that it was because people were suffering, and they, as martial artists, should take up their swords and save the people. Another one answered that he came because of Yi King. On the other hand, two men were startled when one of them replied that he was a visitor from Marquis Wu of Wei, while the other stated that he was a spy from the Lai clan, and they attempted to lie and cover up what they had expressed by shouting that they were there to repay the country. Wei Wentong witnessed what happened, and he remarked that he would have never guessed if they hadn't checked, and Niu Jingxi, who was with him, remarked that he was speechless. The two of them immediately apprehended the men who were complaining about why they were doing such a thing when he arrived because he admired Yi Qing. And Yi Qing, who was watching, just let out a sigh in his mind as he believed that those men were easily exposed through a simple check, so he would be insane to expect that those idiots could kill him. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, someone with tattered clothes approached it while asking if anyone was there, and they were asking for help. A servant came out to inquire of the old man, who was seeking help, what the matter was, and the old man explained that it was so cold that day, and he was starving, so he asked if he could exchange the lamp that had been passed down in his family for some food. The servant was old Huang, and as he remarked that it was just some food and he didn't need the lamp, he requested the old man to wait a moment as he would bring some food to him immediately. But suddenly, the old man tapped old Huang on the shoulders, asking him to hold on and insisting that he must take that lamp. Old Huang was about to reprimand the old man, but the old man's eyes were glowing, and he instructed him to take the lamp inside and put it in the guest room without telling anyone. Old Huang's eyes were glowing as he confirmed that he understood, and the old man walked away. He did as he was instructed and placed the lamp on a table inside the guest room, and he closed its doors. As soon as he closed the doors, old Huang came back to his senses, and he looked so surprised, questioning why he was there. Old Huang looked around, and he asked what he was doing just earlier. He walked away as he scratched his head, saying that he guessed he was getting old because his memory was getting worse. Meanwhile, the lamp has already begun emitting an ominous aura. In the guest room, where the ominous aura started to waft, the lady, who was a fiendish cultivator, was lying down. A lady called for their father. She was the daughter of Marquis Wu of Wei, and she talked through the mirror with him, who asked her if there was any news from her sect. She relayed that her master had stated that Yi Qing was too arrogant, and he must be delusional to believe that he could save the great Zhu, so he could not be spared. Her name was Fang Qingsu, and she conveyed that although the sect had put a bounty on Yi Qing's head, upon further discussion with the sect, they agreed to allow him to kill Yi Qing, and the sect would only intervene if he failed. Marquis Wu of Wei assured her that she should rest assured because he, as her father, was confident about killing Yi Qing. And Fang Qingsu expressed hope that he was not bluffing because she was the one who would lose face if he failed. Marquis Wu of Wei claimed that as long as he could obtain the Jade Chamber's immortal ascending pill, he could also become an immortal cultivator with a single step. A few moments later, many men gathered and celebrated, saying that 24 hours later, Yi Qing would disappear from their world, so that should be celebrated. One of the men claimed that he was the greatest contributor at that time. The founding minister was uneasy, and he expressed that they flattered him because he didn't deserve it. The man asked the founding minister why he looked so frantic and if it could be possible that he felt guilty about killing Yi Qing, which the founding minister denied, saying that he was on the immortal sect's side, so of course, he wouldn't. The man asked the founding minister what he was worrying about and urged him to keep drinking. A few moments later, the founding minister just got off his carriage. He arrived at the gates of his residence, and as he looked at the sign, he mentioned that the calligraphy was written by the great ancestor himself for his ancestor. He was reminded of his current situation. The founding minister couldn't help but let out a defeated sigh. Suddenly, he was startled when his child called him. Standing in front of the gate was the founding minister's son, and he asked him where he had been. But instead of answering his question, the founding minister noticed that his son was carrying a sword. So he called him impudent as he asked him who allowed him to touch the solitary devoting sword and if he didn't know that that treasure was given to them, the Mu clan, by the great ancestor. The founding minister was startled when his son raised the sword so he couldn't grab it, and as his son perceived that he knew, his son requested that he convey to him if he went to the Marquis Wu of Wei's mansion, and if he was trying to harm Yi Qing. And the founding minister indirectly answered by asking his son how he knew. His son asked him again to confirm if he was really trying to harm Yi Qing, and he asked him if he remembered that he was the founding minister, and that their lineage is that of generals who died fighting for the country from the time of the founder, so they were not cowards who surrendered. The founding minister slapped his son and instructed to shut up. He claimed that he knew nothing and that everything he did was for the Mu clan. As the founding minister's son started to stand up, he expressed his contempt towards his father as he asked him if he realized that even the commoners out there knew that the founding minister's residence had betrayed the great Jew. His son walked away and declared that he would never let him harm a person like Yi Qing. The founding minister launched his aura towards his son and ordered that he was not allowed to go anywhere that day. All of the trajectory of his aura hit the back of his son, and it immediately rendered him unconscious. With his son collapsed on the stairs, the founding minister instructed the servants to bring his son to the study room to rest. As the servants carried his son, Guanying, away, in his mind, the founding minister requested that Guanying not blame him. The founding minister believed that it was the only choice he had for the Mu clan's 50,000 soldiers in the Scarlet Flame army. He reasoned that Guanying was correct, that he was a coward and there was no going back for him at the moment. But on the other hand, Guanying still had a long way to go. The founding minister speculated that if Qing could survive that time, he too would confess to the world. Meanwhile, at the control yuan, Qing read through some documents, complaining if that counted as him giving himself overtime work while Xuan was with him, thinking that it was good because not going back for the whole night was a good choice. As Xuan remembered the fiendish cultivator lady, she considered it better if Qing was so busy that he forgot about that woman and questioned what part of her was good because all she had was a face prettier than average. Xuan blushed as she looked at her chest and declared that she wouldn't lose to that lady if they were discussing appearance but not for other aspects. Qing noticed Xuan having a tantrum behind him and asked himself what she was doing. Suddenly, someone opened the door to Qing's office. It was Kai Xiangao, and he looked so excited as he asked Qing if he was busy, saying that he brought a big present for him. Qing looked so anxious as he asked Kai Xiangao what the big present was, and he felt that he suddenly had a bad feeling. Kai Xiangao asked everyone to come in. A group of men came in, and Kai Xiangao explained that those men were the loyal and righteous people scattered all over the world and were recruited by them in the name of the control yuan. Qing was trembling as he asked Kai Xiangao why he didn't know about that matter, and Kai Xiangao proudly stated that they wanted to give him a surprise. In his mind, Qing was so angry at Kai Xiangao about the surprise that he was shaking him vigorously while cursing him. But in reality, he just froze. Qing observed that those people were different from before, as he could sense a certain aura emanating from them, so he seriously had no way to reject them. But he still used the mirror heart to check, and everyone passed with a smile on their faces. Kai Xiangao congratulated Qing because no one failed that time. Qing extended his hand and welcomed everyone to the control yuan. A few hours later, it was already morning, and the men had gathered in the control yuan. They all stood behind Qing, who declared that from that day onwards, all of the divisions in control yuan were fully staffed, and he reminded them that all of them must be honest when pursuing public affairs, enforce the law impartially, never betray the ancestors and sages, never betray the Lord Chief Officer, and never betray the people of the Great Jew. Someone trembled as they tried to eat, complaining that they were going to pass out from exhaustion after chatting with the group of passionate middle-aged men all night. It was Qing, whose face looked so sunken, and he wondered if dying from exhaustion would match the system requirements or not. Qing remembered the woman they picked up and asked if she was awake yet. He looked at old Huan, who did not answer, so he turned to Xuan, who looked pissed as she explained that she looked from the outside earlier and was not yet awake, but her complexion looked better. On the other hand, the soul-absorbing lamp was still emitting that ominous aura and shrouding the fiendish cultivator lady with it. But a snake hiding underneath the lady's sleeves absorbed the ominous aura. The lady started to furrow her brows, and suddenly she regained her consciousness. As she woke up while the snake absorbed the ominous aura, she recognized it as the Kai of obliteration. She remarked that those who wished to deal with her wouldn't employ that kind of simple method. She approached the lamp and observed that she appeared to have saved someone's life by chance. The lady's name was Pei Yuhan, and as she decided not to dwell too much on the matter, she expressed that she would never be indebted to others, and Qing saved her once. She shattered the soul-absorbing lamp, and as she walked out of the room, she declared that it would count as her repaying Qing's favor. Meanwhile, blood was spilled. It was the founding minister who coughed up blood, surprised that the soul-absorbing lamp was destroyed. He stated that it was better. He remarked that since that implied Qing was not dead, perhaps that was fate. A few moments later, at a temple, someone offered the first cup of a drink to honor their ancestors. It was the founding minister, and as he poured the drink onto the floor, he expressed that he, the unfilial son, Mulan, had gone against their teachings and done something that had humiliated the family, so he felt embarrassed. He poured another cup and declared that the second cup was to honor the great ancestor because the founding minister's bloodline was expected to stand and survive alongside the imperial army. However, he ended up becoming a henchman of the immortal Sect and had betrayed the emperor. The founding minister was about to offer a last cup, and he stated that it was in honor of Qing because their generation's vile, cowardly, and shameless behavior had been exposed as a result of his existence, but all he dared to do was hurt him behind his back, so he did not deserve to be a human being. He gulped the drink in his hand. The founding minister drew out a sword and declared that he was already fully grown, expressing his hope that he would always remember his current passion and maintain a clear conscience, and he expressed his wish not to resemble his father. He pointed the sword at his throat. Suddenly, blood spilled once more. On the other hand, someone was knocked to the ground. Marquis Wu of Wei appeared furious with the man, and as he inquired about what was stated, he instructed the man to repeat it without omitting anything. The man trembled as he conveyed that Yi King was still alive and having breakfast at his house. Marquis Wu of Wei threw something at the man and ordered him to scram, prompting the man to immediately scuttle away. He grew angry at the founding minister for daring to betray them when suddenly someone interjected that they could only give him one last opportunity. It was Fang Qingsu, and she asserted that if he couldn't kill Yi King, he could forget about obtaining the immortal ascending pill. Marquis Wu of Wei hurriedly pleaded with Fang Qingsu. He ordered Shen Sanbian to go to the Mist Rain house again to find Sir Mu, and tell him that if he could kill Yi King at that time, he would reward him 10 times the previous reward. Shen Sanbian agreed, but in the back of his mind, he wondered if Marquis Wu of Wei was crazy when he heard that he was offering 10 times. As Shen Sanbian emerged from the residence, he dreaded the idea that he had to go to that forsaken place again, and he pondered that if Sir Mu happened to be in a bad mood, he would perish. Suddenly, he noticed Guanyin walking down the street, and he wondered why he was hurrying like he was running away. A few moments later, Guanyin rashly knocked on the door of Yi King's residence, and as he called out for Yi King, he asked if he was still alive. Yi King opened the door, and upon recognizing Guanyin, he expressed gratitude for his concern and mentioned that he was still alive. As Yi King asked Guanyin what happened, Guanyin slumped on the floor in relief as he thanked God. He informed that someone was trying to harm him. A few moments later, Guanyin and Yi King were talking over a cup of tea, and as Guanyin recounted all he knew, he stated that he would have been able to get there faster if the founding minister hadn't pressed his meridian. He mentioned that when his meridian was released that day, he came straight to him, and he thanked God that nothing bad happened to him. Yi King confirmed with Guanyin that what he meant was that Marquis Wu of Wei was trying to harm him again. But he was not dead, and in his mind, Yi King couldn't believe it and wondered if someone had saved him behind his back again. Clearing his throat, Yi King asked Guanyin if the founding minister wouldn't punish him if he went against him, and Guanyin asserted that he was not afraid of the founding minister. Guanyin stated that a man must make his own decisions. He expressed that the bond between a father and son cannot be compared to the bond between a person and his country, so it doesn't matter if he goes against him. And upon hearing his words, Yi King felt that Guanyin was too loyal and that he was making it hard for him. Yi King mentioned that the soul-absorbing lamp he referred to should still be around. A few moments later, Yi King was walking around the residence with Guanyin and Xuan, and Guanyin remarked that the soul-absorbing lamp was too dangerous, so he should let him go and take it out for him. But Yi King insisted that he was still young, so he should stay outside while he went in to retrieve it. Suddenly, the three of them were startled when the broken lamp crashed on the ground in front of them. Pei Yuhan asked them if they were trying to find that thing. Someone remarked that Marquis Wu of Wei was so persistent. Shen Sanbian nervously expounded that the Marquis and Yi King were like water and oil, so he was going to fight him to the death. He mentioned that furthermore, the Marquis had decided to pay 10 times the amount previously offered. He was conversing with the assassin from the Mist Rain house, and as the assassin heard that the offer was 10 times the previous one, he commented that Marquis Wu of Wei was quite generous. The assassin turned to the person in the cloak, his leader, to ask for his decision. Shen Sanbian was surprised when he found out that the one behind the assassin was the leader of the Mist Rain house. The leader conveyed that he believed Marquis Wu of Wei would be able to keep his promise since he had the Jade Chamber backing him up. He stated their Mist Rain house would accept that commission. Shen Sanbian quickly fled as soon as he heard the leader's response, and the leader mentioned that he had already decided to kill Yi King. But he didn't expect Marquis Wu of Wei to voluntarily offer him such a large sum of money. The leader asked the assassin if there was any news from their master's side, and the assassin stated that he had been looking for the master for a few days but they hadn't found her. He wondered if the master encountered some trouble or if she perhaps did not visit the capital. The leader instructed to leave it alone because her actions were enigmatic, and it was pointless for them to speculate. They should simply finish their task first. As the leader declared, they would use Yi King's head to welcome their master. Back at the Yi residence, Yi King inquired of Pei Yuhan why she had awakened. Pei Yuhan was surprised by Yi King's question. She asked him if she was not allowed to wake up. Qing cleared his throat and conveyed that he had not expected her to wake up so soon because earlier, Wu Zhan had mentioned that her injuries would take a long time to heal. Bei Yuhan mentioned that it was all thanks to the founding minister, who had arranged for someone to place the trinket in her room. It was the reason why she had recovered so quickly. When Guanyin heard about his father, he immediately asked Bei Yuhan if she meant that the thing on the floor was the soul-absorbing lamp. As he picked up the piece on the floor, Guanyin remarked that he couldn't feel any spirituality in it anymore. He asked Bei Yuhan if she had destroyed the soul-absorbing lamp. Bei Yuhan stated that the curse inside had been absorbed by her, so there was no point in leaving it intact. Both Qing and Guanyin were surprised when they heard Bei Yuhan say that she had absorbed the curse. Qing was enraged as he couldn't believe it, saying that it was impossible. He asked Bei Yuhan if she wondered whether he brought her in to do that kind of thing, and he reminded her that she was a fiendish cultivator, so she should not save him while sleeping. But it was all in Qing's mind, as in reality, he just stood there looking so ominously. He calmed down and pondered that, as much as he wanted to die, he was glad that they had Bei Yuhan at that time, because if the soul-absorbing lamp was activated, he wouldn't be the only one who would die. Qing asserted that he would never forget her for saving his life. Bei Yuhan nonchalantly mentioned that he had saved her once, suggesting that she could consider it as repayment. Qing was taken aback, considering Bei Yuhan a person of principles, when a servant approached them, hastily stating that something was amiss. Guanyin immediately asked the servant what had happened and if the founding minister had instructed him to come and retrieve him. But the servant informed him that was not the case. With tears in his eyes, the servant conveyed that something had happened to the founding minister, and he requested Guanyin's return with him. Both Guanyin and Qing were surprised when they heard what the servant had spoken. A few moments later, as they arrived at the founding minister's residence, Guanyin called for his father, and he wailed in sadness. Bei Yuhan looked around, and she concluded that it was suicide. Guanyin requested that his Uncle Fu recount what had happened, but Uncle Fu hesitated. But Uncle Fu decided to tell Guanyin the truth. The minister had never even considered betraying the Great Chu, so there was a reason he did all of those things. And he stated that, as the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind, so the bloodline of the founding minister would inevitably get targeted by the immortal sect. Uncle Fu mentioned that the immortal sect had threatened the bloodline of the founding minister with the Scarlet Flame Army, compelling the minister to align with their side. As a result, he was coerced into undertaking actions against his will to safeguard the Scarlet Flame Army. Qing was listening intently as Uncle Fu continued to say that the minister's use of that method to put an end to everything was most likely to take responsibility and provide an explanation to the bloodline of the founding minister. Handing a jade plate to Qing, Uncle Fu relayed that it was the minister's confession to him, and it included a list of forces within the capital that had sided with the immortal sect, as well as all the wrongdoing they had committed. Uncle Fu conveyed that it was the minister's last wish, so he hoped that he could forgive the minister. Qing and Xuan crouched down to help Uncle Fu, and Qing requested for him to stand up. He stated that he had received a big present from the founding minister, so none of those immortal sect's lackeys would be able to escape. Suddenly, Guanyin remembered about the Scarlet Flame Army. He promptly disclosed that if the immortal sect discovered his continued existence, they would likely construe it as a betrayal by the founding minister, thus prompting an imminent attack on the Scarlet Flame Army. Qing inquired of Guanyin the whereabouts of the Scarlet Flame Army, and Guanyin revealed that they were stationed at the Camp 30 Li outside the capital. Qing departed with the resolute Xuan trailing behind, declaring their intention to head towards the outskirts of the capital. They approached the Scarlet Flame Army's camp, and as they saw it from a distance, they noted that the flag was still there, but some parts of the camp were burning. While riding their horses, Guanyin speculated that the Scarlet Flame Army hadn't fallen. But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in surprise. They arrived at the camp and saw the lifeless bodies of the soldiers lying on the ground. Qing and the others were speechless, and they all looked shocked. Wei Wentong immediately informed Qing that he had looked around and there were no survivors. Qing's expression darkened as Wei Wentong revealed that someone had already tampered with the area where the Scarlet Flame Army was stationed, as there was an unexpected explosion and none of them could react in time, so it was a slaughter. Someone slammed their fist on the ground. It was Guanyin, and he exclaimed that the enemies were too brutal. Despair filled his eyes as he confessed that he actually never understood the founding minister, and he realized that the founding minister had done nothing wrong, as he was the wrong one. As he knelt on the ground, he let out a loud cry. But to Guanying's surprise, Qing suddenly slapped him and demanded what he was doing. Guanyin looked puzzled as he looked up at Qing, and he was speechless when Qing questioned what he was afraid of. Qing looked mad as he pointed behind him and urged him to look at it, to take a good look at those 50,000 innocent people and the founding minister, and he asserted that they were all watching him. He grabbed Guanyin by the collar as he interrogated him what he was showing them, if it was insanity, remorse, or fear. Guanyin looked ashamed when Qing proclaimed that he had no right to feel remorse, let alone fear, at the moment, because the burden he was carrying was no longer his gains and losses. It was the honor of the entire bloodline of the founding minister. He came back to his senses, and he pleaded that Qing tell him what he should do. Qing declared to gain back the honor that the founding minister lost and get revenge for the Scarlet Flame army. Guanyin looked determined as Qing stated that it was an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Qing announced that they were returning and that it was time to settle their debts with those scums. On the other hand, Marquis Wu of Wei looked sinister as he expressed that he was worried that he couldn't kill Qing, but he was there searching for death himself. He ordered his men to dispatch all the forces and kill Qing, and those who would kill him would be heavily compensated, and the men agreed. At the same time, someone was surprised when they learned the news, and they inquired how Qing could be so reckless. It was Xiao Qianqian, and she commanded Lu Zhu to immediately send out the golden plate spies, as they must protect Qing. On the other hand, Jai Minju was also in a panic, and she issued orders to immediately send out the guards to protect Qing. But Jai Minju was surprised when the man in front of her admitted that he was not sure which army he was giving out that order to. Jai Minju realized that except for the Scarlet Flame army, all 3 other armies stationed outside the capital were controlled by the generals, and they had long defected to the side of the 6 countries, while the capital guards were all useless and unable to provide much assistance. She decided and declared to send 10,000 soldiers from the imperial army to the capital, specifying that there was no need to fight zealously as they only needed to protect Qing. Meanwhile, at the capital, Qing and his men charged in on their horses, and the people pointed out that he was back. They remarked that looking at Qing's imposition, they wondered which of the wicked officials would meet their end that day. A few evil men hid in the shadows as Qing returned to the capital. One of them suddenly lunged towards Qing with his sword and asked him to let him borrow his head. Suddenly, someone leaped out of their horse. It was Wei Wentong, and as he was about to draw his sword behind the man attacking Qing, he ordered to scram. In one swift motion, Wei Wentong eliminated the enemy while still mid-air. The bystanders were surprised when more men appeared and shouted to kill Qing. Qing announced that he would take command of the fight, and Niu Jingxi concurred. Niu Jingxi instructed to follow him and kill the enemies, and the control Yuan responded by chanting kill. One of the enemies was startled when Niu Jingxi suddenly charged forward and grabbed the heads of 2 people on his side. Niu Jingxi slammed their heads together and questioned them if they claimed that a bunch of scumbags like them were worthy of fighting him. One of the new members of the Control Yuan also fought vigorously with his fist. Another one eliminated the enemies with his sword. Seeing the fight, the people wondered when the people from the Control Yuan became so fierce. The assassin from before got mad, and as he slammed his fist on his table, he reminded the men that he mentioned before that the Control Yuan is different from what it used to be, and he asserted that since all of them had decided to side with the Marquis, they should stop hiding their strength and pull out all their trump cards. The men decided that they should stop hiding, as they were going to be the ones who would die if Qing was not dead. On the other hand, while Wei Wentong was about to behead an enemy, he noticed a beam of light that was coming towards him. He immediately changed his stance to defend himself from the beam of light with his sword. Wei Wentong managed to block the attack, but the impact was so strong. It created an explosion and scattered dust and debris all over the place. 6 mysterious figures were up in the sky, and the people pointed out that they were the people from the immortal sect. Someone remarked that it really was a marvel that even a random gathering of cultivators had someone who managed to reach the destiny realm. It was Wu Zhan, and he mentioned that even the weakest one had reached the enlightened realm. He picked up a twig on the ground, and he stated that he couldn't be bothered about whether the enemy was destined or not. Wei Wentong declared that that day they would show the enemy what desperation meant, and Niu Jingxi concurred. The Control Yuan continued to fight and fend off their enemies to protect Qing. When they saw that the enemies had reinforcements, they instructed to protect Qing until their last breath. While the fight was still going on, Pei Yuhan was just calmly observing everything from the side, and she observed that it was interesting. She watched Qing, who was intently watching the fight, and he noted that the situation was pretty intense. As he thought of the possibility that perhaps it could be his chance to die, Yi King realized that if he died at that moment, not only would it disappoint those in the control yuan who were risking their lives to protect him, he would also be unable to answer to the 50,000 Scarlet Flame Army soldiers who died a wrongful death. Suddenly, Yi King was surprised when someone arrived and reassured not to worry. They also had reinforcements, and they commanded everyone to protect Yi King. Yi King looked so disappointed as he acknowledged that, as expected, he shouldn't give himself false hope of dying. As he observed closely, Yi King remarked that although those people were wearing the uniform of the control yuan, all of them were unreasonably strong, so he questioned since when did the control yuan start to have so many experts. Yi King glanced behind him, and he speculated if it was another surprise from the brat Kai Xiangao. On the other hand, someone broke their cup as they got angry when they discovered that the control yuan actually recruited so many experts. He asserted that no matter what, Yi King must die that day because if they missed that opportunity, they would be the ones dying. Back in the fight, Kai Xiangao suggested that since the control yuan already had the upper hand, he proposed that they compose another battle poem to cheer them on, and Yi King was surprised when he learned Kai Xiangao's suggestion. Yi King remembered that the scholars of that world were not pushovers either, as they could also use their pens as swords, their ink as arrows, and kill their enemies with poems. As Yi King composed a poem, they summoned golden arrows, and Yi King reasoned that even if it was a recitation poem, if there was sufficient scholarly kai, it could still be condensed to materialize into weapons to kill the enemy. He clutched his hand as he finished composing his poem. With that gesture, the arrows started flying towards the enemies. Pei Yuhan watched as the arrows passed above her, and as she felt the strong scholarly kai in them, she wondered if Yi King was a genius of the Confucian Tao. Yi King had sent multiple golden arrows, and it looked like a huge fortress was protecting him. One of the enemies noticed the light behind him, and his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately warned the others to run quickly as there was a Confucian scholar that had joined the battle. But it was already too late as the arrows had already pierced his allies. Meanwhile, the men who were with the assassin were surprised when they saw that Yi King was actually a Confucian scholar, and the assassin asserted that it was impossible because ever since the sage's garden was sealed, it had long become impossible for a Confucian scholar to appear in their world. One of the men lay trembling on the floor, and he exclaimed that they had provoked a monster who could disregard the seal on the sage's garden, so it was all over. Back into the fight. Pei Yuhan continued to observe Yi King and realized that Yi King was not yet a Confucian scholar. It was just that his scholarly kai and virtuous kai had accumulated to the level of a Confucian scholar. Pei Yuhan smiled, thinking that it was hard to imagine the heights Yi King would reach after the sage's garden was unsealed and the Confucian Dara materialized. On the other hand, Yi King stared at his hand and noted that he had already become such a monster without even realizing it. As the enemies lay on the ground, Yi King directed the control yuan to clean up the battlefield and form a group to take control of the city's gates. Yi King continued to move forward, declaring that it was time to settle the debts. Meanwhile, at the residence of Marquis Wu of Wei, the servants had started to flee, apologizing to him and giving excuses like suddenly recalling that their mother at home was in labor, so they needed to make a trip back, or their father was remarrying that day, so they would be leaving first. Marquis Wu of Wei swung his spear by the door, berating his servants as bastards, inquiring why they were running, and demanding all of them to get back. He turned to give out orders to Shen Sanbian, but he trailed off. Marquis Wu of Wei was dumbfounded when he saw that Shen Sanbian was no longer behind him. He shouted and accused that they were all traitors and cowards. A few moments later, Marquis Wu of Wei dropped his spear on the ground as he sat on his chair, and mused that others might fear Yi King. But he didn't because, after all, his daughter was a direct disciple of the Jade Chamber. He stated that he would sit right there, feeling anxious. Suddenly, Marquis Wu of Wei was surprised when someone called out his name. Yi King was proudly standing in front of Marquis Wu of Wei with Guanying, and the control yuan behind him, mentioning that it had been a while. Meanwhile, Marquis Wu of Wei could hear his other servants pleading with him to save them and questioning the control yuan about what they were all trying to do when it was the Marquis Wu of Wei's residence. Marquis Wu of Wei nervously inquired of Yi King if laying their hands on his people the moment they met was how the control yuan operated, and with an evil look in his eyes, Yi King replied that it was because he was in a bad mood. Marquis Wu of Wei couldn't believe what he just heard, so he leaned in to question Yi King what he had just stated. With the same ominous aura around him, Yi King reiterated that he was in a bad mood. Someone was telling Marquis Wu of Wei that he taught them something because 50,000 lives of people were gone just like that. It was Yi King, and he stated that it was him who made him truly understand that he was in a real world and not a game where he was the be-all and end-all. Marquis Wu of Wei looked puzzled when Yi King mentioned that if people were killed, they would die. He asked Yi King what exactly he was articulating and what his order to eliminate those 50,000 Scarlet Flame Army soldiers had to do with him. Guanyin trembled in rage as Marquis Wu of Wei declared that it was the price one had to pay for having the gall to betray them, and asked him if he dared to declare war against them for the sake of 50,000 strangers. As Guanyin could no longer contain his anger, he grabbed Marquis Wu of Wei's collar, telling him that he was speaking as if the lives of 50,000 humans were worthless, and as he asserted that the founding minister just didn't want to be associated with jerks like him, he asked him exactly what crime he had committed. Yi King stopped Guanyin, telling him that trying to reason with such people was like trying to reason with a beast, and he ordered someone to take Marquis Wu of Wei away. Wei Wentong and Niu Jingxi came in to restrain Marquis Wu of Wei, and the Marquis questioned them about the use of arresting him when he would be released sooner or later. But Niu Jingxi suddenly slapped him across the face and exclaimed to shut it. Marquis Wu of Wei was trembling as he asked Niu Jingxi what he was doing, but before he could finish his question, someone hit him on the stomach. It was Wei Wentong, and he reminded Marquis Wu of Wei that he ordered to shut it. A few moments later, Marquis Wu of Wei changed into a different set of clothes with a wooden restraint over his head and hands, and as the control Yuan walked with him, he asked them how they could humiliate him and make him put such a thing in public. Yi King was dumbfounded when Marquis Wu of Wei complained that they were humiliating him, and he asserted that he was supposed to be shackled to a pillory on the road for his execution, which surprised Marquis Wu of Wei. Marquis Wu of Wei was astonished when he heard that they were going to kill him. He started to panic, telling Yi King that he couldn't kill him because his daughter, Fang Qingsu, was the direct disciple of the Jade Chamber, and Yi King just watched him with boredom as he started demanding to meet the emperor. Yi King confirmed that they, the control Yuan, have the authority to act at their discretion, so he would still die even after meeting the emperor. Marquis Wu of Wei started to cry, and he lamented that it was unfair as he was not the only one who committed those crimes, yet he was the only one being killed. Yi King showed Marquis Wu of Wei the list of names given to him by the founding minister, and as he reassured not to worry because he wouldn't let a single one of his accomplices off, Marquis Wu of Wei called Yi King crazy for doing such a thing just for the sake of a mere 50,000 people. Yi King leaned in and insisted that they were more than just 50,000 lives. They were soldiers of the Great Shu, so he demanded that he take back the word mere. Marquis Wu of Wei helplessly lay there on the ground with the restraint over his head and Niu Jingxi holding onto the chains that were binding him. Suddenly, Wei Wentong arrived and announced to Yi King that they found a ritual implement. Yi King was surprised when he saw that it was a mirror, and Pei Yuhan revealed to him that it was the Jade Chamber's end of the world mirror. She touched the mirror, and its reflection started swirling at her fingertips. Suddenly, the image of Fang Qingsu appeared, and she immediately questioned Yi King who he was. But instead of answering her question, Yi King queried her if she was Fang Qingsu and disclosed that Marquis Wu of Wei was currently on his execution parade, and once all of his accomplices were arrested and brought to justice, he would be dealt with as per the law. After he spoke, Fang Qingsu seemed to realize that she was talking to Yi King. While Fang Qingsu remarked that it seemed like Marquis Wu of Wei really couldn't do anything right, Yi King happily twirled a charcoal stick in his fingers. Fang Qingsu cautioned Yi King to consider the consequences of his actions and to act carefully. Yi King grinned evilly as he asserted not to worry because countless immortal sects wanted to and had tried to kill him. They were not the first. Unaware that Yi King had doodled all over her face, Fang Qingsu commented that what he stated was very good. Suddenly, the mirror exploded while it was in Yi King's hands. Yi King looked appalled as he stared at his hands, surprised that Fang Qingsu had decided to make the mirror self-destruct over a minor disagreement. He enthusiastically proclaimed that their next destination was the government of the Rongguo. Meanwhile, Jai Minju was so surprised when she learned the news that the control Yuan had arrested Marquis Wu of Wei and was heading towards the government of the Rongguo. Resting her head on her hand, she observed that it was a mess because, even forgetting Marquis Wu of Wei, the officials of the Rongguo were privileged with proof bestowed upon them by their great ancestors. Jai Minju was interrupted when another eunuch reported to her that Yi King used the family of the officials of Rongguo to threaten them and arrested the officials of Rongguo. The eunuch looked worried as he expressed that at that moment, the control Yuan was on their way to the Zheng family. When Jai Minju discovered about the Zheng family, she confirmed if the eunuch was referring to the greatest family of aristocrats and inquired what exactly Yi King was trying to do. On the other hand, Yi King and his companions stood in front of a person who voiced that they felt incredibly honored when they heard the news that the chief officer was coming. They stood in front of the Zheng residence, and the man invited Yi King to come in for a cup of tea. But Yi King declared to forget the tea because if he really wanted a drink, He would rather that he come with him to the control Yuan for the drink. The people who were listening wondered if Qing was after the wrong person because they hadn't heard of the Zheng family colluding with Marquis Wu of Wei, and they observed that even though they had never interacted with the people from the Zheng family, they didn't seem like bad people. The man bowed to Qing as he posed that they, the Zheng family of the capital, strictly followed their family customs, as a gentleman's actions formed the virtues of a gentleman. So he was puzzled as to why Qing would like to arrest him, and he inquired Qing if he had done something to offend him for him to bear a personal grudge against him. Qing mentioned that their family seemed to follow strict customs, so if it weren't for him having irrefutable evidence, they might really have been deceived by him. Qing showed him the jade plate from the founding minister, and he inquired if he knew what it was. He declared that it was a report that a certain person worthy of their respect sacrificed their reputation, honor, and life to obtain it. Guanying looked so moved by what Qing just revealed. One of the officials who were arrested speculated if Qing was referring to the founding minister, and Marquis Wu of Wei immediately confirmed that, as expected, it was that son of a bitch, and in his mind, he admitted that he initially remarked that the founding minister was weak and easy to take advantage of, but he did not expect to be so wrong about him. Meanwhile, the man continued to feign ignorance, and as he queried Qing what he was articulating because he did not understand at all, Qing promised that he would make it clearer. Qing announced to the people that, for the sake of the great Zhu, the founding minister had been enduring a life of humiliation to carry out the mission of infiltrating the party of the officials in order to obtain that report. The man fell to the ground as Qing disclosed that on the surface, the Zheng clan is a family of scholars, but in the shadows, they colluded with the immortal sects, and the evil deeds that they committed, which were recorded within that jade slip, were sufficient for the Zheng family to die 100 times over. The people realized that the founding minister was a part of the control Yuan, and it turned out that they had misunderstood him all that time, as he was never corrupt and gave up petty righteousness for the sake of a greater cause, so they began cheering for the founding minister. Guanying trembled as he thanked Qing for doing such a thing for his father. He bowed down to the ground as he cheered on for the founding minister while also thanking Qing for his kindness. Guanying was crying, and Qing patted him on the shoulder as he reassured that there was no need to thank him. Qing explained that all he did was let everyone know about a person that should not be forgotten, and he urged him to take a look at the people. Qing remarked that more than anyone else, the people yearned for a founding minister who was dependable no matter the situation, and in the future he would have to be the one to forge the path forward. As the members of the control Yuan restrained the official of the Zheng family, Qing announced that they would be going to the next place. The control Yuan went to the residences of the officials that were on the list and restrained them one after the other. Some of the officials tried to hide and escape the control Yuan, but they were still caught. A few moments later, as the parade of the officials began, the people on the street observed that, as expected, Qing did what he declared he would, and they exclaimed that looking at those bastard officials getting arrested really brings them joy. The people threw different kinds of food waste to the officials as they demanded that they get killed and hit. But some of them realized that using eggs was too wasteful, so they suggested that they should just throw rocks at them. Wei Wentong reported to Qing that they had already checked and not a single person on the list had been missed. Qing declared that they would head to the execution grounds. The officials were startled when they heard Qing's statement, and Marquis Wu of Wei couldn't help but inquire if Qing was serious, that he really dared to kill them. Marquis Wu of Wei questioned Qing if he truly wanted to make an enemy of the 6 states and the immortal sects because if he dared to kill them, the 6 states and the immortal sects would definitely not let him off, and the Great Zhu would also be punished because of him. Qing asserted that he did not care because the Great Zhu was under the protection of the capital array. So if the immortal sects wanted to lay a finger on the Great Zhu, they first needed to consider whether they even had the capability to do so. He maintained that, as for wanting to kill him, he would just let them try. Pei Yuhan looked at Qing proudly as she voiced that he was correct, that there was no way out if they clashed with the immortal sects, so if they didn't continue going forward, there would be no way for them to back out. She looked solemn as she voiced that if only everyone back were as brave as Qing, perhaps they wouldn't have failed. A few moments later, at the execution grounds, a lot of people gathered. Meanwhile, Jai Minju was watching the whole thing through her mirror, and she was worried for Qing. Back at the execution grounds, Qing commanded his men to bring the criminals. As the members of the control Yuan started to drag the criminals up the stage, they protested, saying that they didn't want to die. Marquis Wu of Wei called Qing a lunatic as he queried if he was trying to drag the entirety of the Great Zhu down with him. When Qing heard Marquis Wu of Wei's remark, he queried the criminals if the Great Zhu hadn't been dragged down by all of them a long time ago. Jai Minju was astonished while the people were enraged as King questioned Marquis Wu of why if he stated that if he didn't kill all of them, the Great Zhu would return to being the once powerful and prosperous Great Zhu and the immortal sects wouldn't continue exploiting the Great Zhu. King raised a sign of order as he explained that the reason he was killing all of them was to let all those who still believed in justice and morals catch a glimpse of hope and to see that they, the control Yuan, were still upholding justice and equality. The executioner menacingly raised his sword above Marquis Wu of Wei as the people chanted to kill them and called them a bunch of pigs who only knew how to suck others dry. King threw the sign of order and announced that it was noon. He promptly gave out the order to execute, and the executioner swiftly swung his sword. Someone asked Liu Shen if he would support someone in what they did. It was Jai Minju, and they seemed to be talking about King, as Liu Shen declared that he supported him without a doubt. But he mentioned that, just as he had previously stated, for the Great Zhu to regain its former glory, it would have to get through countless obstacles and hardships, and the path they were taking might not necessarily be right either. Jai Minju looked so downhearted as she admitted that it was just as King previously stated, that the Great Zhu had already fallen from grace a long time ago, so she questioned if there was really any use in what they were currently doing. While watching the scenes unfold in the mirror, Liu Shen commented that the strength they had accumulated wasn't completely useless. As they watched as blood was shed on the mirror, Liu Shen proposed that they channel their strength into supporting King on the path he had chosen. Jai Minju watched the scenes in the mirror as she thought about King's chosen path. They saw that the people cheered for King, and they were proclaiming that they wanted to join the control Yuan too, as they were not afraid of dying. Suddenly, Jai Minju's sleeve shone. It was the country's bead of destiny, and as she revealed that it showed that the country's destiny had extended. Jai Minju wondered if it could be that it was really just as Liu Shen had argued about King's path. Liu Shen cautioned Jai Minju not to be hasty because that day, King had stirred up a significant amount of trouble, so he was afraid that protecting him was crucial. A few moments later, King was talking to someone who mentioned the Sage's Garden, and while he seemed puzzled about it, Kai Xiangao got excited when he heard about it. King was talking to a eunuch, and as he recalled that he finally remembered it, King pointed out that that place was turned into ruins by the immortal sect a long time ago. But the eunuch explained that it was indeed destroyed but not completely destroyed. The eunuch explained that actually, for the past 1,000 years, people have still been able to enter the Sage's Garden, but it consumed the country's destiny each time someone entered. So for someone to have the right to enter the Sage's Garden, not only did they have to be a talented genius, they also had to be morally upright and loyal to the country. King didn't look so pleased, while Kai Xiangao looked so excited when the eunuch suggested that Jai Minju thinks that the two of them fit the bill. The eunuch speculated that perhaps he could be lucky and survive the upcoming calamity, and upon hearing what he confirmed, King asked the eunuch if they were sending him to the Sage's Garden to wait out the calamity. King summarized that, to put it simply, they wanted to send him into a dungeon and let him become stronger so he could continue living. And as he acknowledged, the eunuch, who was old Liu, excitedly inquired if he was agreeing. King firmly refused, and Kai Xiangao was taken aback. Old Liu cried and held King's legs as he pleaded that, to be completely honest, Jai Minju really treated him extremely well, asking him if he couldn't abide by her wishes for once. Old Liu stated that the immortal sect would exact their revenge very soon, and he wouldn't be able to hide from it. But he was the backbone of the Great Zhu, so the Great Zhu couldn't do without a person like him. King bent down to tell old Liu to stop crying and get up, and he asserted that he could agree to any of his requests. But for that, he really couldn't agree with it. Old Liu tried to protest, but King patted him on the shoulder and urged him to believe in him as he had his reasons. As old Liu walked away, crestfallen, Kai Xiangao remarked that he didn't understand either. King let out a sigh as he explained that there were some things that couldn't be explained, so when the time was right, it would naturally all make sense. And in the back of his mind, King thought that when he returned as the Emperor of the Upper Realm, they would all understand. On the other hand, at the Jade Chamber, someone was informing another person that their master was already aware of their situation. A lady stood in front of their master's hut, commented that King liked to pick fights, so if they still don't respond, everyone will assume that the immortal sects were afraid of him, and she earnestly requested that her master act and kill King. The lady was Fang Qingsu, and the person in the hut revealed that it was currently a critical period in her master's cultivation, thus unable to take action for a mere nobody. However, her master had already sent word to the various main immortal sects. The door opened, and a lady came out of it, mentioned that since King had killed so many at that time, Those who were after his life were not limited to merely the Jade Chamber. She declared that they would utilize the chance when the immortal sects took revenge on Qing to pressure Jai Minju. The lady observed that Jai Minju might be more than meets the eye because, from how she looked after Qing, her stupidity all those times might have just been an act, and on the other hand, as she articulated those things, a eunuch was reporting to Jai Minju. Liu Shen mentioned the White Horse Temple. The lady argued that Qing was nothing big, but they must control Jai Minju, so they had to remove the seeds of any rebellion before they began to sprout. Meanwhile, Jai Minju rested her head on her hands as Liu Shen whispered to her something about the White Horse Temple. A few moments later, the people on the street started talking about how they had heard that an eminent monk from the White Horse Temple was coming to the capital for a religious assembly, and it was because the capital recently executed quite a few people, and the evil Kai was strong, so they wanted to sue the Buddhist Dharma to free the souls of the dead. Meanwhile, Qing and Kai Xiangao were also talking about the Buddhism and about releasing souls. Qing noted that it was new and that he didn't expect there to be Buddhism in that world as well. Kai Xiangao confirmed that Buddhism only began to spread gradually after Jai Minju ascended to the throne, and that it originated from the Huoluo state in the west. He pointed out that while the Huoluo state was roughly the size of the Great Shu, its land was infertile and its spiritual Kai was weak, so the people felt that they would be able to ascend to Sukhavati through harsh training. But an increasing number of devout followers of Buddhism wanted to seek the true meaning of the Buddhist Dharma, so they began to head towards various countries to carry out missionary work, and the Great Shu naturally became one of their important targets. Kai Xiangao remarked that, for an unknown reason, Jai Minju was extremely interested in Buddhism, so she invited Master Yuanfeng to the capital. And not only did Jai Minju construct the White Horse Temple for them, she even conferred Master Yuanfeng with the position of Master Protector of State. Qing called Jai Minju little self-indulgent in his mind, as he observed that she really had a wide range of interests, and he inquired Kai Xiangao why he hadn't seen many followers when the Buddhist Dharma was held in such high regard. Kai Xiangao suggested that perhaps it was because it was too profound, and as he queried Qing if it could be that he was also interested in Buddhist Dharma, he mentioned that luckily, he too had some knowledge about it, so he offered to give him a short summary of it. 3 hours later, the two of them were still talking, and as Qing questioned Kai Xiangao if he was sure that what he was talking about was the traditional Buddhist Dharma, Kai Xiangao explained that while he may not be extremely familiar with it either, he definitely didn't make up nonsense. Qing commented that it was no wonder that there were no followers because the Buddhist Dharma in that world is completely different from his, as its core consisted of only the most superficial parts of Buddhist Dharma. On the other hand, at the White Horse Temple, a bell was rung. A kid was walking with Master Yuanfeng, and he queried him if Jai Minju sent someone there earlier to confer another title, but he denied. Master Yuanfeng explained that the reason Jai Minju sent a message at that time was to request that he protect a person, and the kid was surprised. Master Yuanfeng confirmed that, of course, if Jai Minju could convert that person into a Buddhist, the Buddhist Dharma's aspirations of spreading throughout the world would no longer just be a faraway dream. Qing received a letter, and as he exclaimed, "Speaking of the devil," he questioned if Master Yuanfeng could just organize his religious assembly and why he was inviting him to it. Kai Xiangao remarked that Master Yuanfeng claimed that the massacre occurred due to him, so if he were there, it might comfort the deceased souls. Qing asked him if he was sure that his presence would offer comfort to the deceased souls, and in his mind, he thought that if the devil Marquis Wu of Y saw him, he would be considered very tolerant if he didn't die a second time from anger. Master Yuanfeng declared that Master Yuanfeng also announced that he would release the souls of those 500,000 Sacred Flame Army soldiers, the founding minister, as well as all those commoners who died a wrongful death from suffering. Qing responded that he understood, and for the sake of that, they should attend the assembly. Meanwhile, the leader of the Mist Rain House was asking someone if he was certain that Qing would attend the religious assembly, and he asserted that it was a good opportunity to kill him, but it was a shame that those bunch of trash, including Marquis Wu of Y, died too early and didn't give them a single cent of the remuneration they were supposed to pay them. The leader proclaimed that Qing was the person who was being sought after and revered by countless people and was being hailed as the world's only light, so he wanted to personally extinguish that light. He laughed hysterically as he imagined the terror and anguish those currently filled with hope and chasing the light would feel. And the assassin who was talking to him earlier commented that he was a sadist. A dark, ominous aura engulfed the leader as he planned that the next day he wanted to pull off the assassination in front of everyone. The next day, at the White Horse Temple, a lot of people gathered. As one man questioned what the big deal was when it was just an ordinary person coming from the Huoluo state, another man told to stop spouting nonsense because Master Yuanfang had unrivaled power, so he should not look down on him, and another man added that he heard that the power of those eminent Buddhist monks was comparable to that of the immortals. But the man insisted that their great Jew had birthed many exceptional talents, so they should be greater than the poverty-stricken Huoluo state. Suddenly, a bright light from the sky shone through the entire area. The source of the light was Master Yuanfang, who had arrived along with the other monks, and they were reciting the Om Mani Padme Hum. They started to descend toward the people. The 5 of them sat down in front of the image of Buddha that was shining so brightly. The people were busy marveling at the sight when someone politely requested everyone to let them pass. It was Qing and his companions, and as the people recognized him, they mentioned that even Qing was there, so it looked like Buddhism was really not to be belittled. And Qing apologized as he mentioned that he was here as he was also invited to attend the religious assembly. Master Yuanfang called on Amitabha as he greeted him, the chief officer. As Master Yuanfang observed how the people reacted when they saw Qing, he observed that the prestige he held amongst the commoners was indeed different, so he must definitely convert him to Buddhism. Qing expressed that he must once again thank him for releasing the souls of the 500,000 Scarlet Flame Army soldiers and the commoners who died for the greater good from suffering. Master Yuanfang declared that, as a follower of Buddhism, it was his duty to do so, while on the other hand, he had a heart of gold. He stated that, in his humble opinion, he was full of wisdom, so he proposed that he should join their Buddhist sect. Qing smiled at Master Yuanfang as he mentioned that he was praising him too much. However, he would have to decline joining the Buddhist sect as he was not interested. Master Yuanfang expressed that the Buddhist sect values affinity, and while he was unwilling to, he still had an affinity with the Buddhist sect, so he invited him to take a seat first. But in his mind, Qing was already telling Master Yuanfang to forget it because, in his past life, it was already a nightmare being forced by her old woman to study a few books of Buddhist scripture, so he no longer wanted to continue foreordained affinities. As Qing took a seat, Pei Yuhan inquired if the monk had malicious intentions. When she heard what Pei Yuhan mentioned, Xuan was sulking as she imagined telling Pei Yuhan that she was not any better either, and she remarked that Pei Yuhan could clearly walk and run. Yet she continued to stay at their house and refused to leave, even acting so intimately with Qing every day, and she repeatedly voiced that she hated her. Meanwhile, Qing questioned Pei Yuhan why she commented so. Pei Yuhan observed that if he dabbled in devildom, he would become familiar with such feelings as he would encounter fake people daily, and she observed that Master Yuanfang also emanated the same feeling of fakeness. Qing looked at Master Yuanfang, and he speculated what he was trying to achieve by acting fake in front of him. While Master Yuanfang emanated a bright light behind him as he meditated, Qing pondered if Master Yuanfang intended to kill him too. A prayer bead was tossed up in the air. Master Yuanfang was the one who tossed it, and it began to shine brightly. The people looked up at the prayer bead that was shining brightly above them. One of the people remarked that the warm light made their body feel much better. Another person commented that the rheumatism in his legs didn't hurt anymore, and another added that his chest didn't feel heavy anymore either. Everyone began thanking Master Yuanfang, expressing that the power of Buddha was indeed stronger than the powers of the immortals. Master Yuanfang grinned as he acknowledged that it was great, as the first step was a huge success, and his next step was to convert someone. Suddenly, he was puzzled when he sensed that there was killing intent. Master Yuanfang looked at the audience, and he speculated who would dare act out of line in front of him. As he continued to observe the direction where he sensed the killing intent was coming from, he commented that it looked like he was not the target of that killer, and he found it intriguing. Meanwhile, Qing was observing the ceremony uninterestedly with Xuan by his side. Master Yuanfang suggested that letting Qing endure some hardships first may not be a bad thing. A suspicious person in a huge hat in the middle of the crowd claimed that there was only one chance and that there was no room for error. On the other hand, Master Yuanfang noticed the suspicious person, and he asserted that letting Qing experience the threat of dying first would make him more steadfast towards converting to Buddhism. Meanwhile, Pei Yuhan declared that Master Yuanfang was an idiot. Suddenly, an explosion occurred and it startled the people. They looked behind them and inquired what had happened. Some of the people quickly realized that there was fire, and that it was in their house's direction, so they immediately came running towards it. Wei Wentong and Kai Xiangao were alarmed, and Kai Xiangao questioned if it could be the people from the immortal sects. Wei Wentong replied that it was not the case because if the immortal sects wanted to take action, they would just come straight to kill Qing rather than bothering with all those pointless things. Qing ordered Wei Wentong to bring some men with him to investigate. But Wei Wentong explained that there were others who were in charge of such matters, and he was responsible for protecting him. Qing got mad at Wei Wentong. He argued that the commoners were more important than him and he was very safe there, so he should just go if he directed. And he questioned him about what was with all that bullshit. Kai Xiangao chimed in, and he remarked that that decision of his was a little rash. Qing advised not to worry. But in the back of his mind, he suspected that the explosion definitely wasn't a coincidence. So if it was really to kill him, he could play along with all of them for a bit too. Meanwhile, the suspicious person observed Qing and his men from below. He smiled sinisterly as he sneered that Qing was an idiot because he actually even voluntarily sent his bodyguard away, and that he was really tired of living. The suspicious person seemed to be the leader of the Mist Rain House, and he telepathically ordered the assassin to take action. And the assassin concurred. 4 papermen lunged towards Qing, which startled him. Qing exclaimed that it was wonderful because there really were assassins, while Xuan was wondering if those people were from the Mist Rain House. One of the men of the Control Yuan stopped one of the papermen's attacks by tackling them, and he ordered the others to protect Qing. Xuan was looking intently at the fight, and Qing noticed it. He patted her on the head and reassured not to be afraid because he would protect her. As she looked up to Qing, Xuan protested that she didn't want Qing's protection because she could die. But he definitely couldn't. Meanwhile, the men of the Control Yuan managed to destroy the papermen. Seeing that, the leader gave orders telepathically to all killers in hiding to go. The killers in hiding started to draw their swords. The people were scared when one of them got slashed in the back. Qing was also horrified when he saw what had happened, and he immediately ordered his men to stop the killers. He ran towards the stairs so he could help the people below, unaware that the leader was waiting for him along that path. As Qing passed by the leader, he was surprised when the leader announced that his time was up. He introduced himself as Lang Shiki, and he stated that he was his killer from the Mist Rain House. Lang Shiki materialized the snake aura behind him as he prepared to deliver his slash, and he asserted that at that moment, he could sense that it was the most perfect slash of his entire career as an assassin. Master Yuanfeng saw what had happened, and he remarked that the slash was not simple, so he must step in. On the other hand, Xuan looked so worried as she mentioned that it was too late and she couldn't stop them. Meanwhile, as he saw the blade that was coming right before his eyes, Qing smiled as he declared that the Heavenly Emperor's position was his. But to King's surprise, the blade stopped in front of him when someone observed that it was such a quick cutlass. Lang Shiki froze as he recognized the voice, the tone, and the way of speaking. He nervously looked behind him in the direction where the voice came from. Pei Yuhan was calmly sitting there, and Lang Shiki immediately recognized her as his lord. Pei Yuhan communicated telepathically that Qing was hers, so he should get lost if he knew what was best for him. Lang Shiki suddenly coughed up blood. Master Yuanfeng, the assassin who was with Lang Shiki, and Xuan were all surprised. On the other hand, Qing remarked that he was feeling a familiar sense of betrayal. Lang Shiki stated that she was really putting him in a tight spot, but she did not give any response. Lang Shiki looked so grim as he expressed that he was already halfway through the assassination, and he wondered how he was supposed to get out of that situation. Lang Shiki slumped on the ground, and he trembled. He sweated profusely as he thought about what he should do, while Qing looked appalled as he looked down on him. Lang Shiki suddenly kneeled and called Qing Lord Ye. Qing looked baffled when Lang Shiki admitted to him that he was wrong. Lang Shiki declared that he was brimming with righteousness and had unparalleled loyalty, and he was the one leading the resurgence of the Great Jew, which is why, although he received orders to assassinate him, he could not bear to do so in the end. Qing looked extremely disappointed, and he was speechless. Lang Shiki continued to tell Qing that if he killed him, he was afraid that it would continue weighing on his conscience for the rest of his life, and upon hearing what he declared, Pei Yuan couldn't help but snicker. Kai Xiangao, Xuan, and the killers were all surprised by what Lang Shiki declared. The assassin who was with Lang Shiki was also surprised, and as he wondered if Lang Shiki had been hypnotized, he telepathically instructed Lang Shiki to blink his eyes if he was being held at gunpoint. The people were also surprised, and as one of them pointed out that they heard Lang Shiki declare his name earlier. They mentioned that he had heard that those with the Lang family name from the Mist Rain House were all cold-blooded and heartless, yet such a person was actually won over by Qing. Another person mentioned that there was no mistaking it because he once read in ancient books that some assassins would give up on the assassination if their target was a sage, which proves that Qing is a sage. One of the people pointed out that even the killer could be won over, so they wondered if there was anything that Qing couldn't do. Another one added that it was as expected that Qing is the reincarnation of the sages of ancient times, and another one mentioned that they must record the events that took place that day, compile them, and distribute them worldwide. On the other hand, Master Yuanfeng mentioned that, although he already knew that Qing was not their ordinary person, he never mentioned that his character would be able to cause an assassin to switch sides, and he admitted that he underestimated him. He mentioned that if a sage like Qing were to follow Buddhism, it would undoubtedly spread and take the world by storm. Meanwhile, Qing patted Lang Shiki on the shoulders and mentioned that it was great because a rogue who turned over a new leaf is more precious than gold. But Lang Shiki was not too happy about it, and he was telling Qing to screw off in his mind. On the other hand, Qing mentioned that Lang Shiki was insane, and as he mentioned that he should just kill him if he wanted to or else just screw off. He wondered why Lang Shiki was talking about turning over a new leaf and what ideas Lang Shiki's current actions would give the killers who wanted to kill him. Qing mentioned that he was giving him too much credit because, actually, he was not as good as he declared he was, so he did not have to put himself like that either. Lang Shiki was startled when Pei Yuhen began to emit a strong, dark aura behind Qing, so he decided to question Qing about what he mentioned. He declared that his character was like a shining star in the dark sky and an oasis in a desert, so all of his actions inspired everyone alike. Qing looked pissed when he realized that Lang Shiki was getting all emotional, and he asserted that Lang Shiki shouldn't blame him because he was the one who got all mushy first. He proceeded to tell Lang Shiki again that he had praised him too much, and he remarked that in fact, he felt that he was overflowing with righteousness to the point where he was like a hero, and that his skills were extremely rare, while his character was even more of a scarce sight to behold in their world, and that left Lang Shiki speechless. Lang Shiki mentioned that there was no need to be humble, and Qing refuted Lang Shiki, contending that he was even more humble. While Kai Xiangao, who watched the entire scene, observed that it really was a tale of the ages and a sight that could not be seen anywhere else. Unbeknownst to everyone, both Lang Shiki and Qing were mad at each other, and while Lang Shiki voiced that he really wished Qing would die, Qing replied that if Lang Shiki couldn't kill him, he would just disgust him to death. Lang Shiki ran away, and as he announced that he would leave first, he advised to take care because, while he might not have killed him that day, he did not know if other killers would show him mercy like him, so even if it was not for himself, he must pay attention to his safety for the sake of all the people. Kai Xiangao realized that Lang Shiki was right, so he conceded that in the future, he could not afford to be that careless again. And as he advised Qing to have an elite soldier in charge of his safety beside him at all times, Qing looked annoyed as he muttered that Lang Shiki was a bastard who was still backstabbing him even as he left. A few moments later, Lang Shiki was so enraged that he slammed his fist into a table. The assassin arrived, and he inquired if Lang Shiki was really won over by Qing. Lang Shiki got more pissed, and he punched the assassin as he dismissed that it was nonsense. The assassin crashed on the ground outside as he was sent flying by Lang Shiki's punch. Lang Shiki loomed over the assassin, and he queried if he didn't see the woman in black beside Qing, but the assassin did not know what woman he was talking about. Lang Shiki explained that the woman was the lord they had been unable to contact all that time, and she was the one who stopped him from laying a hand on Qing, so there was nothing else he could do. The assassin was surprised that their boss was actually female, and he asked why she was by Qing's side and not killing him. Lang Shiki stated that there was no way for him to know, but based on what he knew about their boss, she definitely wasn't the type to voluntarily help others, and upon hearing what he explained, the assassin speculated if their boss was into Qing. On the other hand, Qing was sincerely apologizing to Master Yuanfeng, as the assembly that day was disrupted because of him, and he confessed that in order to prevent such a situation from occurring again, he would like to leave first. But Master Yuanfeng insisted that he was almost assassinated, and he was actually to blame for it. Qing asserted that he did not have to be sorry because he was not to be blamed for it. But Master Yuanfeng maintained that he was the one to be blamed for that incident. He declared that he was not sure if he was aware that Jai Minju had requested that he step in to protect him, and upon hearing his words, Qing immediately exclaimed that Jai Minju was a damned little king for deciding to poke his nose into his matters uninvited and backstabbed him again. Master Yuanfeng mentioned that Jai Minju's request was asking too much of him because, after all, the Buddhist sect was just a foreign sect with barely any influence in the Great Jew. So if he were to protect him, they would have to offend the immortal sects and destroy whatever little roots their Buddhist sect had planted in the Great Jew. Qing immediately concurred with Master Yuanfeng, telling him that he was absolutely right. Master Yuanfeng remarked that for him, who was a Confucianist and Taoist, offending the immortal sects would undoubtedly result in more losses than gains. However, for Fa Hui of the Buddhist sect, the Buddhist sect, still had the strength to spare to offend the immortal sects. Qing was baffled when he heard Master Yuanfeng's words, so he questioned him about who Fa Hui was that he was speaking of. Master Yuanfeng promptly clarified that he was referring to him because if he were willing to join the Buddhist sect, he would personally take him as his disciple, and his Buddhist name would be Fa Hui. King looked so appalled, and he responded that he had already indicated that he was not interested in Buddhism, so he was better off just looking for someone else. But Master Yuanfang asserted that he and the Buddhist sect had an affinity with each other. It was just that he was currently trapped in a mist and had yet to achieve inner clarity. Kai Xiangao and Xuan looked so surprised when a huge, golden dome suddenly hovered over King, and Master Yuanfang proposed that he allow him to give him a hand. King noticed the huge golden dome behind him, but it was already too late as the dome slammed itself on the ground, trapping King inside. Kai Xiangao panicked, and he immediately inquired Master Yuanfang what he was trying to do. The men of the Control Yuan immediately pointed their swords at Master Yuanfang and scolded him for daring to trick them. The people were also enraged, and as one of them wondered if the White Horse Temple's eminent monk harbored ill intentions toward King. Another one remarked that he was not an eminent monk because anyone who causes harm to King is definitely evil, and they demanded to quickly let King go. On the other hand, the men of the Control Yuan tried to attack the Golden Dome with their swords, but it broke without even damaging the dome. Master Yuanfang urged to stop wasting their strength because it was the treasure of the Buddhist sect, the Golden Alms Bowl, so there was no way any of them could break it. Suddenly, Master Yuanfang vanished. Master Yuanfang entered the Golden Alms Bowl, and King was startled when he suddenly appeared in front of him, inquiring if the reason behind his refusal to join the Buddhist sect was that he still had an inadequate understanding of the Buddhist sect. King asserted that he didn't have to understand because, for him, he got the feeling that he operated more like a gangster and resorted to threatening and forceful methods when one refused to join his gang. Master Yuanfang got too close to King as he stated that he had an affinity with their Buddhist sect, so the reason he was trying to convert him was also to help him achieve salvation. But King replied that he was afraid that the people he was trying to convert weren't those with affinity but were useful instead because he figured that he wanted to use him to help him spread his beliefs. And he called Master Yuanfang a bald bastard as he challenged him to feel free to use whatever tricks he had up his sleeves, and Master Yuanfang was surprised that he was called a bald bastard. Master Yuanfang questioned King if he didn't aspire to save the world. He materialized 2 dragons behind him, and he proclaimed that by joining the Buddhist sect and learning Buddhism, he could save the people and allow the world to achieve salvation all the same. Suddenly, King's eyes widened, and he began to tremble in pain as he held his head. On the other hand, Pei Yuhan realized that Master Yuanfang was trying to use Buddha's light to bewitch King, and Kai Xiangao overheard her. Kai Xiangao panicked, and he began to hit the Golden Alms Bowl, labeling Master Yuanfang an underhanded bald bastard and demanding that he release King immediately. Pei Yuhan observed that she had a feeling that Master Yuanfang was taking things too simply. Back into the Golden Alms Bowl, King was still in pain, but he already realized that Master Yuanfang was playing tricks to try and mess with his will, so he declared that he shouldn't blame him for wrestling back control. And he asserted that the saving the world through Buddhism he was claiming was all just a bunch of baseless delusions and had no way of truly convincing the masses. So he posed him a question and see if he could come up with a satisfactory answer. Master Yuanfang was surprised, and he pondered if King was trying to discuss the Dharma with him. He confidently requested that King explain things. King posed Master Yuanfang if a farmer who has studied Buddhism could achieve nirvana, and Master Yuanfang affirmed that it was certain because in Buddhism, all lives are equal, from high-ranking officials to farmers. King asked Master Yuanfang what a farmer's job was, and as Master Yuanfang replied that it was to farm, King inquired how many times the soil was plowed while farming, how many seeds were planted, when the crops should be watered, when the weeds should be removed, and how they dealt with pests, and it made Master Yuanfang think for a moment. Master Yuanfang explained that he was only helping them achieve salvation, so he did not need to understand how to work as a farmer. King challenged Master Yuanfang if that really was not necessary because if he didn't understand farmers, he naturally wouldn't understand that every single seed they planted contained their hopes for the year, and he naturally wouldn't understand the hardships they faced in the fields, much less the loss of crops due to pest infestations and thus their feelings of anguish and despair. He pointed at Master Yuanfang and asserted that all of them who simply sat in the temple and recited Buddhist scriptures daily had not experienced anything, and he questioned him what right he had to say that he could help others achieve nirvana. Master Yuanfang verified with King if he asserted that the Buddhist Dharma does not understand all living creatures, and he queried him if he understood. But King stated that all living creatures have their differences, so no one else could understand other than themselves. Master Yuanfang opined that according to him, there was no weight in his words either because if both he and the Buddhist Dharma couldn't do it, there was no way for them to speak about saving the world. King asserted that he was unable to do it because he was unable to teach all living creatures, and of course, those living creatures also did not need him to teach them. He remarked that everyone had their own circumstances that they faced, so they did not need to make carping comments towards others. King observed that birth, death, sickness, old age, love, hate, and goodbyes, in his opinion, were bitter but also sweet. He commented that when they were born, they lived life willfully and were quick to express their gratitude and hatred when they were old. They took pleasure in simplicity and treasured their health. When they were sick, they rested well and refrained from overthinking. They did so without regrets and with a pure heart when they were dying. When they were in love, they charged forward dauntlessly, filled with vigor. When they were experiencing hate, they engraved it in their hearts and made sure not to forget. When they left, they must learn to let go and make a clean break. Qing reflected that it was the true meaning of one's journey of life in their world. Master Yuanfeng was rendered speechless after hearing what Qing had just articulated. Master Yuanfeng admitted that his speech had enlightened him, and with his wisdom and Buddhata, he was unable to teach him, so he was indeed not suitable to be his disciple. He proposed that he would like to take in a disciple on behalf of his master, so if he joined their Buddhist sect, they should rank equally. Qing was petrified, and as he blurted that Master Yuanfeng was a bald bastard, he wondered if his brain was really that smooth. Master Yuanfeng circled around Qing, pronouncing him truly wonderful. After taking another look, he commented that his Buddhata was extremely strong. It was the first time he had seen one of that extent in his life based on his wisdom, so it wouldn't take long before the Buddhist sect had another Arhat. Master Yuanfeng materialized many monks behind him, assuring Qing not to worry because they would protect him to the best of their abilities from that day onwards. If he was afraid it was still risky, he would bring him to the Lei Yin Temple in the Hulio state. Qing looked horrified when he heard about the Hulio state. He declared that going to that god-forsaken place would make dying harder than ascending to heaven. On the other hand, Master Yuanfeng asserted that day, even if he had to offer the most valuable treasure of the Buddhist sect, he must convert Qing. He explained that he was still trapped in the fog, but no matter what, he would help him break out of it. Master Yuanfeng summoned an image of Buddha behind him, admitting that he had sinned. Meanwhile, Pei Yuhan and Kai Xiangao were both surprised. Pei Yuhan inquired if Master Yuanfeng was being serious, while Kai Xiangao called Master Yuanfeng a bald bastard and exclaimed that he was unhinged. On the other hand, Qing sat on the ground, terrified. He confessed that he was screwed and wondered if Master Yuanfeng was pulling out the big gun since he couldn't win an argument against him. The men of the Control Yuan continued to hit the golden alms bowl, and as they called Master Yuanfeng Baldy, they declared that he was asking to die, and if he continued refusing to release Qing, they would immediately set his white horse temple on fire. Suddenly, a eunuch appeared, and he passed Jai Minju's orders that if Master Yuanfeng did not release Qing that instant, the Buddhist sect would be regarded as fraud in the Great Jew and would not have a single chance to do missionary work in the future. Master Yuanfeng heard all the threats outside, and he remarked that if the White Horse Temple was destroyed, it could still be rebuilt, and if there were no more disciples, more could always be recruited. He asserted that all that was left of the Great Jew was its name, and without Qing, the Great Jew would be in shambles anyway, so Jai Minju's words were not worth anything. Master Yuanfeng summoned a bright orb of golden aura in his hand as he proclaimed that Qing would be his while Qing knelt on the ground, screaming in pain. He was pissed at Master Yuanfeng, calling him a damned bald bastard in his mind, and he warned that Master Yuanfeng better not give him a chance, else he would let him experience what terror really was. Suddenly, Qing heard a voice mentioning the Virtuous Kai. It was Pei Yuhan, and she instructed him to use the Virtuous Kai to resist. The king gritted his teeth. He followed Pei Yuhan's instruction and released his Virtuous Kai with all his might. The men of the Control Yuan were pushed back when a strong surge of golden aura came out of the golden alms bowl. Qing materialized huge scrolls behind him as he faced Master Yuanfeng, and he quoted that Yuzai once said that in pursuing ideals, harmony was prized, and just as heaven never stopped, one should always strive to better themselves. The people watching were dumbfounded by the scene that was unfolding in front of them. On the other hand, Master Yuanfeng couldn't help but inquire how Qing could possess such intense Virtuous Kai. He was astonished as he exclaimed that it was impossible. Suddenly, a strong gust of golden aura passed by him. A huge tornado of golden aura formed. As the huge tornado started to dissipate, it revealed Qing, who was standing in the middle of it. He stood there mightily as he finally got out of the golden alms bowl. The people rejoiced when they saw Qing, and they flocked around him, asking him if he was all right. Qing immediately reassured that he was fine, and he apologized for worrying all of them. Meanwhile, Master Yuanfeng coughed, and with the golden alms bowl in his hand, he admitted that he did not expect him to not only possess Buddha nature but also be a natural-born scholar, and it was a shame that the scholarly Tao was finished, so even if he possessed an entire ocean of Virtuous Kai, it would be difficult for him to become anything. The people got mad at Master Yuanfeng, and they called him a bald bastard as they told him to shut up. Qing observed that he really was persistent, but such persistence wouldn't help him become Buddha. Master Yuanfeng was surprised when he heard what Qing stated, and he mused that Buddha is the pinnacle of all existences and the only true Buddha, so he could not dare to become Buddha. Qing was also surprised by Master Yuanfeng's reaction, and it made him wonder if that world's Buddhism was different from the one he was familiar with. He smirked evilly as he threatened that if that was really the case, Master Yuanfeng shouldn't blame him as he tortured him so viciously before. Yi King politely approached Master Yuanfeng, asking him if he might know if the Buddhist sect also had an ideal, which made Master Yuanfeng curious as to why Yi King's attitude had suddenly changed, and he began to wonder if Yi King received sudden enlightenment. Master Yuanfeng replied that the Buddhist sect didn't call it an ideal, instead they referred to it as fall, and he continued that one could become a monk by learning the Buddhist Dharma and carrying out the Buddhist rituals, and if they could achieve perfection through practicing Buddhism, they would reach Phala. He further explained, noting that as an example, Arhat, Bodhisattva, and Buddha were all embodiments of Phala, and he added that after reaching Phala, there were ranks. The higher one's rank was, the stronger their Buddhist power, and as for Buddha, also known as Gautama, he was above all others in the land of Buddha, looked over the world, and possessed unparalleled power. Yi King remarked that if that was the case, he queried Master Yuanfeng if the Arhats and Bodhisattvas were unable to become Buddha through practicing Buddhism normally, and Master Yuanfeng asserted that it was, of course, impossible because the Buddha was the pinnacle of all existence, so the Buddha was unique. Upon hearing Master Yuanfeng's response, Yi King expressed his outraged surprise in his mind as he wondered if it was supposed to be Buddhism, but he realized that he had found the perfect loophole to exploit to stop them from bothering him in the future. Master Yuanfeng looked expectant as he was about to ask Yi King about some possibilities, but Yi King cut him off by asking him if he was unsuccessful every time they tried to come to the Great Jew to do missionary work. Master Yuanfeng conceded that he had indeed been unsuccessful, otherwise he would not be pestering him. Yi King looked so proud as he questioned Master Yuanfeng if he was aware of why it was so hard for the Buddhist sect to do missionary work in the Great Jew and why they had accomplished nothing. And Master Yuanfeng confessed that he was not sure, so he inquired if he was aware of why. Yi King stated that, from his perspective, there were 3 reasons. He explained that firstly, although the Great Jew was on a decline, it was still a land blessed by the gods and possessed many of nature's treasures, so when the people of Jew saw visitors from foreign lands deep down, they were filled with pride. Thus, of course, the people of the Great Jew were uninterested in him who came from the Hulyo state to do missionary work, and Master Yuanfeng realized that it was the case. Yi King articulated that, secondly, Buddhism was too unrealistic because it was overly obsessed with hypotheses and fantasies without true experience to deduce the struggles faced by the people. So, of course, it would be difficult for people to accept it, and Master Yuanfeng acknowledged that he understood. As Yi King mentioned that the third reason was because the Buddhist sect was too hypocritical and narrow-minded, Master Yuanfeng froze, and he looked like he was struck with lightning. With a stern face, Master Yuanfeng cautioned to watch his words. Yi King taunted Master Yuanfeng by probing if he was indignant, asking him what right they had to preach about salvation when the Buddhist sect did not go out into society, and he pointed out that it was just equivalent to just chanting slogans. Master Yuanfeng was startled when Yi King queried him why it was that those who joined Buddhism could only become Arhats or Bodhisattvas no matter how much they practiced Buddhism if the Buddhist sect was not narrow-minded. Yi King asserted that it was simply unreasonable that they were unable to become Buddhas. The people were astonished when they heard Yi King inquire why the disciples of the Buddhist sect were only able to become Arhat or Bodhisattva but not Buddha. Master Yuanfeng looked dumbfounded as he declared that it was because Buddha is unique and the pinnacle of all existences. Because in the back of his mind, he remembered that Buddha proclaimed that all lives were equal, so he questioned why Buddha himself was the pinnacle of all existence. He trembled as he began to question why he couldn't become Buddha and how Buddha became Buddha. As Master Yuanfeng kept asking why, Yi King looked so sinister as he requested Master Yuanfeng to let him explain the reason. Master Yuanfeng was astonished when Yi King revealed that it was because the Buddhist sect practices Hinayana and not Mahayana. The other monks who were listening to what Yi King articulated realized that Yi King was informing them that they were practicing Hinayana, which was inferior to Mahayana. They were enraged, and as they exclaimed that it was nonsense, they questioned him if he even understood what he was articulating. As the monks prepared to attack Yi King, the men of Control Yuan blocked their way and announced not to even dream of acting up. Master Yuanfeng claimed that he had insulted his Buddha Dharma, so he challenged him if he was trying to fight to the bitter end against the Buddhist sect. But Yi King replied that he only pointed out that they were practicing the wrong Dharma and questioned him if the Buddhist sect really was such a tyrant that he couldn't even speak the truth. Master Yuanfeng yielded, but he dared Yi King to clarify what Mahayana is. Yi King explained that the Mahayana is one where all existence in their world is able to become Buddha. The people were baffled by what Yi King just explained. Even Master Yuanfeng had the same reaction. Yi King disclosed that Buddhists do not save Buddhists, but still, those seeking Buddhism outside of themselves may not realize that understanding their minds is also Buddhism. Master Yuanfeng was in awe when Qing continued to elaborate that Buddha doesn't chant sutras, admonish, break their vows, or do good or evil, because if seeing Buddha is seeking one's nature, and if seeing one's nature is Buddha, not seeing one's nature is not Buddha. The monks calmed down and were also astonished when Qing declared that he could become Buddha, his disciples could become Buddha, and all existences could also become Buddha. Master Yuanfeng sat on the ground as Qing disclosed that Buddha is what is in everyone's hearts, and he remarked that in addition, the so-called Buddha Dharma that he practices only takes oneself into account and ignores all other existences, so he doesn't know what it is if it isn't Hinayana. Master Yuanfeng clenched his chest as he acknowledged that everyone could become Buddha, so there's a Buddha in everyone's heart, and he could feel such Buddha Dharma. He trembled as he affirmed that it was right, because if all existences are equal, everyone could become Buddha regardless of status, so there was no way anyone could not believe in such a Buddha Dharma, and he wondered how their Buddhist sect could be so behind the times. Master Yuanfeng was fired up as he proclaimed that since seeing one's true nature is Buddha and all living creatures could become Buddha, he too can. He stood up as he realized, and he admitted that the previous Buddha Dharma that he practiced was wrong. Master Yuanfeng declared that it was no wonder that the Buddhist sect could not make it big, and no wonder that the people did not acknowledge his Buddha, because he was completely wrong. Pei Yuan approached Qing, and she remarked that the words of an educated person really are deadly, because he has caused Master Yuanfeng to become obsessed with just a few simple words. Qing commented that it was not the ending that he had hoped for, so he expressed that he was losing his way. He explained that the Bodhi tree was originally not a tree, and the mirror also had no stand, so if Buddha nature was always clean and pure, there was no place where dust could collect. Master Yuanfeng began to emit a strong surge of golden aura, and he materialized a tree behind him. The tree emitted a strong ray of aura that engulfed the entire area. Master Yuanfeng was out of breath by the time the aura dissipated, and Qing looked at him with a smile on his face. Master Yuanfeng suddenly knelt on the ground. Qing was surprised when he began calling him the Bodhisattvas and pleaded for him to teach him Mahayana. Qing felt uncomfortable as he heard Master Yuanfeng call him a Bodhisattva, and he admitted that it looked like he had bitten off more than he could chew again. He looked so disappointed, as he admitted that he originally just wanted to use some of his knowledge from his previous life and tweak it to bullshit a little, but he did not expect that it would suddenly lead to him teaching Master Yuanfeng Buddhism, so he didn't know how he should even continue. But Qing recalled that the Buddhist scriptures he read in his past life seemed to speak of being able to look back into past memories using scholarly Kai. Qing disclosed that Mahayana had only just been invented, so it still needed to be comprehended by the practitioners of Buddhism and all other existences alike. But he had a copy of the Heart Sutra that may be useful to them, and in his mind, Qing mused that it was good that he flipped through some of his grandma's Heart Sutras when he was bored in his previous life. He sat on a cushion and cited the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. As Qing mentioned that Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was coursing in the deep prajna paramita, a wave of golden light began to surge out of him. The White Horse Temple began to emit a golden light as Qing recited that Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara perceived that all 5 skandhas were empty. Thus, he overcame all ills and suffering, and he mentioned the Sariputra, stating that form did not differ from the void and the void did not differ from form. The other monks outside were startled when a pillar of golden light came down to the White Horse Temple, as Qing affirmed that form is void and void is form. 4 huge human figures hovered over the White Horse Temple while Qing clarified that Sariputra, the characteristics of the void of all dharmas, are non-arising and non-ceasing. The monks who were cleaning did not know what was happening, and one of them exclaimed that he could sense the destiny of the Buddhist sect changing. A huge orb of golden aura began to form as the figures and the pillar of light above the White Horse Temple disappeared. A statue appeared, which the monks immediately recognized as the 36-petal sacred lotus, and they were surprised that the treasure of the temple had come back to life. The light that the 36-petal sacred lotus was emitting began to get stronger as the monks recited what Qing had recited earlier regarding the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara coursing in the deep prajna paramita. The monks looked up at the 36-petal sacred lotus in the sky with awe, declaring that it was such a marvelous sutra and that it was like nothing they had ever seen. Another monk outside the White Horse Temple asked the abbot with him if the disciples they sent out previously could have created a sutra, and the abbot replied that must be the case, so there was finally hope for the resurgence of their Buddhist sect. On the other hand, an orb of light began to form behind Master Yuanfeng as he recited the part that talked about Sariputra, and that form was void, and void was form. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his body emitted a tremendous amount of golden aura as he thought about Phala, the ultimate arhat. The people observed that there was a golden glow around Master Yuanfeng, and they speculated if he was enlightened after hearing the sutra Qing recited. Master Yuanfeng was still addressing Qing as Bodhisattva, and he expressed his gratitude. Qing appeared so worried as he speculated if he hadn't caused more trouble for himself again. He examined his hands as he sensed something when his body was enveloped by an aura. King could sense the aura points in his body opening. Suddenly, the palm of his hand glowed, and King was astonished when he perceived that his body was transforming. As he clenched his fists, he could feel a surge of strength. The people also perceived something, and they pondered why it felt like King had become stronger, that the aura of a frail scholar that used to encircle him had vanished, and that he had become akin to a martial artist. Master Yuanfeng praised King because he had transmitted the true scripture of Buddhism, and triggered the convergence of the Buddhist glow, molding the Vajra Pure Land Sanskrit for Bodhisattva, which bewildered King, so he inquired Master Yuanfeng about it. Master Yuanfeng explained that the Vajra Pure Land Sanskrit fortifies the Bodhisattva's body as strong as Vajra, impervious to ordinary weapons. King was dumbstruck, and he appeared horrified as Master Yuanfeng praised him because the frailty of the scholarly Tao had been compensated for and his safety was assured. The people were elated, and as Kai Xiangao praised King because his frailty had been compensated for, and Xuan exclaimed excitedly that it was wonderful because, in the future, he would have yet another method to protect himself. King just stood there, frozen. King wept as he declared that it was cheating. He was infuriated when Master Yuanfeng suggested that if he earnestly pursued practicing Buddhist Dharma, he would definitely be able to become Buddha in the future. King loomed over Master Yuanfeng as he reiterated that he would never join the Buddhist sect and reminded him not to address him as Bodhisattva. And Master Yuanfeng replied, committing that he would respect Bodhisattva's wishes to the best of his abilities. While King was still rebuking Master Yuanfeng, Kai Xiangao interjected and remarked that regardless, it was fortunate that King was unscathed. However, ultimately, his actions that day had violated the laws of the Great Zhu and cannot go unpunished. Kai Xiangao was taken aback when Master Yuanfeng agreed and stated that he would not contest his execution. Master Yuanfeng announced that he would no longer need the White Horse Temple, so the Control Yuan might oversee it as they saw fit, and even if they decided to demolish it, he would not object. The people were dumbfounded when Master Yuanfeng revealed that the White Horse Temple has hundreds of thousands of mu of fertile land surrounding it, and requested that King allocate it among the struggling commoners, and if those were still insufficient, when he returns in the future, he will confess his sins. King questioned Master Yuanfeng if he was departing. Master Yuanfeng confirmed that he had acquired the true scripture and was enlightened on Mahayana, so he had to return to the Layan temple and disseminate the yields of that day with all Buddhism practitioners. King concurred with Master Yuanfeng, and he wished him well as he bid him farewell. Still calling King as Bodhisattva, Master Yuanfeng stated that even if he was not willing to join the Buddhist sect, he could be regarded as a master of Buddhism to show his gratitude for passing down the true scripture, and he would rally all of his fellow practitioners in the Great Zhu to protect him and spread the word of the kindness he had received that day as a show of his gratitude. While Master Yuanfeng was pleased with what he uttered, King looked displeased, and as he declared that Master Yuanfeng was a sucker, he asked him if he was done and if he couldn't be a normal person for once. Master Yuanfeng earnestly remarked that he just wanted to protect him and asked him why he was unhappy about it. King forced a smile as he noted that the immortal sects were very strong, so if the two of them powerhouse got involved, the immortal sects would become hostile against the Buddhist sect, which did not even have a strong foundation, so if something were to happen to all of them, no one would spread Mahayana back to the west. Acting like he was concerned, King commented that while he was already enlightened, there were still countless Buddhist practitioners who were still lost back in Hulyo state, and were waiting for his guidance. Tears welled up in Master Yuanfeng's eyes as he explained that the reason King scolded him was that he had the Buddhist sect's best interests at heart, and it was probably because he was so noble that he could realize Mahayana by giving his life to abide by its principles, and so he asserted that he would abide by his will to the best of his abilities. King watched as Master Yuanfeng began his journey, and in his mind, he apologized to him because his journey to spread his beliefs would definitely not be easy at that time because, after all, he was just a single person, so simply abolishing the previous Buddhist doctrines would be nigh on impossible. As they turned back to walk in the other direction, King mentioned that perhaps they would never meet again in that lifetime. When King arrived at the gates, Pei Yuhan was waiting for him there, and she observed that it was interesting that he created Mahayana with just those few lines of his. Pei Yuhan expressed that she was afraid that the Buddhist sect, which was painstakingly developed, was about to be destroyed by his hands. King was surprised that Pei Yuhan actually read his intentions, but he did not make it show, while Kai Xiangao asked why the Buddhist sect would be destroyed. Pei Yuhan voiced that the Buddhist sect would have two paths from that day onwards, Mahayana and Hinayana, so she was afraid that there would be heated debates over which was the true path. On the other hand, at the palace inner courtyard, someone heard about King being the Bodhisattva, and they opined that it didn't matter if he had a good relationship with that mere tiny Buddhist sect. The person asked the eunuch who was reporting to them if he was trying to give up on living by offending the immortal sects. The person, who seemed to be a lady, hid in the shadows, and she announced that since there was someone who was hungry for his life, it was time for her to take action too. The eunuch replied that she should just say the word because he, her servant, would definitely give his life to fulfill it. The lady stated that he used to follow the late emperor, yet he currently has to follow her orders, so she inquired if he bore any resentment against her, and the eunuch replied that the reason he was able to rise to that position was all thanks to her, so even if she wanted him to die, he would do it without question. She tossed a container at the eunuch and mentioned that it was the 7 emotions powder bestowed on them by the immortal Feng, so he should know what to do, and she reminded him that the grandchild that he adopted probably didn't wish for him to make any unnecessary moves either. Remembering the image of his grandchild, who was asking for him to give her a hug, the eunuch assured her not to worry. Meanwhile, Qing was slouching on his seat as he cursed in his mind when he realized that it would be even harder to currently die. So he declared that the immortal sects needed to step it up because if they didn't try harder to kill him, it was going to become even more difficult to do so. Suddenly, Kai Xiangao came in with an envelope in his hand, and Qing was surprised when Kai Xiangao announced that someone was inviting him to attend a banquet. Kai Xiangao handed the invitation to Qing, and as he opened it up, Qing saw that it was from Han Wang, and he questioned Kai Xiangao about it. The people on the streets were talking about how someone named Han Wang was acting up again that day, and they sighed as they commented that he was once a talent of the imperial court, and questioned which demon he offended to end up like that. They were talking about a man who was dirty and was acting crazy on the streets while his servant followed him, advising him that he should stop wandering off and that they should head back. Han Wang's eyes twinkled when he saw a poop on the ground, and as he crouched down to grab it, his servant stopped him, warning him that he couldn't eat that. Meanwhile, Qing was looking at the invitation in his hand skeptically while the other magistrates inspected it over his shoulders, and Kai Xiangao remarked that he wondered what exactly happened to Han Wang because, after he went insane, people rarely talked about him anymore, and some even claimed that they saw him eating cow dung by the roadside. The Qing declared that it was brave of Han Wang to eat waste, and he inquired why Han Wang invited him to a banquet. He closed the invitation, and he instructed to reply in his stead that he would not be able to attend as he was currently tied down by other responsibilities. Qing went out of the room with his magistrates, and he seemed to be thinking deeply about something. Pei Yuan was sitting casually across the room, and she queried them if they mentioned that it was possible that Han Wang was pretending to be insane and dumb. Qing acknowledged that it was indeed a very real possibility because, after all, based on his past experiences, it isn't rare to see people acting insane and dumb to get out of trouble. He observed that Pei Yuan doesn't have much of a presence usually, yet whenever she speaks, she always hits the nail on the head, so if he gets the chance, he must get a taste of her true nature. Pei Yuan noticed that Qing was looking at her intently, so she interrogated him if he was developing an interest in her, and she confessed that, on the account that they have known each other for a long time, she would be honest with him and tell him that she was a successor of the demonic clan. Kai Xiangao was surprised to hear that she was a successor of the demonic clan, while Wei Wentong pointed out that the demonic clan was eliminated eons ago. On the other hand, Qing asked them what the demonic clan was, and everyone was speechless. They explained to him that long ago, 7 followers of the demonic clan created the 7 clans of the demonic Tao, who opposed the 13 clans of the immortal sects, both not being far off from each other. And as the birthplace of the demonic Tao, the demonic clan possessed unparalleled power, and spanned across the region, surviving for thousands of years. But later, a traitor appeared within the demonic clan who added fuel to the fire as they colluded with the immortal sects, leaving the demonic clan in shambles. The demonic clan, which had been suppressed by the immortal sects, had no choice but to pledge allegiance to the great ancestors of the Great Jew and were finally able to catch a break while the immortal sects were subjected to a bloodbath lasting over 1,000 years. They continued to elaborate that after the great ancestor disappeared, the immortal sects recovered and began their revenge, exterminating the demonic clan. Qing expressed that he was very curious as to how a rift formed within the demonic clan, which was so powerful and prosperous back then. Pei Yuan stated that it was due to a gongfa, heavenly demon art. Wu Zhan mentioned that legend has it that the heavenly demon art is the world's first gongfa, and it allows one to absorb the strength of others to boost one's own cultivation. Qing verified with Pei Yuan that since she was a successor of the demonic clan, she should know the heavenly demon art, and Pei Yuan nodded in response. The magistrates were surprised while Pei Yuan blushed when Qing grabbed her hand and invited her to come to his room with him. Suddenly, Xuan appeared from the corner as Pei Yuan and Qing passed by. She was about to follow Qing and Pei Yuan, who were about to enter the room. but someone stopped her. It was Qing, and he declared that kids are not allowed to enter. Xuan was left outside, and Qing closed the door in front of her. Qing looked like he had malicious intent when he called Pei Yuhan's name, which startled Pei Yuhan, and she inquired what he was trying to do. Qing confirmed with Pei Yuhan if she had not recovered yet and proposed to her if she didn't want to absorb a little something, which made Pei Yuhan question what she should absorb. Pei Yuhan explained that she indeed could absorb the strength of others to heal her injuries, but there aren't many suitably strong people in the capital, and if it's just an ordinary cultivator, it won't be of much help to her. But Qing hesitantly inquired if it wouldn't work with him. Pei Yuhan was taken aback, and he asked Qing to confirm if he would let her absorb his virtuous Kai, and Qing nodded. She questioned Qing if he wouldn't become useless if she absorbed his virtuous Kai, and Qing replied that it was fine because he was the one who was willingly letting her absorb it. And besides, she would be able to fend off those after her life if she recovered as soon as possible. Observing Qing's confident expression, Pei Yuhan remarked that, as a follower of Confucianism with lofty ambitions and a goal to save the great Zhu, Qing's greatest trump card is his virtuous Kai, so she wondered why he was letting her absorb it so willingly. Pei Yuhan wondered if Qing liked her. She remarked that she had long become used to men using various ways to express their admiration towards her, as well as the crazed look in their eyes. But she saw that Qing's eyes remain exceptionally clear, and he has never even mentioned the word love to her. Rather, he courageously and selflessly volunteers when she needs it the most. Pei Yuhan stated that Qing was showering her with affection, yet she couldn't promise him anything. She looked sad, as she commented that it was because she had been entrusted with the mission. Qing broke her train of thought as he waved in front of her and questioned her if she could do it or not, as he was getting impatient. Pei Yuhan grabbed Qing's hand. She concurred with his suggestion while thinking that she must control her strength as she absolutely couldn't damage the core of Qing's virtuous Kai. Meanwhile, Xuan was eavesdropping behind the doors. When someone exclaimed that it was nice, she blushed and anxiously wondered what those two were doing. Pei Yuhan began absorbing Qing's virtuous Kai. Qing mentioned that he really didn't expect that having his strength absorbed would feel that good. Pei Yuhan was speechless as Qing repeatedly urged to go harder. She grabbed Qing's hand more tightly and began absorbing his virtuous Kai harder, like he requested. Pei Yuhan was surprised that her injury had already gotten significantly better, yet Qing was still emitting such strong virtuous Kai. Looking at Qing's face, who was drooling with pleasure, Pei Yuhan remarked that he really is a monster, and if Confucianism had not died out, Qing would definitely have been poised to become a sage. Meanwhile, Xuan was biting her clothes, and she looked so pissed while standing outside. She was fuming mad and was unaware that an animal was observing her from behind. It was a black cat. The black cat commented that since Xuan is guarding the doorway, Qing should be in the room. He was grinning as he bared his claws and suggested that he shouldn't be blamed if it was all just a huge misunderstanding when suddenly he heard Qing cheering Pei Yuhan that she could do it and telling her to use more power. The cat was taken aback by what he just heard. The cat seemed like a disciple of Pei Yuhan, and he got more anxious when he heard Pei Yuhan call Qing a weirdo and tell him that she would do as he wished, and as long as he found it comfortable, she was fine with anything. Xuan looked defeated as she kneeled in front of the door, while the cat stood up and his hairs were also standing as Qing asked Pei Yuhan if she was sure she could do it and demanded for it to be harder. And Pei Yuhan affirmed that she was already trying her best and that he really had too much stamina because it was her first time doing such a thing and running into such a situation. But Qing expressed that he believed in her and that she could definitely wring him dry, and Pei Yuhan promised that she would try her best. Xuan noticed the cat as it fell into the courtyard. The cat looked so out of it as he admitted that his enemy had become his boss man. Meanwhile, Pei Yuhan was completely filled with Qing's virtuous Kai, and as she inquired if he had not realized, Qing asked her what it was. Pei Yuhan suggested that even after she absorbed his virtuous Kai, it wasn't diminished, and in fact, after she absorbed it, his regenerated virtuous Kai became 10 times more exquisite than what it was initially. Qing confirmed with Pei Yuhan if it meant that he had become stronger than before. Upon realizing it, Qing immediately pulled his hand away and requested Pei Yuhan to stop that instant, which surprised Pei Yuhan. Qing looked like a helpless maiden as tears trickled down the corners of his eyes and he inquired why such a thing was happening. Pei Yuhan shared with a smile that she was afraid that everyone in their world would become jealous of him if word about his situation spread. And Qing doubted it because he just wanted to die peacefully and become the heavenly emperor, so he didn't understand why he was becoming stronger. Qing questioned Pei Yuhan how her injury was because if it still had yet to recover completely, she could continue since the situation was already like that, which surprised Pei Yuhan. Pei Yuhan did not accept Qing's hand, and she confirmed that she had already recovered. She looked bashful as she admitted that she has recovered more or less, but she doesn't have to absorb any more strength. She just has to rest for a bit. Looking at Qing, who was lying on the ground, Pei Yuhan observed that she just felt that there are many things that she should observe. and learn from Yi King. And besides, she has not repaid him for treating his injuries, so she couldn't just leave. Pei Yuhan looked so determined as she thought to herself that she would never leave her debts unpaid. As she opened the door, she was puzzled when she was greeted by Xuan's glaring eyes. Pei Yuhan stood proudly in front of Xuan with a smirk on her face. As Pei Yuhan walked away, Xuan was fuming mad, and she declared that Pei Yuhan was a sly fox over and over again. Xuan stood proudly as she puffed her chest out and proclaimed that she could do that too. Meanwhile, Yi King was watching Xuan tremble as she continued to puff her chest out, and he was baffled. A few moments later, the assassin was asking Lang Shiki, who looked gloomy, why he was like that after returning when he mentioned that he was going to gather intel. Lang Shiki looked so defeated as he inquired the assassin what intel he was talking about when the Mist Rain house would soon belong to Yi King. The assassin was startled, and he questioned Lang Shiki what was going on, and he was about to speculate about something regarding Pei Yuhan. Before the assassin could finish his sentence, Lang Shiki confirmed that he was right, and as he revealed that Pei Yuhan was at the Yi residence and she and Yi King were in his bedroom, someone questioned him about the two of them. Lang Shiki and the assassin were startled when they saw a silhouette at a distance, demanding him to spill what about Yi King and Pei Yuhan. The one questioning was Pei Yuhan, and the two of them immediately bowed to the ground to greet her. Pei Yuhan was releasing a tremendous amount of aura and materializing a huge flower behind her. She looked so menacing as she remarked that it had been 10 years since they last met, and he had gotten so bold that he actually dared to spy on her. Lang Shiki nervously explained that he was a subordinate who dares not. He elaborated that he only snuck into the Yi residence in order to contact her. While in his thoughts, he was cursing as he observed that day, Pei Yuhan was acting so nice and gentle towards Yi King. So he opined that she had a change of heart, but looking at the current situation, Pei Yuhan's gentle side must only be reserved for the brat Yi King. Pei Yuhan glared at them and warned them that it was the first and also the last time. Lang Shiki and the assassin quickly responded and promised not to forget. Lang Shiki got anxious when Pei Yuhan stated that she wanted them to mobilize the capital branch's forces and help her do two things. Pei Yuhan instructed that they should first spread the word that she was in the capital and that she had suffered a grave injury, thus she was currently recuperating. The second one was for them to gather information on anyone who intends to harm Yi King. She ordered them to find those people and kill them. At the Imperial Palace, someone was surprised to hear about a descendant of the demonic clan. It was Jai Minju, and Xiao Qianqian was reporting to her that Pei Yuhan really is a descendant of the demonic clan, so she admired Yi King for being willing to take in people from any background. Jai Minju queried Xiao Qianqian if Pei Yuhan does not harbor any ill intentions towards Yi King, and Xiao Qianqian confirmed that she does not and that their encounter was only a coincidence. Jai Minju was surprised when Xiao Qianqian informed that, currently, Yi King and Pei Yuhan are in an intimate relationship. Xiao Qianqian let out a sigh as she stated that Yi King is free to be intimate with whoever he wants. However, the chief officer of the Control Yuan, seeing someone from the demonic clan, could provoke the immortal sect into taking more drastic actions. She added that since it was Yi King, he probably does not care about the views of the immortal sects. Jai Minju thought about it, and she agreed that it was true because, with Yi King's temperament, he won't care about his safety. Although, for the Empress Dowager's birthday the next day, they must still increase the number of men in the palace as a precaution. Jai Minju admitted that she and the Empress Dowager do not get along, and they have not interacted ever since she ascended to the throne, yet currently, she suddenly wants her to prepare her birthday banquet for her. She remarked that to tell the truth, back then, when the late emperor was on his deathbed, he warned her repeatedly to never trust the Empress Dowager. However, filial piety is of utmost importance, and while the Empress Dowager may not be her biological mother, she is still the Empress Dowager. Jai Minju commented that she had no choice but to hold the birthday banquet, but they must also keep their guards against the Empress Dowager up, and Xiao Qianqian confirmed that she understood. On the other hand, Yi King looked so disgusted as he mentioned that he was not going. Kai Xiangao looked so worried, and he inquired of Yi King if he could just do it out of respect because it was the Empress Dowager they were talking about. Wei Wentong asserted that he was the chief officer of the Control Yuan, so not going was not an option, and Wu Zhan added that he had to prepare a birthday present too, and Niu Jingxi agreed. Yi King pondered if there really was no way out because even those three talents were making such a statement, and he reluctantly suggested that he guessed he could go. Kai Xiangao exclaimed that it was wonderful and that he would help Yi King prepare his birthday gift that instant. But someone just arrived and mentioned that there was no rush. It was Pei Yuhan, and she mentioned that, from what she knew, the Empress Dowager was not their ordinary person. Everyone was intrigued when they listened to what Pei Yuhan mentioned about the Empress Dowager being not an ordinary person, and Yi King inquired if there was tea. Pei Yuan decided to sit down as she inquired of them how well they knew the Empress Dowager. Kai Xiangao explained that the Empress Dowager's surname is Bai, and word has it that she was from a great aristocratic family and was deeply in love with the late emperor when they were young, but their relationship soured later on. And in addition, the Empress Dowager bore no sons and is not Jai Minju's biological mother. Pei Yuan clarified that, strictly speaking, the Empress Dowager wasn't from a great aristocratic family but rather from a cultivation family, and everyone was surprised by that information. Yi King questioned what a cultivation family was. Kai Xiangao elucidated that it was a cultivation group that is divided by families, and word has it that there were many tyrannical cultivation families in ancient times, but most of the families have fallen to the point where they could only depend on the immortal sects. Pei Yuan affirmed that Kai Xiangao was correct and added that the Empress Dowager's birth name was Bai Wai, and she was from the Bai family of cultivation families. She remarked that as for the Bai family, the immortal sect they depend on is the Jade Chamber, and everyone was surprised again. Kai Xiangao observed that it was no wonder the Empress Dowager suddenly appeared, wanting to hold a birthday banquet after living in seclusion for all those years, and he concluded that the Jade Chamber must be pulling the strings behind the scenes to target Yi King. Wei Wentong confidently declared that Yi King is filled with virtuous Kai and even has the indestructible Vajra Pure Land Sanskrit, so the Empress Dowager alone is no match for him, and Niu Jingxi agreed. But Pei Yuan commented that the ways of harming others have never been limited to physical weapons. She observed that poison was an example, and she snapped her fingers. Yi King was startled when the magistrates immediately collapsed on the ground, and as they trembled, they inquired Pei Yuan when she poisoned them. As Pei Yuan made out her point and made them see, she absorbed back the poison. The magistrates were trembling, and Pei Yuan mentioned that it is actually extremely easy to cause harm to someone. Yi King acknowledged that Pei Yuan was right and that others could still kill him using poison when someone called him. It was Pei Yuan, and she inquired him if he still wanted to attend the birthday banquet after knowing all that. The magistrates were speechless when Yi King confidently declared that of course he does because, as an official, if he does not attend the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, it would be equivalent to breaking the official's code of conduct. Pei Yuan concurred and invited him to come over, which puzzled Yi King. As she grabbed his hand, Yi King wondered if Pei Yuan was trying to absorb him. Pei Yuan introduced Greenie to Yi King, the green-scaled snake in her wrist, mentioning that she found it many years ago and that it possessed the blood of the ancient honorable blue-eyed python and could even detect dangers and toxins. Yi King was startled when Greenie began hissing and slithered their way into his wrist. He panicked and queried where it went, but Pei Yuan advised to stop looking for it because if it sensed danger, it would automatically warn him. Yi King looked so worried, but he resolved not to pay it any mind because it was just a snake, so it didn't matter if it could predict danger because no one could stop him if he wanted to die. Meanwhile, in a desolated and eerie valley, someone was reporting to their senior that they received word that the treacherous Asura is at the capital as expected and has already contacted the Mist Rain House capital leader. The senior instructed the one reporting to immediately pass down the order to dispatch the 4 elders of Baraka to capture the enchantress, stating that there was no room for failure. It was an evening where the imperial palace was brightly lit, and there were many people on the streets praising each other for being in high spirits that day. 2 men, Lord Yi and Lord Lai, were both riding their carriages, and Lord Lai remarked that the bustling streets give one the feeling that their great Jew is prosperous, and Lord Yi claimed that it was all thanks to him for being such a capable minister when suddenly a carriage was approaching them from behind and requested them to make way. The carriage moved past Lord Yi and Lord Lai's carriage at an incredible speed. Recognizing the carriage, Lord Lai was surprised that the Control Yuan was actually attending the birthday banquet, and Lord Yi observed that they would just kill the atmosphere by attending the banquet while emitting such an ominous aura. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Kai Xiangao commented that those officials were looking at them as if they were the god of plague, and Yi King inquired if he was starting to regret it. Kai Xiangao expressed that at that moment, he was just incredibly grateful to Jai Minju for delegating him to the Control Yuan because if Jai Minju had not done so, he would definitely be like those officials, degenerating to such a pathetic state. A few moments later, at the Jingxiu Palace, the place was brightly and beautifully lit. The eunuch greeted Kai Xiangao and Yi King and requested them to follow him. As they passed by the pond, the eunuch mentioned that word has it that those koi fish were the Empress Dowager's dearest pets, and she often comes there to feed them. Looking into the koi fish's eyes, Yi King noted that their eyes were brimming with wisdom, so they were truly intelligent creatures. Meanwhile, at the banquet hall, a few officials have already arrived and are seated in their designated seats. Kai Xiangao found his seat, and he mentioned about it, so Yi King stated that he would see him later. As Yi King walked past the other tables, the officials he passed by were glaring at him, and they were surprised that he actually came. Some of the officials have their backs turned towards Yi King, but they did not turn to greet him or acknowledge his presence. Yi King lamented that they were a bunch of good-for-nothings, as not a single one of them dared to look him in the eye. Seeing that the tables around him were full, Yi King inquired if there was no seat for him. Looking at the officials, Yi King suggested that those people probably wouldn't resort to such pointless acts of provocation, so it was likely the Empress Dowager's doing. Yi King smiled sinisterly as he asserted that he had no choice but to intensify the heat. He demanded loudly if no one was going to provide an explanation. An old man explained that he should have a seat, but the palace maids might have made a mistake in the rush. Yi King muttered that he really was invisible, that they could think about the palace maids but happened to have forgotten about him. Another man chimed in, suggesting that the banquet was entirely managed by the concubines under the Empress Dowager, and he asked Yi King if he was perhaps expressing his dissatisfaction with the Empress Dowager. Yi King confirmed that, of course, he dared not be dissatisfied with the Empress Dowager, but he was just curious about something. He questioned that since he was still standing, he asked the others what gave all of them the idea that they had the right to sit. The officials looked uneasy as they heard Yi King's words. They acknowledged that Yi King may speak in a very casual tone, but his words are so domineering. One of the officials stood up and confessed that it was clearly an act by the Empress Dowager to warn him for abusing his powers to bully others excessively. So it has nothing to do with him, and the official beside him admitted that he was actually trying to get out of the situation by admitting to his actions and making a counter-argument. The official who complained was Lord Lai, and the official beside him tapped him on his shoulder, telling him not to bother stooping to Yi King's level. While in the back of his mind, he was thankful that he was not an idiot because it was just standing up, so it was not like it was something impossible. The other officials also stood up from their chairs, as Yi King hadn't gotten his chair yet. Suddenly, someone arrived and appreciated a wonderful minister. It was a lady that seemed to be the Empress Dowager, and she summoned Yi King. She lauded Yi King for being imposing. Everyone immediately bowed down and greeted the Empress Dowager, except for Yi King. The Empress Dowager queried Yi King if she was wrong. Yi King responded that she was absolutely right and he was about to add a complaint. But he was cut off. Jai Minju's arrival has been announced, and as she greeted the Empress Dowager remarked that he is busy with the country's affairs, so she did not have to come. Jai Minju bowed to the Empress Dowager and declared that she is her senior, so there was no excuse for a junior not to attend their senior's birthday banquet. The Empress Dowager mentioned that since she was there, she asked her to take a seat. Jai Minju observed that it was the big day of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and as she questioned them about why they were all standing, she urged them to take a seat, and the officials thanked her. She looked back and summoned Yi King. Extending her hand, Jai Minju suggested that if he didn't mind, she proposed that he share a table with her. As Yi King sat down at the table with Jai Minju, he remarked that he had sat down, but he wondered why the atmosphere felt a little strange. He got a whiff of something that smelled good. Yi King glanced at Jai Minju, and he wondered if the smell was coming from her, the foolish emperor. Not knowing Jai Minju's secret, Yi King commented that Jai Minju was clearly a guy, yet she was prettier than girls, and he was thinking about what she would look like if she dressed as a girl. On the other hand, Jai Minju noticed that Yi King was looking at her, and as she wondered why he was looking at her like that, she got worried that he had seen through her. As Jai Minju looked at him, Yi King looked away, embarrassed, and in the back of his mind, he clicked his tongue and asked himself what he was thinking. Jai Minju extended her cup and asked Yi King to have a drink, and Yi King thanked her for it. Yi King gulped on his drink as he anxiously cursed in his mind, wondering if he had turned gay. A few moments later, a musician played in the middle of the banquet, and the beautiful music filled the venue. The officials declared that it was great and that the heavenly sound was incredible. The Empress Dowager also found it wonderful and requested that the musician come up for a chat. As the musician came up and bowed down in front of her, she expressed her surprise that the palace musician was so extraordinary and capable of composing such a wonderful piece, but the musician clarified that he did not compose the piece. The musician revealed that the composer of the piece was currently in front of her, and the Empress Dowager got curious. Looking at Yi King, the musician stated that the piece titled Lofty Mountains and Flowing Water was a piece produced by Yi King, the chief officer of the Control Yuan, stating that Yi King already possessed such incredible musical prowess at a young age, so he was afraid that he was nothing compared to him. Yi King felt uncomfortable, and he admitted that he was giving him too much credit. The Empress Dowager was clearly not pleased by what she heard, and as she acknowledged that she understood, she instructed him to stand down. The musician was filled with awkward silence. He immediately bowed down and agreed with the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager mentioned that she was tired of listening, so she gave orders to bring out something else. Yi King was appalled by her immediate change in demeanor, and he observed that she changed faster than a chameleon. A few moments later, the Earl of Xiangqian presented 20 deep-sea pearls as their gift to the Empress Dowager, and they proclaimed that she may enjoy eternal happiness. As the Minister of Revenue presented their gift to the Empress Dowager, she looked so bored, and she noted that every single one of them was just giving her worthless items to mess with them. As the eunuchs presented the gift from the Duke of Ding, the Empress Dowager mentioned that they were a bunch of opportunists who were taking her lightly just because she often stayed together with the concubines. One of the eunuchs announced that King of the Control Yuan had gifted a calligraphy and painting piece. The officers were surprised with what they heard, and as one of them questioned if King was crazy, another indicated that it was over while telling the others to look at the Empress Dowager's expression. The Empress Dowager looked so menacing as she mentioned that he actually gave her a calligraphy and painting piece that was worth just a couple of liangs of silver, and she inquired if he was looking down on her. Kai Xiangao let out a sigh of exasperation as he cautioned that he had warned King not to give such a thing, but he refused to listen. King mentioned that a gift may not be expensive but could contain great meaning, although that piece of calligraphy and painting were expensive too. But the Empress Dowager was not pleased by it, and she threw the scrolls away, exclaiming that it was outrageous. King looked so pleased when he saw that the Empress Dowager was angry, and he declared that she should kill him if she was mad, but Jai Minju interjected, and she urged to calm down. King looked annoyed as Jai Minju stated that he is an honest and upright official, so it would be asking too much of him to expect him to give an expensive gift. So she suggested that they take the birthday banquets as a chance to get King, a poetry expert, to produce a poem to congratulate her. Both the Empress Dowager and King were pissed at Jai Minju, and they were both calling her a busybody in their minds. The Empress Dowager agreed to give King a chance, and she instructed to go on while she would restrain herself for the time being. As King asked about producing a poem, Jai Minju looked at him expectantly. He looked so crestfallen as he picked up his cup and admitted that he could do that. Kai Xiangao immediately stood up and asked Jai Minju to allow him to record King's poem with a pen and paper. Jai Minju immediately granted Kai Xiangao, and she was wondering what the poem King would be like at that time. King began by remarking that a jade plate was filled with priceless food. Kai Xiangao began writing it, and he commented that it was a nice verse. The other officials were also amazed by King, and they observed that it looked like he was really going to produce a poem to placate the Empress Dowager, so it was as expected of a poetry expert. King mentioned that with an air of melancholy, he struggled to swallow, trudging along, lost in a daze, with ambitions as high as mountains. He added that reality is like an avalanche, a resurgence, a shining star, dimming as time passes. On the other hand, Kai Xiangao continued to write King's words enthusiastically. Kai Xiangao observed that the concept of the poem perfectly suited the verse King recited earlier, so he wondered if it was the complete version of that poem and eagerly anticipated if it would be that poem. The officials noticed that it was kingdom shaking, but something about the beginning of the poem just sounded off, so they questioned if it really was a congratulatory poem for a birthday banquet. But nevertheless, it was indeed a rare and exquisite poem. King continued to recite his poem, and Jai Minju watched him from the side. Meanwhile, Kai Xiangao continued to write the poem, and he rejoiced when he realized that it really was that piece. King threw his cup and announced that the wave of opportunities will eventually sail, and he will ride it when it does. The officials were all surprised, and a pillar of light came down on King from the skies. There was a huge pillar of light that traversed from the ground to the sky, and that pillar of light was shining down on King. The officials recognized it as the mark of Wen Quicksang, but they declared that it was impossible because when Confucianism saw its decline, Wen Quicksang disappeared along with it, and they realized that it was the poem, as it was not just an earth-shaking poem. Kai Xiangao was in awe as he looked at what he wrote, and he remarked that the poem is almost in the realm of the heavens and that it is a poem that is exalted under heaven. When the other officials heard what Kai Xiangao stated, they mentioned that it had been a few thousand years since the last poem that was exalted under heaven was created, so King was definitely worthy of the title of poet sage. Jai Minju excitedly asked King what the name of the poem was. King replied that the name was The Hard Road. Suddenly, the mark of Wen Quicksang began absorbing the golden aura around it. The mark attached itself to King's forehead and fused the aura it absorbed with him. King got anxious as he worried if that mark of Wen Quicksang wouldn't do something weird to him again. Suddenly, King noticed that the Empress Dowager was gone from her seat, and he wondered where she ran off to. On the other hand, the Empress Dowager entered her room, and she commanded to leave and instructed them that no one was allowed to enter without her order, which the servants responded that they understood. The Empress Dowager waited until the servants left and closed the door behind them. She immediately knelt on the floor. She bowed down, and as a dark, gooey substance traveled on the floor, she paid her respects to the immortal. The gooey substance began to take form, and it uttered that she had done a good job. It took the form of a lady, and she remarked that it seemed like there wasn't much to King. The Empress Dowager bowed to the immortal and mentioned that she, her subordinate, chose to pick a petty fight with Yi King, but he chose to stand firm to his values and go head to head with her instead, so such a person is destined to live a short life. The immortal proclaimed that Yi King dared to provoke the Ascension Sect prefecture while he was merely an ordinary man, so that little amount of threatening by her was nothing to Yi King, and the Empress Dowager noted that it was the reason why Yi King should be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent potential complications. The immortal got pissed at the Empress Dowager by what she stated, and as she released her aura towards the Empress Dowager, she queried her if she needed her to remind her what to do. The immortal choked the Empress Dowager by that dark aura that took the form of a snake, and she warned her not to forget that the sect already had mercy on her when they did not kill her on the spot after she caused the sect's grand plan to go awry, and were banished from the Bai family, and the Empress Dowager immediately admitted that she was wrong. The immortal released the Empress Dowager, and as she admitted that she was not wrong either so she could give her a chance to redeem herself, the Empress Dowager was still trembling and was out of breath. The Empress Dowager was startled when the immortal requested her help to kill Yi King, and in return, she would ensure her return to the Bai family, and she would also help her leave the palace and regain her freedom. On the other hand, Yi King was walking in the halls while the other officials were busy drinking when he heard someone pleading for Han Wang. Yi King paid it no mind, as he was busy thinking that the Empress Dowager ran away midway again, and he wondered why it was so difficult to die. Suddenly, he got a sniff of some scent, and he asked what it was. As he looked to his side, he saw that there was fire, and he asked if it was barbecue. Han Wang was cooking some fish by the fire, and his servants and the eunuchs tried to tell him that he could not eat that, and they tried to stop him, mentioning that the place was filled with the imperial guards. As Yi King wondered if the man was Han Wang of the legends, he approached the commotion and remarked that his way of congratulation sure was unique. Without looking at Yi King, Han Wang just coldly asked him if he was there to reprimand him too. But to his surprise, Yi King sat beside him, telling him that what he was cooking smelled good, and he asked him if he could try some too. Han Wang laughed as he commented that he really was interesting. He tossed a bottle at Yi King and stated that he must have wine with the barbecue. With a grin on his face, Yi King noted that a friendship between men of virtue was as pure as water, and he was extremely honored to get acquainted with him. Han Wang also recited that a friendship between men of virtue is as pure as water, and he declared that he accepted him as his friend and suggested that they should call it the friendship of the barbecued fish, which made Yi King think that he did not expect Han Wang to act so boldly and unrestrained without care for formalities, so he seemed like Han Wang was someone he would be able to get along with. An hour later, Han Wang and Yi King were already clinking their bottles together for a toast. The two of them looked so happy, and Han Wang mentioned that he must thank the Empress Dowager because if she hadn't held a birthday banquet, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to leave his residence, and he would have missed the chance to get to know him. Yi King observed that it has already been so many years since the late emperor passed, so with his ability, he shouldn't be facing any difficulty leaving his residence if he wishes. Han Wang agreed, and as he inquired how many would still heed the emperor's command in that day's world, he admitted that he couldn't. Looking at Jai Minju, who looked anxious, Han Wang pointed out that if even he, the uncle of the current emperor, did not care for the emperor's command, he would have no right to expect others to care. Han Wang noted that civilians may ignore the emperor's words, but he cannot, for he was Prince Han and no one cares more about the law and honor of their country than he does. And upon hearing what Han Wang stated, Yi King observed that Pei Yuhan was right, that Han Wang definitely isn't crazy. Yi King mentioned that since he has such lofty ambitions, he asked him why he didn't assist Jai Minju instead, and before Yi King could finish his question, he was cut off. Han Wang interrupted Yi King by completing his question on why he was acting insane, and he explained that he was going to have to ask the Empress Dowager about that. Yi King was surprised to hear that the Empress Dowager was mentioned. Han Wang pointed out to Yi King that she didn't leave a seat for him during the banquet, and he remarked that it didn't matter because he didn't want to see her either, and as he was about to talk about something from the past, he trailed off. He looked like he was struck with something painful as he started sweating profusely and his eyes turned red. Yi King was startled when Han Wang began to scream in pain and tremble while crouching on the ground. As Han Wang crouched and trembled on the ground, Yi King got worried, and he asked him what was wrong. Han Wang just groaned in pain in response, and in his mind, he thought that he couldn't implicate innocent people. He started to walk away from Yi King as he apologized to him and excused himself for a moment. But Yi King tapped Han Wang on the shoulder and mentioned that the Empress Dowager did not leave a seat for him in the banquet either. Yi King smiled brightly at Han Wang, telling him that, in a way, he could mention that they were in the same boat, and Han Wang was surprised by it. Han Wang expressed that he understood because, after all, the Empress Dowager is from the Bai family, and he offended the Jade Chamber. Yi King applied his Virtuous Kai to Han Wang, and as Han Wang's stomach glowed, Yi King was surprised that even the Virtuous Kai was unable to remove it completely. Han Wang thanked Yi King and explained that he already felt much better, but the power could not be removed, so he shouldn't waste any more of his Virtuous Kai. Hun Wang recalled that when he exposed a certain scandal, he was cursed by the immortal sects, and his brother, the late emperor, passed an order that forbade him from leaving, so he gave up all hope in himself. Upon hearing what Hun Wang revealed, Yi King responded that although he did not know what exactly happened, inferring from what he had observed with Hun Wang and Wu Zhan, the former prince kept acting weak in the face of the immortal sects but was extremely harsh towards his own. Remembering Jai Minju's previous deeds, Yi King remarked that, in a certain way, the little foolish emperor was stronger than her father. Hun Wang asked Yi King if he knew why he sent him the invitation and wanted to meet him. He disclosed that it was because, after he heard of his achievements, he saw hope. And Yi King asked him what that hope was. Hun Wang explained that he made him feel that an evil person like the Empress Dowager would eventually receive her punishment, that a huge monster like the immortal sects could be toppled too, and that he made him see the future of the Great Jew. Hun Wang expressed that the reason he worked hard to survive every single day was to wait for the day that he wished for to arrive. Yi King grabbed his bottle and he called Hun Wang. Looking at the distance, Yi King promised that he would try his best. The two of them had another toast and remarked that no one knows what will happen in the future, but at least they are moving forward, so that is enough. The next day, at the study of the control Yuan, Yi King asked Pei Yuan if she could help him remove the curse on Hun Wang. Pei Yuan explained that the ancient curse poison binds with the victim's soul, so once one has been cursed, it is almost impossible to undo. She asked Yi King if anything dangerous occurred during yesterday's banquet, which caught Yi King off guard as he was surprised that Pei Yuan actually voluntarily showed concern for him. But as Greenie came out underneath his clothes, Yi King realized that Pei Yuan was actually talking to it. Yi King remarked that during the banquet, he rather felt like the Empress Dowager wasn't someone to be afraid of and was just a clueless idiot. Pei Yuan commented that the Empress Dowager, of course, was not anyone special, but the immortal sects backing her weren't to be trifled with, so Greenie should stay with him since he still had to attend the small banquet at the Imperial Palace that day. A few moments later, as Yi King walked into the courtyard of the Control Yuan, and while he was busy thinking that, on the other hand, he really hoped that the Empress Dowager would kill him so that when he returned as the Heavenly Emperor, he would be able to remove the curse on Hun Wang. One of the officials was asking another why Kai Xiangao looked a little weird that day, and the other official explained that rumors have it that it was because Yi King gifted him a poem. Yi King came across Kai Xiangao, and he was appalled as Kai Xiangao looked so smitten by the scroll he was holding, and he kept declaring that it was his the hard road. Yi King walked away as he expressed his disgust, and he remarked that he should forget about it and wouldn't bring Kai Xiangao along for the small banquet that day. A few moments later, at the 100 Fragrance Garden, a eunuch was ushering Yi King. The Empress Dowager, along with the other officials, were already at the banquet. Yi King took a seat, and he mentioned that they left a seat for him at that time. Suddenly, Yi King felt something. He wondered why the feeling the Empress Dowager was giving him that day was a little different from the other day. Looking at the Empress Dowager, who was emitting a dark aura, Yi King recognized the killing intent, and he wondered if she was actually going to try and kill him at that time. Yi King looked around, and he noted that the #1 assassin candidate, little foolish Jai Minju, and Kai Xiangao weren't there, and the people of the Control Yuan were also waiting outside the palace. He smiled proudly as he observed that it really was the golden opportunity to kill him. The Empress Dowager saw that Yi King was smiling, and while she was unaware of what he was thinking, she remarked that Yi King should go on and smile because she guaranteed that he wouldn't be able to smile by the end of that banquet. She stated that never in Yi King's wildest dreams would he be able to guess who was controlling the Empress Dowager sitting in front of him at that moment. Fang Qingsu was the one controlling the Empress Dowager, and she declared that Yi King was definitely going down that day. On the other hand, Old Liu was thinking about what Jai Minju mentioned, that it won't be good if Yi King starts arguing with the Empress Dowager during the small banquet again that day, so he requested that he go along and make sure it doesn't happen. As Old Liu was walking towards the banquet, he was surprised when other eunuchs greeted him. He recognized that the bunch of them were the helpers in the imperial kitchen, so he asked them why they were still wondering about when the small banquet was happening that day. One of the eunuchs respectfully responded that they were told that the Empress Dowager's palace would prepare the banquet by themselves and not require those from the imperial kitchen. Old Liu was alarmed when he realized that the Empress Dowager wished to control the banquet herself. Meanwhile, at the Empress Dowager's imperial kitchen, multiple eunuchs were working. The supervising eunuch instructed to be careful when they are carrying the dishes and to not be slipshod, and they nervously agreed. At a distance, someone was observing the people working in the kitchen and the supervising eunuch. It was Old Liu. He quickly recognized that the supervising eunuch was Wang Dihai, and he wondered why he was on duty that day when he had retired from the imperial kitchen a long time ago. Old Liu muttered that something was weird because it was not just Wang Dihai. All those on duty that day were unfamiliar faces, so he wondered what the Empress Dowager was trying to pull. He attempted to enter the banquet, but other eunuchs blocked him from entering it, explaining that unauthorized personnel were not allowed to enter. Old Liu asked them if they did not recognize him. The other eunuchs smugly replied that he was Eunuch Liu of the imperial stables and the famed aide of Jai Minju, so there was no one who wouldn't recognize him. Old Liu mentioned that it was good and added that he was there today under Jai Minju to serve the lords inside. But one of the eunuchs shooed him away, stating that the Empress Dowager had declared that unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Suddenly, the eunuch that was shooing Old Liu away was slapped across his face. It was Old Liu who slapped him, and while he was trembling due to shock, Old Liu questioned if he didn't understand. Old Liu walked past him and stated that he already mentioned that he was acting as per Jai Minju's orders, so they should be well aware of who calls the shots in the imperial palace. As Old Liu walked inside, the other eunuch asked what they should do, and the eunuch who was slapped responded that there was nothing they could do but quickly report it to Wang Dihai. Meanwhile, at the banquet, the Empress Dowager declared that since they had so painstakingly traveled all that way to attend his birthday banquet, she must see to it that none of their efforts were taken for granted. The other officials were surprised when they heard about the spiritual brew, while Qing looked so bored. One of the officials commented that while drinking spiritual brew is a wonderful thing, it is extremely precious, so it would be too much of a waste for them to drink it. The Empress Dowager kindly remarked that wine is to be drunk after all, and besides, all of them, with their respective statuses, were worthy of drinking the wine. Qing smirked as he commented that it was obvious that it was the big bad wolf visiting the old grandma, but he didn't care as he finally had a chance to become the heavenly emperor. A few moments later, a line of eunuchs were carrying huge jars of wine while gleefully laughing, and it seemed like they got drunk by the scent of the wine. Wang Dihai reprimanded them, calling them a bunch of useless servants, as simply smelling the scent of wine was enough, and he gave out an order to send another group of people in. But suddenly, someone yelled and commanded them to hold it. It was Old Liu, and as soon as Wang Dihai recognized him, he asked him if something was the matter. Old Liu was about to speak up, but he hesitated when he saw that Wang Dihai was exuding an ominous aura, and he mentioned that from the Empress Dowager employing Wang Dihai to giving wine to the ministers, something was definitely up and something must be going on inside. He thought that if the Empress Dowager really intended to harm Qing, he definitely couldn't just stand by idly. But he realized that if he spoke up, Wang Dihai wouldn't be the only one he would be offending. Old Liu admitted to himself that he has always been a timid weakling, remembering his past where he was doing laundry and someone called him useless, saying that it takes him so long just to wash a single piece of clothing while another eunuch pressured him to wash faster because Eunuch Li was waiting. He stated that ever since he was young, he never had friends and none treated him like a normal person. But Old Liu remembered how Qing treated him and asked for his opinion, and he thought Qing had never looked down on him for being a eunuch. Remembering Qing's smile as he mentioned that he would treat him to some wine, Old Liu remarked that he could sense that Qing really treats him as a friend. But he questioned himself about whether he really had the right to be treated as such. Old Liu was determined, as he admitted to himself that he was timid and that he had always been that way. But even if he was timid, he would protect his friends in his own way. He asked Wang Dihai if he had ever tasted those wines before. Wang Dihai inquired if Old Liu was trying to imply that the wine from the Empress Dowager's palace contains poison, and Old Liu nervously responded that he was just stating that he had to follow the rules and protocols of the palace. Wang Dihai smirked as he discreetly mocked Old Liu for talking about the rules while he agreed. He asserted that if he wanted to test it so badly, he could personally taste all of the wine there. Seeing the long line of eunuchs carrying the wine, Old Liu inquired if he would taste all of those by himself. Wang Dihai asked him if he was afraid, and Old Liu responded that there was no way. Old Liu went ahead to begin testing, and he instructed everyone that no one was to bring the wine in before it was tested. Old Liu was getting red from tasting the wine, but he still continued to taste each container one after the other. It came to a point where his belly was already full and he had to sit on the floor, but he still claimed that he was fine and that they would continue. Wang Dihai gave out orders to send in the ones Old Liu had tested. On the other hand, at the banquet, the officials were saying that the wine was splendid and that it really was the best of the best. Meanwhile, as he took a cup of wine, Qing was surprised that Greenie was not reacting, so he wondered if the Empress Dowager did not lace the wine with poison. Qing looked bored as he wondered what was going on, and he expressed that it was such a disappointment. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager noticed Qing's reaction, and she asked him if the spiritual brew was not up to his standards. Qing replied that it was indeed good wine, but it was just that his heart was laden with worries, so he was unable to appreciate it. All the while he remarked that all his worries were all thanks to her. The Empress Dowager commented that it is when one is troubled that one should drink them away. But Qing countered that the only worry is that drinking will add fuel to the fire. The officials praised Qing for the incredible line and remarked that it was as expected of the poetry expert. kingdom-shaking Yi. One of the officials suggested that with the backdrop of the Empress Dowager's birthday as well as the wonderful wine to accompany it, he suggested that Yi King compose another poem, and the other officials agreed, saying that it was a wonderful and great idea. Yi King thought about it, and he looked hesitant to compose a poem. He admitted that nothing seemed to be inspiring him, so he insisted to forget about it. The Empress Dowager saw it as a window of opportunity, and as she pointed out what Yi King remarked, that there was no inspiration, she concluded that it looked like the spiritual brew really was not up to par. She ordered her men to bring the 1,000-year 100 flowers brew in there, especially for Yi King. The officials were surprised that the Empress Dowager specially bestowed the 1,000-year 100 flowers brew on Yi King. Wang Bihai immediately replied that he understood. He looked at old Liu, who was passed out on the floor, and he ordered one of the eunuchs to go and bring the wine, and the eunuch agreed. Nervously carrying a small bottle of wine, the eunuch informed Wang Bihai that he had brought the wine. Wang Bihai hesitantly stared at the bottle of wine for a moment, but he remembered the smiling face of his grandchild. Wang Bihai braced himself and ordered the eunuch to send it in. But suddenly, old Liu came to his senses and ordered them to hold up, so Wang Bihai asked him if he had any other orders. Old Liu burped, looking intoxicated, and as he was about to ask about the wine, he grabbed a sharp rock. The eunuch behind him was surprised as he held the sharp rock in a threatening way and asked if the wine had been tested. Wang Bihai questioned old Liu for still wanting to test the wine even if he was already in such a state, but old Liu simply insisted that it must be tested. Old Liu stabbed himself with the sharp rock. Everyone around was worried, and he proclaimed that as long as he was alive, it must be tested. Wang Bihai looked worried. He calmed himself down as he called old Liu. Wang Bihai mentioned that they have been working in the palace for many years, yet they rarely see anyone worthy of their admiration. And that day, he earned that title, and he reminded him that he still has a bright future ahead of him, so there was no need for him to do such a thing. But old Liu stubbornly reiterated that he wanted to test the wine. Wang Bihai commented that old Liu had too much to drink. But before Wang Bihai could give out orders, old Liu raised a golden talisman and asked who dared to lay their hand on him. Old Liu confirmed with them that they all knew what it was, and he explained that as long as he breaks it, it will notify all divisions within the palace. Wang Bihai was surprised that Jai Minju actually gave old Liu that, and he wondered if Jai Minju really valued Yi King's life that much. He declared that it didn't matter whether he lived or died as long as his family was innocent. Wang Bihai called old Liu by his full name, Liu Jin, as he asked him if he really wanted to test the wine, and old Liu enthusiastically responded yes. Wang Bihai agreed with Liu Jin that he could test it, and in the back of his mind, he thought that since Liu Jin wanted to die, he should go ahead. As he held the bottle of wine in his hand, Liu Jin seemed to hesitate, so Wang Bihai noted that it was not too late to regret it. Liu Jin stared at the bottle intently as he thought about Yi King. He drank the wine, and in his mind, he was apologizing to Yi King because perhaps he would not live to see the day he changed the Great Jew. Meanwhile, at the banquet, Yi King looked bored as he waited for the 1,000-year 100 flowers brew to be served. Suddenly, he noticed that Greenie came out under his clothes. As Greenie slithered into the palm of his hand, he wondered why it was acting up all of a sudden and if it had detected poison because the 1,000-year 100 flowers brew had not been sent in yet. Suddenly, someone yelled and announced that the wine was poisoned. Yi King immediately stood up as he recognized that the voice belonged to Liu Jin. The other eunuchs were anxious, but Wang Bihai asked them what the fuss was and warned them that all of them better keep their mouths shut later. Yi King pushed himself into the group of eunuchs that were gathering around Liu Jin, and he called for him. He immediately held Liu Jin in his arms and asked him what was wrong. Liu Jin trembled as he tried to reach for Yi King while calling out his name. Wang Bihai informed Yi King that a jar of wine was just sent there and Liu Jin was testing it as per the rules, so he ended up in that state, and Yi King looked so distressed as he tried to comfort Liu Jin, telling him not to be afraid. Tears started swelling at the corners of Yi King's eyes as he applied his virtuous Kai to Liu Jin, and he assured that he would help detoxify him immediately. Liu Jin looked so weak as he murmured that it was already over for him, but it didn't matter as long as he was fine. He mentioned that he was just a side character, so it didn't matter whether he lived or died. Liu Jin declared that at least dying like that would give more meaning to his life. Tears ran down Yi King's face as he insisted that he must not die and that he should listen up. Yi King's tears fell on Liu Jin's cheeks as he closed his eyes, and Yi King reminded that dying is simple but living is hard, reminding him that he pointed out that he wanted to witness the day they could enjoy peace and prosperity for himself. Yi King released a tremendous amount of virtuous Kai as he mourned and yelled Liu Jin's name. One of the officials asked who was bold enough to try and poison someone within the palace, and another official declared that, luckily, it was just a eunuch who was poisoned. While Yi King was still mourning Liu Jin and releasing his strong, virtuous Kai, the Empress Dowager gave orders to let the Ministry of Punishments investigate who was bold enough to do such a thing. Meanwhile, Fang Qingsu, who was controlling the Empress Dowager, looked enraged as she exclaimed that Yi King was lucky to have managed to get away once again. The Empress Dowager started walking away, and she mentioned that she was tired, so they may all leave. But Yi King asked her who mentioned that she could leave. The Empress Dowager was puzzled by what Yi King just mentioned. Yi King glared at the Empress Dowager, and he stated that until they got to the bottom of the incident, no one there that day was allowed to leave. The Empress Dowager looked down menacingly at Yi King as she confirmed with him that he meant that even she was not allowed to leave. One of the officials immediately reprimanded Yi King and asked him what he was trying to do. Yi King responded that he didn't want much. Meanwhile, the broadsword of the chief officer of the Control Yuan began trembling from where it was stored. It got out of its scabbard and flew up into the sky. The broadsword flew towards Yi King at an incredible speed, and as Yi King carefully laid Liu Jin on the ground, he stated that he just wanted to get justice for Liu Jin. He caught the broadsword, and with a menacing look on his face, he declared that he would get it regardless of who was responsible for it. Yi King swung his sword while releasing a tremendous amount of virtuous Kai, and he proclaimed that he wanted the one who was responsible to die. He asked the Empress Dowager if she understood. The Empress Dowager confirmed with Yi King that what he meant by that was that even if she happened to be the perpetrator, he would want to kill her. Yi King's expression turned grim as he inquired the Empress Dowager if it was her doing. The Empress Dowager confidently asked Yi King what he would do if it were. Yi King's aura intensified, and he declared that she must die if that was the case. The officials were alarmed, and they exclaimed that he was crazy because he was threatening the Empress Dowager over a mere eunuch. On the other hand, Wang Dihai was also surprised that Yi King was actually offending the Empress Dowager for a servant. Looking at the peaceful look on Liu Jin's face, who was lying on the ground, Wang Dihai remarked that he sort of understood why Liu Jin put his life on the line to save Yi King. Wang Dihai stated that perhaps it was what it means for men to be willing to devote themselves to those who have a clear path in life. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager was alarmed, and while she declared that it was unacceptable, she called for her men. She proclaimed that Yi King was rebelling and that what he was doing was treason, so she ordered them to apprehend him. Everyone watching smiled when they heard the Empress Dowager's order, unaware of the people who just jumped over their heads. They were the people from the Secret Espionage Division, and they immediately protected Yi King, threatening those who dared to lay their hands on him. The Empress Dowager gave out orders to activate the Imperial Guards and suppress the rebels. But to everyone's surprise, someone from the back gave them orders to hold it. It was Jai Minju, and she ordered everyone to back down immediately. The Empress Dowager looked disappointed as she questioned Jai Minju's show of power, and she declared that someone was pointing their sword right at her nose, yet she was pretending not to see a thing. But to her surprise, Jai Minju responded that if she lived honestly, no one would treat her as if she were dumb. The Empress Dowager couldn't believe what she just heard so much that she asked Jai Minju what she just declared. But Jai Minju just towered over her and asked her if she must repeat what she had done. Jai Minju ordered her men to bring the Empress Dowager into her palace, and without her order, no one was to take a single step past the palace gates. As the eunuch grabbed her and started to drag her away, the Empress Dowager reprimanded Jai Minju for daring to arrest her. The Empress Dowager looked so enraged, and she declared that all of them would eventually die, so they shouldn't rejoice because they would all meet their doom very soon. Suddenly, Yi King took a step forward, and he proclaimed that the Empress Dowager is not to leave as long as the situation has not been resolved. Jai Minju grabbed his cloak and acknowledged that she understood his feelings, but she insisted that at that moment, it was not the right time. Jai Minju immediately went to check on Liu Jin's breathing, and she remarked that what was important was that Liu Jin was not dead yet. Yi King came back to his senses as Jai Minju asked him if he didn't want to save Liu Jin. At the Imperial Hospital, the doctors who were looking at Liu Jin were speechless. One of them trembled as he informed Jai Minju that he had already tried his best, so all they could do was use medicine to slightly prolong Liu Jin's life at best. Jai Minju scolded the doctor and exclaimed that if he couldn't do it, bring someone else who could, because no matter what, they can't let Liu Jin die, and the doctors agreed. Jai Minju worriedly glanced over at Yi King as she wondered what he would do if anything really happened to Liu Jin. Suddenly, a eunuch informed Jai Minju that the people of the Control Yuan had arrived, and she immediately instructed him to let them in. It was Pei Yuhan and Kai Xiangao, and Yi King immediately greeted them, telling Pei Yuhan to quickly come and take a look. Pei Yuhan responded that she already knew about it. She began examining Liu Jin, and Yi King watched intently. Jai Minju recognized Pei Yuhan as a disciple of the demonic clan. She looked crestfallen as she remarked that, as expected, Pei Yuhan is a beauty. Jai Minju also commented that, in addition, it seems as if Yi King especially trusts her. She was sulking as she complained that she, on the other hand, had never seen Yi King show such a level of trust towards her. Suddenly, Pei Yuhan announced that it was the 7 Emotions powder, and she recalled that only Zhu Wan from the Jade Chamber possessed such a poison. She revealed that Zhu Wan was his enemy, Fang Qingsu's master. Jai Minju was surprised, and she asked Pei Yuhan if she was implying that the Jade Chamber was using the Empress Dowager to kill Yi King. King remarked that Fang Qingsu hates him exceptionally much, so he couldn't understand why she was leaving something like killing him to the Empress Dowager. Jai Minju was startled when Pei Yuhan speculated that the Empress Dowager had just been Fang Qingsu's chess piece all along. King came to a realization, and he noted that it was no wonder that the feeling that the Empress Dowager gave him at that time differed from the last. Showing them a pill, Pei Yuhan explained that it is impossible to heal someone poisoned by the 7 emotions powder as long as they still have their 7 emotions and 6 senses, so it was a good thing that his virtuous Kai has suppressed the poison. Pei Yuhan made Liu Jin eat the pill, as she informed that the pill could only prolong Liu Jin's life for 7 days, and to completely remove the poison, they could only use the purest items on earth. She mentioned that one of those purest items is pure yang water, and King rejoiced as he noted that it meant that there was still hope for Liu Jin. Jai Minju shook her head and commented that, as far as she knows, pure yang water is among the most yang-rich items that only the top immortal sects possess, and there was no reason for them to help save Liu Jin. Pei Yuhan mentioned that there is an item similar to yang water with similar detoxification properties, albeit it is nowhere near as powerful as pure yang water, and such an item is right there in the city's center. King got curious about the item that could detoxify and was in the city's center, so he inquired about it. Pei Yuhan revealed that the item is none other than the water from the Dao Spring in the Sage's Garden. Kai Xiangao chimed in and remarked that he remembered that saying. He recounted that legend has it that in ancient times, when some sages got parched after discussions, they found a spring not far from them. But while the disciples dared to take the water from the spring, the sages chose to remain parched, as the spring's name was Dao, which meant steel. So, the later generations have a saying, do not drink the water of the Dao spring, which means to remain steadfast to one's principles and to not engage in corrupt activities. After that, Kai Xiangao recalled that when the sages built the Sage's Garden, the Dao spring was naturally within the Sage's Garden, and as time passed, those who were affected by the scholarly Kai and gained intelligence became completely pure. King came to the conclusion that in order to get the water of the Dao spring, he must enter the Sage's Garden. Pei Yuhan agreed that he was right and that they should be able to save Liu Jin if Jai Minju sanctions the opening of the Sage's Garden and allows King to retrieve its water. Looking over at King, who was thinking about it, Jai Minju mentioned that she had previously thought of allowing King to enter the Sage's Garden, but he refused. Suddenly, King declared that he was willing to enter the Sage's Garden to retrieve the water of the Dao spring. Jai Minju was baffled by what King just expressed, and she tried to remind him of his decision earlier. King explained that Liu Jin ended up in such a state in order to save him, so regardless of how many excuses he may have, they won't be enough for him to avoid the current situation. Jai Minju agreed, and she promised that she would start making the necessary preparations that instant. But King urged to wait just a moment. King mentioned that there was one more thing that needed to be done before he entered the Sage's Garden. Meanwhile, someone broke their cup. It was the Empress Dowager, who was shrouded by an ominous aura, and King stated that she was not dead yet. Jai Minju panicked as King reminded her that, as he mentioned before, he wanted to put the person who poisoned Liu Jin to death. Jai Minju stated that she could give him an explanation regarding the matter, but the Empress Dowager could absolutely not die at his hands. On the other hand, someone dropped their cup and punched the table, calling a woman poisonous. It was Han Wang, and his servant tried to calm him down as he declared that not only did the Empress Dowager make him end up like he was, she also wanted to poison and kill King. Han Wang proclaimed that King is the only hope of the great Zhu and his one and only friend, so he just couldn't sit and watch that wretched woman ruin King like that. He walked out the door, asserting that letting that poisonous woman live in that world until that day was the biggest mistake he had made in his entire life. A few moments later, at the Jai clan ancestral hall, someone stood in front of the hall, and someone asked them who they were. It was Han Wang, and he introduced himself as Jai Chengdao. The doors in front of him immediately opened. As Jai Chengdao came inside, there were mysterious people who were wearing cloaks to hide their identities and standing on each side of an altar. Jai Chengdao immediately kneeled. With an incense in his hand, he kneeled in front of the altar and proclaimed that he, the unworthy descendant Jai Chengdao, had come to pay his respects. With tears in his eyes, Jai Chengdao expressed that despite the great Zhu dynasty continuing till that day, people's hearts have fallen into despair and corrupted officials were running amok in the court. So he was an unworthy descendant, and he was extremely ashamed of not being capable enough to protect their country and its people and not being able to eradicate corruption and help govern the world. One of the people in the cloak looked at Jai Chengdao pitifully as Jai Chengdao lamented that he had embarrassed the ancestors, so once he meets them all in the underworld, he will certainly kneel and apologize in person. But Jai Chengdao avowed that before that, he wished to do something meaningful that he could achieve only in that lifetime. On the other hand, Yi King was telling Jai Minju that since he was not allowed to make a move, he asked her if it meant that she intended to justify the act of destroying her own family for so-called righteousness. Jai Minju requested Yi King to give her some time, and she will definitely give him an explanation. But suddenly, a eunuch interrupted their conversation as he notified Jai Minju that there was trouble, and he informed that Jai Chengdao went to the ancestral hall to request the Taya sword and was currently leading people to storm into the Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters. Both Jai Minju and Yi King were surprised regarding the news that the eunuch brought. Yi King ordered all of them to quickly go to the Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters immediately. A few moments later, at the Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters, a huge fire was burning fiercely. The Empress Dowager was tied up and hanged in front of Jai Chengdao. She questioned Jai Chengdao if he realized the adversity the Great Jew would have to go through as a consequence of killing her. Jai Chengdao responded that he only knew that if he didn't kill her that day, the Great Jew's fate would remain murkier. The Empress Dowager threatened Jai Chengdao that if she died that day, he shouldn't think that he would survive either, but Jai Chengdao simply remarked that it was a pity that such a good scene was not accompanied by good wine. Suddenly, Yi King and Jai Minju arrived at the Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters. When Jai Minju saw the mysterious people in cloaks subduing the guards of the place, she immediately asked them why they came there instead of protecting the ancestral hall. One of the men informed Jai Minju that Jai Chengdao requested the Taya sword at the ancestral hall as the representative of the Jai clan. Jai Minju noticed Yi King walking past them, and she tried to call him, but she trailed off. Saw where Yi King was going, to Jai Chengdao, who had the Empress Dowager hanging in front of him, and Yi King asked Jai Chengdao what the meaning of that was. Jai Chengdao replied that he was just doing what he was supposed to do a long time ago. Yi King remarked that the Empress Dowager's death was not worth mourning, so he asked him why he must accompany her to the grave. Jai Chengdao responded that such a wretched woman is not worthy of his company at all and that he just wanted to keep an eye on her because even after they both end up in the underworld, he would continue to keep an eye on her. Jai Minju asked Jai Chengdao why he had such a deep hatred for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager laughed hysterically as she declared that there was no other hatred Jai Chengdao could have. She asserted that if that waste, the late emperor, hadn't been sitting on the dragon's throne, she would have never even laid her eyes on him. The Empress Dowager admitted that after marrying the late emperor, she continued enjoying life. Jai Chengdao produced a slashing attack as he called the Empress Dowager a wretched woman and reprimanded her for daring to still have the face to speak. The Empress Dowager was startled as she saw the Taya sword move past her, and Jai Chengdao exclaimed that no one claimed that the Empress Dowager would be promiscuous and engage in such things with the disciples of the immortal sect who came there to receive the imperial court's offerings and fornicate the harem. Jai Chengdao clenched his chest and was trembling as he continued to state that if he hadn't stumbled upon those matters, no one knows how long the despicable woman, the Empress Dowager, would have deceived and concealed those things from them. The Empress Dowager asked Jai Chengdao what it would matter if he stumbled upon it when he himself was imprisoned by the useless person. As blood oozed out of Jai Chengdao's eyes and mouth, the Empress Dowager laughed, telling him to look at himself at the moment, and she asked him how the backlash for revealing that secret felt. The entirety of the Empress Dowager's sleeping quarters was currently being consumed by fierce flames. Yi King was distressed as he pleaded to not do anything stupid. Suddenly, someone grabbed Yi King from behind. It was Pei Yuhan, and she was crestfallen as she murmured that the curse on Jai Chengdao's body has already taken effect, so currently there is no way to save him. Jai Chengdao lamented that he was tired and that, after all those years of agony, he could finally be free. As his body started to burn, Jai Chengdao smiled brightly as he declared that it was the only thing that he could do for the Great Jew in him. Jai Chengdao threw the Taya sword forward, and he remarked that he might as well let it all go and just do it. As the Taya sword eliminated the Empress Dowager, Jai Chengdao stated that from that day on, the royal family would no longer have any hindrances. Jai Chengdao started to get consumed by the fire, and he whispered that he would be watching over him from the underworld as he led the Great Jew to its former glory. Both Jai Minju and Yi King were in tears as they watched the scenario in front of them unfold. Meanwhile, in the chaos of the fire, a shadow was quickly slithering its way out of the scene. It moved underneath the bushes, and it was about to leave through the gates. But suddenly, someone stepped on the shadow and caught it. It was Pei Yuhan, and she was sinister as she looked down on the shadow. She smiled proudly. A few hours later, the sun had already come up, and as the members of the Control Yuan walked back, Yi King was grim. Wei Wentong commented that it was supposed to be a birthday celebration, but it ended up turning into a funeral, and Kai Xiangao added that although Jai Minju has ordered them to conceal the truth of the matter, she must also be having a hard time accepting what happened. Yi King was mad as he mentioned the immortal sects. Grabbing something from her sleeves, Pei Yuhan explained that if he despises those immortal sects, she has a little something there that might help him ease his anger a bit. Pei Yuhan brought out a bottle that contained an ominous liquid, and she smiled proudly. Qing asked Pei Yuhan what it was, and Pei Yuhan revealed that it was Fang Qingsu, but to be precise, it was a strand of her soul. Examining the liquid, Qing realized that Fang Qingsu was the one manipulating the Empress Dowager from the dark. Qing saw that the liquid was starting to take form, so he exclaimed that he was not expecting to meet her again so soon. The liquid materialized into a little Fang Qingsu, and she assured not to worry because the future is illimitable, so they will definitely meet each other very soon. Letting out an aura through her mouth, Pei Yuhan remarked that, as expected of a woman from the Jade Chamber, every word she says exudes such confidence. The aura started to surround Fang Qingsu, and while she was in a panic, she asked Pei Yuhan if she may know she knew who she was because she didn't recall having someone like her in the capital city. But instead of answering Fang Qingsu's question, Pei Yuhan instructed not to bother wasting her effort because even if she obtains information on her, she won't get the chance to bring it back to her main body, so Fang Qingsu asked Pei Yuhan what she was trying to do. As the aura started wrapping itself around Fang Qingsu and entered her through her mouth, Fang Qingsu cried that she couldn't control her body anymore. As the aura completely entered Fang Qingsu, her eyes lit up, and Pei Yuhan comforted not to be scared because she just wanted to send a present to her main body. Fang Qingsu came back to her senses, and she warned not to be conceited because when her true body arrives with the major immortal sects, they will have to pay the price. Qing realized that it seemed like the immortal sects were already on their way there. Pei Yuan stated that he didn't have much time to enter the Sage's garden. Qing remarked that those immortal sects were really eager to see him dead, while in the back of his mind, he thought that although he would really welcome them to come and kill him, Liu Jin must still be saved. He mentioned that time was running out, so they should discuss the matter of entering the Sage's garden right at that moment. On the other hand, a flying ship was soaring and traveling through the skies. Fang Qingsu was in it, and she was worried when she felt that her spirit had disappeared. She wondered what was going on and asked how there could be someone in the Great Chu who had the ability to harm her soul. Fang Qingsu groaned in pain, and as she complained about her face, she inquired why it felt so painful. Suddenly, Fang Qingsu's junior entered the room, and she was about to call Fang Qingsu, but she trailed off. She screamed, and she was horrified as she looked at Fang Qingsu. Fang Qingsu immediately questioned her what happened and what she was scared of, and the junior reluctantly pointed out her face. Fang Qingsu got curious about what happened to her face, so she grabbed a mirror. She was surprised when she saw that the left part of her face was disgustingly swollen. A flying ship was soaring through the sky. Inside, Fang Qingsu was kneeling in front of an elder and declared that Qing must have used magic to harm her, so she begged her to save him. The elder let out a sigh when she saw Fang Qingsu's condition. She asked Fang Qingsu what she was panicking for when it was just a curse. Fang Qingsu was startled when the elder suddenly slapped a talisman on her forehead. As her face lit up, Fang Qingsu exclaimed that, as expected of the elder, it felt so cool and comfortable. The lady Fang Qingsu was with was startled when Fang Qingsu asked her how it was and if he was already better. The lady stuttered as she replied no and that the swelling seemed to have gotten worse, which puzzled Fang Qingsu. The elder embarrassingly cleared her throat and remarked that Fang Qingsu should come to her as she would use their sect's secret technique to remove the curse. Fang Qingsu thanked the elder, but the elder seemed worried. The elder cleared her throat again and instructed that Fang Qingsu should turn around first and not interfere while she performed the secret technique, which rendered Fang Qingsu speechless. Slapping sounds echoed through the entire room. After a while, the elder stood up, and she was troubled. The elder began rummaging through her belongings, and Fang Qingsu asked her if she was already better. But instead of answering her question, the elder lifted up a mask. Fang Qingsu's face had become disgustingly melted, and she was startled when the elder handed the mask to her and explained that the curse was a bit tricky, so she should wear it until they find the solution. Fang Qingsu screamed in exasperation, and she vowed that she was going to tear Qing to pieces. On the other hand, Qing was walking with Kai Xiangao, who informed that they were about to enter the Sage's garden, so the trip might be a little dangerous. Kai Xiangao was excited, and he expressed that it is normal for someone to be concerned about Qing, while Qing was wondering why he seemed to look a bit abnormal. Kai Xiangao mentioned that he never implied that there would be a day when he would have the opportunity to enter the Sage's garden, and it was all possible due to Qing's reputation. Qing awkwardly laughed and commented that if the Sage's garden hadn't been sealed by the immortal sects, with Kai Xiangao's talent, it would have been a piece of cake, but Kai Xiangao disagreed. Kai Xiangao enthusiastically explained that even if the Sage's garden was not sealed, not anyone could enter it because, through history, only those whose talent and morals have reached perfection have had the qualification to enter, and Qing asked if the threshold was really that high. Jai Minju suddenly chimed in and asserted that even if the requirements for entering the Sage's garden were high, the two of them could easily meet them. Kai Xiangao and Qing immediately greeted Jai Minju as their majesty. Qing mentioned that they should have waited until Jai Minju recuperated, but things suddenly became more urgent. Jai Minju smiled and reassured that Qing shouldn't worry because she was already good, and instead of dwelling on the past, it would be better to focus on the future. She gestured to the box the eunuch beside her was carrying and noted that the most important thing at hand was to send Qing into the Sage's garden. Jai Minju explained that the entrance to the Sage's garden doesn't naturally exist in that world and requires the consumption of national resources to create. She also stated that when the immortal sect sealed it, they also set many traps inside, making the Sage Garden even more dangerous and abnormal. Jai Minju warned that Qing and Kai Xiangao should be careful, and if they think it's not impossible, they shouldn't force themselves. She was blushing as she looked at Qing intently, and he was startled when he noticed that. Qing looked wary as he wondered what was going on that day and why Jai Minju was giving him that look. Jai Minju quickly looked away nervously, and when Qing saw that, he wondered what she was doing and remarked that she was making it more obvious by doing such a thing. She smiled brightly as she carried the box and announced that she would open the entrance to the Sage's garden at that moment. The box Jai Minju was holding suddenly lit up. A golden dragon suddenly descended from the sky and was charging towards Jai Minju. But when the dragon got near the box, it shrank and got absorbed by it. The box fired a powerful light forward. An enormous door was revealed when the light disappeared. Jai Minju commanded, "Open." A space filled with voids was warping. Qing was calmly closing his eyes. He slowly opened them. Qing was astonished when he saw his surroundings, and he inquired what that place was. He and Kai Xiangao were riding on a small boat at sea, and they could see huge mountains on the horizon. While Qing was wary as he looked around, Kai Xiangao looked excited, and he remarked that the place was just as the saying goes, the Sea of Learning has no bounds, so the sea they were in must be the Sea of Learning. Kai Xiangao reached into the water and commented that it was said that the water in the Sea of Learning is all liquefied scholarly Kai. He pulled out his hand from the water. Kai Xiangao noted that if the predecessor who created the Sea of Learning were still there, he was afraid that the immortal sects would not dare to be so rampant, and Qing lamented that it was a pity, but because of the decline of Confucianism and Taoism, they would never truly know their true strength. Qing queried Kai Xiangao if he noticed that the small boat didn't seem to be moving. Kai Xiangao confirmed and added that he heard there are no waves in the Sea of Learning, and one must use scholarly Kai to propel the boat forward. He began releasing his scholarly Kai, and he was amazed when the small boat slowly began to move, and he exclaimed that it really started moving. Qing acknowledged that it did move, but he was worried about the speed. He scratched his head and suggested that they should just forget it and let him try. Qing released his powerful scholarly Kai. The small boat immediately propelled forward at an incredible speed. While Qing was content with the speed as he stood in front of the boat, Kai Xiangao was behind him, holding on for his dear life. The small boat continued to zoom through the sea at the same speed. A few moments later, Qing got out of the boat to step into the small port and announced that they had arrived, while Kai Xiangao was out of breath while lying on the boat, and he questioned Qing if he was really human. As Kai Xiangao stepped foot on the port, he saw a huge structure in front of them that was emitting a bright light, and he marveled that it was great because he never thought there would be a day when he could set foot on that sacred land. While Kai Xiangao's eyes were twinkling due to excitement, Qing was wary, as he warned that things were going to be very difficult because he could feel the presence of a powerful Kai all over the place. So apart from retrieving the spring of life, they must be careful not to do anything unnecessary. The two of them walked down a path where huge, glowing statues were built on the side. Kai Xiangao stood in front of one of the statues, and he recognized that it was really the great scholar who wrote the legendary 13 articles of Wenru, Master Wenru. He called Qing and guessed that he thought he knew where they were at the moment, and it was the place of inheritance. Kai Xiangao explained that the place holds the legacy of the past sages of both Confucianism and Taoism, and as long as one could gain their spirit's recognition, they could obtain the legacy. He turned to Qing and proposed that if he released his own aura, he might be able to receive the inheritance of the predecessors, which surprised Qing. Qing was alarmed, and he cautioned that the place was really dangerous. Kai Xiangao bowed down in front of Wenru's statue, and as he gave his greetings to Wenru as the esteemed predecessor, he introduced himself as a disciple of the Confucius school and declared that he had come to pay his respects. He released his aura as he continued to bow in front of Wenru's statue. Kai Xiangao's aura spread all over the place. Wenru's statue suddenly reacted and lit up when Kai Xiangao's aura reached it. The other statues that Kai Xiangao's aura reached also lit up, just like Wenru's statue. But the light on Wenru's statue suddenly fizzled and disappeared. Kai Xiangao was nervous that he failed, but he still continued to bow nonetheless. Suddenly, the statue behind Kai Xiangao announced that it would be it, and it would be Kai Xiangao. Kai Xiangao was happy when he was shrouded in the statue's aura, and as a scroll appeared in front of him, he celebrated that he did it and that he had gained the approval of the sages. He went to Qing and shared that he received the inheritance of Master Shizhu, but Qing is 100 times stronger than him, so he suggested that he try it out to see which great scholar's favor he could win. Kai Xiangao was excited as he stared at the scroll in his hand, and Qing remarked that Kai Xiangao was outstanding, yet he barely obtained an inheritance. So it seemed that those sages were quite picky. Qing concluded that since he was already there, he should give it a try. He decided to release his aura, but he was alarmed when he could feel multiple twinkling eyes looking at him. Auras surged towards Qing and enveloped his body. Qing was shocked and shriveled as he cursed in his mind and muttered that he knew it. Kai Xiangao was excited as he exclaimed that Qing should hurry up because if it's him, he would definitely earn the recognition of a more capable and greater scholar. But Qing dispersed his aura, and he awkwardly laughed as he replied that Kai Xiangao should forget it because, although there are many inheritances there, they are not his path to take. Qing proudly declared that, as for him, he has his own path to follow, so there is no need for him to meet anyone. He was puzzled when Kai Xiangao bowed at him and remarked that he had really amazed him. Qing continued to walk down the path and instructed that they should leave quickly and shouldn't stay there for too long, which surprised Kai Xiangao. Meanwhile, someone was watching Kai Xiangao and Qing through an orb of light, and they commented that Qing was a proud and arrogant young man. They were on a mountain that was producing a very bright light. The long-bearded old man who was watching inquired who was the last person to have such pride and arrogance. A plump old man responded that there has been no precedent because, throughout the ages, no one has been able to obtain recognition of all the stone tablets, let alone refuse the inheritance. They watched Qing's back, and the plump old man stated that he was the first person to achieve that since the founding of the school of Confucianism. The long-bearded old man observed that if that was the case, it was possible that Qing may not even need to inherit from both of them. A few moments later, Qing and Kai Xiangao stopped when they saw something, and while Qing looked worried as he noted that the power of a sage is truly unimaginable, Kai Xiangao was in awe and observed that seeing such a thing in person is 100 times better than just hearing about it. The two of them were standing at the foot of the mountain that was producing a very bright light. The two of them bowed at the mountain, and Kai Xiangao explained that it was the sage's masterpiece. There were stairs at the foot of the mountain, and as Qing approached it, Kai Xiangao described that there are a total of 33,300 steps on the Book Mountain, and from the moment he steps on the stairs, he will be tested, and if he can't pass the test, he will be kicked down from the mountain and lose his qualification. Kai Xiangao predicted that if the Book Mountain recognizes Qing, he may take 1,000 steps in one go, but if he barely passes the test, he may only take one step after waking up from the test. He looked at Qing expectantly, and the two of them looked at each other. Qing gave Kai Xiangao a tap on the back and encouraged that he shouldn't underestimate himself because he believes in him. He was filled with determination as he looked ahead, and while Kai Xiangao was cheering him silently from behind, someone asked how long it would take for Qing to walk up the top of the mountain. The long-bearded old man questioned the plump old man if he thought Qing would be able to reach the top of the mountain. The plump old man replied that if Qing couldn't do it, he's afraid that no one in the current Confucian and Taoist schools could climb up to the top. The long-bearded old man addressed the plump old man as Brother Cheng and challenged him if it wasn't because of his stubbornness that their Confucianism and Taoism had fallen into such a state. Cheng scoffed and retorted that he was stubborn because he's right, and as he called the long-bearded old man Brother Wang, he asserted that it was him who took the wrong path and still argues with him, so the decline of Confucianism and Taoism was also related to him. Wang inquired if Cheng believed that Qing could distinguish who was right or wrong between the two of them. Cheng countered that it was impossible because neither of them are easily swayed, which is why the ideological dispute has troubled them for countless years, so there is no way such a young person could solve their obsession. Wang was surprised when he saw that the first test for Qing was actually power and ambition. In the test, Qing was sitting on the throne and was called His Majesty while holding on to the imperial seal. Everyone greeted him and hoped that he would live a long time. Looking at the imperial seal, Qing pondered if he, as the son of heaven, could really command those under heaven as an emperor. As Qing used the imperial seal, Wang advised that they should look because Qing was really immersed in it and that even in his younger days, he had to spend several days before leaving it. The eunuch announced and proclaimed that Qing has issued an edict that if he breaks the law, even the emperor will be punished like the commoners. The two old men were speechless with what they heard. Suddenly, someone was being dragged by imperial guards, and he protested that he was a prince and they couldn't arrest him, so he wanted to see the emperor. But the prince was immediately placed in a guillotine. He was executed in an instant. A few moments later, an old man who was crying was being dragged by the imperial guards, and as he called Qing, he pleaded that he was his blood-related uncle. But just like the prince, he was executed in an instant. Qing exclaimed what Qing was doing and if he was really trying to kill the royal family and destroy the foundation, and Wang wondered if perhaps Qing was courting death. The eunuch made another announcement and declared that Qing had issued a decree to increase the commercial tax rate. The merchants were worried, and one of them begged that Qing spare them, the poor commoners, and another pleaded that they really couldn't afford to pay for it. The eunuch made another announcement and announced that Qing has issued a decree that children from ordinary households could attend school for free. He also revealed that Qing has issued an edict to reform the imperial examinations. The eunuch also proclaimed that Qing issued a decree to establish an academy of sciences. In an instant, the people were enraged, and as they called Qing a tyrant, they accused that he wanted them to die, and he massacred the royal family, persecuted the aristocrats, destroyed the imperial examinations, and the crimes were too numerous to list. Wang was baffled, and he questioned if Qing was trying to find a new way of governing the country, but Cheng seemed to have realized something. Cheng agreed that Wang was right, as they only see one side of the ruling class, but he noted that they overlook the voices of the common people, who were the ones that benefited the most from Qing's changed policies. Wang remarked that he had been troubled by a question, and he inquired what the world would become if Qing's policies could last for 10 years, 100 years, or even longer. Cheng commented that if everyone could behave like the dragon, it would be an unprecedented era of prosperity. As they watched the people raid the palace, Cheng noted that unfortunately, although the idea was good, Qing underestimated the power of the aristocratic and merchant factions he had previously dealt with. Flying ships flew over the empire, and Cheng observed that Qing underestimated them, including those immortal cultivators whom he angered. While sitting on his throne, Qing could hear that everyone outside was chanting, and as they proclaimed that they should remove the tyrant and bring peace to the world, the eunuch kneeling in front of him requested that he not act so stubbornly anymore because the whole world is acting against him. Qing was unfazed, and when he heard that the eunuch declared that it was the whole world, he replied that it was just the world from his perspective. He stood up from his throne while the eunuch lowered his head more onto the floor. Qing stated that, in his eyes, the elites and nobility were not the only people in the world. The next thing that happened was that the palace was set on fire. Wang and Cheng watched as the empire got ruined and burned. Wang let out a sigh as he lamented that Qing actually chose to end it that way, which was a pity. Cheng remarked that Qing is so young yet he knows how to choose the path he wants to take with such determination, and if he were given more time, that path might be something. Wang speculated that perhaps Qing could really create the world that the sages have envisioned in their fantasies. He expressed that he had made up his mind that if Qing could reach the peak, he would impart all his knowledge to him, but Cheng got pissed and retorted that he was not qualified, so Qing should accept his inheritance instead. On the other hand, Qing woke up from the illusion. Looking at the steps in front of him, Qing asked if he had come out of the illusion. Qing looked troubled as he murmured that it was a realistic illusion, and when he was inside, he completely forgot about the things in reality. He started walking up the stairs and commented that it seems that even in the illusion, he didn't forget to act recklessly. As Qing observed that he was already at a high altitude, he wondered how many steps he had taken with that one step. Cheng was the one who answered his question and stated that it was 16,650 steps, which surprised Wang, and he exclaimed that Qing was simply a monster because even he, in his prime, only managed to climb over 2,000 steps in one go. Cheng proudly boasted that he was better than Wang because he managed to climb over 3,000 steps in one go. Qing let out a deep breath. He took another step and declared that he would continue. But Qing was astonished, as he seemed to have triggered another illusion. Something hit his face, and he groaned as he inquired what that thing was. But Qing was startled and speechless when a lady suddenly caressed his face. Qing was flustered when he noticed the huge pair of bosoms in front of him. Meanwhile, both Wang and Cheng acted like they covered their eyes but were actually peeking through them, and as Wang whispered that he saw no evil, Cheng called Qing a brat. Qing was in a daze as he continued to stare at the pair of bosoms in front of him, and the lady requested that he drink some sugar water. He was blushing intensely as he looked at the lady, but he couldn't see her face. The lady stood in front of him with a bowl in her hand, and she was ominous as her entire face was dark. The darkness on the lady's face was suddenly gone, which revealed that she looked like Pei Yuhan, and with a bright smile on her face, she requested that Qing drink the sugar water while it was hot. Qing accepted the bowl Pei Yuhan was giving him. He chugged the drink in his hand. He was suddenly sitting on a chair, and as he laid back, he let out a sigh of relief and uttered that it was comfortable. While Qing watched Pei Yuhan take care of the laundry, he muttered that it was not bad as that newlywed concubine is sensible. But he sighed again and pondered why he always has a sense of emptiness and a desire to die in his heart. Qing was picking his nose as he mentioned that he was thinking about what he would do if he had to choose a way to die. He had a mischievous smile on his face as he dragged Pei Yuhan and demanded that she should come and follow him inside. And as Pei Yuhan protested and objected that it was still daytime, Qing insisted that it didn't matter. The old men watching the illusion were flustered, and as Wang observed that it seemed that Qing also has a weakness, so that level won't be easy to pass, Cheng concluded that Qing has fallen for it. 5 days later, Qing and Pei Yuhan were out of breath in his chamber when Pei Yuhan sighed that she couldn't bear it anymore and suggested that he take another wife. Qing's lower body lit up, and he agreed. Time passed, and the doors to Qing's chamber were closed. Qing sat on his bed with his newlywed wife, and her face was covered with a red cloth. He used a stick and started lifting up the red cloth covering the lady's face. The beautiful lady, who looked like Xiao Qianqian, gazed at Qing and addressed him as her lord. Qing's room was overflowing with love throughout the evening. Cheng shook his head as he let out a sigh, while Wang asked if Qing would ever get tired. Cheng remarked that although he is not worried that Qing will fail, he is worried about the time it takes to climb to the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, Wang was startled when he saw something, and he exclaimed that there was another one again. But at that time, it seemed to be the legal wife. As he stood beside his wife, Qing was shriveled and seemed like he was at his limit as he muttered that he was kowtowing to heaven and earth. The lady was addressing Qing as her husband, and as Qing was about to lift the red cloth over her face, he stated that he had never met his lady before. Qing declared that in the future, the two of them will be something. But Qing was scared that he jumped away from the lady after he took a peek under the red cloth and demanded to know what kind of evil spirit she was. Lifting the red cloth on her own, the lady, who looked like Jai Minju, inquired what Qing had uttered. Qing froze and was horrified as he whispered that he was okay. Looking at Jai Minju, Qing observed that the lady was gorgeous and obviously belonged to a noble background, but he was wondering why he had a sense of instinctive rejection in his heart. Jai Minju leaned forward and asked Qing what was wrong with him and if he was not feeling well, which surprised Qing and made him shiver. Tears welled up at the corners of Jai Minju's eyes as she questioned Qing if it could be that she had done something wrong and made him angry. Qing panicked and immediately responded no, and he explained that it was not her fault. A few moments later, the two of them lay on the bed with their backs turned towards each other, and Qing was troubled, as he admitted that it was him who was at fault and that it was definitely him who had a problem. As they watched things unfold, Wang couldn't help but ask what happened to Qing, and Cheng commented that he didn't think that the Manhwa was a gender-bender genre. 7 days later, Qing was meditating, and he was already detached from worldly desires. Pei Yuan suddenly approached him and inquired what was wrong with him, and Qing replied that he was fine, but he just wanted to be alone in silence. Pei Yuan asked Qing how he could be fine when he hadn't even contacted her for several days. Qing replied that it has only been a few days, and he wondered if it could be that, in her eyes, he was just a person who does nothing productive and only knows to do those kinds of inappropriate things. Pei Yuan remained silent, but her smile gave Qing a silent affirmation, which made him speechless. Qing asked Pei Yuan if she didn't think that someone was abnormal, and Pei Yuan asked if he meant Jai Minju. Pei Yuan commented that Jai Minju is pretty good because she's a well-bred young lady, knowledgeable and rational, with a beautiful appearance and a good personality. Qing looked perplexed, and he asked Pei Yuan if she didn't think that Jai Minju looked more like a man. Pei Yuan was astonished when she heard what Qing commented, and she questioned if he had gone crazy. Imagining Jai Minju's face, Qing reflected that maybe it was his retribution because in the past days, every time he wanted to be intimate with Pei Yuan, Jai Minju's face would always come to his mind. A leaf was falling down a tree when Qing pondered that maybe he had already seen through that mundane world. The leaf suddenly lit up and dissipated. When Qing woke up from the illusion, he was surprised, and he wondered if it was over again. Qing reflected that after he came to think of it, in the illusion earlier, he actually mistook Pei Yuan as someone else and did those things. He grinned evilly as he boasted that even Xiao Qianqian couldn't escape his clutches. Qing was proud as he continued, not to mention there was another one. But he remembered that it was Jai Minju, and he was horrified. Qing groaned and quickly spit on the ground multiple times. He was drained as he asked who the pervert was who came up with that test and even included a man in it. Qing was relieved as he remarked that, luckily, his mind was strong. Otherwise, he would have been scarred for his whole life. Watching Qing, Cheng asked if Qing passed the test just like that, and Wang wondered if that approach wasn't a bit too childish. Cheng suggested that they should never mind because Qing has already succeeded regardless. As the bright orb where they were watching Qing disappeared, Cheng commented that Qing succeeded in reaching the mountain peak after only participating in 2 tests, and Wang noted that no one has ever succeeded like that before, and even the thoughts of the sages have been reawakened by Qing. While Qing continued to walk up the stairs with his powerful aura, one of the old men asked why the sages did not directly bestow the rewards on Qing. Suddenly, the space on the path in front of Qing began to swirl. Yi King stared at the distorted space intently, and one of the old men speculated that perhaps it was because the sages wanted to see Yi King's next performance. After Yi King passed through the distorted space, he looked around and asked if he had already made it to the mountain peak. Suddenly, Kai Xiangao also passed through the distorted space and called him. Kai Xiangao remarked that he couldn't believe Yi King had already made it to the top and that he even completely crushed the tests on Book Mountain, which surprised Yi King. He enthusiastically exclaimed that he was in the illusion at first. But the illusion somehow suddenly disappeared, so it must have been because of Yi King, and that the illusion must have collapsed because he was outstanding. Yi King scratched his head and replied that he actually doesn't know what happened either, but they don't have much time left, so they must find the spring or life as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the imperial palace was peaceful. Inside, Jai Minju mentioned that it has been 3 days already, and she doesn't know how Yi King and Jai Minju were doing. She was startled when she heard something, and she asked what that noise was. The people on the streets looked horrified as they looked up, and one of them shouted that the others should look quickly. Multiple flying boats flew above the city, and the people whispered that there were many flying boats, so it was the immortals. Meanwhile, at one of the boats, someone asked if it was the capital city. He was amazed, and he commented that he had only heard about it. But now that he has witnessed it personally, he could state that it truly lives up to its reputation. But someone suddenly scoffed. It was a lady, and as she retorted that it was nothing but buried bones in the burial mound, she asked what was there to be mesmerized about it. It was Fang Qingsu, who was already wearing a mask, and one of the men apologized and acknowledged that they had failed to realize her presence while addressing her as a junior sister from Jade Chamber. Fang Qingsu stood at the edge of the boat and gazed over the city. One of the men asked if all the people from Jade Chamber are so aloof, and while the other noted that they weren't really, as it seems to be just Fang Qingsu was thinking about Yi King, and she vowed that she would definitely make him pay the price 1,000-fold. On the other hand, at the Sage's Garden, the place was peaceful as birds flew above the green land. Kai Xiangao observed that it was simple and elegant, so it was no wonder that it was a place for Confucian scholars. He pointed to his side as he called Yi King and suggested that he should look there. Kai Xiangao was looking intently at a Chinese chessboard, and he guessed that if his guess was correct, it must have been left behind by the sages, and that could be deciphered. Yi King shook his head and responded no, because he was not good at that kind of thing, so they should just forget it. But in his mind, he thought that it was an overused, cliché plot of martial arts novels where the protagonist obtains a legacy after deciphering it, so there was no way he would touch it. Kai Xiangao was startled when he looked ahead, and he called Yi King to look over there quickly. A huge tree was growing in the middle of a body of water, and Kai Xiangao remarked that it must be the spring of life. Kai Xiangao dipped his hand and commented that the water is crystal clear and icy cold, so as expected, it was really good. Yi King grabbed a bottle from his coat and recalled that Pei Yuhen mentioned that the small bottle could hold a lot, but he didn't know if it was true. He placed the bottle into the spring and started taking its water. The bottle suddenly began sucking the water at a rapid rate. Yi King was astonished when he noticed that the water from the spring was swirling and being quickly absorbed by the bottle. He and Kai Xiangao were alarmed, and Yi King quickly pulled out the bottle from the spring. The water became calm, and Yi King thought that the bottle would suck up all the water, but it seemed that he was falsely overthinking. Yi King stated that the mission was accomplished, so they should go back immediately, to which Kai Xiangao agreed. But Kai Xiangao and Yi King were stupefied and speechless when nothing happened. Yi King asked what was going on, and Kai Xiangao stuttered as he responded that he didn't know either. While Kai Xiangao was thinking, Yi King recalled and mentioned that earlier, Jai Minju stated that as long as they passed the test of the Book Mountain, they could leave the Sage's Garden whenever they wished, and as he called Jai Minju a little young and incompetent ruler, he thought that she was indeed unreliable. Yi King remembered how Jai Minju protected him in the past, and he thought that Jai Minju repeatedly sabotaged his plans to die. He was horrified when he recalled Jai Minju's appearance at the trial. Suddenly, their surroundings changed, and Kai Xiangao called Yi King and urged that he should come and look at it. They were surrounded by bamboo trees, and the place was foggy. The bamboo trees extended far ahead, and they seemed to be in a forest. A few moments later, Yi King and Kai Xiangao were walking down the path when they came across a huge sword. The two of them stood in front of a huge rock where the sword was stuck. The sword was glowing, and it was powerful. Kai Xiangao was pissed, and Yi King asked him if it was the sword that caused the downfall of the Confucian and Taoist schools. Kai Xiangao was crestfallen and explained that the decline of Confucianism and Taoism may appear to be the work of the immortal sects. However, it actually began long ago, way before the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty, because otherwise, the immortal sects would have no chance of succeeding. He suggested that Yi King should come with him because, if he remembers correctly, there should be a special place on Book Mountain. A few moments later, Yi King was horrified when they arrived somewhere, and he asked what that place was. They were surrounded by tall stone tablets, and Kai Xiangao revealed that it was the resting place of the sages. The flying boat stopped in front of the imperial gates, and one of the people in there inquired where the thief, Yi King, was. Jai Minju replied that Yi King has important matters to attend to, so he cannot meet anyone, but she has prepared a feast in the palace, so if there was any matter, they could discuss it after finishing the meal. A lady on one of the boats remarked that Jai Minju knows very well that they haven't traveled such a long distance to have a meal. She declared that Yi King must die that day, and Jai Minju's expression immediately turned dark. Xiao Qianqian was observing the situation from a distance, and she asked what Jai Minju would do. Liu Shen, who was standing behind Jai Minju, was also wondering what she would do. On the other hand, Niu Jingxi questioned Pei Yuhan on what she thought, and Pei Yuhan scoffed as she commented that those immortal sects were really good at scheming. Niu Jingxi was startled when he heard what Pei Yuhan remarked, and as he asked her what the immortal sects schemed, Pei Yuhan explained that they could have gotten rid of Yi King before he gained fame. Pei Yuhan inquired why they let Yi King rise step by step to his current position and become the hope of the great Zhou dynasty. She stated that it was because destroying the people's hope in front of the whole world was the scene that the immortal sects wanted to see the most. Pei Yuhan remarked that if Yi King dies, the hard-won public support will also collapse. Suddenly, Jai Minju announced that she had a question. She demanded the lady to tell what makes her think that she has the right to demand someone's presence from her, which made the eunuch beside her panic, and another official advised that she be careful with her words. When the lady heard Jai Minju's question about what rights she had, she questioned if Yi King's offending the immortal sects was not enough. One of the old officials called Jai Minju and warned that some words cannot be spoken casually, but someone cut him off and affirmed that she was right. The younger official agreed with Jai Minju because the great Zhou dynasty has its own laws, so he asked what the grounds are for the immortal sects to convict someone. The old official wondered why the younger official suddenly changed his attitude and noted that he usually doesn't act like that. Other officials chimed in and agreed that it was right that the immortal sect's accusation is baseless, so if their imperial court agrees to it, it will be a disgrace to their country. And the immortal sects have gone too far deceiving people, which startled the old official and made him wonder what was up with those colleagues. Liu Shen observed that it must have been really tough for them to endure for so long, so in the end, their emotions started to explode. But it was fine since there is no need to endure that situation anymore. Pei Yuan watched with the people as the altercations continued. She noted that no matter how clever the immortal sects may be at scheming, they probably did not anticipate the changes Yi King brought into people's hearts. Meanwhile, at the Sage's garden, Yi King was inspecting one of the stone tablets and inquired if it was the resting place of the sages. Kai Xiangao confirmed that it was right, and Yi King asked him if it was the special place he was talking about. Kai Xiangao pointed ahead and explained that it was because it was the true root cause of the decline of Confucianism and Taoism. Huge red chains were wrapped around the stone tablet. The huge stone tablets were chained on the two wooden stakes floating in the air, and Kai Xiangao stated that those were the chains of taboos that imprison thoughts, and the emergence of those chains is also due to the two opposing ideologies that once prevailed in Confucianism and Taoism, which were both revered. Looking closely at the chains, Yi King observed that the disciples of the scholars' sect only knew how to oppose and compete with each other without considering unity, and over time, it eventually led to the decline of Confucianism and Taoism, which resulted in their current state. On the other hand, Qing stated that if Wang had not taken the wrong path, there was no way Confucianism and Taoism could have ended up like that. But Wang questioned Qing how he could say that he was the one who did wrong. And if it wasn't because Qing never accepted other people's opinions, he accused Qing of being the real cause of the decline of Confucianism and Taoism. The two old men started fighting and pulling on their faces and beards as Wang insisted that it was definitely Qing. But Qing argued that he was not wrong and Wang was the one who was wrong. Meanwhile, Yi King inquired Kai Xiangao what the two ideologies were that he just mentioned. Kai Xiangao requested that Yi King take a look and explained that each of the stone tablets there has records of the insights of a sage. As they stood in front of two stone tablets, Kai Xiangao stated that those two were from two lesser sages, Master Qing and Master Wang. Yi King asked to confirm if Kai Xiangao was talking about those stone tablets without inscriptions, and Kai Xiangao affirmed that it was right. Kai Xiangao looked sad as he explained that those two individuals lived in the same era and each one was a leading figure in his own way. But Qing emphasized the importance of ritual and law while Wang advocated for benevolence and forgiveness. He stated that the two ideologies were in extreme conflict, yet each of them achieved great success in their own way, so as a result, the scholars who supported them were also divided into two factions, and that was how the decline of both Confucianism and Taoism began, and moreover, since they could not determine who was superior, even after passing passing away, the two lesser sages refused to leave their names on the stone tablets. Qing inquired if the sage who emphasized rituals and laws specifically referred to matters such as relationships between rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, and Kai Xiangao confirmed yes. The two old men were filled with bruises while Kai Xiangao explained and stated that Qing believed that everything in the world should follow its natural laws, and the law is something that should never be violated, and if one does not follow the laws, they are not fit to exist in their world. Qing looked exasperated, and he observed that sure enough, if all Qing advocated for was a set of beliefs that sought to preserve the natural order and eliminate human desires, he was questioning if it was really appropriate to regard Qing as a lesser sage. The two old men continued to watch on the orb, and as Kai Xiangao cautioned Qing to be careful with his words, Qing was pissed and called Qing a little brat, while Wang stopped him and repeatedly advised that he shouldn't lose his composure. Qing was huffing with rage as he grumbled that Qing was ignorant, while Wang was laughing and teased Qing if he could see that even Qing doesn't approve of him. The two of them watched as Qing inquired what was the basis of Qing's hierarchy of ruler and subject, husband and wife, father and son, and on what grounds he insisted that if a ruler demands the death of his subject, the subject must die. Qing questioned Kai Xiangao if such a monarch who is tyrannical and oppressive is worth pledging eternal loyalty, and Kai Xiangao denied it. He asked if a father still has the right to be called a father if he abuses his child in every possible way and treats them like livestock, and Kai Xiangao affirmed that, of course not. Kai Xiangao wondered what Qing was saying, and Qing further explained that the reason why people are humans is that they have human nature and human rights. Therefore, specific situations should be handled on a case-by-case basis rather than suppressing human nature at its roots like Qing did. Kai Xiangao expressed that what Qing stated was truly inspiring and admirable, and he was in awe. But he added that Wang believed that everything in the world should be influenced by benevolence and righteousness, so he inquired what Qing thought of that. Qing remarked that since Wang preached about persuading all creatures on that earth with virtue, he asked what Wang would do if the one he meets is the greatest of all evil, and Kai Xiangao replied that Wang would still persuade them with virtue. Qing shook his head and noted that while it's good to try to understand all creatures and things and be willing to forgive, blindly believing that everyone could be persuaded is enough to show something. He confidently asserted that Wang is pedantic. Qing was stopping Wang, who was enraged with what Qing declared and stated that it was senseless. On the other hand, Kai Xiangao commented that Qing bashed Qing and Wang to the ground and asked if he wasn't going a little overboard. Qing questioned Kai Xiangao if the immortal sects or the 6 states would be persuaded if they were in the real world and he were to discuss virtue with them, and Kai Xiangao reluctantly acknowledged that they probably wouldn't. Qing inquired if his compatriots would come back to life if he tried to discuss virtue with the outsiders who killed them. Both Qing and Wang were startled when Qing observed that virtue has always been something one has to cultivate by themselves and that it's not something to be pushed on others. Kai Xiangao looked crestfallen as he inquired what Qing felt that his generation of scholars should do. Qing explained that knowledge and action are one. Wang and Qing repeated what Qing explained, and they seemed to think deeply about it. Wang asked why every word seemed to be so deep, although it was just 5 words. On the other hand, Qing remarked that it was as if he had been enlightened to a path they had never once thought of before. Suddenly, Qing's words resounded through the courtyard. It also resounded through the gates of the empire, and it reached the bamboo forest they went past earlier. Qing felt that the atmosphere in the Great Zhou dynasty had changed. And while he was wondering if it could be a result of his earlier actions, Kai Xiangao inquired what exactly knowledge and actions are one meant. Kai Xiangao noted that it feels as if he has a vague understanding of it, but he is unable to understand the deeper meaning that it possesses, and Qing explained that if he doesn't clarify it immediately, it may just cause the surrounding atmosphere to change again. And he may not be afraid of death, but it wouldn't be good to implicate Kai Xiangao as a result. Qing clarified that to simply put, knowledge and action are one meant that one should walk the talk, and Kai Xiangao questioned Qing how one should walk the talk and if they should take action, and prove whether it was right or wrong. Qing emphasized that talking isn't actually important, and rather, what is key is to take action, and as long as one takes action, they will definitely be able to prove whether something is right or wrong. He quoted that a great man once proclaimed that practice is the sole criterion of truth, and when Kai Xiangao heard that, he agreed that he thought he got it. Qing observed that some scholars treat studying as their sole purpose in life, failing to understand that knowledge is just a tool for one to fulfill their dreams. So if one simply talks about their dreams but does not take action, the meaning of studying is lost. The 2 old men listened intently as Qing explained that the reason Qing and Wan were lesser sages was that they possessed moral integrity and other worldly talents. Qing remarked that, however, their way of thinking has been proven to be full of holes when implemented, so even sages make mistakes, and it is just a shame that they have always been stubbornly focused on themselves and have been unable to find their way out of the mist. Wang was puzzled when he heard Qing mention the mist, while Cheng asked if all of their time spent debating had truly been meaningless. When Kai Xiangao heard that studying is just a means of fulfilling one's dreams, he was about to talk about his dream, but he trailed off. Qing inquired Kai Xiangao why he was studying. Kai Xiangao was unsure when he explained that it was to show his loyalty and serve the country. He was troubled as he noted that it was too vague, and he wondered if he really studied for so many years just for that shallow statement. Meanwhile, Cheng explained that back then, his life dream was to carry forward the Sage Dao, while Wang stated that he had gotten used to the sights of commoners wandering about homeless and the ugliness of human nature, so his greatest wish was for people to learn to love. As the two of them continued to watch Qing, Wang confessed that at that moment, he really wanted to know why Qing decided to study. As if hearing Wang's statement, Kai Xiangao inquired why Qing wanted to study. Qing paused for a moment and looked at the stone tablets. He recalled how people bow down to a powerful figure, and he also recalled how people were suffering and working hard to survive. Qing inspected himself as his body was enveloped in a golden aura when he was about to answer Kai Xiangao's question. He placed his hand over one of the stone tablets. Qing declared that it was to ordain conscience for heaven and earth, secure life and fortune for the people, carry on the ancient sage's lost teachings, and build a peaceful world for all future generations. A glowing symbol suddenly appeared on the stone tablet. Suddenly, the stone tablet cracked. A part of the surface of the stone tablet crumbled and revealed its glowing content, where Qing's words to ordain conscience for heaven and earth were inscribed. Another part crumbled and showed where Qing's words to secure life and fortune for the people were engraved. A larger part near Qing also crumbled and showed his words, to carry on the lost teachings of ancient sages and to build a peaceful world for all generations, which were written, and Qing inquired what was going on. Qing questioned if those weren't the 4 sentences he just recited and why they appeared on the wordless stela. He was startled when the other stela started to crack. As the surface crumbled, it revealed Qing's earlier words, knowledge and action are one, written on it. Qing was horrified, and as he demanded what was going on and why the wordless stela became like that, Kai Xiangao was equally horrified, and he stuttered as he replied that he didn't know either. Kai Xiangao asked Qing if it could be that those 2 lesser sages agreed with his words, and Qing replied that there was no way, and he wondered if they hadn't ceased to exist already and how they could still agree with him. Qing was anxious as he stated that the familiar feeling of being betrayed was back, and he wondered if he was going to be forced to become stronger again. The sky suddenly turned dark, and lightning struck. A huge lightning struck around the area where the stelas were. Kai Xiangao noted that a purple Kai is appearing from the east, which was the sign indicating the birth of a sage, and the words Qing just uttered were actually the words of a sage and have received the approval of the will of the sage. Qing smiled awkwardly while, in his mind, he clicked his tongue and muttered that he just knew that it wasn't good. On the other hand, Qing's words resounded throughout the empire. A purple light suddenly appeared in the sky, and the space around it began to swirl. The pillar of light shone down on Qing, and Qing commanded that it should go away. The purple light was powerful that it created waves on its way to the ground. Qing was engulfed in the powerful purple aura that was shining down on him. He was astonished when his aura surged out of him, and it was powerful. Meanwhile, Kai Xiangao's eyes lit up when he recognized that Qing was a Confucian scholar, and he announced Qing actually broke the seal on Confucianism and Taoism and broke through to become a Confucian scholar. On the other hand, Wang remarked that it was all thanks to him, while Cheng commented that after arguing for all those years, it was about time for the chains that have shackled Confucianists for a millennium to be severed. Meanwhile, the people back in the empire seemed to be enlightened. And as if they were in sync, Wang, Cheng, and those enlightened people simultaneously shouted to sever. On the other hand, Qing was wondering why he couldn't control his body while he raised his arm, and a powerful ray of light was coming out of it. Qing also commanded severe, and he broke the red chains by slashing them with the powerful aura that was coming out of his arm. Kai Xiangao was excited and was moved as he declared that Qing wanted to sever the shackles and save Confucianism and Taoism. Back at the empire, a powerful, bright light surged through the place. A few moments later, Pei Yuhan remarked that, thanks to Qing, it must just be the time when the great Zhou dynasty welcomes new changes. The officials vowed to follow Jai Minju, that the immortal sect's bullying was too absurd, so there was no need for their generations of scholars to put up with it any longer, and they called them filthy bastards as they demanded that they should screw off and return to the mountains where they came from. The people in the city screamed and also demanded that the immortal sect should screw off. Wei Wentong unsheathed his sword and proclaimed that the Control Yuan would protect the great Zhou dynasty with their lives. The soldiers also gathered, and they followed Wei Wentong's words and swore that they would protect the great Zhou dynasty with their lives. Jai Minju questioned the immortal sects if all of them saw that and declared that it was the choice of their great Zhou dynasty. The lady replied all right and that all of them better not regret it. An elder suddenly appeared, and she remarked that it looked like Jai Minju has been hiding a lot and has managed to fool everyone for a long time. But she inquired why didn't Jai Minju continue hiding and if she really believed that the power she had gathered thus far was sufficient to deal with them. Jai Minju confidently announced that it was because the person whom she had been waiting for had appeared. The lady condescendingly looked at Jai Minju, and she stated that it was a shame that Jai Minju was too anxious, and if it weren't for Yi King, perhaps the great Zhou dynasty would still be able to struggle for a while longer. She called the attention of her fellow immortal sects and commanded that they must take Yi King's life that day and kill anyone who obstructs, and they should show no mercy. Jai Minju wielded her sword and proclaimed that it was war. Meanwhile, the soldiers gathered at the gates and swore that they would fight. The men rode their horses together and they were heading in the same direction. They were the soldiers, and they fearlessly charged forward. One of them raised their flag while he yelled and declared that they should fight. As the soldiers rode their horses, the boats were also moving up in the sky. The imperial guards loaded an arrow into the ballista and prepared to fire. Meanwhile, the boats crashed on the city walls, and the people started to run. Jai Minju gave her orders and commanded that they should quickly evacuate the commoners to safety inside the palace. The crowd quickly ran and gathered at the palace gates while the flying boats continued to move forward. Suddenly, 4 men descended from one of the huge boats and remarked that Jai Minju was really forbearing because she actually rebuilt the dragon guards and the mythical battalion. They were immortals, Ding Feng, Duan Jai, Luo Yun, and Kui Shu, and as Ding Feng pointed out that it was a shame that it was futile, Duan Jai retorted that it was to get back at Yi King for killing one of them. Jai Minju was astonished, and as she exclaimed that they were the 4 ascended immortals, she couldn't help but question that they were there too. The magistrates of the Control Yuan were astonished when Pei Yuhan inquired if 4 of them were in the Tianshu realm, which is the realm before the true immortal realm. Kui Shu called Jai Minju and informed her that they, the 4 ascended immortals, do not wish to bully the weak either. One of the officials called Jai Minju and suggested that a variable had appeared and they should not make unnecessary sacrifices, so they should retreat first. The 4 ascended immortals raised their arms to materialize huge hands in the sky with their aura, and Kui Shu noted that if Jai Minju wishes to leave, he won't stop her. But Kui Shu warned that as for the rest, they would have to stay, and he put his hand down. The huge hand in the sky slammed into the ground with what Kui Shu did, and some of the people on the ground requested that he calm down because they were one of them and admitted that they were their mole. The soldiers and their horses also screamed as another hand swiped the ground and hit them. Jai Minju ordered all of them to leave, and she urged that they shouldn't bother about her because the immortals will not dare to lay a hand on her. Duan Jai grinned as he released his aura at the palm of his hand and taunted that he had given Jai Minju many chances, but she was the one who decided not to leave. Another huge hand was about to squash Jai Minju into the ground, and someone shouted that the 4 ascended immortals were going overboard. A powerful aura that materialized a sword suddenly appeared and created a hole in the hand as it pierced through. The person responsible for the attack stood in front of the 4 ascended immortals, and Kui Shu questioned if she was a Tianshu priest. Kui Shu remarked that he didn't expect Jai Minju to be hiding such a heavyweight by her side. Jai Minju suddenly called the Tianshu priest, her aunt Jiang, and Jiang instructed that Jai Minju should return with the rest while she would keep the 4 ascended immortals occupied. While Jiang was fighting with the 4 ascended immortals, people ran towards the gates, and Jai Minju urged that everyone should retreat to the city. Jai Minju ran with them, and she was worried as she glanced back at the fight happening behind her. Jiang got surrounded, and Kui Shu scoffed as he asked her if she really believed that she alone would be able to defeat the 4 of them, while Ding Feng predicted that she would definitely meet her end that day. She swung his arms and stated that she may not be able to defeat all of them, but she could bring all of them down together with her. The 4 of them cursed and quickly moved away from Jiang. While he was moving away, Kui Shu noticed something. He was alarmed when he looked behind him. Kui Shu observed that Jiang was heading towards the city gates, and he realized that they fell for it. Seeing that Jiang was running their way, Jai Minju urged that they should quickly help her. As everyone took refuge inside the city, Kui Shu questioned if they really believed that the immortal array would be able to protect all of them. Kui Shu declared that he would forcefully break their city protecting Grand Array that day. One of the people in the city was surprised that they couldn't help but ask Kui Shu if he intended to break the array. And another man inquired how it was possible when it has been eons since the great ancestors of the great Zhou dynasty set up that Grand Array, yet no one has ever been able to break it. Kui Shu and the other ascended immortals landed on the ground, and Kui Shu observed that the great ancestors of the great Zhou dynasty were no longer around, and the array had already weakened. Jai Minju and Liu Shen were alarmed when Qishu explained that they may not have been able to break the array in the past, but that does not mean that they cannot do it at the moment. As the four ascended immortals started gathering their auras into a single orb, Jai Minju cursed and asserted that they were really trying to break the grand array. The orb of aura produced a huge, dark dragon, and as it flew towards the city walls, Jai Minju was taken aback. The dark dragon began to tackle the grand array that was protecting the city. Pei Yuhan pointed out that it looked like the ascended immortals were getting ready to slowly deplete the grand array's energy. While the dark dragon continued to tackle the grand array, Pei Yuhan warned that if no one within the city was able to fortify the grand array, it would be a matter of time before it was broken, and as she called Yi King her dear Yi King, she reminded him that he didn't have much time left. On the other hand, Yi King was disturbed after he broke the chains, and he wondered if the sword wasn't too strong. Yi King's 4 sentences brought light again as they resounded through the place. When Kai Xiangao saw the light, he called Yi King and instructed him to look up. A huge, bright star was shining in the sky, and Kai Xiangao repeatedly exclaimed that it was the Wenk star. Kai Xiangao was excited, and he repeatedly remarked that Confucianism and Taoism have been revived. The clouds swirled around Book Mountain, and Kai Xiangao stated that the 1,000-year seal on Confucianists had finally been broken that day. Meanwhile, the 4 ascended immortals felt something, and as Qishu muttered that it was impossible, Liu Yun asked his brother if he sensed it too, and Du Enjai inquired who it was that they were actually able to break the seal stifling Confucianism and Taoism. On the other hand, Yi King looked up as a rectangular object descended from the sky. It was the heavenly demands ruler, and Yi King reached out to accept it. Cheng and Wang suddenly appeared behind Yi King, and as Cheng noted that Yi King actually obtained the approval of the heavenly demands ruler, Wang declared that as of that day, Yi King was the owner of the Sage's Garden and the master of all scholars. Yi King asked Cheng and Wang who they were, and before they could answer, Kai Xiangao announced that they were the lesser sages, Master Cheng and Master Wang. Wang remarked that compared to Yi King, the two of them have brought disgrace to the title of a lesser sage, so they will leave the future of Confucianism and Taoism in his hands, and Yi King tried to say something, but he was cut off. Cheng cut Yi King off and explained that there was no need to decline because the two of them were just 2 lingering souls, and it was just that they still needed to pass some things on to him. He raised his hand, and a bright star appeared in the sky. Yi King was surprised and froze in place when a mark that was shining brightly suddenly appeared on his forehead. Cheng repeatedly exclaimed that it was great because Yi King has already obtained the mark of the Wenk star, so that will save them a lot of time. Yi King was surprised again when his body lit up. His clothes suddenly transformed, and they seemed to be made with an aura. Yi King panicked, and as he asked about his clothes, the new clothes dissipated, and Cheng explained that with the Sage Star Robe, Yi King would receive protection from the sages and would be protected from all evils from that day onward. Yi King was horrified, as he wondered if he had just become stronger. Wang pulled out an item and requested that Yi King take that with him as well, as it may come in handy, but Yi King politely declined as he thanked Wang. But Yi King panicked when the item moved towards him on its own. While Kai Xiangao was looking at the item with curiosity, Yi King was grabbing it with all his might to prevent it from coming near him, and he protested that there was really no need for the both of them to be so kind to him. But the 2 old men were happy that they didn't listen to Yi King. And Cheng laughed as he exclaimed that they could finally be at ease. Wang commented that the road Yi King walks is far greater than theirs, and Cheng hoped that he would be able to fulfill his own noble ambitions one day, and they would be entrusting the scholars' sect to him, while Yi King was on the verge of tears, trying his best to call them and requesting that they listen to him. But the 2 masters vanished into thin air, and while Yi King was distressed, Kai Xiangao was in awe and observed that, as expected of the lesser sages, they were free-spirited, that they left him with a sense of yearning. Yi King was disappointed, as he grumbled that, thanks to those 2, he got even stronger. Looking at the heavenly demands ruler, Yi King muttered that he could clearly feel that he was much stronger than before, and he didn't know if the immortal sects would be able to hold out. On the other hand, the dark dragon was still tackling the grand array. While Jai Minju watched by the city walls as the dark dragon continued to try and break the grand array, the guards were agitated, and they insisted that she should let them fight. But Jai Minju shook her head and replied that it was useless because they would just be walking right to their deaths if they went out and would add to the number of pointless sacrifices. Fang Qingsu stood in front of the boat, and as she called them a bunch of nobodies, she declared that they were just struggling pointlessly to escape their certain death. She taunted that they should watch closely because all of them were the only ones fighting, and asked where Yi King, the mastermind behind all that, was. The people wavered when Fang Qingsu demanded to know why all of them were still trying to resist and if it was really worth it to do all of that for a coward. One of the guards fired an arrow, and as he called Fang Qingsu a wicked lady, he commanded that she should shut up. but Fang Qingsu just ordered the arrow to halt, and it stopped before it hit her. On the other hand, Qishu was trying his best and urged that they should put more strength into it because that day, even if they must use up all the medicinal pills, they must force open the Grand Array. The Dark Dragon was still continuing to tackle the Grand Array. The people were alarmed, and as one of them noted that it seemed like the Grand Array couldn't hold on for much longer, another cursed and cried that they were all going to die. Jai Minju called everyone, and she unsheathed her sword as she led the guards. She raised her sword and commanded that they should prepare to fight to the death, and everyone raised their weapons in agreement. On the other hand, Qishu yelled and commanded that they should charge. In that instant, the Grand Array shattered. The people on the flying boat immediately started to disembark, and one of them shouted that all members of the Immortal Dao should go and kill. But Fang Qingsu was suddenly startled when she noticed something. She could see multiple pillars of light descending from the sky. One of the lights descended on one of the men, and the others recognized it as Virtuous Kai and marveled that it was such a strong Virtuous Kai. Yi King's 4 sentences resounded through the place as the Virtuous Kais continued to descend from the sky. The other men looked up, and as one of them identified it as the Wenk Star, another observed that he could feel the scholarly Kai within him calling. More and more people gained Virtuous Kai, and as one of them exclaimed that he could feel the Confucianism and Taoism chains within him being unshackled. Another man proclaimed that the Confucianism and Taoism had revived, while another questioned if the sages had returned. Meanwhile, Liu Shen, who was immediately promoted to Confucian scholar, also gained Virtuous Kai, and as he declared that the chains have been undone and Confucianism and Taoism have revived, he wondered if it could have been Yi King. Jai Minju was on the verge of tears, and she was happy as she confirmed that it was definitely Yi King. On the other hand, Pei Yuhan looked up at the bright star shining in the sky, and she whispered that Yi King was back. Qishu was pissed as he declared that it was no wonder that he felt the aura of Confucianism and Taoism earlier because it looked like there were Confucianism and Taoism rats who managed to scamper off coming to try and die. He waved his hand in the air as he produced his aura and stated that it was a shame that no matter what era they were in, Confucianism and Taoism could not save all of them. Qishu flew up in the sky riding his aura, and he proclaimed that he would kill all of them because those that must be exterminated will be exterminated. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in the sky. It was Yi King, and he inquired Qishu why he didn't try. Qishu froze, and he was startled when he noticed Yi King. He immediately questioned Yi King who he was, and he remarked that something was not right because the aura Yi King was exuding was making him feel uneasy. On the other hand, Jai Minju was happy when she recognized Yi King, while Pei Yuhan just calmly smiled. Wei Wentong, Niu Jingxi, and Wu Zhan were also glad, and they announced that the chief officer was back. The people were also glad, and they exclaimed that it was their Lord Yi. Seeing the figure in the sky and the bright light shining on him, the people shouted that Yi King was there, so he didn't abandon them, and they all started cheering for him. When Qishu heard the people, he asked if the man was Yi King, and he muttered that the atmosphere surrounding Yi King was quite frightening. The Ascended Immortals all came together, and as they prepared to attack, Qishu lamented that it was a shame because wanting to protect that entire city all alone was just wishful thinking. Jai Minju panicked, and she cried that it was bad, so they should hurry and go help Yi King. But Pei Yuhan suddenly appeared behind her and reassured that there was no need to help Yi King. Jai Minju tried to protest, but Pei Yuhan calmly looked up at the sky and pointed out that they should look. Yi King's entire body was lighting up. The 4 Ascended Immortals all summoned their huge hands, and as they directed them to Yi King, they demanded that he should die. A huge explosion occurred, and smoke filled the sky. Qishu screamed as he got pushed out of the smoke. He was injured, and he was astonished. The other Ascended Immortals also suffered the same fate as Qishu, and when Qishu managed to ride on his aura and keep himself afloat, he demanded Yi King what that treasure of his was that it actually reflected the damage from the attacks by all 4 of them. But instead of answering his question, Yi King called him trash and scorned that it was much for having even a shred of expectation from all of them. The other Ascended Immortals managed to ride on their auras like Qishu did, and Qishu insisted that Yi King was just relying on the treasure to act strong. The 4 of them suddenly flew in the other direction and taunted that even if Yi King is able to protect himself, they challenged if he would be able to protect others. Yi King rebuked that it was shameless. The Ascended Immortals were startled when a light suddenly appeared in front of them. As Yi King's figure appeared inside the light, they were astonished and noted that Yi King was actually a Confucian scholar. Yi King was releasing such a tremendous amount of aura that his clothes changed again, and as the Ascended Immortals saw his dense, virtuous Kai, they acknowledged that he wasn't an ordinary Confucian scholar. Qishu wondered if Confucianism and Taoism weren't just unsealed and how such a monster could be produced in such a period of time. But as he pondered that there was only one possibility, he asserted that Yi King was the one who broke the chains of Confucianism and Taoism. The elder conceded that it was no wonder Yi King vanished for a while because he went to the sage's garden, and as the other lady observed that leaving an enemy be is just asking for trouble, Fang Qingsu was speechless. Fang Qingsu looked enraged, and as she wondered what right Yi King had to defy all odds, she exclaimed that Yi King was clearly just a nobody, so she questioned what right he had to stand up against them. The elder advised that they should quickly pass the word to the sects to send reinforcements because, with just them alone, they probably can't defeat Yi King anymore. Someone suggested that all members of the immortal sect should retreat first and wait for reinforcements. Luo Yun called Qishu and urged that they should retreat too, and Qishu scoffed. As the other ascended immortals started to move, Qishu turned to Yi King and warned that he should just wait because they would be back to settle the debt with him. But the four of them were startled when Yi King suddenly appeared in front of them and demanded what they were treating that place as, that they were coming and leaving as they wished. Luo Yun inquired if he really claimed that he alone could stop them from leaving. Yi King did not answer his question, and he started gathering his aura and declared that it was a sword polished for 10 years. Qishu was astonished when he seemed to have recognized that it was a Confucian and Taoism battle poem. Yi King's aura materialized a gigantic sword, and as he declared that it was a glistening blade yet to be used, Qishu panicked and exclaimed that they should run immediately. But Yi King's aura also materialized into hands that grabbed the four ascended immortals, and they were surprised that they couldn't move their bodies. Yi King raised his arms and proclaimed that he would bear the sword that day. Meanwhile, on the ground, the guards were startled and puzzled that their swords were moving, and even Jai Minju's sword was reacting, so she wondered if they were reacting to Yi King's poem. Multiple swords that were made of aura gathered around the huge sword that Yi King materialized in the sky. Yi King swung his hand, and all of the swords faced the direction where his hand was pointing. His eyes glinted, and the aura in his hand swirled as he commanded that the swords should air all grievances. The ascended immortals trembled as the aura hands Yi King created gripped them tightly. Qishu inquired if Yi King really dared to kill them. Yi King responded by asking them who didn't, and swung his arms. He directed all the aura swords he had gathered, but they were deflected by the powerful orbs that were protecting the four ascended immortals. Qishu declared that he was still an elder of the Ascension sect after all, so if Yi King killed them, they would hunt him until his last breath, and there aren't any grudges between them, so he should just let it go. Yi King continued to direct his attacks at them, and he questioned them when he heard that Qishu mentioned that there weren't any grudges. Looking at the casualties from earlier, Yi King demanded to know who would seek justice for all those who died at their hands. Qishu nervously replied that it was just a few civilians and asked why. But Yi King cut him off and commanded him to shut up while releasing a powerful slashing aura that destroyed the orb that was protecting them. The spirits of the four ascended immortals emerged from the explosion, and as they flew away, Qishu suggested that they should split up. But Yi King noticed them and released multiple slashing auras that were directed at them. The ascended immortals were horrified when Yi King's attack pierced them from behind and destroyed their spirits. Fang Qingsu and the elders were surprised by what they saw. Yi King looked behind him and noticed the flying boats that were retreating. He quickly charged towards the flying boats with the aura swords by his side. Yi King raised his arm and proclaimed that all of them would stay. Seeing that Yi King was coming, the other immortals ran away and screamed as they asked for help. Suddenly, a voice resounded all over the place and challenged Yi King for daring to do such a thing. A huge hand, just like the one the ascended immortals created, suddenly appeared in front of Yi King. There were multiple hands in the sky, and the people was worried as one of them exclaimed that they should quickly look. When Pei Yuan saw that, she asked if the head priests of the 13 immortal sects were working together to fight. Jai Minju wondered why the head priests of the immortal sects came out to kill a single person. Pei Yuan explained that the physical bodies of those old monsters weren't there, so perhaps they transformed because they felt an aura capable of being a threat to the immortal sects. And Liu Shen inquired if Pei Yuan meant the resurgence of Confucianism and Taoism. One of the guards chimed in and asked what they should do at the moment when the grand array that protects the city has been broken. And Pei Yuan sighed and lamented that she wished there was someone who could be the host of the array and rebuild the immortal obstruction array. However, as per the current situation, there is only one ending. Pei Yuan looked calm, but everyone looked upset when she advised that they should run. She turned to Jai Minju and warned that even if she has the protection of the Empire's destiny, once the capital is destroyed, she won't be able to evade death either, so she suggested that Jai Minju run as far as possible while she still could. But Jai Minju refused and said that she wouldn't run. Jiang approached Jai Minju and insisted that she is the future of the Great Zhou dynasty, so she cannot die. Jai Minju shook her head and refused again, because if the capital is destroyed, the Great Zhou dynasty will cease to exist too. While the people were looking up at the sky with horrified looks on their faces, Jai Minju demanded to know what right they had to think about the future of the Great Zhou dynasty if they were unable to protect the lives of the people. Liu Shen agreed that Jai Minju expressed it well, so he, an old subject, would perish with the Great Zhou dynasty too. The soldiers also raised their weapons and shouted that they should fight for the country and die with the country. Jai Minju turned to Pei Yuhan and asserted that she bore no connection to the great Zhou dynasty and should leave immediately, but Pei Yuhan was speechless as she gazed at the sky. Pei Yuhan pointed up and asked Jai Minju what she thought about why Yi King didn't seem to look very anxious. She corrected herself and observed that rather, it seemed as if Yi King had a plan, and everyone looked up to the sky where she was pointing. On the other hand, Yi King let out a sigh and remarked that he killed 4 and another 13 appeared. Yi King released his aura at the palm of his hand and stated that there were still billions of people alive in that city, so he couldn't just watch them destroy those people. A powerful light suddenly shined through the floors. The entire city was bright when it got filled with light. Jai Minju was astonished, as she seemed to have realized what happened. Meanwhile, Pei Yuhan was still calm, and she acknowledged that Yi King had become something. Yi King's body lit up again as he released his powerful aura, and Pei Yuhan announced that he became the host of the array. Looking at his glowing fist, Yi King declared that the enemies were the ones who should be destroyed. Seeing how Yi King emitted a bright glow while the huge hands circled around him, the elder of the immortal sect inquired if he was actually the capital's array host. She and Fang Qingsu were anxious, and while calling Yi King a devil, she demanded just what else he was hiding from the world. On the other hand, the magistrates of the Control Yuan rejoiced, and Wei Wentong exclaimed that it was wonderful that Yi King was the array host. The people also cheered up and looked hopeful as they saw Yi King, and one of them stated that Yi King could definitely restore the Grand Array and protect them. The huge hands suddenly started to emit dark auras. Yi King was startled when dark clouds started to appear in front of him. The dark clouds had faces, and as they glowered on Yi King, one of them remarked that they didn't expect him to be the host of the array, so it looked like they must kill him at all costs, while the other declared that not only must Yi King die, but the entire city must also pay for the deaths of all the fallen disciples of the immortal sect. One of the dark clouds proclaimed that the Tao of the immortal sects is the law of the world, and Yi King was disobeying the heavens, so that day they would make that city vanish from the world. But Yi King called them an egomaniac idiot as he questioned them if they really claimed that the city would be destroyed just because the Grand Array was broken, and if they really asserted that the great Zhou dynasty would die out along with the city if it was destroyed. He stated that they were all wrong because, from the very beginning, the thing that has been maintaining the Grand Array was that very city, so the Grand Array will remain as long as the city exists. The people listened intently while Yi King explained that as long as the million people of that city remain, the Grand Array will never cease to exist. Yi King released a powerful aura at the palm of his hand and announced that it was what all of them immortal sects had despised all that time. A powerful, bright light filled the area, and Yi King declared that it was the power of the ordinary people. Being pushed away by the light, one of the dark clouds questioned Yi King for being a mere insect that dares to challenge the heavens. But suddenly, Yi King summoned a brush made out of the light in his hand. Yi King wrote and materialized a character in the sky, which intensified the light that was pushing the dark clouds away. He swung the brush and wrote another character. The dark clouds were surprised when they saw the character that intensified the powerful, bright light in front of them. Yi King stated that all of them could think that they were the heavens, but he asked them if they knew that a man's will triumphs over the heavens. And the bright light behind him intensified even more. The dark clouds had begun to be blown away by the light, so they called their fellow disciples and urged that they should go all out and kill Yi King. But Yi King gestured with his hand and directed the brush at them while calling them idiots. The dark clouds screamed in pain as the light exploded, and they were surprised and exclaimed that it was impossible as the explosion of light started to dissolve them. While the dark clouds were dissipating, they were in disbelief, and one of them admitted that Yi King actually could do that. The character Yi King wrote dissolved all the impurities and cleared the skies. Rain suddenly started to pour, and while one of the people below was surprised that it was raining, the other laughed and commented that those bastards who call themselves heaven have been thrashed so badly by Yi King that they were crying. Meanwhile, Fang Qingsu and the elder were speechless. On the other hand, Wei Wentong and Niu Jingxi rejoiced and declared that Yi King had won. The people also agreed that they won and that Yi King had fought off the immortal sects, and they started chanting Yi King's name. Jai Minju smiled as she looked up and observed that Yi King was indeed always full of surprises because no one knew that in a mere few days he would become that strong. Pei Yuhan chimed in and remarked that Yi King is indeed very strong, but that strength is only temporary and that he was only so strong because he temporarily channeled the power of the immortal obstruction array into himself. She explained that the strength Yi King currently possesses comes from the city, so if he leaves the city, he will no longer be as strong as before. Jai Minju listened intently as Pei Yuhan added and mentioned that the power seemed to be slightly different from the power of the immortal obstruction array, which was the thing she failed to understand. Pei Yuan clarified that it was because the Grand Array earlier wasn't the immortal obstruction array but rather a mortal array formed from the condensed power of humans. Yi King explained that it was a grand array formed by condensing the power of humans together. He looked at the people that had gathered below him. Xuan was one of them, and she was glad that she called Yi King's name, forgetting that she was acting mute. She panicked when Niu Jingxi acknowledged that he knew it, but Wei Wentong added that they knew that Yi King would be able to do it. Yi King came down to where Jai Minju was, and she immediately called him and admitted that if it weren't for him, she was afraid something unthinkable would have happened to the great Zhou dynasty. He replied that Jai Minju was giving him too much credit because it was his duty. Yi King looked up at the cracks on the Grand Array. He raised his hand and released a powerful aura from it. A powerful, bright light appeared above the city, and in an instant, the cracks on the Grand Array were gone and fixed. The people of the immortal sects watched as the Grand Array appeared before them again. They got enclosed in the Great Array, and one of the floating boats even smacked against it. The people rejoiced yet again and proclaimed that the Grand Array was back because Yi King restored it and it could protect them once again. Yi King stood beside Jai Minju and explained that the strength of every citizen of the Great Zhou dynasty will help strengthen the Grand Array, so rather than just being protected by the Grand Array, they too must learn how to protect others. A gate that was emitting a powerful, bright light suddenly appeared in the sky, and Yi King announced that from that day on, the Sage's Garden would be open to scholars. Yi King declared that all eligible people may enter the Sage's Garden to cultivate. A voice that came from a building on top of a mountain resounded through the entire area. It was at the immortal sect, and they all was worried as one of the elders stated that it was the head priest's voice, and another inquired if an accident could have occurred while he was in seclusion. They all quickly ran towards their head priest, who was trembling on the ground, and they inquired what happened. The head priest was looking at his trembling, melting hand and uttered Yi King's name. One of the elders remarked that he didn't think he had heard of such a name before, so he questioned if it could be a new villain that has suddenly risen through the ranks of the fiendish sect. The head priest's hand looked like it was glitching. While sweating profusely, the head priest scoffed and declared that it was normal for the two of them to be unaware of Yi King because, after all, previously, the head priests of the other 13 sects and him were there. The elders were astonished, and they asked the head priest if he meant that the head priests of the other 13 sects were injured just like him. The head priest's hand turned back to normal as he clenched it, and he admitted that they had originally believed that Yi King was just a mere insignificant insect, and they never considered that they would burn themselves while playing with fire. While the head priest announced that Yi King cannot be left alive any longer, so they must kill him as soon as possible, Yi King was with Jai Minju to watch over Liu Jin as the water from the spring of life got administered to him. Liu Jin slowly opened his eyes. Yi King was relieved when he saw that, and he immediately inquired how Liu Jin felt. Liu Jin was in a daze as he looked at Yi King. He suddenly trembled as he tried to stop his tears. Pei Yuan could hear it from outside the building when Liu Jin called Jai Minju and Yi King as he wailed and confessed that he thought he would never see them again. She remarked that Yi King already has sufficient strength to protect himself. Pei Yuan noted that perhaps it was time for her to leave too. A few moments later, outside the control Yuan, a prisoner was being dragged inside, and the residents wondered if those people weren't from the immortal sects and declared that the day when they were made to pay for their actions had finally arrived because, with the Grand Array limiting their powers, no matter how powerful they are, they couldn't even dream of causing any trouble in the city. Talking behind the prisoner's back, one of the men mentioned that they heard that when the prisoner was caught, they didn't resist at all, and another man questioned if the prisoner didn't get frightened to death when they witnessed Yi King's prowess. As the prisoner was presented to Yi King, he inquired who they were and if he knew them. It was Fang Qingsu, and she commented that Yi King really has a terrible memory. When Yi King heard Fang Qingsu's voice, he gave it some thought. He asked if she was Fang Qingsu. Yi King looked annoyed, and he demanded that Fang Qingsu should quit acting all mysterious and that they should remove her mask. Wei Wentong and Niu Jingxi approached Fang Qingsu, and as she challenged them if they would dare, Wei Wentong stated that there isn't anything they do not dare do against people from the immortal sect, and Niu Jingxi confirmed that the same goes for him. When they removed the mask, it revealed Fang Qingsu's disgustingly swollen face. Wei Wentong, Niu Jingxi, and Yi King were all surprised and horrified by what they saw. Fang Qingsu looked crestfallen as she inquired if he was satisfied. Yi King questioned Fang Qingsu why she had become like that. When Fang Qingsu heard Yi King's question, she replied if it wasn't all thanks to him. Yi King shrugged and commented that from the beginning, Fang Qingsu was the one who started everything, and inquired what it had to do with him. Fang Qingsu trembled with rage as she accused Yi King if he dared to do such a thing but didn't dare to admit it. But Pei Yuan chimed in and stated that it was because the one who cursed Fang Qingsu was not Yi King. It was her. She approached Fang Qingsu, and she clicked her tongue as she mocked her and remarked that it was really not bad because, looking at Fang Qingsu, it seemed that her curse techniques had improved once again. Fang Qingsu was enraged, and she quickly turned to Pei Yuan as she insisted that it was her. But she was startled when Pei Yuan placed her index finger on her forehead. Pei Yuan warned that getting mad will make Fang Qingsu even uglier, and Fang Qingsu protested that she doesn't even know Pei Yuan at all, so she inquired why she did that to her. Pei Yuan glowered at Fang Qingsu and questioned if they knew who they were killing when the immortal sect massacred the fiendish sect and if they ever thought of that in a certain way. When Fang Qingsu heard about the fiendish sect, she realized and exclaimed that it was the enchantress of the fiendish sect. Fang Qingsu gave up and admitted that at least she knew the reason for her death. She requested that Yi King should make it a quick one and that she knew that all of them hated her. But tears fell down Fang Qingsu's cheeks as she pleaded if Yi King could help her lift the curse. Yi King recalled that in the past, he heard the saying that heads may roll but the hair must remain neat, and he never imagined that he would see a living example of that on that day, to which New Jinxie chimed in and added that he felt like it made a lot of sense. But with an ominous smile on her face, Pei Yuan suddenly lifted Fang Qingsu's chin and reassured that she shouldn't worry because she wouldn't let Yi King kill her. Pei Yuan glared at Fang Qingsu evilly and informed that, of course, she wouldn't help her lift the curse either. She turned to Yi King and suggested that they make a trade, which startled Yi King. Pei Yuan stated that Yi King should give Fang Qingsu to her, and she would give him 4 treasures, and Yi King inquired to confirm if it was 1 for 4. Yi King smiled sleazily as he remarked that he needed to see which 4 treasures they were first, and Fang Qingsu chimed in and exclaimed that they were such big bullies. A few moments later, Yi King looked horrified as 4 old man puppets were presented in front of him. Yi King mentioned that although people say that having an elderly person in one's family is like having a treasure, she asked Pei Yuan if she didn't have to actually give him 4 elderly people. Meanwhile, Fang Qingsu was astonished, as she seemed to recognize the puppets, and she inquired if they were the 4 elders of the heavenly burning valley. They were Tianhuo, Huanghuo, Xuanhuo, and Daihuo, and Pei Yuan smiled as she confirmed that Fang Qingsu was right, and that they were the ones who plotted to lure her into the city in the very beginning. Pei Yuan recounted that during that battle, the 12 Buddhist Dharma protectors died fighting to save her, and if she hadn't been taken in by Yi King, perhaps she would already have perished. Looking at the puppets, Pei Yuan explained that she had to repay the favor since they dared to plot against her, so those 4 old hags have already had their souls removed and have become her puppets. Pei Yuan smiled and asked Yi King what he thought and if those 4 for 1 weren't worth it, which worried Fang Qingsu. Yi King looked uneasy as he remarked that those 4 were asking to get revenge exactly on them when they plotted to hurt Pei Yuan. He called them figurines, but groaned, corrected himself, and inquired if it was really okay for those 4 to be made into puppets even after dying at that age. Pei Yuan assured that Yi King should believe her when she states that all the things she has done are nothing compared to him cutting the palms of the 13 head priests. She claimed that currently, Yi King is the biggest villain to the immortal sects, and she could only be in 2nd place at best. Yi King gave it some thought and admitted that if Pei Yuan put it that way, it was perfectly fine. He observed that, with his current strength, he does not need the protection of those 4, but Pei Yuan disagreed. Pei Yuan explained that after being made into puppets, their cultivation has fallen from the Tianshu realm to the Heaven's Mandate realm, so they were definitely inept as bodyguards. But she noted that there was another use for them. Pei Yuan revealed that it was the heavenly fire, which was cultivated from the lost art of the heavenly burning valley, the 3 Yang Dharma. Wei Wentong and New Jinxie were excited when Pei Yuan stated that if the martial artists in the control Yuan would like to cultivate, there was no better way there could be than using fire to train one's will. Yi King remarked that even though he had heard of that, while the heavenly burning valley may not be very well known, they definitely aren't an insignificant sect, and considering Pei Yuan's personality, he wondered why she was putting so much effort into helping the control Yuan. He sighed in his mind while he looked at Pei Yuan's smiling face and thought about her kindness. Yi King called Pei Yuan and admitted that he didn't deserve the help that she was offering. Pei Yuan suggested that if Yi King felt like he didn't deserve it, he could promise her something in return. She pointed at the item Wang gave Yi King and explained that she would need help in the future. The item was attached to Yi King's waist, and Pei Yuan insisted that Yi King must bring that miniature pagoda to help her. Taking out the miniature pagoda, Yi King recalled that Wang forced that thing onto him. Yi King handed the miniature pagoda to Pei Yuan and offered that if she liked it, he would give it to her, and Pei Yuan was taken aback. Pei Yuan panicked and exclaimed that Yi King must know that the item is an extraordinary treasure, and its value greatly exceeds that of the 4 flames. But Yi King just smiled and noted that he doesn't look at value when he gives gifts, so as long as Pei Yuan likes it, by all means, he requests that she take it. but in his mind, he thought that if the item was that powerful, that was even more of a reason for him to give it away, because if he keeps it with him, it will come and bite him in the ass eventually. Pei Yuan was enticed by Yi Qing's offer, and she remarked that he was a fool because he must know that the item was the demon-suppressing pagoda that the fiendish sect has been searching for many years. Looking at Yi Qing's smiling face, Pei Yuan considered what he stated, that it was as long as she liked it. Pei Yuan reached out to grab the miniature pagoda and acknowledged that she really liked it. But she pulled her hand back and stated that Yi Qing doesn't have to give it to her because she feels that by his side is where it truly belongs. Yi Qing groaned, and he was disappointed. Pei Yuan proposed that if she needed it one day, Yi Qing could come and help her. Yi Qing promised that if Pei Yuan needed it, he would definitely go, no matter the circumstances. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, and while Pei Yuan mused that perhaps such a farewell is good, Yi Qing agreed that such a farewell suits Pei Yuan pretty well. On the other hand, Niu Jingxi scratched his head and wondered why he felt like Pei Yuan was acting weird that day. Wei Wentong just nodded and observed that it was already not bad for Niu Jingxi to be able to figure out such a thing at his level, which confused Niu Jingxi even more. A few moments later, Yi Qing watched while Pei Yuan rode a horse and traveled away from the city. While Xuan had a smug look on her face, the others looked glum, and Yi Qing questioned if Pei Yuan was leaving just like that. Yi Qing pondered if his primary goal wasn't to die and why it felt like he had formed an emotional attachment to that world. He stated that he couldn't lose sight of his goal to die because if he died and became the Heavenly Emperor, he could still return to meet Pei Yuan. And besides, it would be even easier for him to die at that moment. Yi Qing concluded that, after all, with what happened, the great Zhou dynasty had completely broken off with the immortal sects and became the homeland of all Confucians and Taoists. A lot of people have gathered at the Control Yuan. Wu Zhan stated that in just those few short days, thousands of martial artists in the Master Realm have come to join Yi Qing. Niu Jingxi remarked that it was a good thing, but they are starting to put some pressure on him, and Wei Wentong agreed that it was the same for him. Kai Xiangao observed that speaking of pressure, his is not any less than all of theirs because all of the scholarly sect members who have come to join are elites. The people greeted Yi Qing as their great master. Yi Qing admitted that he didn't expect the revival of Confucianism and Taoism to awaken 8 Confucian scholars, and such talents cannot be wasted any longer. He asked the people if any of them were willing to join the Sage's Garden as teachers. The people in front responded that it would be their pleasure. Yi Qing promised that he would recommend the rest to the imperial court. A few moments later, outside the courtyard of the imperial palace, Yi Qing asked Liu Jin if he had recovered, and Liu Jin thanked Yi Qing for saving his life and mentioned that he was already perfectly fine. Yi Qing acknowledged that after all, Liu Jin saved his life too, and he noted that if it weren't for Liu Jin, he may already have become the Heavenly Emperor. He expressed that there was no need to be so particular between friends, and he added that to someone who is willing to exchange their own life for someone else's, a Heavenly Emperor is nothing. Yi Qing explained that the reason he was there that day was to recommend a few talents to Jai Minju, and Liu Jin informed him that Jai Minju just so happens to be waiting for Yi Qing as there are a few old friends waiting to meet him. A few moments later, in the main hall, Jai Minju announced that Yi Qing had arrived. Yi Qing thought that he never would have mentioned that the tool was actually a wise ruler, and it was no wonder that Jai Minju tried his absolute best to protect him from the start, so he was wrong. He also observed that the one who was well known as treacherous Xiang was actually like smelly tofu, stinky on the outside but actually good on the inside. Yi Qing confessed that he completely lost that round as he actually fell for all their tricks. Xiao Qianqian suddenly asked Yi Qing why it seemed like he didn't really want to see them. Yi Qing responded that it was her. Xiao Qianqian asked Yi Qing how he had been. Yi Qing accused that Xiao Qianqian was a witch and that she even tricked him. Jai Minju apologized that they were wrong for testing Yi Qing previously, so he should let her reintroduce them to him once. She explained that Xiao Qianqian, widely known as the Queen of Flowers of the Spring Breeze House, is actually the leader of the Secret Espionage Division. Yi Qing remarked that the Secret Espionage Division is also just an intelligence organization, so it was no wonder that Xiao Qianqian was good at lying. He asked Xiao Qianqian if all of them were keeping anything else from him besides that, and Xiao Qianqian assured him that he shouldn't worry because there really isn't anything else. While Yi Qing went to Jai Minju and mentioned that he was there that day, Xiao Qianqian considered that she should mention Xuan, but she decided that she should forget it. Xiao Qianqian recalled the time when she conveyed that with Yi Qing's current ability, he no longer has any need for Xuan's protection, so she may return to the Secret Espionage Division to await her next orders. Xuan hesitated to say something. She expressed that she would like to stay by Yi Qing's side. Xiao Qianqian was surprised with what Xuan revealed. Xuan begged Xiao Qianqian and pleaded that she shouldn't let Yi Qing know about her real identity and just let her stay by Yi Qing's side as a mute. Xiao Qianqian sighed. She agreed that she understood. Xiao Qianqian declared that from that day onwards, there will be no one by the name of Xuan in the secret espionage division. Back in the present, Xiao Qianqian sighed, and Liu Shen remarked that she doesn't have to take it to heart. Liu Shen suggested that he believes that Qing is just being frank and he won't take those things to heart. But Xiao Qianqian countered that it was not what she was worried about. Xiao Qianqian observed that the Great Zhu is currently progressing every day, and Qing, the one who brought about all those changes, has also become one of the most important figures of the Great Zhu, so his protection has also become an even larger issue. Liu Shen acknowledged that it was true, but with the protection of the mortal array within the city, he asked who would still be able to pose a threat to Qing, and as Xiao Qianqian asked what would happen if Qing left the city, Liu Shen wondered who would be so silly as to leave the city. Liu Shen was alarmed when he came to a realization. He exclaimed that Qing would. 1 month later, at Control Yuan, Qing declared that he wanted to leave the city. Qing complained that he couldn't do it anymore as life was too comfortable there, and he asked how he was supposed to die like that. He concluded that he must think of a reason to leave the city and asked himself what would be a good reason. Meanwhile, a messenger traveled on the outskirts of the city, and he hurried as he kept excusing himself. He announced that there was a crisis in Bingzhou. Jai Minju was surprised that there was a drought in Bingzhou, and she asked why there were no signs in the divination by the Bureau of Astronomy that year. The official of the Bureau of Astronomy explained that according to the divination, Bingzhou indeed should not have had a drought that year, and he has already calculated it many times, and the conclusion he arrived at remains the same. Jai Minju instructed that whatever it is, they should pass her order to gather rations, and the vice president of the Board of Revenue, Lai Bin, will assume the position of special envoy. She urged that they should send aid to Bingzhou as quickly as possible, and the official acknowledged that he understood. 5 days later, a messenger reported and announced that it was urgent as the bandits in Bingzhou ambushed the special envoy on the way to Bingzhou, so the rations had all been stolen. Jai Minju was surprised with what she heard. She asked who were those bandits who dared to steal from the imperial envoy of the imperial court, and noted that they were actually skilled enough to kill the troops delivering the rations. Liu Shen feared that there was more than meets the eye to that incident. He reported that based on the information he received, not only were the crops in Bingzhou completely ravaged by the drought, but there was also a huge lack of rations, so the Zhou government was already unable to provide relief to the disaster, and hordes of refugees have appeared across many of the prefectures. Jai Minju observed that when Bingzhou went through a drought last year, the city sent a fair amount of goods over, and by right, they should have surplus, so she asked why they have become like that. She raised her sword. Jai Minju commanded that they should pass the order to have the Minister of Revenue take the Emperor's sword and personally deliver the rations and increase the number of troops sent to deliver the rations by tenfold. 10 days later, Liu Shen reported that the Minister of Revenue ran into bandits and met an unfortunate end, and the rations were completely stolen and even the escort forces were completely eradicated. He relayed that Sai Qian, the governor of Bingzhou, reported that they were unable to reach the scene in time to provide support, and all they could find was the Emperor's sword. Liu Shen exclaimed that it was nonsense and asked who else would be able to accurately pinpoint the route taken by the imperial envoy other than Sai Qian. Jai Minju expressed concern that she was afraid it was not possible to control those people at Bingzhou any longer. Meanwhile, at Jinyang Lai's home in Bingzhou, Lai Ran complimented that Sai Qian did a nice job. Sai Qian replied that Lai Ran gave him too much credit as it was his duty. Lai Ran assured that Sai Qian shouldn't worry because once they get rid of Qing, he will help him settle the matters with the Ascension Sect, and Sai Qian thanked Lai Ran. He added that at that rate, Qing will definitely leave the city to send aid and lose the protection of the Grand Array, and when that happens, even if Qing has superhuman powers, it will be difficult for him not to die. Lai Ran acknowledged that it was all thanks to the deity for thinking of the brilliant idea of using the drought demon to cause a great drought in Bingzhou, and once Qing dies, Jai Minju will lose her greatest support. Zhang Hengdao declared that Qing should have died long ago for harming the people of their Ascension sect, so as long as Lai Ran goes along with his plan, it is only a matter of time before he becomes the emperor. On the other hand, at the city, Jai Minju insisted that there was no way and not in a million years. Qing asserted that the Jinyang Lai family is clearly responsible for that incident, and the ones backing them are the Ascension sect, so their aim is clear as day. Jai Minju pointed out that the responsibilities of the Control Yuan do not include providing disaster relief, and besides, if Qing leaves the city, he will lose the protection of the Grand Array, and they will definitely attack him. Qing asked Jai Minju if she planned on continuing to send people to their deaths if he didn't go. Jai Minju was taken aback by what Qing said. Qing explained that providing disaster relief is indeed not under the jurisdiction of the Control Yuan, but he was the reason for Bingzhou's drought, so if he doesn't go, it will never end. He continued that it wasn't easy for the imperial court to gain so many fresh blood who are filled with loyalty for the country, and he asked Jai Minju if she was really just going to watch them walk to their deaths. The officials were moved by what Yi King said. Liu Shen admitted that he understands how Yi King feels, but the current great Zhu cannot afford to lose him, and he asked Yi King what is to happen to them if something bad happens to him. Yi King proclaimed that for the country, he will die, and even if there are tribulations, he will not be shy. Jai Minju was surprised with what Yi King said. Liu Shen shouted hail to the great master. The other officials followed and echoed hail to Yi King. Jai Minju asked Yi King if he couldn't listen to her just once. Still unaware of Jai Minju's real gender, Yi King clicked his tongue, and he wondered why a woman version of Jai Minju just appeared in his mind. Yi King stated that men must do what they should and not do what they shouldn't, while he muttered that there was no way and he couldn't let his mind wander anymore as it was not like he is into guys. Jai Minju was speechless for a moment. She concluded that since that was the case, Yi King should take the emperor's sword with him and go carry out the responsibilities of an imperial envoy. And after he enters Bingju, he should take control of the governing Bingju, its troops, and the civilians. A few moments later, as Yi King left the city, one of the people called out that he must come back in one piece, and another advised that he should take care. On the other hand, Jai Minju watched from afar as the envoy left. Jiang asked Jai Minju if she's still worried about Yi King. Jai Minju lamented that all those times, she has only been able to watch as Yi King charges into danger, yet there is little she has been able to help him with. Jiang reassured that Yi King wouldn't think of it as such because to such a noble person like him, sacrificing for the country and giving his all for the citizens are his aspirations. Jai Minju confessed that her initial goal was to revive the Great Zhu, but currently, she just wanted to keep up with Yi King. Jiang asked Jai Minju if she had ever thought of getting closer to Yi King through marriage, and Jai Minju responded that there currently aren't any suitably aged women in the imperial family. Jiang asked Jai Minju if she wasn't still single and Jai Minju was flustered. Yi King sneezed. He asked if he could still catch a cold even though he was a great master. Meanwhile, Jai Minju repeatedly declared that there was no way and that she was the emperor, so there was no way she could possibly marry Yi King. Jai Minju stated that much less to Yi King, who was a bastard who never listens to her. She remarked that it was impossible for them to get married, and Jiang asked her if it was real. Jiang observed that word on the street is that there are many women who dream of marrying Yi King in their dreams, which made Jai Minju scoff, and she asked if Yi King was really that good. Jiang asked Jai Minju if she had really forgotten the late emperor's final wish. Jai Minju recalled when the late emperor told her that from that point onwards, the great Zhu will rest solely on her shoulders. The late emperor informed her that Jai Minju is her father's only child, so if she finds someone she loves in the future, he will be relying on her to continue the Jai family's bloodline. Jiang noted that Yi King doesn't have to be the one to pass on the torch if Jai Minju wants another guy, but Jai Minju just responded that it was absolutely impossible. Jai Minju asserted that it would at least be Yi King, and Jiang asked her if she was right that at least Jai Minju had already tested Yi King's character during last night's banquet. Jai Minju asked Jiang if she saw everything. One day ago, at the Imperial Palace banquet hall, one of the officials expressed that he wished Yi King a smooth journey. Another added that Yi King must come back in one piece, and another raised a toast to Yi King. Jai Minju called Yi King and informed him that at that time, the Ascension sect and the Lai family had already laid out the heavenly trap, so she suggested that he reconsider it. Yi King replied that there was no need for that and that he would drink the cup of wine as a show of his respect to Jai Minju and forget about the rest. Jai Minju muttered that Yi King was a bastard who was always like that, going against her every time. Yi King requested that everyone continue drinking, and as he announced that he would return after taking a stroll, Jai Minju wondered if Yi King's attitude towards her would be the same if she weren't the emperor. A few moments later, Yi King rested at the pavilion in the middle of a pond. Yi King reflected that now that he thinks about it, he has already grown a little attached to that place. He wondered why he felt so depressed and thought that when he became the heavenly emperor, he could always return to see them. Yi King remarked that the wine was good. He murmured that someone should bring him another bottle of wine. Jai Minju handed him another bottle. Without looking, Yi King uttered thanks. Suddenly, Yi King took a sniff and noted that it was a familiar scent. He got nervous and puzzled as he glanced over at Jai Minju. Jai Minju was in her true form and did not wear the emperor's attire. Yi King exclaimed that she was a beautiful lady. Jai Minju asked Yi King how long he would stare for. Yi King quickly apologized repeatedly to Jai Minju. He explained that Jai Minju can't blame him and she could only blame herself for being too beautiful, and that he doesn't even have to think to know who that lady is as she is in the palace and has the scent of the fishy emperor. Yi King admitted that he actually got jealous of the emperor because of his imperial concubines, and he added that the emperor was fishy. Jai Minju almost scolded Yi King, but she cleared her throat and asked Yi King why he cursed his majesty. Yi King explained that previously he mentioned that Jai Minju was a foolish emperor, and got used to cursing her, so it was a little difficult to get rid of that habit. Jai Minju asked Yi King why he still constantly goes against the emperor if he acknowledges her. Yi King admitted that he couldn't seriously say that the tool had hindered him from becoming the heavenly emperor. He clarified that Jai Minju was mistaken because he was not just picking on the emperor. Rather, if he feels that something is unfair, no matter who it may be, he will go against them. Yi King apologized to Jai Minju and announced that he would take his leave. But as he passed by Jai Minju, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yi King quickly turned to Jai Minju and asked her why her appearance resembled the emperor. Jai Minju wondered if Yi King had seen through her, and as she responded that Yi King should stop joking, she asked him how she could resemble the emperor and how a woman could be the emperor. Yi King asked Jai Minju, who replied that someone can't be an emperor just because they are a woman. Jai Minju asked Yi King if he stated that a woman could be an emperor too. Yi King declared that as long as they have talent, virtue, and a dream, whether it is a man or woman, they could all become a good ruler because the saying that a ruler is chosen by the gods is just something that the rules came up with in order to protect the legitimacy of succession. He remarked that ruling a country is like preparing a delicate dish, and as the emperor, as long as one has a clear conscience and takes responsibility for the people, they could be a good ruler. Yi King asked Jai Minju if she mentioned that the people would care about whether the one sitting on the throne was a male or a female as long as one is able to keep the masses safe and happy. Jai Minju looked glad when she heard what Yi King uttered. She recalled how, on his deathbed, the late emperor explained that she must understand his intentions behind making her dress as a male ever since she was young because, after all, their great Chu has never had a woman lead the country. The late emperor acknowledged that he understood that Jai Minju was more ambitious than many other men, but it was the way of the world. Jai Minju wondered if her father could see that in that world, there was finally someone who could understand her. Meanwhile, Yi King mused that a pretty woman with a pretty view was too much. Jai Minju expressed that, as a woman, she was extremely moved after hearing Yi King's views. Yi King realized that there aren't many who understand that generation of women, and he noted that just like the beauty in front of him, they aren't able to do as they wish even if they have ambitions. Jai Minju asked Yi King why he was willing to tell her that. Yi King replied that Jai Minju could say that it was because he can't really resist when it comes to beauties. Jai Minju asked Yi King if he really affirmed that she was beautiful, and Yi King responded, of course, that he could describe her with a poem. Jai Minju leaned forward and prepared to say what she actually thought. But she was puzzled when Yi King suddenly agreed and announced that he would satisfy her wish. Yi King took the bottle of wine from the table. He observed that looking at Jai Minju's expression, she probably wanted a poem. Yi King proposed that he would just whip one up. He requested a brush. Yi King summoned the brush made out of light in his hand. He swung the brush in the air, and the water on the pond followed the gesture. Some of the water in the pond fused with the brush. Yi King wrote that one dresses like clouds and has beauty like flowers. While Yi King wrote the poem, the water took the shape of a beautiful woman. Reading the lines, Jai Minju wondered if Yi King wrote about her. Yi King raised his brush in the air, and the water followed its movement again. Some of the water began swirling above the beautiful woman and generated a bright light. Yi King wrote that as the spring breeze blows, her beauty amplifies. Jai Minju asked if she was really that beautiful. On the other hand, one of the officials asked who was talented enough to be able to achieve such a standard. Another commented that the literary talent was clear as day and asked if an exalted under the heavens poem was about to be born. And another remarked that the poem was right there within the palace and asked if it could be Yi King. One of the officials declared that they wanted to see. Another urged that they should stop pushing and let him go out first. And another exclaimed that all of them should get out of the way. Meanwhile, Yi King was already drunk and had a hiccup. Suddenly, he slipped on the small puddle of water in front of him and lost his balance. Jai Minju quickly went ahead and caught him. She got worried about Yi King and took a peek at his drunken face. Yi King regained his footing, and the two of them stood close and faced each other. Jai Minju asked Yi King if he was okay. Yi King responded that he was wonderful. He swiped his brush in the air and continued to write. Yi King wrote the last word, and the water was glowing in front of them like the stars in the sky. The glowing water slowly transformed into butterflies. Jai Minju exclaimed that they were beautiful stanzas. She was happy as the butterflies surrounded her. Jai Minju expressed that in that moment, she felt like the female part of her could also live the life she had longed for. On the other hand, Jiang was watching the pavilion from a distance. She smiled as she reached out to one of the butterflies. A few moments later, the officials arrived at the pavilion, and one of them proclaimed that, as expected of the great master, it was yet another work that is exalted under the heavens. One of the officials observed that the poem was obviously directed towards a woman and asked why Yi King was alone. Another noted that it was as expected of the great master, and another speculated that Yi King probably had an epiphany after getting drunk. Yi King hiccuped and muttered that the woman was beautiful. Jiang asked Jai Minju if she didn't make up her mind about marrying Yi King last night. Jai Minju replied that indeed, there was no one else who could truly understand her in that world. She asked if there was someone else besides Yi King. On the other hand, at the Lai family of Jinyang, Lai Ran mentioned that he had heard that Yi King had already left the city and was expected to arrive in Jinyang within the next 3 days. Jiang Hengdao asked if Yi King actually dared to come there. Lai Ran remarked that Yi King has no choice but to come as it concerns the lives of the people in that region, and everyone knows that it was a trap specifically set for him. But in order to protect his own reputation, he has to step into the trap even if he doesn't want to. He noted that Jiang Hengdao should rest assured, as he has already relocated all the rations from Jinyang, and the capital of Bing province, Jinyang, has been completely wiped out, so it must be Yi King's first destination. Jiang Hengdao stated that if Yi King cannot find any rations when the time comes, there's an 8 out of 10 chance that he will come to seek Lai Ran's help. And Lai Ran commented that he should truly savor the feeling of being sought after by the esteemed chief of the Control Yuan then. Meanwhile, Wei Wentong reported to Yi King and announced that they approached the border of Bing province. Kai Xiangao lamented that, alas, the people of Bing province are truly unfortunate since Gun province falls under the jurisdiction of King Wei, and he heard that he has been taking advantage of the chaos in Bing province to recruit a large number of refugees from there. Yi King observed that King Wei and Cao Meng indeed have ambitious plans, and his methods of sheltering the refugees and bolstering the strength of his mansion were indeed commendable and difficult to criticize. Suddenly, they came across a group of people. Kai Xiangao called all of them and urged that they should stop there. One of the people asked if Kai Xiangao was an official. Kai Xiangao explained that the place up ahead was the territory of the Wei kingdom, so he requested that they stop. One of the people proclaimed that Kai Xiangao was a dog official, and as he questioned him for daring to stop them, another person asked Kai Xiangao why they can't go to the Wei kingdom and if he wanted them to starve to death there. The people complained that it was obvious that the grains are stored in the granaries of Bing province, but they refused to distribute them for disaster relief, which left them to fend for themselves, and they all declared that they were dog officials. Suddenly, Yi King interjected that it was enough. He advised that Kai Xiangao should leave it to him. Yi King asked the people how long it had been since they all last had a meal. An old man formally replied to Yi King and reported that it has been 3 days and they have already consumed all the tree barks and grass roots along the way. He warned that if they don't leave soon, they will have no choice but to eat dirt. Yi King muttered that the Lai family and the Ascension sect really dared to prioritize their own selfish desires over the lives of the people, so he will remember that. He ordered his men and commanded that they should set up camp, set up cooking pots, and distribute porridge to the people. Yi King directed that they should also take out the dry rations and distribute 3 days' worth of food supplies to each person, and Wei Wentong responded yes. The old man asked Yi King if he was really going to give them food. Yi King confirmed, of course, as he was sent by the court to provide disaster relief to the people. One of the people exclaimed that it was great and that they were saved. And the old man added that they finally have food to eat. A few moments later, Yi King requested for the old man to eat slowly and he assured that there was still more. The old man expressed that he really couldn't thank Yi King enough because if it weren't for him, they might not have made it through the next day. Yi King reassured that there was no need to worry because he was the chief of the Control Yuan, so it was his responsibility to oversee the matters of injustice, and he asked the old man if what he was saying about the officials in Bing province hoarding the grain and not distributing it was true. The old man asked Yi King if he was Lord Yi from the Control Yuan, and Yi King confirmed yes, he is. The old man suddenly announced and proclaimed that the gentleman was Honorable Lord Yi, and they had all been saved. The people immediately bowed down to Yi King and requested for him to save them. Kai Xiangao mused that it seems that their Control Yuan's reputation has spread throughout the world, and Yi King was speechless. Yi King wondered how his reputation could have spread so quickly throughout such a secluded area, and he asked the old man how he knew his name. The old man recounted that before the outbreak of the drought, everyone was talking about how the imperial court would send Yi King to provide disaster relief and that as long as he arrived, the drought would be resolved. Yi King asked the old man if they knew that he would be sent for disaster relief even before the drought and if that wasn't too obvious. Kai Xiangao pointed out that indeed it seemed that the enemy simply didn't care about how clumsy their methods are, and Yi King concluded that their purpose was to force him to have no choice but to participate in disaster relief. Suddenly, the people gathered and shouted that they should beat the guy because he was not qualified to have a meal. Yi King demanded that all of them should stop and asked why they harassed people right after eating. One of the people explained that they didn't bully the guy because the guy is a trouble, and they asked him to leave, but he insisted on staying. He warned that if Yi King has any relations with the guy, nothing good will come out of it, and if they don't drive him away, his bad luck will also spread to all of them. The guy recalled that his name was Nangong Liangren, a genius with unparalleled talent in cultivation. He stated that under his master's guidance, it only took him 5,000 years to become an immortal emperor. Nangong Liangren remarked that an immortal emperor is qualified to govern their own territory, and in the dark water domain that he controls, there are 100,000 sects, large and small, all of whom regard him as the domain lord. He declared that in order to express his gratitude to his master for nurturing him, he invited him to his immortal domain so that he could provide him with a comfortable life, and on that day, he also met the new female disciple that his master had taken in. Her name was Lai Yanren, and Nangon Liangren mentioned that their master added that the character Liangren in his name corresponds to Yanren, his junior sister, and he also pondered the same. Nangon Liangren conveyed that he and Lai Yanren had mediocre talent and their master's lifespan was nearing its end. So in order to find heavenly and earthly treasures for them, even if it meant taking great risks, he was willing to do anything without any hesitation. He asserted that Lai Yanren told him that he didn't have to be so desperate. But in his heart he knew that if he couldn't even protect his own master and loved ones, he would not be worthy of calling himself an immortal cultivator, and his cultivation path would be worthless. Nangon Liangren noted that while he was preparing to enter seclusion to heal himself, his master entrusted him with an elixir that he had personally refined. But he revealed that during the seclusion, his inner demons recurred, and as a result, not only did his injuries fail to heal but also worsened. Nangon Liangren related that at that moment, his master and Lai Yanren suddenly broke into his stone seclusion chamber, but however, they didn't come to assist him. He explained that it turned out that his most revered master was the heir of the demon clan and possessed the supreme technique of body possession, so in his eyes, he was just a pill that he had cultivated for many years. Nangon Liangren disclosed that his beloved Lai Yanren was actually his master's daughter, and they had planned everything out from the very beginning. He shared that the elixir they gave him was also infused with an incurable curse, but they had underestimated his trump card. Nangon Liangren announced that he chose to self-destruct with his dying breath, taking those two down together with him. He commented that perhaps it was not yet time for him to perish completely because a trace of his lingering soul remained, and by the time he realized it, he found himself in the mortal realm. Nangon Liangren recounted that the residual power from the curse, lingering upon his remnant soul, began to cause many mysterious deaths of those who came in contact with him. He affirmed that as he grew older, although the curse's power had dissipated, no one was willing to accept him, but he didn't blame them. Nangon Liangren proclaimed that after all, the curse on his body has caused so many people, and he should have died in the immortal realm rather than be born there, so perhaps death shall be his only liberation. But he observed that even though Qing knew that he was like a plague, he still reached out to him. Qing insisted that from that day onwards, Nangon Liangren will follow him. One of the men cautioned that he advised Qing not to because Nangon Liangren is truly a jinx, and another man contended that having Nangon Liangren around will only bring Qing bad luck. Kai Xiangao requested that Qing think carefully and voiced that their journey is already full of dangers, so it was best not to invite unnecessary trouble. Qing noticed that Nangon Liangren started standing up. Nangon Liangren slowly walked away, but Qing urged that Nangon Liangren shouldn't go. He indicated that he could relate with Nangon Liangren. The people inquired of Qing why he stopped Nangon Liangren while Kai Xiangao questioned Qing if it wasn't better to just let Nangon Liangren go. Qing considered that, of course, it was to bring about his own demise because carrying such a precious curse with him would definitely make it easy for him to seek death. But he maintained that it was because Nangon Liangren had already embraced the desire for death. He specified that when the men were beating Nangon Liangren earlier, he remained silent and motionless, not even making a move to protect himself. Nangon Liangren queried Qing what it matters and pronounced that he has no family and no friends, so even if he were to die, it wouldn't have the slightest impact on that world. And if only death were easy, it would be great. He mused that his mind was filled with countless cultivation techniques, alchemy formulas, and secret techniques, and as he wondered how they would even matter, he contemplated that even if he didn't cultivate, his body still automatically absorbed the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. Nangon Liangren wondered what difference it would make even if he could return to the heavenly realm and become an immortal emperor, and as he contemplated that he had already died inside since the moment he was betrayed, he professed that no one cares about the life or death of someone like him, so for him, being alive is just a form of suffering. But he was startled when Qing approached him. Qing averred that he cares. Nangon Liangren was stunned and was lost for words when he heard what Qing articulated. Qing suggested that they should let him tell them all a story. He narrated that on a pleasant morning after a storm, a man was taking a walk by the seaside when he suddenly noticed that there was a child walking along the coastline who was throwing the stranded small fish back into the sea. The man pointed out that there were many stranded fish, so the kid won't be able to throw them all back to the sea. And as the kid acknowledged that he knew, the man probed him why he was still doing it if he knew and who would care about or appreciate what he was doing. The kid responded that the little fish cares. Everyone fell silent after hearing Qing's story. Nangon Liangren inquired if he was the fish in the story. He interrogated Qing if he thinks that he really has a reason to keep on living. Yi King reasoned that everyone certainly has their own reasons for needing to stay alive, while death, on the other hand, is often the easiest path, but being alive in and of itself is meaningful. He recited a quote and imparted that he has been in that world. He has fought and loved deeply, so he doesn't need reasons, and he doesn't care about the outcome either. Nangon Liangren trembled as he grabbed Yi King's robe. He avowed that he wanted to keep on living. Wei Wentong declared that Nangon Liangren should take the clothes and change into them, and since Yi King stated that he won't give up on him, he will definitely keep his word. Nangon Liangren reached out to accept the clothes Wei Wentong was handing to him. But he changed his mind, and as he thanked Wei Wentong, he spoke that there was no need to waste new clothes because he is fine as he is. Wei Wentong talked to another Control Yuan member and remarked that after listening to Yi King's words, looking at Nangon Liangren really makes his heart ache because it seems like Nangon Liangren has to endure plenty of hardships all the time. To which the member of the Control Yuan agreed and voiced that if they really think about it, they can't exactly blame Nangon Liangren for Bingju's current situation because the Lai family had pulled strings behind the scenes. On the other hand, the village chief, Hilaosan, mentioned that he would never dare to dupe Yi King and that it was the complete truth. Hilaosan uttered that not long after the drought occurred, he saw someone move all the rations in the granary away, not leaving a single grain, to which another man agreed and articulated that they were a bunch of fishy officials. Yi King inquired Hilaosan if none of them went to the prefectural government to demand an explanation, and Hilaosan pronounced that the county magistrate is extremely powerful, so no one would dare to. One of the men commented that the moment they questioned where the rations were being moved to, the official arrested them and caned them 10 times. Kai Xiangao observed that just Kangwu County alone is already in such a state, so it looks like Bingju has already rotted to the core. Yi King noted that it was exactly what the Lai family is after. He conveyed that the Lai family wants the masses to be conflicted because that way, the situation will turn in his favor so he can become king. Kai Xiangao maintained that the Lai family has moved all the rations away, and he estimates that they have moved about 80% of it to the Bingju government, so he queried if they should go to the Bingju government to deal with the Lai family next. Yi King affirmed no, of course not. He announced that they can't just walk right into such an obvious trap. And he pondered that while he may want to die desperately, he has to at least restore those commoners' normal lives. He proclaimed that even though they didn't bring much rations at that time and there aren't any rations in the prefecture, it doesn't mean that there are no more rations outside the Zhou government. A few moments later, in Bingju Kangwu County, people were suffering on the streets. Meanwhile, at the Kangwu County magistrate's residence, Magistrate Liang probed his attendant what it is that has got his pants up in a twist. Magistrate Liang quizzed his attendant what the fuss was about, and the attendant stressed that the bunch of ruffians was back to ask for rations. He pressed the attendant how many times he has to repeat himself and indicated that they should cane the aggressive ones 30 times so that they may learn their lesson. Magistrate Liang expressed that if those people still refuse to leave, they should continue beating them, and it doesn't matter if they have to beat them to death. But Magistrate Liang requested the attendant what he was hesitating for and averred that no one cares if a bunch of plebeians die. Suddenly, Wei Wentong scoffed when he heard what Magistrate Liang related. He demanded Magistrate Liang if the life of a county magistrate matters. Magistrate Liang challenged Wei Wentong who he was. Wei Wentong explained that he is the Great Jew's Control Yuan and Yi King has a few questions he would like to ask Magistrate Liang personally. A few moments later, Magistrate Liang was brought to the Kansong County office. Magistrate Liang recounted that he is just a mere county magistrate, and he was just acting according to the orders that were passed down by the higher-ups. Yi King contended all right, but Magistrate Liang should let him ask 2 questions, and firstly, he appealed if there are any rations in Kangwu County at the moment. Secondly, Yi King consulted where the reactions that were supposed to be in the granary were. Magistrate Liang insisted that at the moment, there isn't a single grain of rice in Kangwu County, and the rations have all been moved towards the Zhou government by the Lai family using the prefectural governor's authority. Yi King petitioned Magistrate Liang if he recited that there wasn't even a single grain of rice in Kangwu County and testified that he, on the other hand, felt like he could still dig some up. Meanwhile, Wei Wentong specified that the workers should hasten up because the victims are all waiting, and that there is a whole famine out there, yet there isn't a lack of grain in that magistrate's house. On the other hand, the people read the announcement, and as one of them recapped that Yi King of the Control Yuan is going to distribute rations to provide aid. Another one signaled that he had heard of Yi King, while another posited that it was great. Magistrate Liang heard it when the people opined that Yi King was going to distribute rations to provide aid. He interrogated Yi King if he was not hearing him wrong and retold that for the victims around Kangwoo County, just he and the few other rich families have far from enough rations to provide for them all, and besides, Yi King didn't bring much rations along at that time either. Yi King implored Magistrate Liang since when did he start worrying about him, but as Magistrate Liang was about to answer, Yi King cut him off and expounded that he knew Magistrate Liang felt very indignant, and he must be wondering why he only came after him despite the counties in Bingzhou. He enumerated that at that moment, he would give Magistrate Liang a chance. A few moments later, the workers called everyone's attention and concluded that there was no need to worry because there were enough rations for everyone. Meanwhile, Kai Xiangao called Yi King and recognized that there are more victims than they expected, so they were about to run out of rations. Magistrate Liang considered that Yi King was an idiot and that he really is driving himself into a wall because even though those victims are all acting grateful and respectful at the moment, once there are no more rations, Yi King will die a death more gruesome than any other. Yi King examined Magistrate Liang if he was imagining the scene of him getting pummeled to death by the victims. He cross-examined Magistrate Liang if he had finished writing the list of names that he had prompted him to, and Magistrate Liang reported that he had. Handing out the list of county officials and rich families, Yi King acknowledged that the control Yuan should set off to borrow grains that instant. At the Kangwoo County Liu family residence, an attendant called the patriarch of the Liu family and declared that something bad had happened and that he heard that Yi King was planning to take action against them. The patriarch of the Liu family remarked that it was outrageous and that even if Yi King had 10 times the courage, they should see if he dares to harm even a single hair of his Liu family. Half an hour later, the patriarch of the Liu family noted that his family has run out of food reserves as well, so they truly cannot relocate anymore. Meanwhile, at Yushu County Chen family residence, the patriarch of the Chen family called the housekeeper and the steward. He instructed that they should hurry up and pack their belongings and they should go out to seek shelter and avoid trouble, to which the steward acknowledged yes. Suddenly, Yi King inquired the patriarch of the Chen family where he was going. He mentioned that he does know a place that would be more suitable for the patriarch of the Chen family. A few moments later, rations continued to get distributed, and the people stated that Yi King was an honorable and incorruptible lord official, so they were finally saved. On the other hand, at the Beishui County Magistrate residence, the county magistrate, Wang Yuan, and the other patriarchs have gathered. Wang Yuan questioned what exactly Yi King wanted to do and why he was looting food and providing disaster relief in the surrounding counties instead of going to Jinyang to seek justice from the Lai family. The patriarch of the Yang family, Yang Hong, observed that Yi King had reached Beishui County on horseback, so they could no longer hesitate. Yang Hong suggested that if they just simply close the city gates and keep Yi King outside, he won't have any excuse to attack the city, and at that time, Yi King will naturally have to take a detour, so as long as he goes to Jinyang, the remaining matters will have nothing to do with them. Wang Yuan conceded that it seemed that they could only do that at that point. He commanded that his attendant should send out the order to close the gates of Beishui County so that no one may enter or exit freely, and the attendant responded yes. A few moments later, the huge gates of the county started to close. One of the residents wondered why the gates were closing, and another queried if it could be that there are mountain bandits. Meanwhile, Yi King had just arrived at the outskirts of Beishui County, and he saw that the gates had just closed. Chen Xiao commented that it seems that Beishui County intends to resist. Wang Yuan introduced himself to Yi King and informed that he received a military order from the prefectural governor's office 3 days ago. He explained that to prevent bandits and marauders, they must tightly close the city gates, and no one was allowed to enter or leave, so he requested that Yi King forgive them for the inconvenience. Chen Xiao opined that it was truly astonishing how shamelessly Wang Yuan lies because he claimed that the military order was received 3 days ago, yet they chose to close the gates that day, just before their arrival. Yi King maintained that as long as Wang Yuan has some so-called justifiable reason to prevent them from entering, it is enough for him. However, that reason holds no significance to him. He urged that Chen Xiao should deliver the final ultimatum. Chen Xiao pronounced that he demands Wang Yuan to open the city gates on the count of 3. He started counting at 1. When Chen Xiao counted 2, Wang Yuan probed what Yi King wanted to do. Wang Yuan called Yi King and asserted that it was not that he didn't want to let him enter because, after all, there are national laws that a county lord has to uphold, and he requested that Yi King understand and forgive them. But Chen Xiao continued counting and announced 3. Yi King immediately ordered that everyone should attack. The members of the Control Yuan on horseback shouted that they would kill. The archers of the Control Yuan also echoed that they would kill. Wang Yuan pressed if the brat Yi King was really serious. One of Wang Yuan's guards requested that Wang Yuan be careful. Yi King used his golden aura and attacked as well. The gates of Beishui County exploded. The gates were completely obliterated after Yi King attacked it. Wang Yuan and the other officials were horrified and speechless with what they saw. He interrogated Yang Hong why Yi King was attacking the city when he indicated that Yi King would take a detour to Jinyang, and he insisted that Yang Hong must give him an explanation. Yang Hong retorted that Wang Yuan was asking him, but he demanded who he should ask when Yi King was simply a madman. A few moments later, Yi King and the Control Yuan calmly walked into Beishui County. The guards of Beishui County didn't put up a fight and bowed down as the Control Yuan walked in. Suddenly, Yang Hong welcomed Yi King. He proclaimed that they had been eagerly anticipating Yi King's arrival and affirmed that he was his subordinate and the patriarch of the Yang family of Beishui County. But Yi King pointed out that if he was not mistaken, Yang Hong was also there amongst the people who were standing on the city wall to prevent his entrance. Yang Hong declared that he only went up the city wall as senior provincial official Wang Yuan had invited him to do so, and he did not want to make him look bad. He stated that Wang Yuan was a fishy thing because he knew who Yi King was, and yet he still dared to block him, and Wang Yuan announced that he had such impudence. Another patriarch mentioned that Yang Hong was right because, from what he knows, the prefectural government did not pass an order to not allow people to enter the city, and another patriarch remarked that it was Wang Yuan's decision. Wang Yuan voiced that Yi King must not believe their lies because those patriarchs were the ones who forced him into doing such a thing. Yang Hong called Yi King and conveyed that it was the record that he had collected of all the corruption and crimes that Wang Yuan had committed. He expressed that he hereby announced that the members of the aristocratic families present that day are all kind folk of Beishui County, and having no choice but to work with the officials in order to collect all that evidence, they had all sacrificed a lot. But one of the commoners inquired what was good about Shu aristocrats, and another noted that no one knows because he never once understood it. Yang Hong indicated that for the sake of the great Zhu, sacrifice is inevitable, and for the sake of the masses, they will not hesitate no matter what. One of the commoners asserted that the aristocrats too face such troubles, which made another commoner sigh, and he claimed that it was all because of those fishy officials. Meanwhile, Yi King wondered if Yang Hong had won Best Actor at the Oscars and questioned Yang Hong if he really believed that the incident would just blow over if he reported Wang Yuan and shed a few tears. He revealed that from what he knows, the things that the bunch of them did in the dark were no less than Wang Yuan. Yang Hong pointed out that he had no choice but to play along with them in order to collect evidence on the corrupted official's crimes, and Yi King considered that the fishy official just refuses to give up. Yi King quizzed Yang Hong if he meant that he didn't commit the wrongdoings that he did previously by his own will, but he affirmed that at the end of the day, Yang Hong still committed wrongdoings and asked if he shouldn't be punished if he did something wrong. Yang Hong insisted that Yi King's words are absolutely right, so he would accept the punishment, and he is willing to return the 30,000 muaf land that he previously seized from the commoners as well as the pay he owes them. Yi King professed that it was such a large sum of money, and it looked like it was really going to cause Yang Hong quite a bit of trouble having to cough up so many things, to which Yang Hong replied and recounted that for the sake of the commoners and for the sake of Yi King, it was worth it no matter how hard it was. Yi King responded that as expected of Yangshi of the Beishui country, he is a virtuous and respectable professional poet, and he interrogated Yang Hong if he wouldn't mind him bringing all the commoners present there to his house as guests. Yang Hong was taken aback by Yi King's question, and he was not able to answer immediately. A few moments later, everyone went to Beishui County, the Yang family's residence. One of the commoners wondered if he was not dreaming and if it was a place that he was allowed to enter, and another commoner testified that if he could go and explore that place, that life of his would become worthwhile. On the other hand, Yi King recognized that the Yang residence really is majestic and acknowledged that it was just on the surface, but there's more to it than meets the eye. Yang Hong spelled out that Yi King should look at the doorstep and that it was almost level. He imparted that their family is usually thrifty, so they haven't gotten around to fixing it. But Yi King thought that even the doorsteps of the corrupt officials in the city are level because they were leveled after being stepped on by those coming to give them gifts. Yang Hong explained that everyone should come in and that there was no need to hold back while thinking that he must hold it in, and he shouldn't bother arguing with the bunch of brutes from the Control Yuan. One of the commoners shared that it was great. Another repeatedly enumerated that they shouldn't push, and another pressed who stepped on their foot and reasoned that they should be gentler. Yang Hong was thinking that he should hold it in and that he would get even with the bunch of peasants once he was over that hurdle. Yi King communicated that everyone should hurry in because it was the study of a scholar, so everyone should come and soak in the scholarly kai. Yang Hong quickly told that Yi King could enter the room, but he was afraid that so many people couldn't. But Yi King answered that Yang Hong shouldn't worry because the more, the merrier. One of the commoners clicked their tongue as they examined a teapot. Another pledged that they should let him touch it, and another asked if it was the colored glaze of the legends. Meanwhile, a kid called his grandpa and alleged that it was a table, so he couldn't eat it. But the grandpa pronounced that in all his years as a carpenter, he had never seen such high-quality Phoebe Genin wood. The kid probed if it was the life of a rich person and commented that he had reflected that they were just able to have one more bowl of rice every day. Everyone immediately fell silent upon the realization, and the atmosphere became gloomy. A commoner assumed that it was much for him pitying Yang Hong for no reason earlier, and another contemplated that those rich people perhaps never saw them as humans from the very beginning. Suddenly, Yang Hong's son came into the study and pressed who the commoners were and why they barged into his father's study. Yang Hong summarized that he was an unfilial son and was about to scold him, but Qing divulged that Yang Hong should shut his mouth first. Qing requested Yang Hong's son if his family was rich and if they really had 30,000 mu of farmland. Yang Hong's son pressed Qing who he was looking down on and if he considered that his family only had 30,000 mu of land. He recapped that Qing should listen up and that his family has no less than 300,000 mu of land. Yang Hong quickly slapped his son and reaffirmed that he should screw off. He contended that his son was just an ignorant child and he was kidding, so Qing shouldn't believe his words. Qing observed that of course he knew that, but since he was there to borrow rations, he suggested that they just get straight to the point. Yang Hong demanded what the point was. Qing signaled that Yang Hong should give him a tour of the Yang family's kitchen. Yang Hong called Qing and stated that the kitchen is filthy and messy, so they should not go in there, and he will just get his men to bring the rations out. But Qing claimed that there was no need for the Yang family's head to be humble because that kitchen of his does not look the slightest bit filthy or messy. They have already entered the kitchen, and it was tidy with staff working inside. Qing approached one of the staff and inquired if the Yang family always eats all those luxurious fish and meat. The staff replied, "Of course not," and Yang Hong let out a sigh of relief. But the staff noted that when Yang Hong is tired of eating meat, they also cook some light vegetable dishes. Qing observed that the staff all use so much meat in a normal day's meal and queried if they usually finish it, to which the staff responded, "Of course." The staff maintained that that tiny bit of meat was nothing, as there was still a lot of wine and meat there because their Yang family is a rich and powerful family, so it is only right for them to eat like one. Yang Hong couldn't help but be enraged by the truth his staff expressed. He was about to scold the staff when Chen Xiao suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder. Chen Xiao informed that Yang Hong should shut it because it was not his turn to speak. The staff continued to brag and remarked that the quality ingredients actually only needed the simplest cooking methods, so even if it is a whole cow, after separation, only a small part of it could be used. One of the commoners queried what they do with the remaining meat. The staff mentioned that they feed it to the dog. The commoners believed that they couldn't even afford to fill their stomachs, yet the dog gets to eat meat daily, and after living there for all those years, they aren't even worth as much as a dog. They turned to Yang Hong and declared that he was a bastard and someone like him has never even spared a consideration for their lives. Qing wondered if he was going to continue acting, and Yang Hong was speechless for a moment. Yang Hong was lost for words as he mused about it. He scoffed and declared that it doesn't matter if she has money. Yang Hong remarked that the Yang family is an aristocratic family, and it didn't matter if they were rich because every member of the Yang family is well read in poetry and well versed in social etiquette. He stated that from the beginning, there have been different levels in that world, and he interrogated if they wanted them to live the same lives as them, a bunch of peasants. Yang Hong asserted that Qing shouldn't think that he is afraid of him and it didn't matter if he eliminated the Yang family because there are millions of families like the Yang family in that world and he can never get rid of them all. Qing queried if he knew why he was there, and as Yang Hong wondered if it wasn't to steal food to help those peasants, he conveyed that Qing would rather offend the nobles for those people, so he thinks that he is much dumber than the rumors say. Qing probed if he thought he could scorn those commoners of the lower class just because he thinks he is in the upper class and indicated that if Yang Hong thinks that all of that was natural, he has long forgotten how to be fair and just. He avowed that if he hadn't come, with how rich and powerful the Yang family is, Yang Hong would have continued to live in glamour. There would be no justice in that world, and everyone would be oppressed, and the oppression would be treated as something that is only natural. Qing queried what it matters if the nobles hate him to the very core and affirmed that if he doesn't get rid of the poisonous roots, that world will never be able to turn over a new leaf. He insisted that his actions and intentions are as clear as glass and everything he does is for the sake of justice. A few moments later, the control yuan started hauling out Yang Hong's boxes of supplies. Yang Hong averred that while he may have suffered a setback, it wasn't over, and Qing shouldn't think that he will be getting out of the situation so easily after offending the nobility. Qing commented that it was great, so Yang Hong should keep his eyes peeled to see how he exactly dies. A few moments later, Yang Hong was thrown in the prison, and one of the control yuan members indicated that he should get in. Wang Yuan quickly recognized Yang Hong and queried why he was there. Yang Hong expressed that he doesn't know what Qing is after, but from his words, he feels like he does not want to kill them yet. One of the patriarchs noted that from the very beginning, he had said that Qing is merciless, and as he inquired why Qing would spare them, another patriarch wondered if Qing wasn't going to publicly shame and torture them. Suddenly, the prison cell door opened with a loud bang. Yi King entered the prison cell and faced the imprisoned nobles. He declared that they should unchain them. Yang Hong queried why he was doing such a thing. Yi King stated that it was nothing much and that he was letting them go. Yang Hong was surprised when he heard Yi King say that he was letting them go, while Wang Yuan inquired why. Yi King remarked that there was no particular reason, and he is in a good mood, so he felt like letting them go. But if they don't wish to leave, they are welcome to stay, to which Wang Yuan responded that they will leave immediately. A few moments later, Yang Hong's staff stated that it was a good thing that they were all fine and that Yi King noted that he is letting them leave the city. Yang Hong wondered if Yi King had a sudden change of heart and why he was letting his family go too, and he opined that they should stop gossiping and leave the city that instant. He reflected that Yi King shouldn't think that he would be overwhelmed with gratitude for him just because he let them go because, contrary to that, as long as he is still breathing, he will not let him off till the bitter end. Yi King remarked that on that day, he wished to accomplish 3 things, and the first was to aid the victims so those families who have insufficient food may come and collect daily rations based on headcount until the crisis is over. One of the commoners noted that Yi King was a venerable lord, and as another observed that God blessed them as they have finally been blessed with a living bodhisattva. Yi King declared that the second thing was returning all of their valuables, like land and children, that the various aristocratic families have pillaged and plundered from all of them. Yi King asserted that the third thing was to redistribute all of the land that the various aristocratic families had forcefully seized back to the people. On the other hand, Yang Hong was surprised with what he heard, and he inquired if Yi King was really doing that. The informant conveyed that it was right, and after that, Yi King immediately left Baishui County with his people. Yang Hong queried what Yi King's intentions were, and as he indicated that, Yi King left right after distributing the assets. He wondered if it could not have occurred to Yi King that those peasants wouldn't be able to keep a hold of their assets. He probed whether he was sure that Yi King and his men had really left, and the informant affirmed yes, absolutely. Yang Hong called everyone's attention and stated that Yi King had left, so it was time for them to return. Meanwhile, the commoners were busy ransacking Yang Hong's mansion and grabbing valuable things. Yang Hong maintained that all of them are barbarians and that they should put everything down, which made a commoner inquire if it was Yang Hong and another wonder why he was back. He averred that the bastard commoner should take off the clothes he wore too, but the commoner challenged who he was to order him and affirmed that those clothes were given to him by Yi King. Yang Hong claimed that he didn't care about Yi King and all of them who dared to lay a finger on his things shouldn't even dream of leaving that day, and he would kill all of them. But a commoner challenged who he was to do that and opined that Yang Hong himself was a criminal, so he had no right to punish them. Another commoner concurred, and as he wondered why they should still continue being afraid of Yang Hong. Another commoner avowed that Yang Hong was clearly just a criminal at that time and confronted who he was to continue trying to order them about. A boy threw a rock at the guard, and it bounced off his head. He commented that the guard was a baddie and he stole their things again. Yang Hong pressed if they were trying to rebel. One of the commoners remarked that Yang Hong was trash, while the other queried what he was trying to do again. Yang Hong trembled in fear when he saw the commoners' reactions. The commoners avowed that they should kill Yang Hong and beat him up. On the other hand, at the Baishui County Maple Pavilion, Kai Xiangao challenged if it was the ending he was after. Kai Xiangao remarked that Yi King used such a method to inspire courage and cultivate a fighting spirit within the commoners, and Yi King expressed that he wanted to let the commoners know that at the end of the day, they are all humans, not worthy any less than those aristocrats. Yi King opined that it was a morbid world where people are split distinctly into different ranks, and commons who are worth as much as dust are never able to stand up for themselves and never get to know the respect one should command as a human. He acknowledged that he is completely aware that there will never be absolute fairness in the world, but at the very least, he wanted to show everyone that there is hope in that world. Meanwhile, Yang Hong, already filled with lumps all over his face, called his guards and proclaimed that they should kill the commoners. But before the guard could hit one of the commoners, his baton was sliced in half while he raised it in the air. Chen Xiao sliced the baton, and the commoner was surprised. He insisted that a bunch of criminals actually dared to commit crimes in broad daylight, so all of them deserved a punishment worse than death. Yang Hong couldn't help but inquire if the control Yuan didn't leave. He concluded that it was all over. On the other hand, Nangong Liangren was sitting by the steps when Yi King and Kai Xiangao passed by. Yi King inquired if he felt afraid when he looked at that massacre. But instead of answering Yi King's question, Nangong Liangren inquired why he was going through all that effort to save those commoners. Yi King professed that there is no reason why, but he presumed it was because it was the best way to look for trouble, and the best thing he could do was to piss off all the aristocrats so that they would kill him. He contended that it was because everyone has the right to be human, and there is no life that should be belittled. Nangong Liangren confirmed that everyone curses and swears at him, everyone except Yi King, because Yi King treats him as a human and doesn't belittle him. He swore as he released his powerful aura. Nangong Liangren vowed that he swears that from that day onwards, he will protect Yi King with his life until the world becomes what he wishes it to be. Meanwhile, Yi King felt the sudden surge of aura around him, but he was oblivious and queried if the wind grew stronger. Yi King inquired why he feels shivers down his spine. A few moments later, Qing made an announcement and affirmed that from that day onwards, Beishui County belongs to the commoners, and the prefecture magistrate position has become empty. But as long as someone with the skills to hold the position appears, no matter their status, they may take up the role, and in addition, they themselves must be the ones to guard the fruits of success. After the announcement, Kai Xiangao mentioned that the commoners have utmost trust in them, and he heard that people are fighting to conscript, and that they have currently conscripted 200,000 soldiers. Qing reiterated that it was alright and that next would be the time for the aristocrats and the rest of the prefecture to get a taste of their own medicine. At his home, Lai Ran queried if there was something wrong with Qing. Lai Ran remarked that Qing actually conscripted soldiers to fight the different prefectures and wondered if Qing tried to start a revolution. He stated that he went through all the trouble of setting up the heavenly trap, yet Qing never even considered coming. Zhang Hengdao observed that it looked like Qing was cunning enough to create and spread false rumors, and the longer things drag on, the greater the disadvantage they will be at. He declared that he would proclaim Lai Ran as king, which surprised Lai Ran. Lai Ran inquired if he was going to proclaim him as king immediately. Zhang Hengdao noted that Lai Ran was right. On the other hand, Jai Minju probed if Lai Ran was going to proclaim himself as king. Liu Shen mentioned that Lai Ran's excuse for proclaiming himself as king is that Qing is afraid of the aristocrats and is making the people of Bingzhou suffer. And the 6 states have also revealed that they will send special envoys to attend the founding ceremony of the Jin state. Jai Minju interrogated why it was happening. Meanwhile, Qing asserted that as expected, Lai Ran got impatient and proclaimed himself king, and Kai Xiangao indicated that if Lai Ran receives the blessings of the heavens and succeeds in becoming king, he is afraid for the great Jew. Qing was surprised when he heard about the blessing of the heavens. He opined that they should see if he will gain the blessing of the heavens and the common folks. On the other hand, at Bingzhou Jinyang, the soldiers have gathered in the plaza. The soldiers lined up, and the ones in the front carried flags with them. Lai Ran started the ceremony and commented that the Kai of the world cannot lose its order, and if it loses its order, it has to be the result of the people's actions. Zhang Hengdao expressed that it was great as the ancient cauldron had formed, and all that was left was the inscription for the ancient inscribed cauldron to be completed. Suddenly, a powerful lightning bolt came down from the sky and struck the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron released smoke and displayed multiple images of aristocrats. Zhang Hengdao speculated what was going on and why only the images of aristocrats and businessmen appeared. He conveyed that by right, at that point, it should be the everyday occurrences at the marketplace and the common folk being inscribed, so it can't be. He queried if they have already lost the support of the commoners. Suddenly, the ancient cauldron rang. It rang, and a purple dragon emerged from it. Lai Ran wondered if the skinny plaything is the destiny of his nation. He looked so horrified as he cursed. The ancient cauldron continued to ring while producing more dragons, and when one of the commoners pressed what the sound was, another averred that they should quickly look because many flood dragons have appeared in the sky. The commoners affirmed that those are the flood dragons representing the destiny of the 7 states of the Great Jew. Another commoner contended that it looked like the destiny of the Jin state had made the flood dragons appear. Meanwhile, Kai Xiangao maintained that Qing should look because while the destiny of the Jin state has been established, it is very obviously not at the level of other states, but it also looks like the destiny of the Great Jew is facing imminent danger. Suddenly, an old man approached Qing and informed that after living for so long, the state is just a symbol to him. But that day, he learned that the Great Jew cannot fall because the Great Jew still has an upright official like Qing who contemplated them, the poor. A commoner agreed with the old man, and as he avowed that they would screw the Jin state because they are people of the Great Jew, the other commoners chanted and proclaimed that the Great Jew and Qing would long live. Qing explained that the state has never belonged to anyone, and instead, it relies on the joined forces of millions and millions of its citizens to form, so the citizens should long live. While the commoners continued to chant for Qing and the Great Jew, they released a powerful golden light that surged towards the sky. Kai Xiangao disclosed that he cannot really read Qing's mind. Suddenly, Kai Xiangao became a Confucian scholar and he queried if he broke through. He turned to Qing and proclaimed that he broke through to become a Confucian scholar. Qing became a half-sage, and as he claimed that Kai Xiangao may not believe him even if he remarked it, but he also broke through, Kai Xiangao challenged if he had become a sage. Suddenly, the light that Qing produced flowed towards the Destiny Flood dragons in the sky. The Destiny Flood dragon of the Great Jew absorbed the Destiny Flood dragon of the Jin state. It also absorbed the Destiny Flood dragons of the other states. Lai Ran contended that the Destiny Flood dragon of the Great Jew absorbed their nation's destiny, so Zhang Hengdao should quickly stop it. The Destiny Flood dragon of the Great Jew continued to absorb the destinies of the other flood dragons. The flood dragons of the other states were helpless, and they couldn't move as the Destiny Flood dragon of the Great Jew continued to suck their destinies. The soldiers watched how powerful the Destiny Flood dragon of the Great Jew looked as it continued to absorb the other flood dragons' destinies. One of them remarked that it was bad because their Great Y is going to lose so much of their nation's destiny. The Destiny Flood dragon of the Jin state groaned in pain as its destiny continued to get sucked out of it. Lai Ran stated that Zhang Hengdao should quickly think of a solution because the Jin state's destiny was about to be sucked dry. Zhang Hengdao believed that Lai Ran was such trash, and he wouldn't do it if he wasn't still of some use. He released a powerful aura that exploded in all directions. One of the rays that exploded severed the connection of the Destiny Flood Dragon of the Jin state to the Destiny Flood Dragon of the Great Zhu to stop it from continuing to absorb its destiny. But the Destiny Flood Dragon of the Jin state screamed in pain as it also got hit by Zhang Hengdao's attack. Being tied to the destiny of the Jin state, Lai Ran also got struck by Zhang Hengdao's powerful attack just like the Destiny Flood Dragon, and he felt its pain. Zhang Hengdao noted that there is a consequence to every action, and in order to get rid of that negative Kai and resolve the disaster, Lai Ran must take responsibility as the king of the Jin state. Lai Ran laughed when he heard that he was a king, and he observed that he would definitely be mocked by everyone for everything that had gone down that day, so it was so much for being a king. Zhang Hengdao was startled when a powerful pillar of light appeared in the distance and pierced through the sky. He declared that he didn't expect Yi King to achieve sagehood at such a time, else it would be impossible for the Great Zhu's destiny to strengthen so much, and things have finally become a huge disaster. On the other hand, at Wei Kingdom, Cao Meng was observing the skies from outside his manor. Cao Meng inquired if Yi King achieved sagehood. He commented that it would have been great if he had been able to be more steadfast and had befriended Yi King back then. Meanwhile, Fang Qingsu felt Yi King's breakthrough as well, and she queried just what right he had to achieve sagehood. She probed why and what right Yi King had to achieve sagehood while she was left to suffer there. Pei Yuan interrogated if she was still thinking of taking revenge on Yi King even at that time. She asserted that legends have it that in ancient times, when the sages achieved half sagehood, they consecutively triggered 9 phenomena, and she wondered how many phenomena she thinks Yi King will be able to bring about. On the other hand, Liu Shen maintained that with Yi King's wisdom and character, he should at least cause 7. But Jai Minju suggested that perhaps Yi King could manage even more. Meanwhile, Yi King released the advent of the legendary scholar and the blast of divine light. Kai Xiangao mentioned that Yi King had already triggered the 9th phenomenon, purple Kai appearing from the east, but it was still going. One of the commoners claimed that it reached the 10th. Another commoner conveyed that it was still going and it was already the 11th phenomenon. Another commoner expressed that it was happening again and reached the 12th phenomenon, and Nangong Liangren deemed that the 12th phenomenon was the heavenly emperor gazing upon all. Meanwhile, a gigantic image of Yi King appeared, and it looked so ethereal as it towered over the entire city with its eyes closed while its body glowed. Yi King wondered if the situation had caused too big of an uproar. He was taken aback when he opened his eyes and saw the giant image of himself in front of him. Yi King surmised that it was as if his spirit could fuse with the image of God in the sky. The image opened its eyes when Yi King transferred his consciousness into it and wondered if it was what it felt like to look down on every existence. Suddenly, Yi King wondered what was going on in the mountain valley where he could see a pillar of light surging towards the sky. He wondered if it was time to return to his body. Yi King's consciousness came back to his body in an instant, and he gasped for air. He considered that it was as if the sage deliberately pointed him towards the place he just saw, and he wondered if that place could be important. When Yi King looked ahead, he was stunned when he saw Kai Xiangao's intense face that stared directly in front of him. Without saying anything, Kai Xiangao took a step back and paid his respects to Yi King. Everyone followed Kai Xiangao's lead, and they gave their greetings to Yi King. Yi King wondered how things came to that and realized that at that rate, he would really become invincible. On the other hand, Lai Ran averred that Yi King is already invincible, and he is such a fool as he actually declared himself as king at such a time, and he established a state that is neither dead nor alive and dug a hole for himself. Zhang Hengdao opined that the Jin state's destiny has yet to disappear completely, so there was still hope for Lai Ran to make a comeback, but Lai Ran just challenged if he even believed his own words. Suddenly, the Great Elder materialized in between Zhang Hengdao and Lai Ran. Zhang Hengdao immediately acknowledged the Great Elder's presence. The Great Elder placed his hand on Lai Ran's shoulder. He stated that he could help temporarily suppress the negative Kai in Lai Ran. The Great Elder remarked that in addition, while the destiny of the Jin state may be weak, it is not yet in tatters, so its collapse isn't definite yet, which made Lai Ran inquire of the Great Elder if it was real and what he should do. The Great Elder declared that they should attack the Great Zhu. When Lai Ran heard that, he observed that Yi King had already ascended to sagehood, and he queried if he was not joking when he remarked that they would attack the Great Zhu at that time. The Great Elder inquired if he was even worth joking with, and he noted that if Lai Ran wanted to do nothing and wait for his death, he wouldn't stop him. Meanwhile, Yi King and his companions flew in the sky, and Kai Xiangao mentioned that it was his first time flying through the air, and he didn't expect it to be so exhilarating. Yi King expressed that when Kai Xiangao becomes a sage, he could fly however he wishes. Kai Xiangao sighed and asserted that becoming a sage is something he dares not even dream of. Suddenly, Yi King commented that they had arrived. Yi King reflected that it was different from the scene he saw when he gained superhuman abilities, and it didn't look like it was dangerous either. He considered that he even brought the precious darling Nangong Liangren with him to increase the level of danger. Chen Xiao inquired if he was sure that it was the place that felt weird. To which Yi King noted that it was right, but looking at the place at that moment, it seemed like nothing out of the ordinary occurred there. Chen Xiao opined that his father once remarked that when he runs into a problem he cannot solve, he should just dig because there may be nothing above ground, but no one ever knows what is underground. 25 minutes later, Chen Xiao managed to create a deep hole while he dug on the ground with his bare hands. Yi King believed that Chen Xiao was basically a human drill. Chen Xiao continued to dig, and the hole grew deeper and deeper. Underground, the eyes of the drought demon lit up ominously. The drought demon sighed and queried how they found her even after she hid herself all the way there. She stated that it had already been 800 years. She declared that she had to wait 800 years before she finally had a chance to escape from the clutches of the Ascension Sect, as they were the ones who wanted her to spread the drought in Bingju and promised that they would release her after she did as they affirmed. The drought demon sobbed and conveyed that she wanted to go back home to the devildom. On the other hand, Chen Xiao called Yi King and revealed that he discovered something. Yi King indicated that it was a terrifying aura, evil, tyrannical, and cold. He advised that the others should stand back. Yi King informed that he would go, and Chen Xiao tried to stop him. Screaming at the hole from the top of his lungs, Yi King exclaimed that whatever devil or monster it was, it should show itself. Suddenly, the drought demon's hand reached out of the hole. Chen Xiao and Kai Xiangao suggested that Yi King should dodge, but Yi King remained where he was and saw a hand grab the edge of the hole. The drought demon proclaimed that Yi King shouldn't touch her as she surrenders. Yi King was speechless, and he looked so disappointed when he saw the drought demon. The drought demon avowed that she was coming out, and she surrendered. Yi King queried what she was. The drought demon honestly affirmed what she is, a drought demon. Yi King inquired if drought demon looked like that, and Kai Xiangao remarked that he was not sure either. Yi King maintained that the drought demon calls herself a demon, and as he wondered if that meant that she was the cause of Bingju's recent drought. Kai Xiangao replied yes. Chen Xiao insisted that Yi King cannot have mercy on the drought demon, while Kai Xiangao stated that drought demons must die. The drought demon replied no and that she is not a bad person, so they shouldn't kill her. Yi King remarked that he will give the drought demon one more chance to be honest, to which the drought demon repeatedly declared that she will talk. And while Yi King wondered if the little girl was really a drought demon, he mused that it feels like she is hiding something from the way she is speaking. The drought demon asserted that someone forced her to cause the drought, and if she didn't do as they remarked, they would kill her. Yi King remarked that someone had forced the drought demon, so as expected, it was all thanks to the Ascension Sect. And Kai Xiangao responded that it did not matter who was behind the drought because he absolutely could not keep a demon like that, or else it would bring him harm. Yi King inquired if it would bring him harm, and he affirmed that it was true. Yi King proposed that the drought demon should remain by his side from that point onward. Kai Xiangao questioned whether he had not made himself clear enough, and he acknowledged that he understood what he meant. If drought demons were dangerous, they naturally could not allow her near others and risk harming themselves. Besides, she was still useful to them, so keeping her by his side was the most logical option. He requested her name, and she responded that it was Mo Lai. He declared that she would stay by his side from that point onward, and if she dared to escape, he would kill her, and she confirmed her understanding. She swore never to leave him and declared that she would accompany him even when he slept. Yi King was about to correct her, but he decided to forget it. While Nangong Liangren assumed that she had demonic Kai on her, so she was definitely not a mere drought demon. He identified the demon Kai within her. Such could only belong to certain demons, specifically the descendants of the Demon King. He speculated about what the daughter of the Demon King was doing there, and whether she might be plotting something. On the other hand, at Kangsong County, Moheoran noted that it seemed like Yi King was not there. He considered him lucky. Otherwise, he would not have to wait for the trash Lai Ran to take action. A waiter courteously addressed him as a customer and invited him to enter. He instructed the waiter to bring 2 random vegetable dishes and a bottle of wine, and the waiter confirmed that it was coming right up. He observed that it seemed like there had been some changes to Kangsong County since the last time he had been there. The condition of those commoners was clearly very different. He closed his eyes and released his aura. He pondered whether there was destiny. He perceived the Kai of the people. He noted that no one would have imagined that those ant-like commoners could possess such strength, and the waiter informed him that the food was there. He inquired what he thought of Yi King. The waiter replied that he was one exceptional sage, and he could save everyone who was suffering in that world because it was all thanks to him that he and his little sister did not starve to death. Moheoran placed a gold ingot on the table. He urged the waiter not to just speak about his good points and to mention his flaws, and as long as he could name one, that gold ingot would be his. The waiter hesitated. He declared that their stall would not be doing business with him and questioned whether he was a child of one of those aristocrats. He stated that he should not believe he could make him go against his conscience and speak ill of Yi King just because he had some filthy money. He should take his filthy money and go wherever he wanted to eat. Moheoran muttered that Yi King was so terrifying. Meanwhile, Yi King and his companions traveled using the clouds. They arrived at Kangsong County, and the people exclaimed that he had returned. Mo Lai realized that he was actually so popular among the people, and she considered whether he could be the hero of humanity. She recalled that in Devildom, only her brother would receive such support from the other demons when he returned from battle. She determined that she must never stray too far from him, or else she would definitely be killed. Mohaoran spotted Yi King and questioned whether he had no guards around him. He wondered what the drought demon was doing with him and realized that he had actually even managed to subdue a drought demon. He muttered that he absolutely could not spare him any longer. He greeted him and inquired how he had been. He landed safely on the ground and radiated an ominous aura. Mo Lai stated that it was him. He was the one. He was the one who had made her do those bad things. The king assumed that, judging by Mohaoran's manner, he must have been someone sent by the immortal sects to kill him, and finally he arrived. But he still inquired if he may know who he was. Mohaoran introduced himself as the great elder of the Ascension sect. Kai Xiangao remarked that he was an immortal posing as a human, so Yi King could not fight him, while Chen Xiao urged him to escape quickly as he would hold him back. Yi King concluded that if he was merely an immortal posing as a human, he could not harm him at all. He inquired about the purpose behind seeking him while figuring that he must make him return and bring more men at once because coming one at a time was just a waste of time. Mohaoran responded that naturally it was to kill him, but he groaned in pain. He wondered what was happening, why he could not speak, and how he suddenly lost control of his body. He cursed internally and presumed that Yi King had powerful men supporting him. It was such a terrifying pressure. He inquired who Nangon Liangren was exactly. Yi King questioned what was wrong with him, and Chen Xiao urged him to leave quickly for his safety. He assured him that there was no need to worry because he already ascended to sagehood, so Mohaoran did not have the ability to kill him. And on the contrary, they should not get in his way there. Mo Lai should not act like a decoration there. She should step aside. She rushed toward Nangon Liangren. She determined that the aura he emitted was so terrifying. She nervously greeted him. She pondered why Yi King had such a strange person by his side. Meanwhile, Yi King questioned how he intended to take action and remarked that there was no harm in revealing his plan. If he remained silent, it made him feel as if he was being looked down on. Still unable to speak, Mohaoran resented Yi King for humiliating him while relying on powerful men to suppress him. Chen Xiao cursed him and the immortals, demanded what exactly he was after, and urged him to speak at once. He pointed out that Yi King should look because his face was turning red. Yi King questioned if he was unable to move. He felt desperate. Suddenly, he was stunned that the pressure had vanished. He quickly raised his arm to attack Yi King, but he sensed the pressure again and became immobilized. The pressure was so overwhelming that it forced him to kneel. Everyone appeared shocked. He repeatedly reminded himself that a soldier may die but must never be humiliated. He was stunned again when the pressure disappeared. He swiftly escaped and warned Yi King to watch his step. Yi King questioned what kind of joke that was because it was not even much. He concluded that he was just scared, and he was not even the one who made him kneel. Meanwhile, Mo Lai wondered where the strange guy went. On the other hand, Mohaoran puzzled over why he could not get rid of Nangon Liangren. He became breathless as he requested him to show himself and admitted that he would no longer run. If he had offended him in any way, he requested to be informed. Nangon Liangren demanded what the true goal of the Ascension sect and the other immortal sects was and why they needed to eliminate Yi King. And he explained that it was because with Yi King alive, the plan to destroy the Great Jew could not succeed. Nangon Liangren concluded that, as expected, it matched the nature of the immortal sects, supporting the puppet and helping them to destroy the Great Jew, and furthermore, the karma produced due to the massacres during that period would also be borne by the puppet king they intended to support. Mohaoran revealed that 7 days later, the 13 clans of the immortal sects would deploy all their elite troops to completely destroy the Great Jew. Nangon Liangren figured that the life and death of that world should not concern him, but Yi King was an exception. He remarked that Mohaoran should let him pose one last question, and he received permission to proceed. He inquired whether he chose to live or die. Mohaoran believed that if there were a better choice, no one would ever choose to die, but if he wished to live, he would have to betray his sect. He declared that he wanted to live. Nangon Liangren acknowledged it. He directed his aura into Mohaoran's head. He revealed that it was the small yin-yang Xuanaming curse, and during the day, his inner immortal strength would become cone-chilling cold. During the night, it would turn as hot as fire, and he implied that Mohaoran should know what to do if he did not wish to live in pain forever. Mohaoran responded that whatever it was that he would like him to do, he should just say the word. Meanwhile, Jai Minju explained that the Jin state intended to join hands with the other countries and the 13 clans of the immortal sects to annihilate the Great Jew. Liu Shen asserted that the immortal sects were only using the Jin state as a diversion because their true goal was actually Qing. Jai Minju pointed out that Qing ascending to sagehood was definitely an unacceptable thing to the immortal sects, and if he returned to the Great Jew under the protection of the mortal array, the immortal sects would not be able to do anything to him. Liu Shen remarked that the problem lay in whether he was willing to return, but Jai Minju maintained that it was the only way to save him. They should draft an imperial edict and pass her golden decree to order Qing to return to the city as soon as possible, and the eunuch acknowledged it. A few moments later, at Jai Minju's imperial sleeping chamber, she complained that the shitty guy never bothered to show her any respect. Jiang observed that he wouldn't be king if he obediently followed orders, and Jai Minju asserted that if he went against her orders at that time, she would personally command the city's elite troops and lead them to rush to Bingzhou. Jiang urged her not to do that at all costs, and inquired if she wanted to witness the fall of the Great Jew. But Jai Minju contended that if Qing died, a Great Jew that lost its array host would not be able to last for long either. Besides, if he died, her life would lose its meaning. Jiang appeared stunned by her statement. She confessed that she had already lived for the sake of the Great Jew for 20 years, so she just wanted to live for herself that once, and she requested if she could. Jiang pledged that she was at her command. On the other hand, Qing insisted that they should forget it because there was no way he would return. Tai Xiangao pointed out that he clearly knew that the attack on the Great Jew by the immortal sect at that time was just a front while their true aim was him, to which Chen Shao concurred and stated that if he did not leave, he would definitely become the target of the immortal sects. He explained that he had his reason, so no matter what, he refused to abandon ship, and it was the day he had been waiting for all his life, as he desired to become the heavenly emperor very badly. Tai Xiangao announced that he would continue to kneel there if he did not return, and if the immortal sects came, they shall die together. He appealed for him to return to the city. The rest of the control yuan also appealed for him to return to the city. Everyone outside the building appealed for him to return to the city. He appeared taken aback. Everyone in the county appealed for him to return to the city. He commanded that all of them should get up, but Kai Xiangao insisted that if he really wished to stay there and die without a fight, they would do so with him. He questioned what would happen to the commoners in Bingzhou if he really returned to the city. Who would be able to guarantee that the immortal sects would not take their anger out on the commoners if he left there, and who was going to protect all those innocent people? Tai Xiangao vowed that he would remain there in his stead as he was willing to sacrifice himself for the commoners of Bingzhou. Chen Shao affirmed that he would remain as well, and the others supported that they would remain too. Qing directed his attention to his people outside. He wondered what the use in all of them staying was and expressed that it would only lead to more pointless sacrifices because he was the one the immortal sects were after. He was the one who started that, so he should be the one to see it through, and if he ran away at that time, it would be an insult to his character. Dying meant nothing for one who had endured a fate worse than death. Even if the cost was a gruesome death, they must uphold justice on earth. One of the people acknowledged that it was a statement that they must uphold justice on earth, and another remarked that only he could come up with such a great poem. Chen Shao declared that they must uphold justice on earth, and he desired to die together with Qing too, while Kai Xiangao expressed that it would be their honor to be able to die alongside him. Qing reflected that it was hard, way too hard, because no matter how much he wished to die, he could not pull everyone down along with him, so they should take it as if he were begging all of them to please just let him die alone in peace. Suddenly, a messenger approached him and informed him that there was an order from the city. Kai Xiangao revealed that even Jai Minju had passed a golden decree ordering him to return, and the great ancestors had decreed that if one did not abide by it, they would be executed in accordance with the law. He declared that rather than being a coward who ran away, he would rather go against the order and be executed. The messenger declared that even if the cost was a gruesome death, they must uphold justice on earth. Jai Minju inquired whether that was Qing's answer to her. She affirmed that since that was the case, she would personally lead the troops into battle. One of the officials objected that she must not, and another urged her to reconsider. But she insisted that her mind was already made up, so they shouldn't bother trying to convince her otherwise. If a person like Qing died, there would be no way for the Great Jew to continue existing anyway, so if she had to die, she would rather die on the battlefield with him while believing that he was a shitty thing who wanted to abandon her after writing a poem for her. Meanwhile, the Dawn Sect leader Wang Daoshan declared that rather than being a coward who ran away, he would go against the order and be executed, and he found it wonderful. He admired the poem. One of the leaders remarked that they were currently discussing strategies to suppress Qing, yet he was singing him praises and she feared it wasn't quite the time for it. He clarified that everyone must not misunderstand and explained that he was not praising him because of that poem. Instead, he admired the attitude he was expressing with that poem, standing at death's doors without any fear. He conveyed that the poem revealed his intentions, so it appeared that he definitely would not continue trying to run. One of the elders commented that while that might be the case, they could not underestimate him, and to be completely frank with all of them, he consulted his senior Tian Jizi to foretell the future before that. The divination revealed that Qing had a strange fate, and just like how one only left that world once, they only had a single chance if they wanted to kill him. If Qing did not die at that time, in the future the ties between the immortal sects and the Great Zhu would reverse, and the others dismissed it as impossible. Meanwhile, at the Great Zhu Wuding country, some guards were stationed at the gate. One of them called Old Wang and pointed out that he should look ahead because it seemed like a huge group of people was heading there. Old Wang confirmed that there really was a huge group of people coming, so they should notify the leader immediately. The guards wondered where all of them were from and why there were so many of them trying to enter the city. The monk queried whether it was the Great Zhu's town and observed that, as expected, it was different. But his disciple remarked that the place was nothing but the most barren place in the Great Zhu and was far lacking compared to the other places in the Great Zhu. The monk acknowledged that after all, that was not their hometown and questioned whether the Mahayana really could flourish there. And the disciple assured him not to worry because with Bodhisattva's aid, it was definitely possible. On the other hand, Qing chanted that he was an immortal high up in the sky, paying no heed to the ordinary things, and Mo Lai suspected that his brain was damaged and wondered why he was so happy when he was about to die. He immediately groaned when he saw Kai Xiangao. He insisted that he shouldn't bother trying to convince him otherwise anymore because he would not return. But Kai Xiangao corrected him. He directed him to look at who was there. Niu Jingxi and Wei Wentong greeted him, and he demanded why they were there. Wu Zhan questioned how he could not take part in such an important event. Qing challenged what that foolery was, why they were there, and whether it was to kill themselves. Wei Wentong affirmed that they would be wherever he was, and rather than worrying about them, he urged him to show more concern for Jai Minju, and he pressed what that had to do with her. Jai Minju responded that she had already come personally and challenged how it did not have anything to do with her. Qing admitted that she was the most important person and questioned how she could act so childish, but she merely scoffed. She insisted that he could treat the golden decree as nothing and pressed why she couldn't have her way for once. Liu Shen intervened that he should stop trying to convince them otherwise because as long as he did not leave, they would not leave either. He warned that he could not be so selfish and be the hero all by himself every time. He longed to die by himself peacefully and pondered why it had to be so difficult. Jai Minju resolved that at that time, they would face the enemy together. Meanwhile, on the streets, one of the people proclaimed that it was the common dream of the commoners of the Great Zhu. And as they chanted for the victory of the Great Zhu, another expressed that even if they failed, they must leave a beautiful mark in history. On the other hand, Qing agreed but challenged what made her think that they would definitely lose at that time, and she queried what he meant. He explained that if she trusted him, at that time, he would request to leave the command of the troops to him, and she accepted. But he clarified that what he meant was that she even had to listen to his orders, and she hesitated. Meanwhile, Pei Yuhan's master laughed and remarked that it looked like the Great Zhu's battle spirit was very strong, and he could already feel that heavy killing intent all the way from there. The idea that they were about to exchange blows with their enemy started to make him restless, and even if they lost, they must let those immortal sect bastards know the fiendish sect's strength. But Pei Yuhan contended that in that great war, they might not necessarily be the ones to fall, because Qing was the best at creating miracles. Qing meditated in his bedchamber. He looked so determined as he opened his eyes. He stared at the armor in front of him. He remembered that Jai Minju mentioned that while the suit of armor might not provide the best protection, it contained the Great Zhu's fighting spirit, as well as the hopes of every single one of the Great Zhu's citizens. He summoned his men and instructed that they should help him suit up. A few moments later, he came out of his room. He ordered that they should set off. Everyone cheered. They chanted for the victory of the Great Zhu and Qing. Liu Shen noted that both the morale of the troops and the commoners was high. If the Great Zhu were given 20 or 30 more years and the new policies were allowed to spread to every corner of the Great Zhu, it would be such a beautiful sight. If that battle ended in a failure, it would be very difficult to imagine what kind of catastrophe would befall the Great Zhu, and Jai Minju explained that on that day, their only option was to believe Yi King, as he insisted that there was still a chance to turn the tides, so he must have a plan. Yi King summoned Chen Xiao, Wei Wentong, and Niu Jingxi, and they agreed. He declared that from that moment onwards, Jai Minju, all Confucian scholars, and all courtiers belonged to the rear troops, and without his order, no one was to come to the middle troop division. Jai Minju objected, but he reminded her that she promised to give him full authority over giving orders in that battle. She demanded if he lied to her and if he intended to die by himself. He questioned what they were all still waiting for and if they were treating his order as a joke, and Niu Jingxi complied. He affirmed that military orders were supreme, but she requested that he should wait a second. She still had something she wanted to tell Yi King. He must come back alive because there was someone waiting for him in the palace. Had they not met on the peak of Mount Yu, they would meet under the moonlight at the Jade Terrace. Yi King recognized the poem and inquired if the woman he saw after getting drunk that day was not just his imagination. She clarified that he didn't imagine it, as she was her sister. He mentioned that from what he knew, the Great Zhu did not have any princesses, but she explained that it was because she was afraid others would plot to assassinate her, so she had been letting her live among the common people all that time. But that day, her sister saw him and fell in love at first sight, so if he really died in battle, she asked if he wouldn't be wasting that beautiful friendship. She stated they should go, and Niu Jingxi concurred. Yi King questioned if it was really her sister, and he felt that something was amiss. But it was whatever, and that wasn't important because as long as he died as quickly as possible and returned immediately after becoming the Heavenly Emperor, he should be able to keep the number of casualties to a minimum. He summoned everyone and commanded that they should set off. A few moments later, the troops arrived at the Jiang River. Cai Xiangao commented that with the Jin state as the vanguard of the immortal sects, they would inevitably deploy the whole nation, and while they should have the advantage in responding to the enemy there, he wondered if they would really come. Yi King reassured him that he shouldn't worry because even if Lai Ran did not wish to come, there would naturally still be someone who would send him there. On the other hand, at the Jin State Imperial Palace, Lai Ran speculated if Yi King intended to stage an ambush at the Jiang River and dismissed it, declaring that he would attack his other cities that instant. Zhang Hengdao inquired where he wanted to attack and reminded that Mohaoran passed the order that they should meet the enemy at the Jiang River. He attempted to reason out, but Zhang Hengdao insisted that the immortal sects had the advantage, so fighting with strategies was just a waste of time. And Yi King and Jai Minju were already at the Jiang River, so getting rid of them as soon as possible should be their priority. He emphasized that he and his Jin army were just for show, and at the battlefront, they, the immortal sects, would be the ones doing the actual massacring. A few moments later, the waters of the Jiang River turned violent, and Yi King observed by the riverside. He stated that they were there, the Jin State's army. There were also 13 clans of the immortal sects. Yi King stood there waiting. They mentioned that the grudge between him and the immortal sects would come to an end that day. Cai Xiangao remarked that in such a situation, he was afraid that even Yi King might perish, and Wei Wentong responded that it was their honor to be able to die alongside him, to which Niu Jingxi agreed. Meanwhile, Xuan considered that those immortal sects did not matter anyway. Even if she needed to die, she would be with him till the end. On the other hand, Jai Minju mused that it seemed that her great Zhu dynasty had come to an end. She reflected on Yi King. She pondered if there was an afterlife and if they would be able to meet again. The 13 supreme elders gathered. One of them belonged to the Dawn sect. Wang Daoshan remarked that they had invited them to join forces, and it may seem like an excessive mobilization since, apart from Yi King, there was hardly anyone in the Great Zhu who could pose a real threat. He inquired if they suppressed their true power and stayed in the mortal realm for the sake of the future of the immortal sects, and reminded that they should not forget the divinization results of Tianjizi, so the battle must not be taken lightly. Whether Yi King possessed the power to truly shake the immortal sects or not, they would find out with just a single confrontation. He questioned if he, as the chief officer of the Control Yuan, dared to come forward and have a word. Cai Xiangao cautioned that he should be careful because it might be a trap. Yi King assured that he wouldn't, speculated that whoever it was, it would be best if they just blasted him to death directly, as it would save him a lot of trouble. Nangon Liangren urged for him to go ahead and promised that he would definitely be safe. Yi King recognized that it turned out to be that little troublemaker, the big treasure, so he agreed and conveyed that he would take his good words as a blessing. He would be back. A few moments later, Yi King declared that he was there, and Wang Daoshan wondered if he was the person who shook the immortal sects because, surprisingly, he was such a young man. He questioned why there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, there seemed to be a sense of excitement. He complimented that half-sage Qing really proved that heroes also emerged at such a young age and introduced himself as the head teacher of the Dawn Sect, Wang Daoshan. Qing inquired if it was also one of the 13 sects and commented that he seemed to have had little contact with that sect. It was true that during the battle in the capital city, he believed he also contributed to taking down the giant palm. Wang Daoshan observed that even though he was facing imminent death, he still had such a defiant attitude, and as he reflected that the brat looked so confident, he doubted if there could be someone backing him up. He warned that putting up such a stubborn front was useless because soon, the entire Great Zhu would become a living hell because of him, as all of that started because of him. Qing queried if he believed that they would be afraid of death. He affirmed that thousands of soldiers came there with him with no intention of returning alive that day. The common people stood by their side from the beginning, and they also firmly chose the path they believed in from the depths of their hearts. From his perspective, even if they were alive at that moment, they were already dead, and while others may have died, they would forever live in the hearts of the people, so that day, no one would die in obscurity. Every person would be remembered by the world. Wang Daoshan interrogated if he truly thought that he could control everything and threatened that he would show him. But he was surprised when he suddenly got suppressed. He wondered what happened and why he could not move his body. It felt as if he was paralyzed. Meanwhile, Qing contemplated why the scene felt somewhat familiar. On the other hand, Mohaoran realized that Nangon Liangren made a move again. Suddenly, an elder called Wang Daoshan. He questioned if he was okay. He was shocked when he saw Wang Daoshan's situation. He was bleeding from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Meanwhile, Nangon Liangren vowed that whoever dared to attack Qing shall die. The immortals were stunned. They remarked that Dawn Sect's head teacher, Wang Daoshan, has fallen. He fell off the dragon he was riding. He was dropped into the water. Qing inquired what just happened and muttered that he didn't even touch him. On the other hand, Jai Minju wondered if that could also be a part of his plan, while Liu Shen questioned how he managed to do that. Meanwhile, the control Yuan cheered. The soldiers exclaimed that it was nice and was expected of Qing, as he was so powerful. The elder mentioned that he used to think that the one surnamed Yi was a righteous and upright hero, and he didn't expect him to be despicable enough to plot against them like that. Qing worried that the cook duck was trying to run away, and if it continued, those guys would definitely not dare to make a move against him. He queried if he would believe him if he told him that he actually has no connection whatsoever to Wang Daoshan's death, and the elder scoffed that his foot will believe him. Qing insisted that Wang Daoshan really did sabotage himself and it had nothing to do with him at all, while suspecting who was the ancestor who was backstabbing him again because, after all, the people that he brought along don't have such capabilities. The other elders argued that he dared to act against them, and yet he was not willing to take responsibility. So if that grudge is not avenged that day, the entire Dawn Sect will swear to not be considered humans in that life. They all attacked. They used the ancient immortal artifact, Dawn Mirror. The elder declared that their Dawn Sect has already brought forth the treasured artifact, and he proposed that Qing also stop pretending and reveal his hidden cards. But he retorted that he really doesn't have any hidden treasures, but if he assumed that the thing could destroy him, he should go ahead and try. The Dawn Mirror fired a beam at Qing. Suddenly, another beam appeared from a different direction. It hit the beam the Dawn Mirror released. It caused a huge explosion, and the attack did not reach Qing. The elder demanded if he would still dare to spew bullcrap about not having any hidden cards. Qing sighed and remarked that he knew it would end up like that. A huge scroll appeared in the sky. Liu Shen identified that it was the wordless stela. Kai Xiangao pondered if the Jixia Academy had re-emerged. Since the decline of Confucianism and Taoism, they have been uninvolved in worldly matters, and it must be because the Grand Master has broken the shackles on Confucianism and Taoism, which allowed their powers to be restored. They have always secluded themselves to preserve the flame of knowledge, and since Confucianism and Taoism are being revived slowly, they must ensure that the flame does not extinguish again. Kai Yuan stated that the immortal sects have reigned supreme over that vast land for so long. It was time for them to pay the price. Gu Ju recognized him and queried if he was still alive. He responded that since she wasn't dead yet, there was no way an old man like him could die. He greeted Qing as the Grand Master and explained that they, the remaining flame of Confucianism and Taoism, had consumed the elixir of immortality that was originally meant for the sages, so he humbly requested him to punish them. Qing sighed and replied that he would not be punishing any of them since they did not deserve to be punished. In order to safeguard Confucianism, they endured solitude and isolation from the world, so they are all remarkable individuals who are heroes of the scholars' sect. To him, each one of them is more valuable than the elixir of immortality, and he mused that they should forget about it and they shouldn't even let him be near it because he doesn't have any spare time to think about living forever, as he just wants to die as soon as possible. Tai Yuan was moved. Suddenly, Gu Ju demanded what it mattered if they had reappeared and declared that she would just have to make them perish once again. She used the ancient immortal artifact, the purple golden phoenix hairpin, and ordered that the Jade Chamber should assume battle formation. Another elder used the ancient immortal artifact, Heavenly Fire Cauldron, and commanded that the Heavenly Burning Valley should prepare to attack. They proclaimed that they would see how Yi King would withstand that. Yi King replied that he never intended to resist. Suddenly, the monks called Amitabha. Gu Ju questioned what it was. The other elder explained that it was a strong aura. Jai Minju remarked that the aura gives such a strange and familiar feeling, while Liu Shen commented that it is unknown whether that power that could decide the outcome of that battle is a friend or foe. On the other hand, Yi King speculated why those people were in such a hurry to come that day. They were the monks from the Huoluo state, and they have even brought the 3 treasures of the Buddhist sect. Gu Ju was alarmed when she saw them. She remarked that those savage cultivators were actually so frightening. The other elder mentioned that he had a bad feeling and inquired if Tianjizi's words would actually come true. Baijian retorted that they should stop babbling nonsense, and he questioned what it mattered if the Buddhist sect got involved. He was the Dawn sect supreme elder, and he declared that the immortal sects were still at a great advantage. The matters of the East aren't something for the West to stick their noses into. He demanded if they were trying to declare war against the immortal sects. The monk clarified that he is mistaken because the disciples of the Buddhist sect have always had good intentions towards orders, and their priority has always been to promote Buddhism, so they definitely have no intention of declaring war against them. Baijian countered that if that was the case, if all of them supported the immortal sect, they could trust his word to gift them 100 million followers. Jai Minju was speechless, and Liu Shen muttered that it was bad. The monk bowed his head. He expressed that Baijian's words were simply an insult to the Buddhist sect. Buddhism requires the acknowledgement of its followers, and it absolutely must never be through coercion. And those who wanted to convert, and those who truly believe could naturally join the Buddhist sect and become followers. He explained that he is a humble monk and must also absolutely not abandon Bodhisattva, so if they are willing, he suggested that they listen to his humble words of advice to give up on war, and they shall be absolved of their crimes immediately. Yi King realized it. He blamed himself for tricking Master Yuanfeng back then, and as expected, it came back to bite him. He proposed that they should let him make it clear that the monk has nothing to do with him, so they should just kill him first if they wanted to kill anyone. Baijian scoffed that whether they are the Buddhist sect, Bodhisattva, or Jixia Academy, he interrogated if they really thought they had the ability to fight the immortal sects. He swore that all of them were going to die without a doubt that day. He used his skill, exterminating divine glow. He threatened that Yi King will die as he wishes. Yi King realized that it finally came. Meanwhile, Master Yuanfeng warned that it was too late. Nangong Liangren also worried as he tried to prevent it. Suddenly, he noticed another force. It blocked Baijian's attack. Yi King couldn't just die at all. The elder wondered just how many more cards he had. He insisted that no one wanted any of that to happen, and he really did not do that on purpose. One of the immortals challenged if he was still acting, and as another commented that he was so sanctimonious, another sneered that he was so cunning. Ku Mu clicked his tongue and criticized that he really didn't expect that even the immortal sect uses the word sanctimonious to describe others. They all are clearly the ones who are best suited for that word. One of the immortals pointed out that it was a person from the fiendish sect, and another muttered that even the scoundrels of the fiendish sect were there to take advantage of the situation. Baijian challenged if he still dared to show himself. Ku Mu taunted if he was the only one allowed to come out to play. Baijian admitted that he may not be able to stop him in a one-on-one battle, but the fiendish sect fell a long time ago, and the immortal sects have currently surrounded them all, so they have nowhere to run. Ku Mu muffled his laugh, and as he ridiculed that he was so shameless, he dared if he wanted to play the numbers game. He provoked the demons if they had all grown bored after hiding for a few thousand years and dared that all of them should come out. One of them reminded that it has been 2,000 years. Another exclaimed that he could finally get payback for the debt from all those years ago. The elder gasped that the blood demon, Tuleamo, and so many old monsters of the demonic sect were all actually still alive. Yi King was accused of colluding with the fiendish sect. On the other hand, Yi King doubted that there was no way and questioned if they were all insane and if they couldn't let him die in peace. There was the Jixia Academy, the Buddhist sect, and the fiendish sect. Baijian initially believed that their victory was guaranteed, but he did not expect so many unexpected variables to appear. Their victory may remain uncertain that day, but Qing was definitely a hard one to kill. Suddenly, Pei Yuhan summoned Qing. She inquired if he still remembered her. He reasoned that it was no wonder that the fiendish sect took action all of a sudden because it was her doing. The control Yuan summoned her and inquired if she still remembered them, while Wei Wentong remarked that she just knew she would come. The elder declared that they were clearly in cahoots with each other, and he questioned if he was still trying to deny it. Qing retorted that he should believe whatever he wished and he could just assume that he arranged all of that. He challenged if they could kill him. The immortals insisted that he planned all that and he was a devious person. The elder reflected that it was just as Tian Jizhi predicted. The battle was stuck in a stalemate with neither side able to get out of it, so one of them had to be destroyed. And he pondered just what they should do. Meanwhile, Kai Xiangao remarked that Qing had a grand plan to take a small step at a time until a chance to strike back appeared. One of the scholars commented that it was as expected of the great grandmaster, and they underestimated him, while another noted that with him around, the world was extremely fortunate, and Confucianism and Taoism were extremely fortunate. Jai Minju muttered that the bastard actually had a plan. Kai Yuan reflected that he initially assumed that should the Jixia Academy be able to escape by the skin of their teeth at that time, he would at least be free of guilt, but he did not expect the great grandmaster to have been so farsighted. The monk mused that Bodhisattva was a man of wisdom much greater than him, and he truly was perceptive, a man with great wisdom and knowledge. But Baijian declared that no matter how many they may be, they were all just ants to him. His allies no longer concealed their strength. The Supreme Elders released their auras. They asserted that even the demons and heretics dared to interfere in the matters of the immortal sect, so they should execute them. Tai Yuan proclaimed that it was for the world. The monk proclaimed that they should banish injustice and protect Bodhisattva. Kumu exclaimed that they should kill them all. The soldiers proclaimed that they should protect their great Zhu, quell the ancestors, and kill them. On the other hand, Lai Ran commanded that they should get them all, and whoever dared to cower would be punished according to the military law. Qing observed as the battle unfolded in front of him. He sighed and remarked that it was not what he wanted at all. But things were already at that stage, so only war remained. He charged towards one of the battles. The elder was surprised when he made a move. They all simultaneously attacked him. He created an orb of aura to protect himself from their attacks. The elders were alarmed. He summoned multiple swords that filled the sky. He directed it at the immortals. They were overwhelmed by the number of swords coming their way. Suddenly, 3 supreme elders appeared. They released their aura. They created a huge shield and blocked his swords. One of them exclaimed that it was such impudence that he actually dared to charge in by himself. The 3 of them threw their immortal binding rope at him. They declared that they should see how he escaped. But suddenly, their ropes got cut off. One of the Supreme Elders demanded who it was who dared to destroy his magical treasure. One of the Supreme Elders remarked that those who have the power to fight were already stalled by other allies, so all that was left was the one hiding in the dark. Qing complained that there were 3 people against him alone, and they were all so shameless. Suddenly, Pei Yuhan called him. She requested that he should lend his demon-suppressing pagoda to her, and he inquired what it was. She clarified that she was referring to the little pagoda she gave him before. He told her that she should catch it. Pei Yuhan applied her aura onto the pagoda. A dark aura shrouded her. The pagoda grew huge. The elders were astonished. The people below witnessed the giant pagoda appearing in the sky. The dark aura swirled around it. It aimed itself at the immortals. They all screamed and begged to be saved as they got crushed by it. Baijian roared that they had such nerve to massacre the allies of their immortal sects and they were asking to die. It did not matter if they have an expert aiding them, so everyone should attack at once. Qing created a shield to protect himself from their attacks. Kai Xiangao grew worried and lamented that he could only defend at that moment. The others have no way of sparing any strength to help him. Qing pondered that if he died at that moment, while he would be able to become the Heavenly Emperor, within the time it would take him to return, even with the help of everyone in the Great Shu, they would definitely be annihilated by the immortal sects. He must hold on, and at least in that battle, they cannot lose. The Supreme Elders managed to break his shield, but he vowed to himself that he absolutely could not die. Suddenly, Nangon Liangren tapped him on the shoulder. He teased if he was looking for him. Meanwhile, Moheoran jeered that he finally showed himself. Nangon Liangren assured that Qing should leave the rest to him. Qing questioned just who exactly he was, and he responded that there was no need to continue questioning about the past as he forgot most of it. He in the past was just an orphan with no one to rely on, and it was he who helped him understand that the world could still be treated gently, and it was he who gave him conviction and hope to continue living. That day, he wished to return that hope and conviction to him too, and with him around, there was no one in that world that could kill him. One of the Supreme Elders mocked that he had such arrogance and false bravado. They should attack all at once. Nangon Liangren released his aura. It was so powerful that it created a pillar of light that reached the sky. One of the Supreme Elders exclaimed that it was impossible. He was actually capable of using divine arts. Kumu wondered just who those monsters by Yi King's side were. The monk muttered that it looked like Bodhisattva already made prior preparations, and he worried over nothing. On the other hand, Nangon Liangren instructed that they should make sure to carve it in their mind. A golden flame shrouded his body as he stood above the dragon's head. He declared that it was divine art. It is called Raising Storm. The fierce dragon lunged at the Supreme Elders and was about to devour them. The immortals watched as Nangon Liangren attacked the Supreme Elders. One of the Supreme Elders remarked that he should quit acting mysterious. An immortal observed that there was hope because it was the old immortal's magical treasure, restraining lamp. Another immortal cheered that it was great, while another believed that as long as they could restrain him for even a second, victory was guaranteed. The Supreme Elder urged that he should stay. He activated the restraining lamp. He directed it at the dragon. He was surprised that it succeeded. He demanded who he believed he was, trying to go against him. But Nangon Liangren retorted that it was a cheap trick. He intensified his golden flame and broke the restraint. The dragon gathered its aura in its mouth to prepare to attack. The Supreme Elder exclaimed that it was impossible. He was just a step away from becoming a deity, and he wondered how he could be completely helpless. He became anxious and sweated profusely. He could see the dragon's mouth approaching him. Everyone called for him when it devoured him. It roared ferociously, and its aura reverberated through the entire sky. Jai Minju commented that Raising Storm killed an immortal in a single move and pondered just who he was. Kai Xiangao reflected that he had tried to stop Yi King from taking Nangon Liangren initially due to his origin, and he never expected him to become the key to turning the tides of the war at that moment. Bai Zhan yelled that they should kill him and he was asking for death. Dark clouds materialized into a lion and lunged at Nangon Liangren. But Nangon Liangren released golden lightning bolts and charged forward. The Supreme Elders cried that it was impossible and he was so fast. Kai Xiangao declared that he had decided, and Wu Zhan inquired what he had decided. He declared that from that point onwards, he would support all of Yi King's decisions without question. Meanwhile, Yi King wondered just what kind of monster he saved. He mused that it looked like dying would become harder than becoming a god after that day. On the other hand, Jai Minju lamented that the immortal sects are being defeated. The soldiers of the Great Jew should press on because victory was within their grasp. Meanwhile, Lai Ran concluded that it was over, as the soldiers urged that they should kill the aggressors and it was a victory for the Great Jew. He muttered that it really was fleeting. Suddenly, Yi King urged that the soldiers of the Jin state should stop being meaningless sacrifices. They should surrender and be spared. The Great Jew soldiers echoed that they should surrender and be spared. The Jin state soldiers looked at each other. They dropped their weapons. The Great Jew soldiers chanted and proclaimed that it was a victory for the Great Jew. Kai Xiangao reflected that since ancient times, when heretics rebel, those who suffer the most are always the commoners. The commoners suffer, be it in victory or defeat. Yi King instructed that they should summon the military doctors and treat them equally, whether they were the soldiers of the Jin state or the Great Jew. Suddenly, Lai Ran laughed and admitted that it was not bad, and he realized he already knew the reason why he failed. Yi King surmised that it looked like he was the mastermind behind it all, and he confirmed that he sure was. Yi King questioned if a person like him, who deserves death the most, was still alive. Lai Ran explained that it was because he still carried a wish that has yet to be fulfilled. Lai Ran remarked that the wish was for him to meet Yi King, and after meeting him, he finally understood why so many peasants supported him with all their heart. After meeting him, his sworn enemy, he finally had no regrets, and to become the ruler of the Jin state. He gave up too much, so it was time for him to repay the debt. A lightning bolt came down from the sky. He laughed maniacally as it struck him. He was annihilated. Nangon Liangren explained that it was a thunderbolt containing the will of heaven because he distorted God's will and tried to change the law of that world, albeit in vain, so he was punished. Yi King inquired about the laws of the world and God's will. Nangon Liangren replied that in the infinite universe, each world has its own special set of laws. For example, in the world that they are in, when the strength of a cultivator exceeds the earthly realm, they must leave and head to the immortal realm. Yi King questioned if there exist many other realms too other than that one, and Nangon Liangren affirmed yes, that realm is only one tiny realm in the infinite universe. From what he knows, there are 3 realms above the infinite universe. The immortal realm is a large world, so whether it is a demonic cultivator, physical cultivator, or magic cultivator, everyone could enter. Devildom is the world of the demons where only non-human beings may enter. As for the Yuan universe, it only exists in the legends, and it is said that it was the source of all realms and the beginning of all beginnings, so unless one cultivates to the highest level, one cannot enter it. Qing realized that it was no wonder because, after all, he is someone who transmigrated into that realm from another. Jai Minju verified if Nangong Liangren mentioned earlier that when one's strength reaches a certain realm, they will leave and head towards the immortal realm, and he confirmed that at the very least, that is the law of that world, and not only that, after leaving, it is extremely difficult to return. She observed that it looked like he had most likely gone to that universe. Qing conveyed that he has one last question that he hopes Nangong Liangren would be able to answer. He wondered who he was exactly. Nangong Liangren revealed that he is not a person from that world. But as for the rest, he requested forgiveness, for he does not wish to elaborate and relive those past memories. Qing remained silent for a moment. He agreed. Since he does not wish to share, he does not have to. Nangong Liangren confirmed yes. A few moments later, one of the commoners exclaimed that Qing returned triumphant. Another proclaimed, "Long live the great Zhu," while another reminded that the others shouldn't push him and they should let him get a glimpse of Qing. Jai Minju realized that it was the first time he was experiencing such sincere adoration from them, although that adoration should rightfully belong to Qing. If he wants that world, there is absolutely no way she could resist. Perhaps, in the future, their relationship will not be of a monarch and a subject. She was taken aback when Qing suddenly glanced at her. She quickly scoffed and proudly looked away, which puzzled him. A few moments later, Kai Xiangao declared that they had already done a thorough check and the entirety of the Jinyang Lai family experienced the wrath of heaven. Not a single one of them was alive. In order to become king, Lai Ran sacrificed the lives of the entire clan without a thought, so he was really cruel. Qing remarked that the truly terrifying isn't Lai Ran but the immortal Sect supporting him. Suddenly, the fiendish Sect came in laughing. Kumu celebrated that it was so satisfying that in that hunt, they saw the 13 clans of the immortal sects fleeing like lost puppies, and it really felt insanely satisfying. Meanwhile, Qing looked at Pei Yuhan. She looked at him too, and they smiled at each other. One of Kumu's companions telepathically mentioned that he should look at the way his disciple and Qing were looking at each other because there seemed to be a spark, but he grumbled that he should shut up. He realized that Qing was a stupid guy and he shouldn't think he could steal the disciple whom he treated like his daughter so easily. Pei Yuhan cleared her throat. She suggested that if Qing has anything to say, he should talk about it in private. Qing expressed his gratitude to every senior so much for their help that day, and mentioned that without all of them, he was afraid that they would have been in danger. But Kumu remarked that they didn't help that much, to which his companion agreed and added that all they did was watch Kumu and join the party. Qing realized that they joined the party and screwed up his chance to die. Suddenly, Wei Wentong called Qing and informed that they found the seal of the King of Jin in the Jin Imperial Palace. Qing touched the seal. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light came down from the skies. 2 dragons appeared. There was a huge and a smaller dragon in the sky. The huge dragon roared loudly. It opened its mouth. It devoured the smaller dragon. The seal in Qing's hand disappeared. The huge dragon grew. It roared powerfully and soared towards the sky. Kai Xiangao declared that the Great Zhu's destiny was recovering. The Jin state was only the beginning, and next up, as long as they conquer the entire empire, the once powerful Great Zhu would be brought back to life. Qing considered that it felt like things were becoming more troublesome, and his goal was clearly just to simply die, so he replied that they could talk about such things later. Next, they should first settle the various post-war implications. A few moments later, Qing mentioned that if it weren't for everyone's help in the first battle at the Jiang River, they would not have been able to emerge victorious. Everyone helped him in the Great Zhu, and it was only right for him to return the favor, so they should feel free to state their requests, and if it was within his means, he would try his best to help. Tai Yuan stated that he only asked for him to reconstruct the Jixia Academy, restore Confucianism and Taoism, and allow him to stay in the Great Zhu to experience his new way of governing. Qing acknowledged that his heart was with the people, as expected of an exemplar of a scholar, so it was approved. The monk mentioned that ever since Bodhisattva passed down Mahayana, he had finally been enlightened, so he sincerely requested him to aid him in passing on Mahayana and Jiazhu and freeing everyone of their suffering. Qing assured that if he wished to spread Buddhism, he would not stop him and reflected that after all, the Buddhist sect in that realm was very pure, and the commoners also needed something to turn to for consolation. But he added that he would not help any of them at all, much less let the various feudal officials provide them with any special treatment, and he would also not allow them to construct a temple illegally. If he did that, it would lead the Buddhist sect towards irreversible annihilation, and the monk requested that he explain. He explained that originally, the Buddhist sect was asking for people to endure many hardships and overcome countless challenges to condition themselves, and if his external influence changed the very basis of it, more would be lost than gained. They must remember that the peak of meditation was when one's heart was as calm as water, without being led astray by the desire for quick results. The monks promised that they would take his teaching to heart. He let out a sigh of relief and reflected that he had finally managed to bullcrap past it, because it would have been troublesome if they had pestered him to build them a temple. He went to Kumu and stated that if the demonic clan had any requests, he would request that they state them, but he added that that matter should be answered by the clan leader. He considered that even though it might not seem like it, Pei Yuhan did seem to suit the position of clan leader quite well. Pei Yuhan remarked that although, after listening to Yi Qing's conversation with the Buddhist sect, she had a question for him too, and she inquired what the demonic clans should do to grow in the future. Yi Qing explained that the primary reason for the demonic clan's suppression was that the sects under it were too mismanaged, without any laws for everyone to abide by, and he wondered if she was really treating him as a consultant. He suggested that the demonic clan act as the connection between the demonic sects and form an alliance to handle the matters of the entire demonic clan. And every other 100 years, every major demonic sect should send a representative and share their views on the important matters within the demonic sect. One of the demonic sect members questioned if every demonic sect got the chance to share their views, and another stated that the profits would also have to be split equally. The king emphasized that, most importantly, if any of the demonic sects seemed to be developing well with a large increase of talented people within the sect, the demonic clan and the other demonic sects must not hinder them and must, instead, help them. And if they reach the level of the other major demonic sects, they must acknowledge their position. One of the members questioned if they must listen to that demonic sect if they were really pushed to the highest position. He called everyone's attention and inquired that if all of them were just ordinary members of the demonic sect at that moment, other than being suppressed by the righteous faction every day, would they still want to be suppressed and kept under control by their allies, and would they be happy with that? Tumu stated that if that really were the case, no one would even think of stopping them from cultivating the demonic Tao, not even their allies. But he questioned what it mattered if they weren't happy about it and said that if the demon-suppressing pagoda had not been lost back then, no one would dare to act out of line. The king reflected that they were still not putting socialism into practice, and added that using power to suppress the people and forcing them into compliance was only ignoring the real issue and letting it worsen, and instead, it would increase their urge to rebel. Pei Yuhan agreed and remarked that if the demon-suppressing pagoda really was that effective, she questioned why the demonic clan's power declined while they had it. She said that if they did not learn to change, she was afraid that the demonic clan would only repeat the previous mistakes that led to their downfall. So, she declared that she would pass that demon-suppressing pagoda to him for safekeeping for the time being. She called everyone and declared that she would agree with Yi Qing's views that for the demon clan to transform, they must change, and that transformation did not require the coercion of the demon-suppressing pagoda, but actual change. Kumu sighed as he wondered if it was the so-called daughters cannot be tied down when they grow old, and said that he understood the clan leader's intentions. A few moments later, at the victory celebration banquet, one of the guests urged that they should come and drink up. Another stated that the scholars could drink more than they looked like they could. A monk said that he would drink tea in place of wine. Meanwhile, Yi Qing left the banquet. He climbed up the city wall. He called Pei Yuhan. She inquired if he was there. Yi Qing was still at Jinyang City. He inquired if she wasn't afraid that others would curse her in their hearts for passing the demon-suppressing pagoda to him, an outsider, as the clan leader of the demonic clan. She replied that it was impossible to satisfy everyone whenever she made a decision, so as long as she felt that the decision was the right one, she did not care what others thought. He remarked that she was still the same. She stated that she was going to leave. He suggested that she should visit him when she got the chance, but she questioned why she was always the one visiting him and not the other way around. He agreed and promised that he would visit her next time. He was startled when she leaned closer to him. He closed his eyes and puckered his lips, but she laughed and flicked his forehead. She asked if he wanted her to kiss him. She said that they would see about that the next time he came to visit her. He declared that he would definitely go look for her, but at that moment, the commoners there needed him more. Perhaps the new policies would run into some problems as they were implemented, but he could feel the change taking place there. Bingju was currently becoming a place where everyone had land to grow their crops. Everyone had the opportunity to study. A merchant announced that it was their grand opening and everything was 10% off, so everyone should come and take a look at the new stock of pearl jewelry. A land of happiness where the commoners never had to worry about the sufferings of war ever again. On the other hand, Zyokui asked if she was in. She explained that her brother Dashin went into the city that day, so she got him to buy her 2 combs, and one was for her. Ever since she came, she always helped them, and ever since King's new policies were implemented, life also changed for the better, so she should take that as a small token of appreciation from them. Fang Qingsu mentioned King. She recalled when she said that she surrendered and Pei Yuhan should make it a quick one. But Pei Yuhan offered that she could give her a chance to continue living and return to her own sect, and she wondered if it was real. Pei Yuhan assured that she would not take away any of her freedom and that she should just use that body of hers to experience the true immortal sects. When Fang Qingsu came back to her sect, one of the disciples questioned if she wasn't the ugly monster that was captured and how she had the guts to return. Another disciple stated that if she became like that, she would rather die. When she came to collect pills, the attendant pretended that she made a mistake and apologized because her hand slipped. One of the elders told her master that the chief repeated countless times that her disciple, Fang Qingsu, was a cripple, so there was no point in letting her continue to hog cultivating resources, and her master replied that she was also waiting for a chance the next time she went out to cultivate. The elder warned that that could not be done too obviously, or else the other clans would use it as dirt on them. And her master responded that they weren't that innocent either and questioned who had the right to criticize others. When Fang Qingsu heard their plan, she completely saw through the immortal sects, and she also realized how laughable everything she once took pride in was. She did not wish to die in their hands, so she secretly left the immortal sects, and perhaps that was the little pride she had remaining. In the time she spent living there, she finally understood that those people whom she once saw as ants were actually the real humans with feelings and warmth. She thanked Zyokui and Dashin. They were interrupted by a resounding roar from a demonic beast. He laughed and expressed that he didn't expect there to be so much food in that tiny village, so he could feast to his heart's content that day. Dashin urged Zyokui and Fang Qingsu to quickly run to the city and look for King of the Control Yuan while he stalled him. The demonic beast laughed, called him a foolish ant, and questioned who he thought he was. Fang Qingsu quickly moved and eliminated the demonic beast. He observed that she was actually an immortal cultivator. He fell on the ground with a loud thud. One of the villagers questioned if she was an immortal cultivator, while another asked how that could be possible when she was usually such a nice person. She tried to explain to Dashin and Zyokui, but she noticed the fear in their eyes while they looked at her. Dashin hesitated as he looked at Fang Qingsu. He inquired if she was really an immortal cultivator. She merely expressed gratitude for their care all that time. She mentioned that she was leaving. She explained that the tiger demon's blood still held strong nourishing effects, and they should take it as a farewell gift from her. A few moments later, Pei Yuhan questioned if she could not bear to leave. Fang Qingsu revealed that during her time there, she understood the essence of life for the first time, but such a life did not belong to her. Pei Yuhan suggested that she could use another method to protect the life she wished to live. But as long as she returned to the Jade Chamber, not only would she regain her original appearance, but she could also be helped to stand at the peak of it. Fang Qingsu agreed, stating that from that day onwards, the old her was dead. Meanwhile, at Jiang River, Yan indicated that it was the boundary of the Jiang River, and if they continued forward, they would be on Bingju's land. Cao Meng reminded that he repeated more than once that at that moment, he was under disguise as a traveling salesman, so they should not refer to him as his king, and Yan confirmed. Cao Meng stated that Bingju was the place where King implemented the new policies, but no one knew if his new policies would be able to change the deep-rooted issues of their kingdom. Yan remarked that no matter how good the new policies were, he feared they would not be as magical a solution as claimed in the rumors. A few moments later, they arrived at Xiaoyang village. Yan questioned if he was sure that it was the village that recently experienced a famine. Cao Meng mentioned that word had it that after King introduced a thing known as cement, fixing roads and houses had become cheap, and he wondered if that could be it. He observed that such a small village actually had so much livestock. According to the villagers, studying at that school was free, and those new policies implemented by King truly opened his eyes to a whole new world. He wondered if those policies really had such remarkable effects and if his kingdom could achieve the same. Suddenly, King greeted him and expressed that it had been a long time since they saw each other. Cao Meng was surprised when he saw King. He considered that it was impossible because he ensured to hide his tracks, and he wondered how King could do that. The king proposed that since he had come to Jinyang, he suggested treating him to some tea. Cao Meng's guards became alert. Cao Meng instructed all of them to back down. He greeted Yi King and expressed that it had been a long time since they saw each other. Yi King ushered him in. A few moments later, Cao Meng stated that the trip to Bingju definitely opened his eyes to a whole new world. He added that the tea was also much more fragrant than the tea he usually drank. Yi King mentioned that tea was best plain, as too many additions suppressed its natural flavor, so they must try to change to discover new things. And Cao Meng realized that, as expected, that new tea was also created by him. Cao Meng slammed his cup on the table. He claimed that change always came at a cost, and at least the old way of brewing tea did not kill anyone. While Yi King considered that if the 6 states wanted to unite as one, they must still be ranked, and Cao Meng's Y Kingdom had people with the highest quality of life. Yi King questioned who said that the old way of brewing tea did not kill anyone and added that it was only because Cao Meng was too high up and could not see it, while thinking that if he could persuade him without resorting to bloodshed, it would be the best case scenario. Cao Meng admitted that from what he saw on that trip, Yi King's new policies indeed benefited the country and the people alike, and it was just a shame that Bingju was not his Gunju. Yi King asked why he was so averse to change even when he acknowledged his new policies and stated that Gunju could also become like Bingju. Cao Meng accused him of implying that he would like him to surrender his entire state. Yi King affirmed that as expected of him, that was exactly what he implied. He explained that the immortal sects would never regain their previous prowess, and the 6 states had lost their backing, so he questioned what was the point of fighting the natural course of action. Cao Meng remarked that it was no wonder Yi King was treating him to tea and asked if he did not believe that by controlling him, he would be able to subdue the entire Y Kingdom. Yi King confessed that he admired his character and knew that all the people of the Y Kingdom supported him wholeheartedly, so he would never do such a thing. Although he wished to ask if the 6 states still had the ability to go up against the Great Jew after the war against the immortal sects. Cao Meng revealed that from what he knew about the 6 states at that time, not a single one could go up against the Great Jew. But he was a soldier after all, so he would rather die than give up the Y Kingdom without a fight. Although, at the same time, he did not wish for the people of the Y Kingdom to enter a war because of him. He picked up his cup. He declared that if Yi King could subdue his Y Kingdom without any bloodshed, he would be willing to admit defeat and surrender his entire estate. At the capital of Great Jew, one of the people inquired if they heard that the Y Kingdom had surrendered. Another mentioned that he learned Yi King moved the King of Y's heart with sincerity without deploying even a single soldier. On the other hand, Yi King was at the imperial city of Great Jew. The officials fervently worshipped him. He felt awkward and was speechless. Meanwhile, Jai Minju barely contained her excitement when she saw him. She cleared her throat and remarked that he worked hard, so he should quickly tell them how he persuaded Cao Meng. Yi King explained that the King of Y proposed that if they could conquer the Y Kingdom without shedding blood, he would willingly surrender, so he proposed the Enlightenment Edict to him. Jai Minju expressed surprise. Liu Shen also reacted similarly. The other officials were also shocked. Yi King recalled the time when he mentioned that Cao Meng had 7 sons, so he would request the court to allocate the territories of the Y Kingdom as fiefs and distribute them equally among them. Cao Meng acknowledged that it was clearly a good thing because each son would have his own fief and their descendants as well, but he added that he should wait and that it was not right. Back in the present, Yi King explained that if they continued to divide it into fiefs every generation, it would be over within just 3 generations. Jai Minju stated that the Y Kingdom would disintegrate into numerous small states, existing only in name while actually being extinct. Yi King confirmed, adding that is why the King of Y upheld his promise and the entire country surrendered. One of the officials remarked that there was no bloodshed and it was a great enlightenment edict, while another complimented him as really a great man. Jai Minju acknowledged that Yi King's help in pacifying the Great Jew's turmoil and persuading the Y Kingdom to submit was immeasurable, and his achievements could not be overlooked, so they should issue an imperial decree, and she would bestow upon him the title of Duke of Yinguo with a fiefdom of 10,000 households, add a promotion to Grand Preceptor, Great Scholar, which made him consider that she was bestowing so many titles and wonder if she wanted to exhaust him to death. Suddenly, Liu Shen noted that there was another monumental matter that required his expertise to handle that day. It was the matter of their Majesty's wedding. Jai Minju became flustered. Liu Shen stated that the Great Jew could not be without an heir, so he humbly asked Yi King to urge Jai Minju to marry and produce royal heirs soon. Yi King reflected that she had always backstabbed him, so that day, he would let her taste her own medicine. He admitted that Liu Shen was right that, indeed, she should consider the matter of marriage and promptly provide the Great Jew with an heir. Jai Minju let out a deep breath to calm herself. She inquired if he really wanted her to get married. He confirmed, and added that it was also the wish of all her subjects. She agreed to that matter, however, if there were places where his assistance was needed, she hoped he would cooperate. The court adjourned, and he asked about his cooperation. A few hours later, at the imperial sleeping chambers, Jiang questioned if she regretted that day's decision. Jai Minju denied and stated that, of all men in the world, he was the only one in her heart. However, it was not yet time to reveal everything. The world was still in chaos, and if her identity were to be exposed, it might bring catastrophic consequences for the Great Jew. So she intended to use the same method as last time. On the other hand, Cao Meng commented that since he and Yi King were serving the same court, they should celebrate till they were drunk. Yi King gave a toast to him. Meanwhile, one of the eunuchs observed that both he and Cao Meng had quite a lot of drinks that day, and another mentioned that it seemed like he could not handle it anymore. Yi King questioned why the alcohol was so strong that day, and Cao Meng replied that they had not even had that much yet, so they should continue. A few moments later, the two of them passed out. One of the eunuchs suggested that they should carry Yi King to the side hall so that he might get some rest. The eunuchs carried him and let him rest in a bedchamber. As soon as they left, Jai Minju came in. She considered that he was a bastard and that it was the first time she had ever served someone in her entire life. She told him that he should wake up and drink the medicine. He suddenly insisted that he and the one surnamed Cao should keep drinking. He had not admitted defeat yet. Suddenly, he noticed Jai Minju. He appeared to have recognized her. He questioned why she looked so familiar. She was glad that he noticed her. She released her hair tie. She asked if he remembered who she was. The king mentioned that if Jai Minju was not the elegant fairy who resides on top of Qinyu Mountain, he must have encountered her next to the Jade Pool, under the moonlight. It was her. She explained that he had drunk too much alcohol, so he should come and drink the medicine. She recalled what Jiang told her, that once he consumes that medicine, he will start hallucinating, and she could utilize that time. She fed the medicine to him. He groaned and inquired why he felt even dizzier after drinking the medicine. She turned her back on him. She undressed herself while calling him. She warned that he must never betray her. The two of them spent the night. The next day, he woke up in a daze. He asked where he was. Cao Meng laughed and remarked that he really had a lot of tolerance towards alcohol. He couldn't believe he actually lost to him. The king questioned why he was there and if the two of them had slept there together the other day. Cao Meng affirmed, and challenged if he was going to look down on him for that as a fellow man. Yi King sighed and denied, but explained that he was thinking of something that seemed to have happened last night. He wondered if the thing last night could really have been a dream, and if he considered it carefully, the dog emperor had seemed off for a while already. It is not possible for a man to exude such a unique temperament after all. A few hours later, a eunuch reported that Jai Minju was truly feeling unwell that day and could not see Yi King. Yi King's face was stern, but he said nothing. Jiang stated that continuously avoiding him will only make him more suspicious, and Jai Minju acknowledged that. It was just that it was not time yet. 3 days later, the officials gathered at the court. Liu Shen remarked that, as expected, only Yi King could persuade Jai Minju, and she finally accepted a consort. Yi King suspected that the dog emperor really did get married, and he wondered if that wasn't just her trying to cover up the truth even more. On the other hand, the imperial concubine was Xiao Qianqian. She questioned if she still had the leisure to drink tea. Xiao Qianqian told Yi King he could find out it was her, but Jai Minju said that it didn't matter if he did. She was the most revered one in the whole realm, and she was not afraid of him. Xiao Qianqian mocked where in the world there was a revered one like her cute little sister. Meanwhile, a Kai envoy visited the Great Jew. One of the people remarked that he heard that the king of Kai wanted to invite Yi King for a debate. Another mentioned that if he won the debate, the king would submit. Another stated that even though the Kai state was Confucius' homeland, he believed in Yi King's abilities. On the other hand, Kai Xiangao explained that the rights of the Kong family of the Kai state were carried on by the contemporary Duke Yan, who was considered to be a successor to Confucius, so if Yi King won in the debate against him, he believed that the king of Kai would make no further arguments. Yi King declared that such an incompetent ruler and a mere Confucian scholar had no qualifications to debate with him. But still, he must make a trip to the state of Kai. They should spread the word that he was going to the state of Kai. The next day, a eunuch informed that Jai Minju ordered Yi King to take good care of himself along the way. Yi King replied that he should tell her that avoiding something once might work, but avoiding it 15 times wouldn't. So when he returned, there were certain matters that he would definitely inquire about thoroughly. A few moments later, Yi King left the city. Nangon Liangren was driving the carriage. Mo Lai asked if it was true that the state of Kai was located on the eastern coast of the sea. Xuan confirmed. While Yi King sighed, Mo Lai expressed that it was great, as she had never seen the sea before, to which Xuan agreed. Yi King sighed again and reminded that they were not going there to have fun. But Mo Lai insisted that they were coming for the big sea, so he warned that if she didn't behave, he would throw her out. Yi King and the others arrived at the Kai State in Linzai. A customer doubted if he might know how much the vegetables cost, and the merchant explained that it was 10 wen because those vegetables had just been harvested that morning and were very fresh. Mo Lai wondered if all the people there were sick in the head. The king remarked that Kai State was the homeland of sages, so the people there had been bound by ethics since childhood, which was why their behavior and thoughts were exceptionally conservative. Even though the lives of the common people might seem peaceful, under the constraints of such narrow-minded thinking, they merely lived like soulless husks. Meanwhile, Tian Shuang, the king of Kai State, noted that the one surnamed Yi had finally arrived and inquired how his preparations were going. Kong Lai replied that he should just wait and see how he silenced him with his words. A few moments later, Yi King and his companions arrived at the Confucius Hall. The students wondered if he was the person named Lord Yi who advocated the revival of Confucianism and Taoism and expressed that they were curious who would win the debate. Kong Lai commented that just a mere Yi King had managed to make those students disregard the rights and laws. Making such a scene and gossiping on the streets, he questioned what kind of demeanor it was. He was stunned when a horse neighed in front of him. Yi King came out of the carriage. He observed that the place looked quite spacious, and Kong Lai reproached him for having such a lack of manners. As a junior, he dared to stand on a carriage in such a pompous manner even after arriving at the abode of sages, which was a great disrespect towards them. Yi King acknowledged that the sages indeed deserved to be respected because they founded Confucianism and Taoism, but he questioned where those sages were at that time, and Kong Lai asserted that even though the sages were no longer there, the Kong family still represented those sages. Yi King inquired who made that claim. Kong Lai declared that it was the world's consensus. Yi King challenged who gave him the nerve and authority to represent the entire world and if there were any written records with official confirmation. Kong Lai reminded him not to forget that their main purpose that day was to debate about Confucianism and Taoism, not those groundless things. But Yi King queried who told him that he wanted to debate with him. He demanded what made him think that he was qualified to negotiate terms with him and the Great Jew and if the Kai State even had the capability to afford a war against them. He explained that that trip to the Kai State happened because he happened to be passing through, but the things he had witnessed along the way had made him feel quite irritated, which was why he had decided to come and scold him, the shameless old man who refused to die. He accused him of lacking loyalty and filial piety, and being cruel and unjust. A scholar questioned him for daring to insult Kong Lai with such audacity, and declared that such a demeanor was simply unworthy of someone who called themselves a scholar. Yi King wondered if he believed he was worthy then. He mentioned that they said the accomplished were the teachers, and he asked in which aspect he believed himself to be better than him and what qualifications gave him the audacity to talk to him like that. The scholar was struck by his words. An hour later, Yi King let out a sigh. He engaged in verbal battles with the scholars. One of the scholars admitted that what he said made sense. Another acknowledged that just one word from him was enough to awaken those who were lost in delusion. Another confessed that he had lived half of his life in such a meaningless way. Kong Lai called him an insolent brat and threatened that day he would expel him from the scholars' sect and destroy his cultivation so they should see if he would still be arrogant then. The scholars recognized the brush as a sacred artifact of the scholars' sect, and they pleaded that he not do it and not act recklessly. Yi King suspected if he wanted to destroy his cultivation and speculated that he was worried that he had too much cultivation to die easily. Kong Lai explained that after the sages passed, the brush of the sage had been passed down to the Kong family head, and he would expel him from the scholars' sect. The powerful symbol meant expel was coming at Yi King. He declared that it was audacious. The world simply dissipated when it hit him. Powerful beams of light emerged from his eyes. Kong Lai was horrified when he saw that it was coming at him. He got hit so hard that he dropped the brush as he crashed against the wall. The brush disappeared. He was lost for words as he sat on the ground, completely in disarray. Yi King observed that despite the various titles he held, he had long forgotten the essence of what studying truly was. Kong Lai lamented that his scholarly courage had shattered, and Yi King advised that he should start from the beginning again, and perhaps there was still a chance for him to return to the path of Confucianism. Suddenly, Tian Shuang knelt on the ground. He respectfully declared that the Kai State admitted defeat while thinking that it was impossible for them to win. So instead of fighting to the death, it was better to just surrender and seek a more lenient outcome. In the first year of the Kaiyuan era, the Kai state surrendered, and King Tian Shuang of Kai was taken into custody by the control Yuan, so his son, Tian Jian, led the royal family and hurried to the capital city. King and Nangon Liangren went to the sea under the pouring rain. King mentioned that he could stay at the inn with those two girls. He would go meet Pei Yuhan alone, and he reassured that there wouldn't be any danger, but he met with disagreement. King remarked that the island ahead should be the misty island that Pei Yuhan had mentioned. They should go. He expressed surprise when they saw the island. He recognized the dragon's bones. He explained that those were the remains of a true dragon that was slain in battle in ancient times, and even though it was dead, he could still sense a trace of its lingering energy that hadn't yet dissipated. He inquired why Pei Yuhan was there and whether she had already ventured deeper into the island alone. He suggested that they should go check it out, but Nangon Liangren cautioned him to be careful because the island felt a bit peculiar. King agreed and admitted that he had also noticed, and although the island seemed full of vitality, there were no traces of other living beings there. Nangon Liangren explained that it was because it was just an illusion created by the rules, and the entire island could be called a separate realm. Pei Yuhan complimented that he was pretty sharp. King had finally arrived. King confirmed it. He promised that the next time they met, it would be his turn to find her. It was what she owed him from last time. But Kumu suddenly cleared his throat, which flustered them. King greeted him as his senior, and Kumu reminded them that since he had arrived, they should focus on the main thing. A few moments later, Kumu revealed that below that cloud layer was the nest of a 10,000 dragon, and King should take a look down there. King stood by the edge and looked at what was below. Kumu informed that out of the 9 iron chains that sealed the true dragon, only 4 remained intact. King noticed the 2 iron chains. He observed that they were bitten by something. He reasoned that the immortal sects wouldn't engage in such a mutually destructive action. He and Pei Yuhan simultaneously mentioned the ancient demonic race. Nangon Liangren explained that only those of the bloodline of the demon emperor could break those sealing chains, and King inquired about the bloodline. On the other hand, the demon emperor cursed the seals and admitted that she didn't think it would inflict such heavy injuries on her seat body. 3 chains were destroyed, and she predicted it wouldn't be long before the dragon clan broke free from the seal. At that time, it would be the time for them, the demonic clan, to rise. She lost consciousness and fell headfirst into the water. The water splashed upward as she fell in and disappeared from the surface. Meanwhile, Mo Lai complained that it was so annoying, as she also wanted to go to the Misty Island with King. To which Xuan agreed. As she said that it sounded like a fun place, she noticed the demon emperor. She questioned what it was and told Xuan to look. She identified it as a beautiful white fox. It was still alive, so they should take it and keep it as a pet. A few moments later, King looked at the fox uncomfortably. He mentioned that it was quite fierce, but Mo Lai insisted that it wasn't fierce at all and wondered if they could keep her as a pet. He pointed out that there were already 2 of them and questioned if there was even a need to have another one, while the demon emperor was thinking that she was not a pet. Suddenly, he noticed that she had some internal injuries. He guessed that she must have been caught stealing from a practicing cultivator and gotten beaten up, but she dismissed it as nonsense, since she would never steal to eat. He complimented that she was quite cute, and since fate had brought her to them, they should keep her. She noticed that that kind of aura was something only great Confucian scholars possessed, and she wondered if he was using it to heal her. She realized that she didn't expect Virtuous Kai to feel that comfortable. At the demonic kingdom, a demon expressed fear that Her Highness had snuck out, and New Potion acknowledged that he understood. Another requested forgiveness for speaking frankly and explained that it was understandable that since she was still young, her temperament was a bit unruly. However, as an elder, he wondered if he had been pampering her too much. New Potion dismissed it as nonsense and inquired when he had ever pampered her and whether it was wrong for her to run around to play when she was still just a child. The servant replied no, she was not wrong. However, humans could be cunning, and he was just worried that she might be deceived by them. On the other hand, King mentioned that the demon emperor should see that with such high-quality fur, all she needed was the simplest method of petting, and she considered it so comfortable. Mo Lai urged that he should quickly let her pet her too. Suddenly, Nangon Liangren announced that he found it, and the demon emperor realized that she was with King. Nangon Liangren recognized her, and she feared that it was bad because he was very powerful, and far beyond what she could handle at the moment. She repeatedly reminded herself that she was just an ordinary fox. King explained that it was his pet and doubted if he wanted to pet it. While she worried about her reputation and considered it nonsense, Nangon Liangren denied it. Those were the records of the war between the ancient demonic race and the human race. The demon emperor reflected that she did not expect him to be Qing, the leader of the human race. She wondered what would happen if she had killed him at that time. Qing recounted that the conflict between the human race and the demonic race originated from the enslavement of the humans by the demons during ancient times, and he questioned what his take was on that, to which he replied that he was not sure because what was written in the books might not necessarily reflect the actual situation after all. The demon emperor insisted that it was impossible because the history she knew was completely different, and it was clearly the human race that harassed the demonic race. Qing explained that it was exactly why he wanted to learn more about the demonic race and uncover the true story behind that history. In that way, perhaps they could also find a way to deal with the bloodline of the demon emperor. Nangon Liangren contemplated the truth behind the history while his pendant kept buzzing. The next day, Mohaoran revealed that he had some very important information concerning the fate of their world. He questioned if he knew about the invasion of darkness in ancient times and mentioned that a few days ago, the 13 sects of the Immortal Sect Alliance gathered all their strength and went to the Two Realms Mountain. Meanwhile, Pei Yuhan doubted if the seal of the Two Realm Mountains had been greatly damaged. She appeared very concerned. Fang Qingsu confirmed yes and added that they had also discovered that the mountain that was suppressing the seal seemed to have undergone some changes. Nangon Liangren declared that it was an invasion powerful enough to destroy the world. Pei Yuhan confirmed that it was the invasion of darkness. Nangon Liangren doubted if it could be that the world had actually caught the attention of that forbidden realm. A few moments later, Qing wondered if the world would be destroyed as a result of the invasion of darkness, while the demon emperor wondered why she had never heard of that before and questioned if those seals were used to seal something more than the demonic race. Qing considered if it was the kind of reckless opportunity he had been longing for. If the world were destroyed, they would also inevitably be destroyed. If he had to watch them die helplessly, he questioned what the point of being invincible was. If he could die before the invasion of darkness, he would still have time to come back and stop that catastrophe. He concluded that they could only rely on the demonic race at the moment. On the other hand, at the sealing ground of the Two Realms Mountain, the old snake scoffed and declared that repairing that again would only amount to a drop in the bucket. Once he broke the seal, the demonic race would once again see the light of day. He poked his staff on the ground. Glowing orbs appeared and floated around him. He directed them towards the seal. Each orb exploded as they crashed against the seal. A bright light shone from the point where the orbs exploded. The old snake reflected that it was 9,000 years ago. He wondered if he had thought that a day like that would come when he humiliated his demonic race. He added that, however, he must still thank him because he merged his body with the seal. He questioned how his demonic race could ever have a chance to rise again if that wasn't the case. He declared that he could only stand by and watch as the demonic race broke the seal and annihilated all the people of his great Shu. A powerful, bright orb of light emerged from the mountains. The old snake braced himself as a powerful aura swirled around him. He laughed and warned that Jai Heishan should watch himself be woken up. He saw Jai Heishan wake up and rose before him. He explained that the reason he came at that time was to tell him some good news. His great Shu had already been divided among the various dukes, and it was falling apart, and all his people were in dire straits. He considered that it was very good and he wanted it just like that. He just needed to keep provoking him, and when the seal weakened further, the demonic race would regain their freedom. Meanwhile, the cultivators watched the dark clouds and lightning bolts gathering in the mountain range. One of them wondered if it was an omen, while another suspected there was some problem with the seal on the Two Realms Mountain. On the other hand, Pei Yuhan was also seeing what was happening. She remarked that it seemed that things were progressing even faster than they predicted. Meanwhile, the demon emperor was rushing towards the mountain range. She expressed that if it was really as Qing indicated, their clan had committed a great mistake at that time, so she must go back and clarify the situation. On the other hand, Jai Minju commented that Qing must be rushing to investigate that strange occurrence at the moment. Xiao Qianqian mentioned that she was already pregnant, so she needed to rest more. Jai Minju brought up the child. She admitted that she might need to trouble Xiao Qianqian a bit, as they would have to tell everyone that she was the one who gave birth to the child. And Xiao Qianqian agreed. Xiao Qianqian gently grabbed her hand. She noted that, however, even if she could deceive the whole world, she doubted if she could deceive him. Jai Minju replied that if they could hide it, they would hide it, but if they couldn't hide it, it didn't matter, and she inquired what he could do to her. Meanwhile, Qing sneezed. He observed that it looked like someone was missing him. He went to the sealing ground of the Two Realms Mountain with Nangon Liangren. On the other hand, the Buddhist sect and demonic sect were having a standoff with the Immortal Sect. Guju claimed that the matters of their 9 provinces were not the business of the bald monkey and little devil. But the monk argued that the matters of the 9 provinces were also concerns of their Buddhist sect. Suddenly, Qing mentioned that it seemed the immortal sect had recovered quite well after the battle at the Jiang River. If there was anything, they should just come to him. One of the elders noted that Qing was also there. Moreover, Nangon Liangren also came. Guju scoffed and insisted they should just focus on the main issue, and Qing wondered why they were scared away just like that. But he commented on who wouldn't be scared away with Nangon Liangren around. After they passed through the portal, Qing questioned if it was the sealing ground. He said that the mountain that suppressed the seal seemed quite unstable. Guju insisted that the seal was really broken intentionally. She revealed that it was the demon emperor. The old snake snickered and announced that they had finally arrived. Guju questioned if he was crazy and warned that breaking the seal would result in the invasion of monsters that would even slaughter his demonic clan. He explained that he didn't intend to break the seal completely. He just needed to weaken it. Everything the demonic race had that day was thanks to their human race. At that time, they would no longer be the bereaved dogs. The huge serpent wreaked havoc and attacked the immortals. Qing noted that something was fishy because since entering there, he had been constantly sensing a familiar feeling. Something there was resonating with the founder's sword. Jai Heoshin was back in slumber. The old snake wondered if he had also sensed the presence of an old acquaintance. Pei Yuhan was taken aback when she heard that it was Jai Heoshin, while Guju suspected he was saying that the colossal mountain was Jai Heoshin. The old snake explained that he sacrificed himself to protect that world. But under the greed and plunder of certain people, the Great Ju had also become a place of suffering. He urged him to open his eyes and see that those people before him were the main culprits behind the destruction of his Great Ju. Jai Heoshin woke up. The old snake considered it very good because it was sufficient for releasing the seal on the demonic race. Jai Heoshin roared ferociously. Guju called the old snake a wretched creature and, as she mentioned that the seal had been broken, doubted if he wanted everyone to perish together. When the old snake sensed the aura, he wondered if what Jai Heoshin sealed was truly as terrifying as those humans claimed. He judged it not good, so he decided to go back and inform his clan members. He declared that he was a lord and had no time to play with them all, but Guju insisted that they should chase. Meanwhile, Qing observed that it seemed the words of the old snake had completely provoked Jai Heoshin. But the founder's sword resonated with him. He pulled back his arm. He threw the sword at him. It hit his chest. It pierced through his rock body. A bright light oozed out of the cracks. Qing was stunned. He wondered if they had been transported out of the sealing ground. Nangon Liangren questioned if the seal had been stabilized, and he confirmed yes. However, it was only temporary, and he sensed that Jai Heoshin's power was also diminishing. Pei Yuhan inquired what they should do about the invasion of darkness and expressed that they would all listen to him. The monk requested that he, the noble disciple of Buddha, enlighten them. Qing believed that only by dying as soon as possible and becoming invincible could there be a glimmer of hope. And at that time, it seemed that the only ones that could kill him were the demonic race. He called everyone. He explained that to counter the invasion of darkness, they must unite all the forces they have. Pei Yuhan listened to him intently. He stressed that it concerned the survival of the entire world. They should put aside their past prejudices, unite against the enemy. Guju doubted if they would join forces with the little devil and dismissed it as a dream, while Kumu suggested that if the immortal sects were willing to serve him like a dog, he might consider it. But Qing interrupted them and clarified that, of course, it was not just them. They also needed to unite with the demonic clan. Guju questioned if he even knew what he was talking about, and as she mentioned that the whole situation started because of the demonic clan, she doubted if he still wanted to unite with them. He insisted that the demonic clan was also just fighting for the sake of their survival, and if the invasion of darkness occurred, it would also be a catastrophe for them as well. So he decided to go to the 100,000 mountain to persuade them. But Guju wondered if he had gone crazy. On the other hand, New Potion announced that Her Majesty, the Demon Emperor, was back. He observed that she had really grown wings and questioned if she still remembered how to come back. She admitted that she knew she was wrong and requested that he not be angry anymore. At that time, when she went out, she met someone named Qing, and she also learned something very important. A few moments later, New Potion questioned if she was saying that the humans betrayed them and sealed them there, but there was actually more to it. One of the demons remarked that it seemed like she had been deceived by Qing and that those humans were truly cunning and shameless. Another wondered if the invasion of darkness was really as terrifying as those humans claimed it to be and speculated that it was probably just an exaggeration. But the old snake suddenly intervened and affirmed that she was right. The invasion of darkness was far from being as simple as they thought. He revealed that he had already followed the plan and destroyed the seal, and everyone cheered and celebrated that the demonic clan could finally see the light of day again. However, he warned that the aura that leaked from the seal was filled with despair and terror, so he feared that at that time, they were really reckless. One of the demons wondered if he had gone senile from old age and asserted that no matter what that darkness thing might be, he could just tear it apart. But the demon emperor reflected that even though the time of their interaction was rather short, she felt like those humans weren't as cunning as the rumors suggested. She questioned if they could perhaps join hands with humans like in ancient times. One of the demons declared that it was impossible, while another doubted if she wanted them to be betrayed by those humans again. New Potion remarked that even though humans are indeed cunning, he also did not want to see their demonic race perish because of it. So if Yi King from the human race dared to come to the 100,000 mountain alone, they could consider joining forces with them. At the imperial palace of Great Chu, Jai Minju inquired what he had just expressed and if Yi King intended to go to the 100,000 mountain. She mentioned that the bastard intended to show off again. She feared that if anything happened to him, she and that child would be alone, so if he dared not to return, she would definitely go bring him back. She ordered that the decree be passed for all civil and military officials to accompany her to pay respects to the imperial ancestor at Tianju Mountain. Liu Shen remarked that since she intended to pay respect to the imperial ancestor, he questioned how she could go in her current state. She agreed that his point made sense and acknowledged that since they were going to pay respect to the imperial ancestor, they definitely could not go like that. She instructed that a decree be issued to Chu, Wu, Qin, and Yan countries stating she would no longer negotiate with them. She demanded that they give her an answer before noon the next day. The next day, she managed to gather all the seals. A powerful pillar of golden light pierced the sky. A dragon's snout emerged from the clouds. It was the golden dragon of the Great Chu. It roared ferociously in the sky. One of the officials exclaimed that the Great Chu dynasty was finally ushering in the era of an everlasting dynasty, while another expressed that it was his fortune to have witnessed the resurgence of the Great Chu once again during his lifetime. Meanwhile, Jai Minju reflected that everything happened because of Yi King. Even if she had to pay an immeasurable price, she definitely would not let anything happen to him. On the other hand, at the Immortal Sect, Guji wondered if it meant that it would still be impossible to withstand it even with the combined power of all the Immortal Sects, to which the Elder sighed and explained that the momentum was already gone and the decline of the Immortal Sect was inevitable. They could only take the initiative to show goodwill to the Great Chu with hopes of survival at the moment. The Great Chu had already become an everlasting dynasty, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had also increased several times, so that might be their only chance. Guju observed that with such a concentration of spiritual energy, there was a chance that the predecessors who ascended to the higher realm might come back, and if that happened, they could not only prevent the darkness from invading but also the Great Chu. One of the immortals agreed that it was a great idea, and committed to going and finding a way to establish contact with the higher realm immediately, while another emphasized that the matter was very important, so they must not let the Great Chu and Yi King find out about it. They proposed pretending to show goodwill to the Great Chu first, and when their predecessors returned, they would launch a counterattack in one fell swoop, and all fellow cultivators who were aware of the plan must not leave until it was successful. Moheoran considered that the crucial information must be spread. Fang Qingsu remained on edge. Meanwhile, Nangon Liangren noted that at the end of the Black Sea lay the 100,000 mountain, and as he wondered if Yi King was sure he wanted to go there, Yi King affirmed. He advised that there was no need to worry because he would not seek death without reason, and even death did not necessarily mean a permanent farewell. After accompanying each other for 1,000 miles, it was time for them to part ways because the path ahead was his alone already. He warned that if he followed him, he would kill himself right in front of him. He arrived at the 100,000 mountains. He released his Virtuous Kai into the area. The barren land immediately regained vitality. He questioned if the Virtuous Kai had such a restoring effect. Suddenly, the demons declared that there was an intruder. One of them accused him of being a human intruder who must be seeking death, while the others insisted they should kill him. He accepted that it was exactly that and welcomed them to come. But New Potion suddenly commanded all of them to stop. He declared that he was their guest, so all of them should show some respect. He introduced himself as the Demon King, while Yi King identified himself as part of the human race. New Potion courteously invited Yi King to come his way because Her Majesty the Demon Emperor was waiting for him. A few moments later, Yi King arrived at the palace. The demons respectfully greeted him. They explained that they had been waiting for him. He wondered what was going on, if those demons had eaten the wrong medicine, and why everyone there seemed so courteous. He introduced himself and greeted the demon emperor, and she assured him that he should be at ease. She reflected that he was a dog and questioned if he had not expected there to be a day when he would have to bow to her.
The demon emperor remarked that she had not anticipated his nerve in stepping into that place. Qing replied that he had come with an urgent matter to settle. Everyone present already knew the invasion of darkness loomed, and he believed his survival depended entirely on that moment. He declared his belief that humans and demons needed to discard their hatred and stand together against the coming threat. He muttered that they might as well beat him to death. He inquired what exactly was going on and whether demons always stayed that composed when facing disaster. The demon emperor commented that he should continue. Qing believed he would have to push harder and remarked that although demons had once suffered suppression at human hands, the current threat left no room for old grudges if either side hoped to survive. One demon retorted that it was the humans who had oppressed them and demanded whether they now expected demons to simply move on, to which Qing confirmed that they did, because no alternative remained. New Potian questioned whether he did not see the need to prove his sincerity if he intended to win their trust, and Qing inquired what he expected him to do. New Potian recounted that for uncounted millennia, demons had been confined within the 100,000 mountain, swallowed by endless darkness, plagued constantly by nightmares and the black mist. All of it, he remarked, had been caused by the sealed passage of darkness. Moments later, they escorted Qing to that same passage. New Potian stated that their demand was simple and requested that humans also experience the torment of life inside the darkness. But Qing replied that the human-demon conflict lacked any absolute right or wrong and argued that there was no reason to drag all of humanity into it, and he inquired whether New Potian truly disagreed. New Potian questioned whether that meant Qing was refusing their demand. Suddenly, the demon emperor objected. She demanded whether Qing even grasped what he was proposing and declared that stepping inside that place amounted to suicide. Qing countered whether that was not the only way to truly mend the divide between humans and demons. He remarked that death itself carried no weight. But the demon emperor objected again, remarking that he should not proceed. He was human, and she questioned whether he truly held no fear of dying. One demon commented that he really was as noble as the rumors claimed and admitted feeling impressed, while another remarked that he had not believed any human still existed who showed no fear even when staring down death. Qing figured they could not be serious and wondered whether they were mocking him, if they were completely mad, and why they would not simply let him die. Straight-up villain logic lifted from a shonen manga arc. The demon emperor ordered them to pull him back immediately, and one demon volunteered to help. But dark chains erupted from the passage of darkness. They coiled around Qing's body. Everyone called out to him, and they cried out in alarm. He was dragged into the passage. The chains let go the moment he crossed the threshold. A shield enveloped him as soon as he landed. He was swallowed by dark mist and complete blackness. He remarked that he seemed to be lost and could sense no trace of life. It felt as though the entire world lay dead. Whatever threat remained, he welcomed it. The dark mist churned around him. Glowing eyes surfaced in the gloom. Qing demanded what those things were. He cursed that they were disgusting. That place dredged up every buried emotion rotting in the soul. He trembled from the pain as the creatures closed in. Elsewhere, a brilliant golden light surged over Tianju Mountain. It converged on the founder's sword. It erupted in blazing golden fire. Ji Mingyu believed the founder's sword must have sensed something, and she wondered what had become of Qing. The creatures closed in on Qing and unleashed their dark auras in a coordinated assault. Without warning, a powerful golden aura surged through Qing. He unleashed that blazing force and blasted the creatures away. The golden energy swelled and expanded into a vast dome that shielded him from the swarm. Beyond the passage, the demon emperor remarked that they should recognize the light shining beneath the abyss. She wondered aloud if it could be Qing. New Potian challenged the idea, pointing out that eternal oblivion lay beneath the abyss, and Qing's power, no matter how great, should not matter there. The demon emperor insisted it was his unwavering righteousness and recalled feeling that power before. It had become a clash between darkness and light. Qing's radiant aura swept through the corridor and drove out the lurking shadows. The demon emperor questioned whether the others had sensed it, and New Potian confirmed. The dark forces entrenched in the 100,000 mountains were beginning to weaken. Their essence had begun to flow toward the abyss. Ye Qing alone was holding his ground against that bottomless void. He remained perfectly still, emanating a colossal surge of golden light. At the control yuan, the officials debated the nature of that energy. Kai Xianggao identified it without hesitation as Ye Qing. Elsewhere, Ji Mingyue and Liu Shen stood watching the brilliance rising from the mountains. Ji Mingyue remarked that Ye Qing truly lived up to his title as the greatest of all time. He declared Ye Qing sanctified. Ye Qing had become a saint. That sacred energy flared higher as streams of golden aura continued to gather around him. The demon emperor questioned once more whether it truly was Ye Qing, while another demon demanded to know what was happening. In that moment, a brilliant column of light erupted into the sky. The mountain range revived instantly. New Potian declared that the 100,000 mountains had returned to life. At the same time, Ye Qing wondered aloud what had just happened, and why his power had grown even stronger. Moments later, the demon clan offered their congratulations. Ye Qing responded that there was nothing about it worth surprise. New Potian acknowledged him as a true saint, noted his humility, and pledged their willingness to honor their promise and ally with humanity. However, to seal the alliance with the demon clan, Ye Qing would need to convince the dragon clan, and he questioned whether more challenges lay ahead. New Potian explained that although the dragon clan belonged to the demon clan, they had always stood above the rest. Ye Qing reacted with mild shock. New Potian admitted his own fear, but Ye Qing responded with calm understanding. He turned and departed at once. He said their future now rested in the hands of the dragon clan, and they must not be let down. The dragon clan, long hailed for their brutality and might, remained as unbending as ever. Ye Qing laughed and stated that once he finished his affairs in Great Zhou, he would pay them a visit, prompting the demon emperor to question his sanity. Meanwhile, within Dragon Clan territory, one of the dragons confronted Nangong Liangren and demanded his identity. He pressed to know the reason behind his actions. Nangong Liangren dismissed the question of identity. He declared only that, as a member of the demon clan, he found their conduct intolerable and might spare them. But from that moment forward, the Dragon Clan would be bound in allegiance to the human race. The White Cloud ship moved steadily across the ocean. Mu Guanying, son of the founding duke, noted his surprise that Ye Qing had managed to pull off yet another miracle. The technology Ye Qing had developed might eventually allow humans to explore the true depths of the ocean. Without warning, Ao Ding of the Dragon Clan rose from the sea's surface. He announced that humans dared provoke the Dragon Clan, though the elders had already ruled that only the southern palace warranted concern. They had dared to slaughter Dragonkin, so he would now make an example of them, complete with the full villain monologue starter kit. He demanded to know if this fleet belonged to humanity and when they had managed to construct such vessels. Aboard the ship, Mu Guanying quickly identified the intruder as a member of the Dragon Clan. This was clearly an enemy strike, and cannon crews were ordered to ready for combat. Weapons locked on target as everyone aimed their cannons at Ao Ding. Mu Guanying gave the command to fire. The barrage erupted as cannon after cannon launched its payload. Ao Ding howled in agony as the blast tore into him. His body went limp. He plunged beneath the waves. Mu Guanying ordered a full reload and demanded pursuit of the enemy. Ao Ding, barely recovered, hissed insults about the humans' treachery. From the crow's nest, the barrelman shouted a warning to Mu Guanying that a swarm of dragons had appeared on the horizon. The Dragon Clan elders had arrived, and one elder dismissed Ao Ding outright as a disgrace. The elder gathered a massive sphere of aura in his maw. He unleashed a destructive beam at the ships. One vessel took the hit directly and erupted in flames, now serving unintentional barbecue mode. The elder announced that the human fleet must be annihilated. Unless corrected, humans would keep imagining they were free to act however they pleased. He remarked that Ao Ding's mission had been to destroy Baiyun Port, but now it would suffice to offer a warning instead of full-scale slaughter, and Ao Ding gave a quiet nod. Turning to the humans, Ao Ding declared they should atone for their offenses. Panic broke out among the port's citizens, one fearing that the Dragon Clan would flood Baiyun Port, another urging everyone to escape immediately. Elsewhere, Ye Qing observed the scene and noted that the Dragon Clan had taken the initiative. He had not even gone looking for them, and yet they had come to him. which felt very much like a reversed invasion arc. Nangong Liangren reflected that perhaps he had gone too easy on those bastards before. Ye Qing announced it was time to head to Baiyun port. At the same time, Ao Ding let out a sneer while reducing the port to ruin. The surface of the water began bubbling violently. He stiffened as he locked eyes on it. The golden dragon of the great Zhou Empire erupted from beneath the waves, catching him completely off guard. He choked from the impact as it crashed into him. Its colossal form dwarfed his own, charging in with all the spectacle of a kaiju tier crossover entrance. The elder recognized the creature as Great Zhou's guardian golden dragon and cursed the strength of the Empire's growing fortune. The golden dragon stated plainly that if the Dragon Clan wanted war, then war they would have. The elder rallied their kin and ordered a full-force assault. The golden dragon took on the entire dragon swarm alone. Ao Ding scoffed and dared it to see how long it could endure. The golden dragon roared across the battlefield. Ye Qing and the creature both exhaled, their breath heavy with release. He acknowledged the golden dragon's performance. Its role was done. He had arrived. The residents identified Ye Qing and noted his arrival as a rescue. Ye Qing announced that intruders would face punishment no matter how far they had come. The elder asked whether this man was truly Ye Qing. Ye Qing acknowledged that he was. The elder recalled his past victory in forcing the Demon Clan to yield. He wondered if Ye Qing now aimed to make the Dragon Clan submit as well. Ye Qing clarified that the Demon Clan had cooperated without force. Regarding the Dragon Clan, he had originally not intended to compel them. That intention had shifted. A blood debt required repayment in kind. He unleashed his immense aura, leaving the dragon stunned. The elder recognized the power of rules and confirmed that Ye Qing possessed it, which meant their demonic energy was being suppressed. Ao Ding turned to the elder to ask what should be done, reminding him that he had promised Ye Qing would not go this far, but the elder urged calm. The elder then pressed Ye Qing on whether this amounted to a declaration of war from the Great Zhou and the Dragon Clan. Ye Qing fired back with a question of whether the elder believed him unqualified. The elder realized the situation had gone well beyond expectations, as his goal had only been to assert some pressure, but Ye Qing's overwhelming dominance felt straight out of a Frieza promotion arc. He argued that since humans had instigated the conflict and both sides had taken damage, it would be better to settle the matter here. Ye Qing rejected that, asserting that the lives lost in Great Zhou outweighed all else. He raised the pressure, further suppressing their powers. The elder and the dragon stayed frozen in place. The elder had reached his limit. He suddenly reopened his eyes. Across the way, Nangong Liangren stepped forward and asked whether total annihilation was necessary. He remarked that he had some experience in such matters. Ao Ding snapped at the elder, reminding him that he had claimed Nangong Liangren would not appear, and now the so-called god of slaughter was standing with Ye Qing, while another dragon broke down crying for his mother and begged to go home. The elder considered how the situation had spiraled into a trap. Then the demon emperor reached out to him through telepathy and urged surrender, warning that resisting further would only deepen the Dragon Clan's losses. She introduced herself as the demon emperor currently accompanying Ye Qing, and called for unity between the Demon Clan and Dragon Clan. She noted that Ye Qing held grudges, and if they kept this up, not even she could protect them. The elder released a long breath of frustration. He asked how much Ye Qing wanted in compensation. Ye Qing replied that 3 members of the Dragon Clan should be sent for negotiations. 3 hours later, after exiting the court hall, one Dragon Clan member grumbled that their opponents were practically monsters. Another warned him to stop talking nonsense, because monsters were actually easier to handle than Ye Qing. The elder concluded that offering dragon bones and dragon blood had been the most merciful deal they could secure, proving Ye Qing's complexity. Perhaps surrendering back then had not been the worst outcome. Elsewhere, among the 13 sects of the Great Zhou Immortal Sect, one elder urged them to endure a bit longer, as the opening passage would soon allow the upper realm's immortals to descend. Once that happened, darkness and Ye Qing would be irrelevant, and the immortal sect would reclaim authority across the world. At the same time, Mo Haoran wrestled with whether he should keep up the act, admitting his inner turmoil. Fang Qingshui, meanwhile, determined that information could not escape the area and she would have to rely solely on herself. She moved into place to alter a section of the formation. She lifted her weapon and made the adjustment as planned. Suddenly, the aura flooding into the elder from the pillars swelled. He confirmed the process had completed and the immortal was arriving. Moharan wondered if this was the moment to abandon his role. A massive foot appeared in the sky. The bell at the immortal sect rang. Its sound rolled through the entire mountain range. The elder noted that the demon clan was approaching, instructing all disciples to prepare for defense. A shadowed figure steeped in dark aura stepped from the passage. The elder identified it as a general-level black demon, and Gujue demanded an explanation for its presence. The demon loomed over them with silent menace. It released a savage roar. Meanwhile, Fang Qingshui mumbled that she had only shifted one coordinate, believing it shouldn't have reached the demon realm, though she started questioning the accuracy of the coordinates provided by the immortal sect seniors. At the same time, Moharan muttered that things had gone terribly wrong, deciding the fence-sitting faction stood no chance now. Kai Xianggao, however, pointed fingers at the immortal sect, implying they had waited all this time only to summon the demon clan. Yeqing speculated that their goal had likely been to summon upper realm ancestors, but an error in the coordinates redirected them to the demon realm. Nangong Liangren countered that the demon realm's coordinate system differed completely from the immortal realms, so even a mistake shouldn't have resulted in a connection. Judging by the energy surge, they had likely linked to a battlefield between immortals and demons. A cursed ground scarred by death and relentless clashes between elite forces of both realms. Yeqing noted that the fools had practically opened their world to every entity prowling that battlefield. Back at the passage, the demon laid waste to the immortal sect, sending disciples flying like a corrupted raid boss breaking into a low-level zone. Additional demons began pouring from the passage. The elder murmured that the situation had truly spiraled. The demon twisted its mouth into a sinister grin, flailing its arms and thrashing nearby disciples. It pivoted toward the passage again. It gave a final snicker over its shoulder before disappearing inside. The elder questioned if they had just left like that. Yeqing responded that they were aiming to control access to this world and had temporarily sealed the passage. He pressed the elder, accusing him of giving no real peace of mind. Kumu dryly noted that no one rivaled the immortal sect when it came to causing chaos. The dragon clan elder remained unmoved, staring in silence. Niu Potian asked if he really expected them to clean up after this disaster. The monk stood nearby as well, quietly taking in the exchange. The elder conceded that the mess had started with the immortal sect, but he challenged the others, questioning what they intended to do and whether they were willing to face the demon clan, who actually had the power to fight. Yeqing suggested the threat might not be as final as it looked, since the demon clan's arrival didn't automatically mark the end. Nangong Liangren pointed out that if the portal reached a battlefield between immortals and demons, then the immortal forces stationed there might also have detected it. The elder demanded to know if he really believed that, and what made him think so. Nangong Liangren revealed his identity as the former lord of the Blackwater domain in the immortal realm, known as the Blackwater Immortal Lord, Nangong Liangren. The elder reacted with surprise that he was truly an immortal lord and acknowledged that his strength now made sense. Yeqing admitted that something had always felt off about him and blamed himself for overlooking it. Nearby, Moharan broke into laughter, announcing that his boss turned out to be an immortal lord. Nangong Liangren clarified that the formation they left behind, the Daiyamitian, known as the Dark Knight Formation, allowed passage to demons alone. Yeqing remarked that the enemy was biding their time, waiting for outside attention to fade before making their return. One disciple raised the concern of whether they were truly just going to sit and wait, while another turned to Yeqing and Nangong Liangren, asking if no solution could be found. Yeqing reflected bitterly that if the demon clan returned and killed him again, even his resurrection would be too late to save the world. A disciple asked if even Yeqing couldn't resolve the situation, while another asked if this meant there was no hope left. One blamed everything on the elder, another pointed out the sect's constant failures, and a third dismissed them all as useless. Yeqing made a promise to find a way forward. For now, he ordered everyone to return. Shortly after, Yeqing admitted that if they truly ran out of options, they might be forced to breach the Dark Knight Formation and request aid from the Immortals. Nangong Liangren noted there was another possible route, prompting Yeqing to ask what it was. Liangren gave the answer, which was Mo Li. Liangren remarked that he had long been aware of Mo Li's ties to the demon clan. Yet Qing countered that he could not accept her taking on such a dangerous role. Nangong Liangren acknowledged the sentiment, but pointed out that as a demon clan member she remained the most suitable choice to bypass the Dark Knight formation, while Ye Qing remained unwilling. Even knowing her origins, Ye Qing had always seen her as a sister during their time together. She kept up a carefree front, but he sensed that she held no real desire to return to her people. Delivering a message to the Immortal Clan as a demon carried enormous risk, so he refused to let his sister shoulder that burden. Nangong Liangren agreed without protest. Moments later, after Mo Li mentioned her intent to return for the time being and took her leave, the Demon Emperor noted that the little girl indeed came from the demon clan. Mo Li addressed her directly. She explained that the least she could do was allow herself a hug. The Demon Emperor scoffed inwardly that someone of demon blood dared to tease her, the sovereign of the clan. Still, on reflection, Mo Li had shown more kindness than most humans or demons, and the Emperor herself had once been saved by her. Tears ran down Mo Li's face as she held her close. The Demon Emperor's eyes narrowed in surprise when she noticed the weeping. Mo Li murmured that she felt terrified. She could sense the approach of her own people and assumed they had come to capture her, all while knowing Ye Qing had been doing everything he could to save them all. But in the end, she had only pretended ignorance and run away. So she questioned if that made her selfish. The Demon Emperor called her a foolish child and assured her that the demon clan's movements had nothing to do with her, so she shouldn't overthink it. Mo Li inquired if she could speak freely, and the Emperor confirmed she always could. They agreed to keep that conversation between the two of them. She simply wanted to share that Ye Qing had known for some time that she was from the demon clan, and he had already discussed it with Nangong Liangren, always treating her as family. Mo Li whispered that Ye Qing had known everything, and still chose to protect her, and the Demon Emperor urged her to believe that Ye Qing could bear the weight of it. The best support she could give him was to keep living and stop being consumed by her guilt, to which Mo Li gave a faint nod. The Demon Emperor warned her to hold those words close. As evening settled in, Mo Li clutched a jade slip. She held it firmly while stepping into the courtyard. She silently thanked Ye Qing for giving her days filled with warmth, a life she had never dared to imagine. She recognized how he had always shielded her and everyone else. Now, it was her turn to give something back. Nangong Liangren listened without comment as she vanished. He remained silent, lost in thought. Soon after, Mo Li reached the Immortal Demon battlefield, standing at the main camp of the Immortal Clan. She reminded herself that fear served no purpose here, because the Immortals should be capable of reason. Without warning, someone barked at her, calling her a Demon Clan brat. He snarled that she had just signed her own death warrant. Elsewhere, the Demon Lord demanded to know where his guard had sensed her, and where Mo Li had gone. The guard replied that their scouts had picked up her aura near the Immortal Clan's camp, but it had faded quickly. The Demon Lord snapped that it had to be those mixed-blood immortals. He ordered them to find her, even if they had to dig up the land itself. The guard warned that they had already drained too many resources in this long pursuit, and sparking conflict with the Immortal Clan now might lead to catastrophe. The Demon Lord acknowledged the risk, then coldly posed the question of whether it was worth exhausting their demonic power for one daughter, and whether the guard still remembered the stone monument that fell from the heavens 140,000 years ago. He recited that the monument had borne 13 prophecies, 12 of which had already come true, and the 13th foretold the fall of the demon world. Meanwhile, an immortal guard approached Mo Li's cell. He relayed that the ancient immortal lord wished to see her. The demon lord affirmed that the one foretold to save their world was none other than that extraordinary child, Mo Li. The ancient immortal lord casually pressed Mo Li on whether she came all the way to the ancient city just to hand over that jade slip. She confirmed with a firm nod and explained that yes, she did, even if she carried the mark of the demon race. Her friends never once treated her with scorn for being a demon, so she cherished that world deeply and genuinely cared for the people in it. Not long after, he remarked that the Dark World, the calamity long hunted by the Immortal Realm, had finally shown some traces. Gao Yunhai immediately weighed in, pointing out that plenty of uncertainties lingered over the matter. He pressed on, questioning how a mere mortal realm could be dragged into the battlefield of immortals and demons. He challenged how that woman could survive in the mortal realm and fit in with humans despite being demon-born. And Mo Li hurriedly explained she was accidentally tossed there by a teleportation array. She truly had not lied, but he dismissed it, insisting she was likely planted by the demon race to wreck them from within. He coldly suggested extracting her soul for interrogation, and she protested with urgency, saying she only came to deliver a message and wanted to return home because she longed to see Ye Qing. The ancient immortal lord abruptly decided her life should be spared for now. He declared that the 12 guards of the ancient city should escort her to the mortal realm to confirm her words. Gao Yunhai voiced his understanding. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord's personal guard quietly asked if the immortal race had stirred with unusual movements. He learned that it was actually the 12 guards of the ancient city. Shock struck him as soon as he recognized Mo Li. He exclaimed that she had fallen into their hands. Grinding his teeth with fury, he demanded that they slay every last one of them and pull Mo Li out. With no hesitation, they stormed toward Gao Yunhai's group. Gao Yunhai quickly announced that the Demon Lord had personally arrived, and he challenged what the demon race intended. He then urged his people not to get dragged into a fight and instead step into the teleportation array. The personal guard forced his way through and gave chase. Gao Yunhai barked that they had to stop him. The strength of the mortal world had limits, and since the Demon Lord could not cross over, their safety was already secured. At that moment, the great bell of the Sect rang. Its deep resonance rolled through the entire mountain. Soon after, an announcement declared that every immortal Sect member and the masters of the major sects must rush to the council hall to greet the celestial immortal with respect. Gujue and another elder came forward to receive the celestial immortal. Gao Yunhai and his men stood before them with boldness. All of a sudden, Fang Qingshui spotted the girl and questioned if she wasn't the one who always lingered by Ye Qing's side. She demanded to know how the girl ended up here. She decided it was best to inform him immediately. Moments later, Ye Qing got her message. His fury spiked as he declared that they actually dared to do such a thing. He vowed that no matter if it was the celestial immortal or the Lord God, he would make them regret ever laying a hand on her. He then turned to Nangong Liangren, demanding whether he planned to block him, and Nangong Liangren answered that he would not. He promised to accompany him instead. Ye Qing resolved that they should head together then. On the other side, the elder turned to Gao Yunhai and carefully asked whether he wanted them to resist the incoming demon army. He admitted that their cultivation was weak and pleaded that the celestial immortals spare them for the sake of the upper realm sects. But Gao Yunhai coldly asked if he objected to his requisition. He proclaimed that those who followed him would flourish, while those who resisted him would perish. He demanded to know who in the mortal realm dared to stand against him. Gujue and the elder stiffened in alarm. Suddenly, Ye Qing's voice cut through, remarking that it was indeed a bold claim, and he asked whether those who followed would thrive while those who opposed would fall. He declared that he would like to test it firsthand. He challenged whether the so-called celestial immortal possessed any true ability. The elder inwardly sighed, realizing that simply seeing him already gave a strange sense of reassurance. He carried shame in his heart before the ancestors of the immortal sects. Gao Yunhai demanded to know Ye Qing's identity. Suspicion gnawed at him since he could not sense a shred of spiritual fluctuation, making him wonder if Ye Qing was even a cultivator. Ye Qing then called out to Mo Li. She froze when her gaze lifted and found him there. Tears slipped down her cheeks as she addressed him as her brother. He answered with quiet resolve that she had endured much. She inhaled deeply and forced herself to hold back the flood of emotion. Ye Qing finally turned and demanded of Gao Yunhai whether he was the one responsible. Ye Qing pressed Gao Yunhai. He pressed if it was him who pulled that move. Gao Yunhai faltered with hesitation, and his eyes darted toward Mo Li. He then threw back at Ye Qing what it mattered if he really was. Ye Qing remarked that it was perfect, and since it was him, it spared him the trouble of wasting time. He then unleashed his golden aura, fierce and blinding. Gao Yunhai froze in astonishment. Ye Qing let his aura crash against the shackles that bound Mo Li. The metal snapped apart and clattered off her wrist. He told her not to be afraid, and urged her to rest nearby. After he settled her revenge, he promised he would take her home. Suddenly, Gao Yunhai shouted that he was tricking him and treating him like a fool. But then he stiffened in bafflement when his body refused to move. He demanded in his mind how that could be, and what kind of terrifying force it was. He raged inwardly that Ye Qing was just a lowly native from the mortal realm, and there was no way he could wield a power strong enough to cage him. Ye Qing focused his aura into the sharp point of his finger while locking his glare on Gao Yunhai. Gao Yunhai groaned that this was not good. He then pulled out his ultimate skill, the 10,000 sword technique. One of the cultivators shouted that it was the sword sect's forbidden secret, while another pressed if he actually threw out a trump card right away. Gao Yunhai admitted he never expected a monster of talent like Ye Qing to exist in the mortal realm, and it was tragic he had to meet him here. He then hurled his attack at him. Ye Qing answered by summoning his golden dragon to clash head-on. The two dragons coiled and spun around each other. Their roars escalated until the golden dragon crushed its rival. Gao Yunhai cried out why, insisting he couldn't accept losing to a mere native from the mortal realm. He then panicked if those people were secretly all standing behind Ye Qing. He told himself he had to escape and report the chaos to the ancient immortal. But Nangong Liangren cut him off, demanding where he thought he was fleeing. He warned that before his death he wasn't going anywhere. And as Gao Yunhai realized this man's cultivation towered over his own, he panicked over what kind of upheaval was happening inside the mortal realm. He then pleaded that Ye Qing couldn't kill him because they could help him resist the demon clan and help him report to the ancient immortal. But Ye Qing sliced his throat cleanly without a single word. Gao Yunhai shrieked in agony while clutching at the blood spilling out of his neck. One of the cultivators exclaimed if the immortal realm's messenger had just died, while another pressed if Ye Qing truly cut down even an immortal with one blow. At that instant, a suffocating dark aura churned above the sect. A massive pillar of shadow plunged down from the sky. The demon lord's personal guard rumbled if this was really the mortal realm. He and his soldiers landed in the courtyard of the sect. Nangong Liangren warned everyone that these intruders were dangerously strong. Moli identified them as the demon lord's personal guards. The personal guard strode forward. He then addressed Moli as their highness and ordered that she return with them to the demon realm. Ye Qing jolted in disbelief when he heard them call her their highness. He wondered if that little girl was truly the daughter of the demon emperor. While Mo Li protested that she refused, she cried that she didn't want to return to that kind of life and that place was no home to her at all. The personal guard pressed if she really intended to defy the emperor's decree. The personal guard requested for Mo Li to follow them back to the demon realm, his tone carrying the weight of an order rather than a suggestion. He declared bluntly that it was the emperor's command, leaving no room for negotiation. Ye Qing retorted that she had already made it clear she didn't want to return, pressing him with sharp irritation on whether he really couldn't grasp that. The personal guard snapped back that they would soon see if he had the skill to keep her there by force. Nangong Liangren quickly stepped forward, intercepting the blow as his sword blocked the guard's strike with a hard clang. He warned that if the man valued his life, he should retreat at once. The personal guard scoffed with open contempt. Nangong Liangren responded by swinging his blade with force, driving the guard backward. The personal guard turned toward his guard squad and barked that they should obey his command. Welcome their majesty and slaughter, without hesitation, anyone who stood in the way. And the squad answered in unison with grim assent. Nangong Liangren urged Ye Qing to take Mo Li and escape, promising he would hold the attackers off. But Ye Qing doubted he alone could stop that many, and he brooded that maybe if disaster struck, it could finally give him the death he always longed for. Yet he reminded himself that this was not the right moment to die, and sometimes he really wondered if the system was deliberately toying with him. Suddenly, the system interrupted, asking if he wasn't such a perceptive human. Without warning, she pulled his consciousness away to another realm. She greeted him with eerie calm and announced that he had arrived at the very starting point of all realms, the origin realm. She revealed herself as the god of the original realm, which travelers would call the system, and he demanded if she was truly the invincible system tied to his deaths. She confirmed it, explaining she had fallen into dormancy for a time, but now she had awakened. He challenged her, asking if she had been dormant, yet still made him invincible, and she clarified that the remnants of her power had been enough to keep him untouchable within the Great Zhou world. But that invincibility only held inside the Great Zhou world, and compared to vast worlds brimming with fortune, the Great Zhou was just a small speck, barely worth noting. He then asked if his death-triggered invincibility could stop the coming dark invasion. She admitted regretfully that it was impossible, and he pressed her for a reason. She explained that the Dark World didn't belong to the Origin Realm, and the Great Zhou's fortune was far too meager to resist it. However, since he had awakened her, she would reward him. By divine rules, she couldn't channel Qi straight into the mortal realm, but she could pass it through him as a gift. Although she couldn't make him outright invincible, she bestowed the heavenly Tao power of the great Zhou world, granting him partial control over its very rules. The fortune he recklessly gained could also be funneled through the heavenly Tao, raising the great Zhou's rank and bolstering its defenses against dark invasions. She also enhanced his death-seeking system, and she promised further tangible rewards depending on how much risk he dared to embrace, urging him to push harder. Everything moved so quickly that he just froze in place, dazed and trying to wrap his head around it all. He then blinked in shock as his consciousness snapped back into his body. He realized he had spent what felt like a long time in the origin realm, but in reality, only seconds had slipped by. He then unfurled the heavenly Tao power in his palm. He wondered if he could truly rewrite pieces of that world's rules. Meanwhile, the demons shouted to slaughter, but then they faltered, demanding what was happening. They found themselves trapped inside a golden aura, their forms vanishing into nothingness. Gujue demanded to know where the demon clan had gone, while another voice questioned what scheme they had pulled. Qing explained that he had used heavenly Tao power to eject them from the world, and from that day forward, no foreign immortals or demons would be welcome. Nangong Liangren marveled that Qing could even wield heavenly Tao itself. On the other hand, the guard squad found themselves flung back onto the immortal demon battlefield. The personal guard complained bitterly that although they could have reclaimed the princess in the wilderness, Qing expelled them with strange power, and the demon lord condemned them as worthless. Even their spying ability had been cut off, and he fumed while demanding who exactly Qing really was. Meanwhile, in the immortal camp, the ancient immortal lord had also been watching the mortal realm, but he muttered in unease as he sensed the restriction. His mirror suddenly burst apart. He pinched one flying shard between his fingers before it could cut his face. He then declared with grim challenge that if Qing truly possessed such power, then let him cower in that world forever. Back at the Control Yuan, Kai Xianggao bluntly remarked that begging the immortal realm for help was off the table now, and the option was dead. He pressed Qing about whether the heavenly Tao power could actually block the dark invasion. Qing admitted that he could barely glimpse the vast outline of the myriad realms through that power, but the strength of their own world was pitifully weak, leaving him uneasy that they still could not resist the coming invasion. And Kai Xianggao pressed further on whether he could peer into other worlds. Qing explained that standing against the darkness was far beyond what a handful of people could manage, but he noted that if they could somehow spark the courage of the beings in that world to rise and fight back, then maybe there was still a sliver of a chance. Kai Xianggao quipped if this was the journey to the west, and if what Qing had just written was nothing more than a script. A few moments later, Qing set down his brush and the script was done. He declared that they should release it to the people, pointing out that with the masses trembling and restless from the dark invasion, fresh tales could steady their nerves, and Kai Xianggao agreed that it was a smart move. He glanced at the opening lines of the script and mused that even monkeys could spring from stones, which struck him as curious. Nangong Liangren frowned and pressed him on what these stone monkeys were, and whether the demon clan was stirring up chaos again. But Kai Xianggao brushed him off, commenting only that it was a ridiculously powerful monkey. When evening came, Qing stood alone in the courtyard, his gaze locked on the endless sky. He admitted that his grasp of the heavenly Tao was barely scratching the surface. He muttered that they had to carve out their own salvation before the dark invasion crushed them. He pressed the question of what exactly the dark power was and what bond tied the myriad realms together. He froze in surprise when an old man's figure suddenly flickered into existence before him. He pointed out that the figure wore the black robe of the Control Yuan. He wondered aloud if this was the shadow of the very first chief inspector. He explained that the first chief inspector had roamed the world alone in search of the ancestor, and never imagined that he too would ultimately grasp the heavenly Tao power. Without warning, the chief inspector split the sky open with a massive crack. The sky shattered apart, and they were yanked into a different space altogether. Qing observed that every place in this strange expanse was a sealed-off world of its own, like the Great Zhou. Ahead of them spun a pitch-black vortex. Even there, the image of the chief inspector was flickering and thinning. He was unraveling into the vortex itself. Qing demanded if even the chief inspector could not stand against that dreadful force. He concluded that the whirlpool was the doorway into the dark world, But with his path already chosen, he dismissed retreat as something utterly against his nature. He declared that it should at least reveal its true face to him. His eyes locked on the vortex, brimming with sharp anticipation. He pressed the unspoken question of what kind of existence the dark world really was. A few moments later, he let himself be swallowed into the dark world. He murmured that the place reeked of silence and ruin. The world was thick with void and rotting resentment. Suddenly, his attention caught Gao Yunhai in the distance. Dark energy curled around him like smoke from the sky itself. The man stumbled through the emptiness, directionless. Qing blurted out whether he hadn't already died and how he could possibly be standing there, then quickly corrected himself, because while the figure looked like Gao Yunhai, all he could feel was a suffocating aura of resentment. It was nothing but a monster birthed from the malice and hatred Gao Yunhai spilled before his death. In that moment, Qing fully grasped the nature of the dark world. It was the embodiment of malice and hatred bleeding out from countless worlds.